My head hurts. Xiao Yu held her head and slowly sat up from the bed. When she opened her eyes, she saw a room filled with an old-fashioned charm. It was a spacious bedroom. She was lying on a large bed, with a wardrobe beside it and a desk under the window. On the desk were her high school textbooks, which she had just brought home from school. There was also a photo frame showing her and her older brother, Xiao Feng. That photo was taken before he joined the army. He had insisted on taking it, saying that she could look at it whenever she missed him. Xiao Yu remembered that she had playfully hit him back then, saying she couldn't wait for him to leave, so no one would fight her for food anymore. Under the bed was a pair of handmade cloth shoes, the last pair her grandmother had made for her before she passed away. This was the year 1970, and this was the room of 18-year-old Xiao Yu. But the Xiao Yu now had memories from the 21st century. It was her, yet not quite her. To be exact, she had been reborn into this era before birth. For the past 18 years, she had no memory of her previous life, until yesterday, when she argued with her parents over Qiao Mingming. That might have triggered the story's plot, and in her sleep, she awakened her memories from the 21st century. This world, she realized, was actually the setting of a novel she had read in her previous life. The heroine of that book was Qiao Mingming, the daughter of Qiao Dahan, the director of a machinery factory. However, she had been switched at birth and only returned to her real family at the age of 18. She was the true daughter, and Xiao Yu was the one who had been mistakenly raised in her place. At this point in time, the story had already begun. Qiao Mingming, having been reborn, now knew she was the real daughter. Yesterday, she went to the machinery factory herself, claiming to be the director's biological child who had been switched at the hospital years ago. She had come to find her real family. Her appearance resembled Qiao Dahan's by 70 to 80%, and she even shared some features with Qiao Yu's brother, Qiao Feng. She also showed a photo of her adoptive parents. Her adoptive mother looked almost identical to Qiao Yu. So, everyone believed her story, without needing any proof. According to the novel Qiao Yu had read, the next part of the story would show Qiao Yu stubbornly staying with the Qiao family. Because her parents favored Qiao Mingming, she grew jealous, kept making foolish mistakes, and was eventually driven out of the house by her parents, only to be hit by a truck on the road and lose her life. In this book, Qiao Yu isn't even the second female lead, she's just a minor villain. After her death, Qiao Mingming was loved deeply by their parents and later married a successful man. The two lived a happy and peaceful life together. Remembering the whole story, Qiao Yu couldn't understand how she ended up dying so miserably. The author claimed that Qiao Yu was jealous of Qiao Mingming, which made no sense to her. What was there to be jealous of? Qiao Yu never cared much about those parents anyway. She and her brother, Qiao Feng, were raised by their grandparents since childhood. Her grandfather passed away 2 years ago, and after her grandmother's death last year, she moved back to live with her parents. She never felt much affection for them, so how could she possibly be jealous of Qiao Mingming? And about Xiao Yu being kicked out by her adoptive parents with nowhere to go? That was ridiculous. Xiao Yu had plenty of reliable friends around here. How could she have ended up wandering the streets at night and getting hit by a truck? In short, Xiao Yu realized that reality was very different from what the book described. Still, the real daughter had returned. Xiao Yu had just argued with the family because Qiao Mingming wanted to take her room. After closing the door and taking a nap, she suddenly regained her memories. To avoid constant arguments with the Qiao family, Xiao Yu decided she would return to her real parents. According to the book, Qiao Mingming's adoptive parents lived in Shan Province, in the Lotus Brigade of Qingshan Commune. Xiao Yu planned to pack her things and go find her real mother and father. As for her adoptive parents, she couldn't care less about them. Her father, Qiao Dahan, and mother, Song Jinyun, had an arranged marriage. Their families had been close for generations, but the two of them never had real feelings for each other. After marriage, they argued constantly. Even after having 2 children, they barely took care of them, leaving the kids with the grandparents. So, Qiao Yu and her brother never felt close to their parents. In this house, The only people Xiao Yu truly cared about were her grandparents and her brother. Her grandparents were gone, and her brother was serving in the army. He hadn't been home for a year. Once she returned to her real family, she would call him. Before leaving, she planned to carefully pack up everything that belonged to her and her brother. She had just discovered that the supermarket she owned in her previous life had come with her. Now, she also had the essential space that came with time travel. This supermarket had everything she could ever need, and it could also be used as a storage space. Time didn't pass inside it, so nothing would ever spoil no matter how long it stayed there. It was practically a cheat tool. Xiao Yu had many things she wanted to take with her, starting with her clothes, shoes, and books from her room. Most of the clothes and shoes were made by her grandmother, and some she had bought for herself. The books were the ones she had just brought home from school after graduating from high school. They were her personal belongings, and she didn't want to leave them behind for Qiao Mingming to use. In the story, the other girl had studied using Qiao Yu's notes and eventually got into college. Qiao Yu had no intention of becoming the stepping stone for someone else's success. More importantly, there were the dowries and savings her grandparents had left for her and her brother, Dezhu. Her grandparents had once been among the wealthiest families in the city and had donated a lot of money to the country during the war. When troubled times came, her grandfather made a quick decision to donate all their property, which helped her father secure a factory director's position and allowed the family to live peacefully. Still, even an old ship has some nails left. Her grandparents had kept a small fortune aside, meant to serve as dowries and wedding gifts for her and her brother. Only the two of them knew where those things were hidden. In the original story, Qiao Yu had been manipulated by Qiao Dahan into believing she wasn't their real daughter and didn't deserve the dowry. She ended up revealing where the valuables were hidden. Later, her brother died in the line of duty and was honored as a hero. Those valuables were then given by Qiao Dahan to his secret son. Yes, Qiao Dahan had another family outside. If Qiao Yu hadn't read the novel, she would never have believed that in such a cautious and strict era, Qiao Dahan would dare to have another woman and a child elsewhere. If it weren't for her brother's military career, she didn't want to risk his future. Qiao Yu would have already written a report to expose him. But since Qiao Dahan had another son, she couldn't let him find out about those valuables. Qiao Yu decided to take them and store them in her space. When the time was right, she would return them to her brother. Inside the box was something her grandmother had given her, a part of her grandmother's own wedding dowry. To Qiao Yu, it meant a lot. There was no way she would leave it to Qiao Mingming, the so-called heroine. If Mingming really had the luck of a main character, blessed by fate, then she didn't need anyone's help. She would still end up living a successful life, wouldn't she? Qiao Yu opened the door and saw Qiao Dahan and his family of 3 sitting at the dining table, ready to eat. No one called her to join them. Qiao Yu gave a cold smile. When Qiao Mingming saw her come out, she ran over, trying to take her hand. Qiao Yu stepped aside. With red eyes, Mingming said, "Sister, I'm sorry. I won't stay in your room anymore. Please don't be mad. Mom and Dad are really worried about you." Qiao Yu thought to herself that Mingming's act was too obvious. She wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. "Who's your sister? We were born on the same day, remember? And by the way, has anyone told you that you look really bad when you cry?" Qiao Dahan's face darkened. He slammed the table. "Qiao Yu, where are your manners? How can you talk like that?" Qiao Yu didn't back down. "Oh, isn't this my foster father, the factory director? Are you angry because I said she looks bad? Well, you two do look quite alike." Her eyes swept up and down, clearly mocking him. Qiao Dahan stood up, pointing a finger at her. Qiao Yu grabbed his hand and pulled it down hard. "I hate it when people point at me. You'd better behave." Dahan felt pain shoot through his arm. He suddenly remembered how strong Qiao Yu had always been. When she was little, a neighbor's child once threw a stone at her. Furious, she picked up a big rock, ready to throw it back. If her grandparents hadn't stopped her, no one knew what might have happened. Later, even several adults had to work together to move that same rock back. She had been strong since childhood, and even more so after growing up. When her grandmother was sick, Qiao Yu carried her up and down the stairs by herself, without even breaking a sweat. The neighbors all praised her for being strong and devoted. Qiao Dahan didn't dare provoke her anymore. He rubbed his sore hand and sat back down. Song Jinyun, however, had always disliked Qiao Yu. Whenever she argued with her mother-in-law, Qiao Yu would always take her grandmother's side. She was her own daughter, so she should have supported her mother without question. But she never thought that it was because she hadn't been a good mother and had left the child to be raised by the grandparents. Of course, when the child grew up, she was closer to her grandparents. Now, Song Jinyun felt relieved that this girl wasn't her real daughter. She had already found her biological daughter, so she no longer cared about this one. Seeing how defiant Qiao Yu looked, she said coldly, "Qiao Yu, do you still think this house belongs to you? Move out of that room and let Mingming have it. You're not our daughter anymore, so how can you still live in the biggest room?" Indeed, Qiao Yu's room was the largest and nicest in the house. After her grandfather passed away, her grandmother, sensing that she didn't have much time left, wanted Qiao Yu to move back to her parents' home. Qiao Dahan and his wife rarely stayed in this house. Qiao Dahan claimed he lived in the factory dormitory, but he was actually spending most of his time with another woman. Song Jinyun had been living with her own family and refused to return to the Qiao household. So, the grandmother gave Qiao Yu the best room, since the house had originally been bought by the grandparents as a wedding gift for Qiao Dahan and his wife. Qiao Yu was about to leave anyway, so she didn't care who got the room, but she couldn't stand Song Jinyun's attitude. You're just upset that grandma liked me more and gave me the big room. Don't use your daughter as an excuse. You had the chance to refuse this marriage back then, didn't you? You married into the Qiao family for your own benefit, but your heart was still with that man you once liked. Now that he's successful, you regret it, don't you? You blame Grandpa and Grandma for your choices, but isn't that shameless? Song Jinyun's face turned pale. You. How do you know all this? Qiao Yu sneered. Don't worry about how I know. It's the truth. Stop blaming Grandpa and Grandma. You were the one who wanted wealth and status, while still longing for someone else. Who do you think you are? You think Grandma and Grandpa were lucky to have you as their daughter-in-law? If your family hadn't begged the Qiao family to marry you and help them through hard times, Grandma might not have even agreed to the match. The truth was, Song Jinyun's family had looked down on her first love, thinking he had no future. Father Song ordered Song Jinyun to marry Qiao Dahan. With the Qiao family as in-laws, the Song family managed to get through difficult times. Otherwise, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Song Jinyun didn't dare disobey her father's order, nor did she have the courage to give up everything to follow the man she truly loved. After reluctantly marrying Qiao Dahan, she later discovered that her first love succeeded in life even without her. That was when regret began to grow. She blamed everything on the Qiao family elders and even took out her anger on her 2 children. For years, she ignored them and stayed at her parents' home, refusing to return. Even when the grandparents were sick and hospitalized, she never visited once. That was what hurt Qiao Yu the most. Such a mother wasn't worth keeping. When both parents were left speechless by Qiao Yu's words, Qiao Mingming spoke softly, pretending to be kind. "Sister, please don't be like this. If you're angry, scold me instead. Don't blame Mom and Dad. It's all my fault." Qiao Yu walked toward her. "Oh, I almost forgot about you, the fake sweet one." Seeing Qiao Yu approach with such force, Qiao Mingming's legs went weak. "What are you going to do?" Qiao Yu grabbed her by the collar and easily lifted her up. Qiao Mingming was terrified. How could a woman be this strong? Why did she act before even saying much? I was wrong, sister." Qiao Yu's voice turned cold. "Try calling me sister again." I won't. Qiao Yu, please let me go." Qiao Yu didn't really want to hurt her, just to scare her a little. With such a timid personality, how could she pretend to be clever? "TCH, is that all you've got?" she said, putting her down, but still holding her collar. "Listen carefully. Don't do anything foolish. If I'm in a bad mood, I might not be so gentle next time. Understand?" Qiao Mingming nodded quickly. I understand. Xiaoyu released her and straightened her collar. Don't worry, I won't fight you over our parents. But here's some advice. Those two aren't good people. If you want a peaceful life, be careful around them. Xiao Dahan couldn't help but start to scold her. Xiaoyu glared at him, and he immediately fell silent. Song Jinyun gave him a disdainful look. Coward. Xiao Dahan glared back. And you think you're any better? Xiaoyu ignored their silent exchange and looked at the food on the table. None of it appealed to her. As she walked out, she said, I'm not eating. You three can enjoy it slowly. After leaving the house, Xiaoyu touched her stomach. She really was a bit hungry. She walked into a familiar state-owned restaurant, ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles, and started eating. While eating, she thought the dough wasn't kneaded enough today, so the noodles aren't chewy. The pork is fine, though. It must be from a freshly butchered pig. Xiaoyu considered herself a food lover. She was a good cook with a sharp sense of taste, able to tell how a dish was made. But she wasn't picky. When hungry, she could eat anything, no matter how well or poorly it was cooked. She loved cooking and eating because she believed that knowing how to cook meant she would never go hungry. Before she knew the story she was in, her biggest wish was simply to have enough food and drink every day and live happily. This came from an experience in her childhood when she had almost starved. When she was 3 and her brother was 5, their parents left them at home without food or water for 3 whole days. Xiao Dahan thought Song Jinyun would come home to take care of the children, while Song Jinyun assumed the grandparents would. But neither knew that the grandparents had gone out of town to visit friends. They had left the children with Xiao Dahan and his wife, hoping they would take responsibility as parents. No one expected that the couple would lock the door and not return for 3 days. When the grandparents came back and went to check on the children, they found them weak from hunger. Xiaoyu still remembered those 3 days. She and her brother were starving and couldn't find anything to eat. There was a bag of flour in the cupboard, but they didn't know how to cook it. They survived on a few candies she had in her pocket, licking them when hungry and drinking water when that wasn't enough. That was how they lasted until their grandparents returned. People say you don't remember things before the age of 3, but Xiaoyu could never forget that experience. Maybe because she was so young, the fear stayed deep in her mind. From then on, Xiaoyu loved food. If she didn't eat enough in a day, she would get upset. She also learned to cook, and her skills kept improving. She often thought back to that time. If she had known how to cook, she could have made noodles for the 2 of them, and they wouldn't have been so hungry that they cried from exhaustion. From then on, her grandparents completely gave up on Xiao Dahan and his wife. They took the siblings to live in the old family house, and Xiaoyu never went back to her parents' home again. After finishing her noodles, Xiaoyu left the restaurant and began preparing for her trip back to the countryside. She had plenty of rice, flour, and oil stored in her secret space, and she planned to take some out to sell for money. Having money made her feel safe. She turned through several narrow alleys in Haicheng, moving quickly and confidently. She knew these paths so well that only a local could walk them without getting lost. Xiaoyu reached a hidden alley where someone was standing at the entrance. She walked over and called out, "Datu." The man at the entrance was collecting tolls from someone going in. When he saw her, he hurried over. "Well, sister, you're here? Got something to sell this time? Those pastries you made last time sold like crazy." Xiaoyu shook her head. "Not pastries this time. But I know someone who asked me to sell some grain. Are you interested?" Data's eyes lit up. "Of course. You're amazing, sister you. How much is there?" "About 200 pounds of fine flour and 100 pounds of premium rice." Xiaoyu went to a quiet corner, took out 2 bags of flour and 1 bag of rice from her space, and carried them back to the alley entrance with ease. Even though Data knew she was strong, he was still amazed every time he saw her do something like that. "Sister you're incredible. Carrying 300 pounds like it's nothing." He gave her a thumbs up. Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips. "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have pulled you apart when you were fighting that time? All right, check how much you'll pay for these. The person who owns them needs money fast, so the price is up to you." Data opened the bags, his eyes shining. The flour and rice were so white and fine, they were top quality. He could already tell this batch would bring in a good profit. Sister Yu, since it's from someone you know, I won't take advantage. I'll pay 30 cents a pound. That's 300 pounds total, so I'll give you 10 big bills. 10 great unity bills made 100 yuan. Xiao Yu knew he could earn quite a bit from this, but since he was the leader here, selling them would take some effort. She didn't want to bother with it, so she nodded in agreement. After getting the money, Xiao Yu put it in her pocket, though in truth, she stored it in her secret space. With her hands in her pockets, she looked like a street rascal. Hey, hasn't that guy been around lately? Dada knew exactly who she meant. Boss Gu hasn't shown up recently. Didn't he say he went out on some business? Sister Yu, aren't you two together? Why are you asking me? As he spoke, he gave her a teasing thumbs up. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, annoyed. Not anymore. I'm leaving this place soon, Datu. I hope we'll meet again someday. Dada laughed and shook his head. Sister Yu, stop joking. Where could you even go? Don't tell me you're heading to the countryside as a youth worker. Don't you have a brother in the army? At that time, each family could only keep one child at home. Since Xiao Yu's brother had joined the army, she didn't have to go to the countryside. But she wasn't going there anyway. She was heading back home to find her parents. She didn't want to say too much, so she simply said, anyway, I'm leaving. Don't ask where. I'm not even sure if I can stay there myself. If Gu Yunza comes back, give him something for me. She took a small wooden box from her bag. Inside was the keepsake Gu Yunza had given her before he left, along with a letter ending their relationship. Dada finally believed she was serious. Wait, Sister Yu, are you sure you want me to give this to Boss Gu? He won't get mad at me, will he? Xiao Yu shrugged. That's not my problem. Just make sure he gets it. She didn't dare break up with him face to face anyway. Luckily, he wasn't around. Thinking back to how she met Gu Yunza, he had passed by one day when Datu was fighting with another group. Mistaking him for an enemy, Datu started a fight with him. It wasn't until Xiao Yu came to find Datu for business that she stepped in and stopped them. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Gu Yunza often showed up there for reasons unknown. Somehow, Xiao Yu always ran into him, and they would chat for a while. She could tell he wasn't an ordinary person, but they exchanged names, got along well, and eventually started a relationship. Before Gu Yunza left, he gave her that box and said they would get married when he returned. But now, Xiao Yu was the one leaving. In such a vast world, there might never be another chance to meet again. She wasn't the kind of person who clung to love. Since there was little hope, it was better to part peacefully. She even thought that once she moved to the countryside, she could find someone to marry, farm the land, raise children, and live a simple, happy life. Data looked miserable. He couldn't win a fight against Gu Yunza and would only end up getting beaten. But he also couldn't beat Xiao Yu, who was surprisingly strong, so in the end, he was the only one who got hurt. He held the wooden box and watched Xiao Yu walk away. Before leaving, she even waved at him. She looked carefree, though no one knew where she was heading. Xiao Yu walked out of the alley and went to the supply store. She heard that winters in the northern province were very cold, so she bought 2 thick quilts. She had some in her storage space, but the patterns didn't match the style of this time period. She also bought a few pieces of fabric to make herself some new clothes. Then she bought some milk powder, malted milk, and milk candies, things she could share with children once she got there. After leaving the store, she went back to the old family house. Since her grandparents had passed away, no one lived there anymore. The empty rooms felt cold and lonely. Xiao Yu looked around and bowed toward the house. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving. From now on, I can only honor you from afar. Seeing that it was almost mealtime, she went back to the home of Qiao Dahan and his wife. When she opened the door, she was surprised to see Qiao Dahan cooking. He even greeted her kindly, Xiao Yu, come eat. I've already made dinner. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, old Xiao, you can cook now? She remembered reading that the woman Qiao Dahan was seeing outside was very good at influencing him, so much that this once stubborn man had learned to cook. Qiao Dahan frowned. What did you just call me? Ever since she found out he wasn't her real father, Qiao Yu refused to call him dad. After all, she had never felt any fatherly love from him. What's wrong, old Xiao? Not happy with that? Xiao Dahan wanted to scold her, but swallowed his words. Xiao Yu thought to herself that he must have a bigger plan in mind. No, I wouldn't dare be unhappy. Let's eat. Xiao Yu looked around. Hey, where are your cheap wife and your real daughter? She emphasized the word real, which made Xiao Dahan feel uneasy. Why did it seem like Xiao Yu didn't care at all whether she was his real daughter? Your mom took Mingming to your grandpa's house for dinner. Oh, so she went back to her family. Looks like your daughter is closer to the Song family. Xiao Dahan gritted his teeth. If he weren't trying to please Xiao Yu, he would never have let his daughter go with Song Jinyun to the Song family. He had always looked down on that family. No, it's just that your grandparents wanted to see their granddaughter. Xiao Yu didn't care. The Song family hadn't treated her and her brother well over the years. It was as if marrying their daughter to Xiao Dahan had been a humiliation, and the two siblings were the result of that shame. They probably didn't even want to see them. Maybe Song Jinyun thought she finally had an obedient daughter and took her to visit her family on purpose, just to make Xiao Yu feel uncomfortable? If Xiao Yu had been someone who longed for her mother's love, that might have hurt her deeply. But luckily, she had grown up with her grandparents' care and love, so she was never a pitiful child lacking affection. Fine, your wife can go wherever she wants. It has nothing to do with me. Hey, don't be upset with your mom. You still have your dad. Xiao Yu almost felt sick. Enough. Are we eating or not? Yes, let's eat. Try your dad's cooking. Since there was food, Xiao Yu wouldn't refuse. To her surprise, Xiao Dahan's cooking was actually pretty good. Xiao Yu didn't talk to him, and just focused on eating. After finishing her meal, she stood up, ready to leave. Wait, Xiao Yu, your dad has something to tell you. Finally, here it was. Xiao Yu had been waiting for this. Xiao Yu, you see, you're not really our family's daughter anymore. The things your grandparents left for you and your brother, shouldn't we share them again and give some to Mingming? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. He wasn't thinking about Xiao Mingming at all. He probably just wanted to give those things to his son from outside. Oh, the things Grandpa and Grandma left? Didn't they give anything to you, their real son? No way, really? Don't tell me they didn't leave you a single thing? Grandpa Xiao had long given up on his son, Xiao Dahan, so before he passed away, he didn't leave him anything at all. Xiao Dahan's face turned pale. Stop talking so much. Just tell me where your grandparents' things are. I'm not asking for everything, but you should at least give Mingming a share. After all, they were her grandparents too. Xiao Yu was very possessive. When she heard that her grandparents' belongings might be shared with Xiao Mingming, she became angry. In her anger, she flipped the table, sending all the bowls and plates crashing to the floor. Tell me, whose grandparents are they? Seeing her clench her fists, Xiao Dahan got nervous, afraid she might hit him. Yours, they're your grandparents. Don't be mad. Xiao Yu crossed her arms. Humph, you coward. But since you said that, I'll tell you where the things are. Come with me. She crooked her finger at him like calling a dog. Xiao Dahan followed her into the yard. She stomped on the ground and said, Here. They. When he saw she was actually telling the truth, his eyes lit up like a dog spotting a bone. He grabbed a shovel and started digging. After a few digs, he uncovered the entrance to a cellar. When he opened it, he saw several large boxes inside. Xiao Yu's voice came from behind him. That's it. If you want to divide it, go ahead. Trying to look calm, Xiao Dahan said, Let's talk about it next time. I won't take anything now. He was planning to come back later and take everything, maybe leaving a little for Xiao Feng. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Mingming, he didn't plan to give them anything. Xiao Yu wasn't worried about his schemes. She planned to take everything soon anyway. Oh, then fill the hole back up, she said. You ungrateful girl, Xiao Dahan muttered, wanting to scold her, but when Xiao Yu glared at him, he quickly shut his mouth. It's fine, I'll do it myself, he said weakly. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, too disgusted to look at him any longer, and turned to leave. She went upstairs, washed up, and went to bed. The next morning, when Xiao Yu opened her door, she immediately knew no one else was home. Xiao Dahan had probably gone to work. Song Jinyun usually didn't stay there, and Xiao Mingming hadn't come back with her either. So now, Xiaoyu was the only one at home. She made herself breakfast, and after eating, she started packing her things. First, she packed everything from her own room into her storage space. Then she went to Xiao Dahan's room, opened a drawer, and found more than 200 yuan, which she took. Next, she dug up the cellar and collected everything inside. Looking at the now empty house, she clapped her hands and said, "All done." After finishing, she opened the door and walked out confidently. On the way, she met a neighbor and asked them to tell Xiao Dahan that she, Xiaoyu, had gone to find her real parents. When Xiao Dahan came home that evening, he found the door wide open. His heart sank with a bad feeling. Inside, the cellar door was open and completely empty. In his room, the money, watch, and clothes were all gone. The other rooms were the same. He suspected Xiaoyu, but the neighbor came over and said they had seen her leave that morning with empty hands, saying she was going to find her real parents. A girl like her couldn't have carried away so many things alone. Could it be that she forgot to lock the door, and a thief came in? His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, shouting, "My house has been robbed." While the neighbor helped him call the police and the officers came to check, Xiaoyu was already on the train heading to Shan Province. Xiaoyu arrived at the train station early in the morning, but the train to Shan Province wouldn't leave until the afternoon. She waited at the station, chatting casually with passers-by and gathering information. Few people traveled to Shan Province. Those who did were usually young volunteers going to the countryside. They often traveled in groups, led by someone in charge. They were easy to recognize, young and a bit nervous. Xiaoyu decided that would be her disguise, a naive young girl about to work in the countryside. After all, she was traveling alone, and even though she was strong, she didn't want to attract trouble. By afternoon, she saw a group of young people gathering on the platform. She walked over and blended into the group. No one knew each other anyway. The leader was a young man without a list, simply assigning people to different teams. Those going to Guang Province, Platform 1. Those to Jiang Province, Platform 3. Those to Shan Province, stay here and wait. Xiaoyu stood still for a moment, then followed the others to board the train. The person leading the group said, "Everyone, this train is heading to Shan Province. We'll arrive tomorrow morning, so please take care of yourselves tonight." No one asked for names or introductions, which made Xiaoyu feel more at ease. She didn't want to draw attention, so she chose a seat a bit farther from the group. There weren't many passengers on this train, probably because Shan Province was quite far away and few people traveled there. From afternoon until evening, only 2 new passengers sat across from her, a young mother and her 5 or 6-year-old son. Judging by the boys' clothes, they seemed to come from a well-off family. Xiaoyu liked children. When she noticed the boy staring at her, she made a funny face. The boy giggled, and his mother smiled politely at Xiaoyu. When it was time for dinner, the mother took out some food she had prepared and offered to share it with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu accepted gladly. She had never tried that kind of flatbread before and was curious. In return, she took out some steamed buns she had bought that morning, which were still slightly warm. She gave 2 buns to the mother as an exchange. They soon started chatting easily. The boy's name was Nyunyo. They had been visiting his grandmother and were now on their way home. Their home happened to be in Shan Province too, so they were traveling the same route as Xiaoyu. They talked for most of the trip, then slept through the night. By the next morning, the train was almost at its destination. Feeling stiff from sitting too long, Xiaoyu decided to stand by the door for a while. After using the restroom, she stood near the door, watching the scenery pass by. That's when she saw a middle-aged woman carrying a sleeping child walk past. Xiaoyu frowned. She had hoped to stay quiet until the end of the trip, but it seemed trouble was coming her way. She followed the woman and soon noticed that she wasn't alone. There was a rough-looking man sitting nearby. The child in the woman's arms hadn't woken up once. As the train neared the station, Xiaoyu walked straight up to them. "Hey, give me the child," she said firmly. The woman tightened her hold. "Miss, what are you doing?" "This is my son." The man stood up, his face fierce. You trying to take my kid? Everyone nearby turned to look at Xiaoyu with disapproval. Xiaoyu shook her head. I didn't want to use force, but you left me no choice. You're terrible people who steal children. When the two heard the words child traffickers, they panicked. The woman quickly said, Miss, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyu didn't bother arguing. You brought this on yourselves. She moved quickly, throwing the man to the ground, then grabbed the woman, took the child from her arms, and gave her a firm push. Both of them fainted. Everything happened so fast that the people around didn't even react. Holding the child tightly, Xiaoyu frowned and said to the others, What are you waiting for? Go call the train police. Oh, right. Someone answered and ran off. Soon, the train officers arrived. Xiaoyu pointed at the two people. These are the traffickers. Please arrest them. And find a doctor to check on the child. The officers were still confused but followed her instructions. The train had just reached the station, so Xiaoyu carried the child off the train and went with them to the police station. There was a doctor at the station. After checking, the doctor said the child had only breathed in a small amount of sleeping gas and would wake up soon. Xiaoyu didn't dare let go of the child and kept holding him tightly. When they arrived at the police station, a woman with messy hair and tears all over her face rushed forward. My Niño. My baby. It turned out the child was Niño, the little boy Xiaoyu had met on the train earlier. Xiaoyu had recognized the clothes and shoes the trafficker's child was wearing. They were exactly the same as Niño's. That's why she had followed them. The woman's name was Ding Xiang. She had only gone to the restroom for a moment, telling Niño to wait outside. In just 2 minutes, he had disappeared. She had searched everywhere in panic until the train police came to tell her that her child had been found and asked her to come to the station. Holding Niño tightly, Ding Xiang almost knelt down to thank Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu quickly stopped her. Please don't, Sister Ding Xiang. I recognized Niño, so of course I had to help. Even if it wasn't him, if it were any other child, I would still step in if I knew they were being taken by traffickers. Ding Xiang only knew that Xiaoyu had helped her find her child. She felt very lucky to have sat across from Xiaoyu on the train, and even luckier that she had started a conversation with her. Otherwise, Xiaoyu wouldn't have known Niño, and she wouldn't have realized that those two people were human traffickers. After giving her statement, Xiaoyu left. Because of the incident on the train, all passengers were temporarily not allowed to leave the station. When Xiaoyu returned to the station, people had just been allowed to go. She quickly followed a group of young volunteers. Outside, a vehicle had come to pick them up, and she got on with them. Along the way, some of the volunteers got off at their assigned destinations. Finally, she heard someone call out, Qingshan Commune has arrived. That was her stop, so Xiaoyu got off the vehicle. Several local people were waiting there to receive the volunteers. Those going to the Jojo team, come this way. Those for the Dongfeng team, over here. Anyone for the Lianhua team? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. That was the one. She followed a few other volunteers, both men and women, toward the Lianhua team. A young man, who looked a little older than her, had come to meet them. Lin Yuan didn't bother checking names. He planned to let his father handle that later. His older brother was busy that day, so he had been asked to come instead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to do this kind of work. Even though his father was the team leader, it always seemed like he and his brother were the ones doing all the chores. Being a leader sure looked easy. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. His father would definitely scold him. Yawning, he said, Those for the Lianhua team, put your luggage on the ox cart and follow me. One of the young women frowned when she saw the ox cart. Is this the only transportation we have? She asked, sounding displeased. Lin Yuan gave her a look. This was exactly why he didn't like picking up new volunteers. They all acted like they were here for a vacation. You should be glad there's an ox cart, he said. Look at the other teams, they don't even have one. Their people have to carry their luggage and walk back. Sure enough, the volunteers from the neighboring team were already walking, each carrying their own bags. The young woman pouted, but still put her things on the cart. Xiaoyu also carried a small bag, but it was mostly for show. There wasn't much inside, since most of her belongings were stored elsewhere. She didn't mind walking. She had always been full of energy and strong since she was a child. No matter how far they had to go, it wouldn't be a problem for her. She had always longed for life in the countryside, especially the chance to drive an ox cart. Xiao Yu walked forward, took a few milk candies from her pocket, and handed them to Lin Yuan. "Big brother, can you teach me how to drive this ox cart?" From the first moment he saw her, Lin Yuan felt a good impression of this young, educated woman. She looked a bit familiar, cute, fair, and gentle. He had always wanted a little sister like that. And she was polite too, giving him milk candies, which were not cheap. He could take them home to please his little boy, Taidan. "Sure, I'll teach you. No need to call me big brother. I'm the second child in my family, so just call me second brother." Xiao Yu obediently called him second brother. Along the way, Lin Yuan taught Xiao Yu how to drive the cart. Seeing how quickly she learned made him quite happy. "You're doing great. You've got the skill of an old hand already." Xiao Yu felt proud. She thought that maybe she had been living in the wrong place for the past 10 years. This country life suited her best. The other educated youths who came with her found it amazing. She had only known the locals for a couple of hours, yet she could already chat and laugh with them like an old friend. That was impressive. But after looking at her carefully, none of them realized something. None of them actually knew Xiao Yu. When they arrived at the Lotus Brigade, many villagers saw a young woman driving the team's ox cart with Lin Yuan walking beside her. "Hey, Nyodan, why are you letting a girl drive the cart?" Someone called out. Lin Yuan laughed and replied, "Uncle, look at her. She's doing great. She wanted to learn, so I taught her." Xiao Yu found it funny that her second brother's nickname was Nyodan. If she had been born here, maybe she'd have a nickname too, something like Tsuehua. Another auntie saw them and asked Nyodan, "Is this one of the new educated youths?" Lin Yuan nodded. The villagers didn't have a good impression of educated youths. Hearing that, they shook their heads. "Another group of people coming to eat for free," one muttered. The educated youths looked uncomfortable. They thought they were here to help the countryside, not to be called freeloaders. Xiao Yu didn't mind. After all, she wasn't really one of them. After the long trip, it was finally time for roll call. Lin Yuan brought the group to his father. "Dad, I've brought the educated youths to you." Captain Lin Igua began calling the roll. Song Meili, Zhao Shumei, Zhang Bing. "Huh. Why is there one more name?" The educated youths looked around and realized there was an extra girl among them. Xiao Yu stepped forward and raised her hand. I'm not one of the educated youths." The captain and the others were stunned. "What? You're not? Then who are you?" Before Xiao Yu could answer, a voice came from a distance. "Brother, help me." The captain frowned and gave the man a light smack. "Old third, what are you doing now? Did you upset mother again?" The man looked to be in his 30s, but acted quite childishly. Brother, mother wants to hit me. I just ate one egg and she started chasing me with a stick." Lin Yuan laughed. "Uncle, that egg was for Grandma to trade for some brown sugar for my sister-in-law's recovery." The man pouted. "How was I supposed to know?" The captain shook his head. "You never change." The man grinned and scratched his head. Hee hee, brother, what are you doing? Taking attendance?" The captain suddenly remembered Xiao Yu. "Hey, young lady, if you're not one of the educated youths, why did you come to our Lianhua brigade?" Xiao Yu rubbed her head shyly. Hee hee, well. She looked just like the captain's younger brother when he was embarrassed. "Captain, I came to find my parents." Lin Laosan stared at her, eyes wide and mouth open. You. Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Yu carefully. "Now that I see you up close, you really look like my third aunt." "Could it be?" Xiao Yu looked from Lin Laosan to the captain, then to Lin Yuan, a thought forming in her mind. "I'm looking for my real parents. My father's name is Lin Xingli and my mother's name is Shen Jinyan. Do you know them?" Lin Laosan, Lin Xingli, looked at her, his eyes turning red. He reached out his hand. "Hello, I'm Lin Xingli, your father. 18 years ago, in the delivery room, I introduced myself to you, but you were too little to remember." Xiao Yu smiled and shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Xiao Yu. From today on, I can also be Lin Yu." "It's nice to meet you, Dad." The connection between people can be strange. The moment Lin Yu met Lin Laosan, she felt an instant closeness. When they introduced themselves, outsiders might have thought they were acting oddly. But when their eyes met, both of them smiled. Captain Lin and his son were speechless at this touching reunion between father and daughter. Lin Yuan quickly said, "Third uncle, take my little sister Xiaoyu home to meet the family." Captain Lin also wanted to go home, but he still had to arrange things for the educated youth. So he said to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, I'm your uncle. We'll talk later. You go home first with your father and brother." Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, uncle. You go ahead. I'll go home with my dad." She was overjoyed. She hadn't expected her uncle to be the captain. Did that mean she could walk proudly around the village now? Lin Laosan saw her expression and immediately guessed what she was thinking. He said, "Don't think that just because your uncle is the captain, you can cause trouble. If you do, he'll be the first to scold you." Lin Yuan laughed. "Don't listen to third uncle. My father, your uncle, never scolds girls. He likes them the most." Lin Laosan pouted. "So that's why my big brother only scolds me." Xiaoyu looked around at her new family and found them quite amusing. She laughed. "Hee hee, I think I came to the right place." Lin Laosan lifted his chin proudly. "Of course you did, my girl. I could tell right away. You're meant to live here in our Manhwa brigade." Xiaoyu nodded. "That's right. From now on, I'll stay here and aim to become the leader of Manhwa brigade." "My girl, it's good to have dreams, but don't get carried away. The leader of Manhwa brigade is your uncle. Even I haven't managed to take that spot. I don't want to be the captain. See that mountain over there? I want to conquer it. That's Qingyan Mountain. Go ahead if you want, but bring your dad a wild boar while you're at it." Lin Yuan shook his head as he listened to the two of them talk nonsense. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, they really were father and daughter. They could talk about anything and still get along perfectly. No wonder he had always felt that third uncle and Xiao Mingming didn't seem like real father and daughter. Now it was clear. Third uncle and Xiaoyu were truly a perfect father-daughter pair. He just didn't know how the rest of the family would react. Xiaoyu's sudden appearance had really caught them all off guard. When they reached the Lin family's gate, Grandma Lin was standing there holding a bamboo stick, looking ready to hit someone. Uncle Lin quickly hid behind his nephew. "Mom, please don't hit me. I didn't know those eggs were saved to trade for brown sugar for my sister-in-law." Grandma Lin glared at him. "You didn't know, so you just took them to eat? Are you that greedy? Have I ever let you go hungry?" Lin Yuan, afraid they would start arguing again, quickly stopped her. "Grandma, don't hit third uncle yet. Look who's here." Only then did Grandma Lin notice Xiaoyu, who was watching with interest. "This girl is really pretty. She looks like your third aunt." "Wait." She looked at Xiaoyu again and asked Lin Yuan, "Could she be?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Third uncle, tell Grandma." Uncle Lin stepped forward. "Mom, this is my daughter. Her name is Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu also came closer. "Hello, Grandma. I'm Xiaoyu, your granddaughter." Grandma Lin dropped the bamboo stick and quickly took Xiaoyu's hand. "Oh, Xiaoyu, what a lovely child you are." Xiaoyu had always been good at getting along with elders. Now that she had another grandmother, she felt truly happy, happier even than when she met her father. Her eyes turned red. "Grandma, you're so kind, and you look beautiful too." Then she gave her a warm hug. Grandma Lin liked her new granddaughter the moment she saw her. Seeing how close the girl was to her made her heart fill with joy. Ignoring her sons and grandsons, she took Xiaoyu by the hand and led her into the house. "Xiaoyu, sit down. What would you like to eat? Grandma will make you something. How about a bowl of brown sugar eggs?" As she spoke, Grandma Lin went to get the eggs and brown sugar. Xiaoyu had heard that these were meant to help her eldest aunt recover her strength. "Grandma, it's okay. Please save them for my aunt," Xiaoyu said. But Grandma Lin was always fair. "It's fine, you won't eat much. I'll make you a bowl, your aunt still has plenty." Since Grandma insisted, Xiaoyu accepted. She even crouched down to help light the fire. When she saw there wasn't enough firewood, she went outside. There were many logs in the yard that hadn't been chopped yet. Lin Yuan noticed and asked, "Xiaoyu, is there not enough firewood?" I'll chop some. Xiaoyu looked at the axe nearby. Second brother, can I try chopping it? Lin Yuan thought she just wanted to play, so he handed her the axe. Here, you can try. Xiaoyu took the axe and gave it a swing. With a loud, the chopping block split clean in half. Lin Yuan stared in shock. You. What happened? What's going on? Third Uncle Lin ran out after hearing the noise. Uncle, my sister is super strong. She split the block in one hit. Third Uncle Lin was stunned too. Girl, how are you so strong? Xiaoyu lifted her chin proudly. I've been strong since I was little. I can carry 2 bags of rice with one hand. Oh my, what a gift. I've got such an amazing daughter, he said, squeezing her arm in disbelief. Girl, you'll have to look out for your dad from now on. If your grandma ever scolds me, you can help me. Help you what? Grandma Lin's calm but sharp voice came from behind. Nothing. Mom, look at my daughter. She's so strong. He quickly changed the subject. Grandma Lin came over and touched Xiaoyu's hand, her eyes full of memories. You're like your great-aunt. She was strong too. Back in the war, she led the villagers and fought bravely. Third Uncle Lin turned to her. Mom, you mean my aunt who gave her life in the war? Grandma Lin nodded, holding her granddaughter's hand. Yes. If your father knew his granddaughter was like his sister, he'd be so proud. Hey, old man, come here. Look at our granddaughter. She's incredibly strong. She called out as Grandpa Lin walked in. Usually calm and slow, Grandpa Lin suddenly rushed over, eyes shining. This is my granddaughter? And she's that strong? Xiaoyu still held the axe. Grandpa, I'm your granddaughter. I'm really strong, just like great-aunt. Let me show you. She wanted to chop another piece of wood, but decided that using the axe wasn't fair. It wouldn't show her real strength. So she put it down, looked around, and asked Lin Yuan, second brother, how much do you weigh? About 130 pounds. Why? Xiaoyu pouted. That's too light, but fine, it'll do. Before Lin Yuan could reply, his new little sister grabbed him by the collar with one hand and lifted him right off the ground. He was lifted into the air, still not sure what was happening. Grandpa Lin looked nostalgic and said, You remind me of your great-aunt. She used to be able to lift me up, too. Lin Yuan stood there in shock, then was set down again. Sis, did you just lift me up? Xiaoyu looked at him with concern. Second brother, are you okay? Do you have a fever? Grandma Lin gave him a disapproving look, then pulled her granddaughter toward the kitchen. Don't mind that silly boy. Let's go have some brown sugar eggs. Grandpa Lin happily followed his wife and granddaughter. Uncle Lin patted his nephew on the shoulder. Little one, from now on your third uncle has a daughter to look after me, haha. What do you mean, third brother? Just then, Xiaoyu heard a gentle female voice. She turned and saw a beautiful woman walking in. The woman looked about 30, with an oval face, graceful eyebrows, and a braid resting on her right shoulder. Her smile was soft, and Xiaoyu instantly knew this was her mother. The woman looked very much like her, though stronger and more athletic, with a rounder face that made her seem younger. Their temperaments were different, but their features were almost identical. Shun Jinan smiled at her husband, but before he could reply, she felt someone's gaze. She turned and saw a little girl with 2 braids and a round face, looking just like she had as a child. Her heart began to race, warmth rushing through her veins. Her eyes grew hot, and tears welled up. Xiaoyu stepped forward, her eyes fixed on her. My name is Xiaoyu. Are you my mother? Shun Jinan walked toward her and stopped just one step away, studying her carefully. Yes, I'm your mother. My name is Shun Jinan. Xiaoyu's lips trembled as she spoke through tears. Mom, can I have a hug? Like a small child, she reached out for the comfort she had longed for. Shun Jinan's heart ached. She opened her arms and held her tightly. My child has come back. Tears streamed down her face as she gently patted Xiaoyu's back, as if soothing a baby to sleep. Uncle Lin clenched his hands, his eyes wet. He stepped forward and embraced them both, saying nothing at all. Linny ran in from outside and saw his parents hugging someone. Covered in sweat, he jumped forward. I want a hug too. Huh. Who are you? He suddenly realized that his parents were hugging an older girl. Xiaoyu looked down and saw a little boy with big round eyes. His eyes and mouth looked a lot like hers. Hello, my name is Xiaoyu. I think I'm your sister? She looked at Lin's third son and his wife, waiting for them to explain. Shin Jinyan patted the boy's head. This is your real sister. Lin Yi looked at her. You're really my sister? Xiaoyu crouched down and took a few candies from her pocket. Hello, I'm Xiaoyu, your sister. Lin Yi looked curiously at the candies, then glanced at his mother. After she nodded, he put one in his mouth and said unclearly, Hello, sister.
Melinyi.
Xiaoyu smiled and touched his cheek. Hello, little Yi. It was dinner time, and the family members were returning home one after another. The eldest uncle, Lin Aigua, who was the team leader, came back with his wife, Ding Dahua. They had 2 sons. The eldest son, Lin Shan, was married to Zhou Hehua, and they had a 5-year-old son nicknamed Little Iron Egg. Their second son, Lin Yuan, was still single. The second uncle, Lin Zhengwo, was married to Wang Zhaodi. They had 2 daughters and 1 son, Lin Daniu, Lin Erniu, and Lin Xiaobao. Xiaoyu's father, Lin Xingli, was the 3rd son, married to Shin Jinyan. They had 2 children, Xiaoyu and her younger brother Lin Yi. The grandparents also had a daughter, the youngest child, who was already married. She had a daughter about the same age as Lin Yi, around 8 years old. Xiaoyu's visit was sudden, so they hadn't had time to inform her aunt. The grandparents said they would ask her to come back in a few days to meet Xiaoyu. Grandma Lin was so happy that her granddaughter had returned that she specially cooked a chicken for soup and fried some cured meat. When everyone sat down to eat, Grandma Lin served Xiaoyu a bowl of soup. Xiaoyu, you must be tired after such a long trip. Have some soup to refresh yourself. Xiaoyu quickly took the bowl with a smile.
Thank you, Grandma.
Please eat too. Lin Xingli also picked up a piece of cured meat for his daughter. Here, have some, my girl. Xiaoyu beamed.
Thank you, Dad.
Second Aunt Wang Zhaodi looked at the happy scene and curled her lips. Another one here just to eat for free. Xiaoyu's smile faded as she looked at her, but before she could say anything, her father spoke in a sarcastic tone. Second sister-in-law, who are you talking about? Don't mumble, say it clearly. No one here eats for free. We're all family, and it's not like we're giving anything to some ungrateful outsider. He rolled his eyes and said, Daughter, eat up. Don't bother with those fools. Wang Zhaodi slammed her chopsticks down in anger. You, Shun Jinan's gentle voice interrupted. Second sister-in-law, Xiaoyu hasn't lived at home for over 10 years and hasn't eaten a single grain of your rice. Don't you think your words are unfair? You're all freeloaders. Lin Laosan is lazy and never works, and now there's another grown girl here. Tell me, isn't your whole family just living off others? Lin Laosan looked wronged and turned to his older brother, Lin Aigua. Big brother, look at her. She says we live off others, but we're eating your food, not hers. Lin Aigua's face darkened. Lin Laosan was much younger than him, and he had raised him like a son. In his heart, Lin Laosan's place was even higher than that of his own son, Lin Shan. Second brother's wife, if you really dislike our family so much, you can move out and live separately. Wang Zhaodi froze, not daring to speak. The eldest brother was the team leader, after all, and his family had the strongest workers. In her household, only Wang Zhengwo and she could work. If they split from the main family, it wouldn't be good for them. Big brother, oh, I was wrong. I was just complaining a little. We're all one family, no need to split up. Seeing her back down so quickly, Lin Laosan looked at her with disgust. This second sister-in-law was truly foolish, always giving her own things to her mother's family and favoring sons over daughters. If their mother didn't keep her in check, her 2 nieces would probably have been given names like Hope for a Brother or Bring a Brother. Foolish as she was, at least she knew that splitting the family wouldn't benefit her. Still, she always managed to make trouble for herself. Maybe she was just born that way. The children were already used to this. The 2 girls kept eating quietly. They didn't want the family to split. If that happened, everything from their branch would probably end up at their uncle's house. Xiao Yu watched for a while and finally understood what kind of people this family was. The eldest uncle, Lin Aigua, was the head of the family, firm and respected, and he truly cared for her father, Lin Xingli. Second uncle had almost no presence. Whether second aunt was being foolish or first uncle was lecturing someone, he just focused on eating. Second aunt was the type who spoiled her younger brother and was also quite narrow-minded. Her father, Lin Laosan, was a careless man, but she believed that her grandmother, first uncle, and first aunt, though they often scolded him, actually cared for him the most and couldn't bear to send him away to live separately. After dinner, Xiao Yu went to play with the children. The oldest among them was Lin Shan. He was serious, much like first uncle, but he treated Xiao Yu gently and told her that she could always come to him if she needed help. The second brother, Lin Yuan, got along best with Xiao Yu. He was lively and friendly toward her. Strangely, second uncle's children were all younger than Xiao Yu. The eldest girl was 16, the second girl was 10, and the youngest boy was only 4. The eldest girl didn't talk much. After eating, she sat quietly sewing clothes. As the oldest in her family, her younger siblings listened to her well. The second girl was cheerful. She and Lin Yi were both in primary school and had to go back to class soon after lunch. Lin Yi and the second girl sat beside Xiao Yu, curious about her. "Sister, where did you come from?" "I came from Haicheng," Xiao Yu replied. The two curious children asked again, "Where is Haicheng?" Xiao Yu thought for a moment, then drew a map of China on the ground. "Here is our province, and this is Haicheng. It's a few thousand kilometers away. I took a train for a whole day to get here." "Wow, that's so far." "Sister, is the other sister still in Haicheng?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Yes, Qiao Mingming lives there now." "Do you miss her?" Lin Yi shrugged. "Not really. She never liked me. She only liked spending time with the young people from the city." Xiao Yu remembered reading in the book that in her previous life, Qiao Mingming had insisted on marrying one of those city youths, but things ended sadly for her.
Lin Yi pouted.
She said she didn't want to live in the countryside. She wanted to be a city person and called us country folks. Xiao Yu smiled and patted his head. "If she wants to live in the city, that's fine. I like our village. Xiao Yi, when you're on vacation, take me around the village, okay?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up with joy. "Okay, sister. You have to wait for me." After they finished talking, Lin Ernia looked at the ground. "Third sister, what did you draw?" "This? It's a map. I drew our country's map. You'll learn about it later in geography class." Lin Erniu was a curious child. "Sister, can you teach me?" Xiao Yu patted her shoulder. "Of course." Lin Laosen looked at the map on the ground, his eyes flickering as if he was deep in thought. Shen Jinyan called out, telling Erniu and Xiaoyi to go to school. Wang Zhaodi was secretly complaining again. She thought her daughter was a burden, and instead of studying, she should be helping with farm work. But in this family, even as a mother, she had no right to decide her daughter's future. Her mother-in-law insisted that the girls go to school and not work in the fields. At most, they could pick up leftover wheat or cut grass for the pigs to earn a few work points. What was the point of that? In the afternoon, everyone else went out, leaving only Qiao Yu and Lin Daniu at home. Their grandmother told them to cook and do housework. Actually, she just didn't want the girls to suffer under the hot sun. Qiao Yu suddenly felt this family was wonderful. Even though her second aunt was difficult, the grandmother and eldest uncle were like the family's anchors. With them around, the girls could live happily. She couldn't understand why Qiao Mingming insisted on going to the city. Were Qiao Dahan and his wife really good people? They didn't even care about their own children. What good could come from following them? Thinking of this, Qiao Yu went inside, took out paper and a pen, and sat at the table in the yard to write a letter to her brother Qiao Feng. She didn't worry about whether her brother would prefer his biological sister. They had grown up together, always helping each other out. But she was afraid he might be upset that she had left for the mountains without saying goodbye. So, at the beginning of the letter, she wrote, "Dear brother Qiao Feng," hoping to remind him of their sibling bond and not be angry with her. After finishing, She put down the pen, placed the letter in an envelope, and looked at Dainu, who was about to pick vegetables in the garden. Dainu, where can we send a letter around here? You have to go to the county town. Third sister, if you want to go, I'll go with you tomorrow on the ox cart. All right, let's go tomorrow then.
What are you doing now?
Dainu lifted her basket. I'm going to pick some vegetables. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Take me with you, take me with you. Xiao Yu followed Dinyo to the vegetable garden behind the house and was amazed to see how many vegetables were growing there. There were beans, eggplants, tomatoes, and Chinese cabbage. For someone who had lived in the city all her life, this was such a wonderful sight. Xiao Yu couldn't resist it, especially since she loved to eat fresh food. You could never find vegetables this fresh in the city. She looked at a bright red tomato, its color so vivid that she wanted to take a bite right away. Her eyes sparkled. Dinyo, let me pick them. I want to pick them. Seeing how happy she was, Dinyo didn't quite understand but still let her do it. Xiao Yu went straight for the big tomatoes, picked one, and held it up. Dinyo, look. It's huge.
Can we eat it?
Dinyo was infected by her excitement and picked one too. Sure, let's eat together. Xiao Yu smiled, showing her small dimples, her eyes clear and bright. She took a bite of the tomato, its juice bursting out. It's so delicious. Dinyo, who was used to eating these every day, suddenly felt that this tomato tasted better than ever. After finishing one tomato, Xiao Yu still wanted more, but she didn't want to delay cooking, so she started picking vegetables. Beans, 2 handfuls. Eggplants, a few. Tomatoes, a few more. Chinese cabbage, 1 big head. With a basket full of fresh vegetables, the 2 new friends walked home arm in arm. When they entered the kitchen, they found that aside from some cured meat saved for the new year, there wasn't much else to cook with. There were only a few eggs left, which were meant for their sister-in-law to recover her strength. Xiao Yu thought for a moment. She still had some cured meat in her storage space, so she made an excuse to go to her room and brought it out. When Dinyo saw Xiao Yu come out holding a large piece of cured meat, several pounds at least, she swallowed hard. Sis, this is. Xiao Yu said seriously, I brought it from Haicheng. I just forgot to take it out at noon.
Danyu hesitated.
Could they really eat something so precious? Even though they had just had a good meal at noon, people in these times rarely had enough oil or meat. Who wouldn't be tempted by such delicious-looking cured meat? Xiao Yu took a big piece to cook and hung the rest beside Grandma's cured meat. The cured meat she brought was Cantonese style from her supermarket, with a slightly sweet taste. Grandma's version was from their mountain province, saltier and darker in color. As a true food lover, Xiao Yu liked both kinds. Dinyo didn't really understand the difference, but she thought the red color of her sister's cured meat looked beautiful. She wondered what it tasted like. It must be delicious. Hearing her mumbling, Xiao Yu waited until the meat was steamed, then picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. Dinyo was tending the fire and didn't expect it at all when Xiao Yu suddenly fed her a piece. If Xiao Yu had asked first, she wouldn't have dared to take it. She never dared to eat anything by herself. Even though their uncle and grandma were around, her mother still often told her that all the good things should go to her younger brother. Over time, Dinyo had developed a habit of always giving to others. Xiao Yu had long noticed this. She knew Dinyo would never taste the meat on her own, so she simply fed her directly. Dinyo had no choice but to eat it. At that moment, she thought, oh my, this cured meat is amazing. The texture was firm, the salty flavor carried a hint of sweetness, completely different from Grandma's version. She had always liked sweet things, but as the eldest child of the second branch, she had to give any treats to her younger siblings and never dared to say she liked them. This piece of meat opened a new world for her, so cured meat could have a touch of sweetness too. Linyu also tried a piece and nodded in approval. It tasted good. Seeing Dinyo enjoying it so much, she felt relieved. This flavor should be acceptable to the Lin family. Her sister-in-law was in the late stage of pregnancy. The baby often moved at night, so she hadn't been sleeping well and was resting that afternoon. Suddenly, the sweet aroma reached her, and she sat up, slowly walking toward the kitchen. When she appeared, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered she was home too. Xiaoyu quickly went over to support her. Sister-in-law, be careful. Did you rest well this afternoon? Her sister-in-law looked at her cautious expression and thought, she's just like her brother, treating me as if I might break. She couldn't help but smile. I slept well. What are you all doing? Denyo said happily, sister-in-law, we made the cured meat that sister brought. It's really delicious. Xiaoyu picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and fed it to her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law opened her mouth without thinking and ate it. She was in the late stage of pregnancy and needed good nutrition, but the family could only give her a few extra eggs. Sometimes she was allowed a few slices of cured meat, which was already a special treat. After taking a bite, she was surprised. The cured meat had such a unique taste. She had never eaten anything like it before, and it was delicious. Xiaoyu smiled and asked, tasty, right? Her sister-in-law nodded. Yes, it's really good. Third sister, did you make such a big plate? Their family had never cooked such a large portion of meat before. Usually they would just slice a few pieces to stir-fry with vegetables for a bit of flavor. But Xiaoyu had steamed a whole plate, enough for everyone to have several pieces. Xiaoyu never liked to treat herself poorly. Yes, sister-in-law, look at all the dishes I made. This should be enough for us, right? Her sister-in-law looked over and saw not only the big plate of cured meat, but also a dish of eggplant and beans, and another of cabbage stir-fried with cured meat. There were also a few big tomatoes on the side. Of course it's enough. Third sister. This meal looks amazing. Xiaoyu said casually, it's fine. Food is the most important thing in life. We shouldn't go hungry. Sister-in-law, big girl, watch me show off my knife skills. The two of them looked over as she picked up the kitchen knife, moved it a few times, and quickly sliced all the tomatoes into neat pieces. Her movements were so fast they could hardly follow them. Both of them looked at her with admiration. Third sister, you're amazing. Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips and lifted her chin proudly. Of course. She loved cooking and was strong, so she had practiced her knife skills to control her strength better. After all these years, she was good enough to work as a restaurant chef. As the villagers finished their work, the Lin family members also walked home through the evening glow. Before they even reached the house, they smelled the delicious aroma. Lin Yuan sniffed the air. Wow, who's cooking meat? It smells so good. Lin Yi ran home and met Lin Yuan on the way. Second brother, I think it's coming from the house next door. What do you think? Lin Yuan put his arm around the boy's shoulder, leaning on him playfully. I think it's from our house.
Why?
Lin Yuan grinned mysteriously. Just a guess, hee hee. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Second brother, can't you talk properly? What if I guess what you're thinking? Lin Yi stuck out his tongue. No need to guess. I already saw it. Only our chimney has smoke. The neighbors haven't started cooking yet. You little rascal, not bad, pretty smart. By then, the two had already entered the house. Xiaoyu was telling Ernyo to bring the dishes. Xiao, you're back. Come help with the food. Don't think you can just sit and eat. Lin Yi answered with an "oh" and ran to get the rice. The whole family sat down at the table. Lin Yi exclaimed, wow, so much meat. Ernyo's mouth was watering too. Tai Dan and Xiao Bao, sitting in the adult's arms, pointed at the meat, wanting some as well. Grandma looked at the meat with concern. Xiaoyu, did you bring this? She could tell it wasn't her homemade cured meat. Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I brought it. I also brought gifts for everyone. I forgot at lunch, but I'll give them out after we eat. At first, she had planned to leave if her family didn't welcome her, without giving any gifts. But after sharing lunch and spending time together, she felt she wanted to stay. So now she decided to take the gifts out. Lin Laosen smiled slightly and looked at Shinjinian. The two exchanged a knowing glance. After dinner, Xiaoyu went into her room and took out a bag of white sugar. She went to the kitchen. The sliced tomatoes from earlier were still there. She sprinkled some sugar on top and brought them out as dessert. This is called Flaming Mountain. Try it, everyone. Grandma laughed. You even gave it a name. Xiaoyu, you're really clever. Grandma, someone else came up with it.
I just heard about it.
Lin Yi was amazed again by his sister. Sis, this looks so good. He swallowed hard. Xiao Yu pushed the plate toward them. Go on, try it. Then she took a piece herself. Yes, just as she thought, the slight sourness of the tomato mixed with the sugar, making it sweet and refreshing. For the Lin children, today felt even better than New Year's Day. Chicken stew for lunch, cured meat for dinner, and sweet tomatoes with sugar afterward. Even during the holidays, they never ate this well. This is all because of the new sister/aunt who came today. The children quickly accepted Xiao Yu in their hearts. Little Iron Egg was obediently held in Xiao Yu's arms and even kissed her. Xiao Yu was so touched by his cuteness that she kissed him back. While everyone was eating tomatoes, Xiao Yu went to the room and took out some gifts. She gave milk powder and caramel candies to Grandma, who would distribute them to the children later. She also gave each of the grandparents a sweater, bought from the supermarket, without a brand, suitable for older people. She gave each of the uncles and aunts a pair of comfortable shoes, and gave the older brother and sister-in-law 2 pieces of fabric for their family. She also gave 2 younger girls some hair accessories. When she visited her biological parents, she shyly took out an album. This is a photo album I made from when I was little until now. I wonder if you want to see it. Shunji Nian excitedly took it, looking far from her usual calm self. Yes, I want to see it. Third Uncle Lin also leaned in. I want to see too. Xiao Yu pursed her lips. You can look at it tomorrow. She mainly didn't want to make her mother cry late at night. Shunji Nian agreed, blinking at her husband, and they silently shared understanding without speaking. Xiao Yu gave Lin Yi a brand new notebook and a pen. Lin Yi had never seen such a delicate gift before and happily hugged it. Thank you, sister. Xiao Yu patted his head and said, You're welcome. Finally, she took out her household registration transfer certificate from the street and handed it to the eldest uncle. Uncle, can you help me register my household? Lin Igua, the team leader, was responsible for household registration matters, so he could handle it without Xiao Yu needing to go. Yes, I'll do it for you tomorrow. I want to change it to Lin Yu, is that okay? Third Uncle Lin answered quickly. Of course, my daughter will keep my surname. Big brother, don't forget to write it correctly. My daughter will be called Lin Yu from now on. Lin Igua was too lazy to bother with him. His shouting and fussing didn't seem like a father at all. All right, Uncle will change it for you. Your household registration will also be with our family. As the head of the family, this meant that Lin Yu would officially become part of the Lin family. Lin Yu smiled and nodded softly. After washing up, Lin Yu went into her room to get ready for bed. This room she entered and left today has not been carefully observed yet. It is not very big, with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe taking up most of the space. She looked around but didn't see anything belonging to Qiao Mingming, only some new towels and a toothbrush. The quilt on the bed was aired by her grandmother this afternoon, and she can still smell the sunshine. The pillowcase on the pillow is also new, made by her mother. Lin Yu lies on the bed, listening to the sounds of insects and birds in the village, feeling very peaceful. She likes village life. Unlike in the city, where life is better in some ways, since her grandparents passed away, she has often felt lonely. Although she has many friends, without family around, she always feels life is dull. Coming to Shan Province to find her parents, one reason is she doesn't want to fight with Qiao Mingming like in a novel. Another reason is she really wants to see what village life is like and what her family there is like. After a day, she has completely integrated into this family. It feels as if she grew up here. Her grandparents, parents, and younger siblings all like her very much. She has decided to stay here. If possible, she wants to stay close to her parents forever. She doesn't have big ambitions, no plans to go to university or return to the city. She already went to university in her previous life, and in this life, she has lived in a big city like Haiqing for over 10 years. She has thought about living in the countryside. Maybe she can find a husband and have a child. But why does the thought of marriage make her think only of Gu Yun's face? She can't think about him anymore. A man who is destined but not meant for her. What's the point of thinking about him? Just thinking about his physique. 8-pack abs, bulging veins on his arms, a face like a master sculpted. Lin Yu drools with envy. She even falls asleep, dreaming of him. In the quiet night, time has already passed late into the night. Old Mr. and Mrs. Lin quietly use flashlights in their bed, looking at photo albums. Look at this one. She was so small and cute. And this one probably in elementary school, carrying a small backpack. Is this her older brother from the city? He's carrying her, and they seem to get along well. The couple looks at photos of their daughter from childhood to now, smiling happily. As she kept laughing, Shunji Nian suddenly started crying. Third brother, even though she isn't with us, she is doing very well. Old Third Lin also felt sad. He touched the photo of the little girl and said, "It's good that she hasn't had to suffer." Yes, that's true. Third brother, we're sorry to her. Old Third Lin understood what his wife meant. In the dark, his tone was deep and serious, not like his usual carefree self. It's my fault. Shunji Nian hugged him, as if she could feel his pain. It's okay, it's okay. Now she's back. We should treat her well from now on. After a long while, in the quiet room, Shunji Nian heard him say, The next morning, Lin Yu noticed that her mother loved her even more. Gently calling her to wake up, braiding her hair, and serving her porridge. Under her mother's love, Lin Yu felt so happy, she almost floated. If she had known her mother was so kind, she would have come to the village much earlier. And her father? Early in the morning, he secretly stole an egg, boiled it, peeled the shell, and gave it to her. He even secretly hid the eggshell in his pocket, planning to hide the evidence later. Dad, this egg. Old Third Lin was indifferent. Just eat it. Your older sister-in-law wouldn't lack the nutrition from this egg. Lin Yu obediently enjoyed her father's loving egg. Grandmother wanted to check how many eggs the chickens had laid that morning. Usually there were 2, but today in the chicken coop there was only 1 lonely egg. Old Third Lin, did you steal eggs again? Old Third Lin winked at his daughter. Mom, don't accuse me unfairly. I didn't do it. Xiao Yu thought that since her father denied it, it was no big deal. But grandmother didn't care about his excuses. She rushed over and pinched Old Third Lin's ear. Ow. Mom, what are you doing? How can you accuse me? I told you I didn't steal any eggs. Grandmother grabbed his shirt and held up a piece of eggshell in front of him. What is this? Huh? How shameless. You're a grown man, fighting with your little nephew over food. Mom, I'm sorry. While grandmother was scolding and crossing her arms, Old Third Lin quickly apologized and ran away. The most common scene in the village happened again. Grandma Lin was standing at the gate early in the morning, loudly scolding her unmotivated son. Lin Yu exchanged a look with her mother. Both of them smiled helplessly and then lowered their heads to continue eating their breakfast. After breakfast, everyone was ready to go to work. Lin Yu followed them to the fields. Her grandfather, grandmother, aunt, older brother, second brother, and his wife were all working in the fields. Her mother was the scorekeeper. What about her father, Lin Laosan? At first, she could see him pretending to work. He was like this, he'd take a few shovels of dirt, then say it was too hot and go to drink water. He sat by the field for a long time before going back to work. This time, he wasn't working in the field. He said he was pulling weeds. When Lin Yu went to say a few words to her mother and came back, her father was gone. No wonder her second aunt said her dad was lazy and liked to eat and lounge around. It turned out to be true. Also, her older brother, his wife, and her grandmother mostly just scolded into the air, without really blaming him. It seemed her dad was still the favorite in the family. But Lin Yu was different. She found farm work very interesting. She had so much energy, but nowhere to use it. After looking around, Lin Yu went home to cook. She planned to make tomato scrambled eggs and braised green beans with noodles. As soon as she got home, she eagerly ran to pick vegetables in the yard. Big Girl didn't argue with her. Seeing how much she liked working, she thought the sister was really kind. Unlike before, when she always made her do all the chores. Lin Yu loved picking vegetables. Every time she went to the garden, smelling the fresh vegetables and seeing the green leafy greens, ripe tomatoes, eggplants, and green beans hanging on the plants, she felt very happy. She had been hungry before, so she loved food very much. Her vegetable garden was full, and now one of her favorite places. Another favorite place was the field. Today, Lin Yu went to see, they were picking corn. So many corn cobs. They picked a full basket and carried it out, piling it together. Seeing the pile of corn made her happy because it meant they wouldn't go hungry. At lunch, she mentioned she wanted to go to work in the afternoon. Originally, her older brother and grandmother didn't want to agree. I worry she is only acting this way to please the adults. Lin Yu sincerely told them she wanted to go to the fields because she found it interesting. She also has a lot of energy that needs to be used. In the end, her father, Lin Lao-sen, couldn't stand seeing his daughter upset and agreed. Let my daughter go. Let her have some fun. If she doesn't like it, she can come back. Wang Zhaodi pouted. Third uncle, you don't work hard yourself, and you tell Xiuyu not to work hard either. Lin Lao-sen was annoyed with her and rolled his eyes. Second sister-in-law, if my daughter wants to do it, she will. If she doesn't, she won't. Do you need to say so much? Lin Igwa quickly stopped them. All right, no more arguing. Since Xiaoyu wants to try, let her go. But on her first day, she can only earn half the usual work points. Okay, no problem, uncle. But if I do well, you have to give me extra work points. Lin Igwa smiled affectionately. Sure, if Xiaoyu does well, I will give you extra points. But don't overexert yourself. If you're too tired, stop working. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. Yes, I understand, uncle. Oh, she feels like her family is very fond of her. What should she do now? She is so touched. Will she be spoiled in the future? Seeing her smiling with her eyes closed, Lin Lao-sen thought his daughter was adorable. Shen Jiyan also looked at her daughter affectionately. It seemed like he could never get enough of looking at her. Lin Yi was eating his meal when he suddenly wondered, the family's favorite child, has she now become his sister? Why are mom and dad only looking at her? While he was thinking, Lin Yu patted his head and said, in the afternoon, sister will go to the fields to pick corn. When you finish school, come find me and play. Lin Yi quickly nodded. Okay, sister. Wait for me. He also liked his sister. He had such a pretty and cute sister, and he wanted to show her off to his friends. In the afternoon, Lin Yu put on an old shirt, wore a small straw hat, and went to work. Her eldest uncle assigned her to a few older women's groups to take care of her. Wow, Captain, is this your niece from the city? Everyone in the village now knew about this, and Lin Igwa had nothing to hide. Yes, this is my niece. Please take good care of her while you work. Hey, okay, I understand. You can go now, don't chatter here. A few older women looked very fierce and didn't pay any attention to team leader Lin Igwa. It was clear they got along very well. Lin Yu greeted them with a bright smile. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Yu. I am the daughter of Lin Xingli and Shen Jinyan. When the women saw her, they thought she was very pretty. She had a round face, 2 small dimples when she smiled, and was very natural. She also spoke politely. They immediately liked her, saying, Oh, Xiaoyu is so pretty. Come, follow us, and we'll help you do the work well. Lin Yu followed the women to the cornfield they had assigned to them. After a while, Lin Yu got to know them better. Group leader Aunt Liang liked her very much and kept praising her for being beautiful. Lin Yu guessed she was a person who liked good looks. There was also Aunt Zhang, who was her own relative, Lin Gupa, and Aunt Wang, who was her second aunt. Wang Aunt was from the same village as her second uncle, Wang Zhaodi. But they didn't get along very well. Wang Aunt was honest and generous, spoke openly. She didn't get along with the sharp-tongued Wang Zhaodi, which Lin Yu thought was normal. People tend to be friends with those who have similar personalities. For example, these women got along very well with her. They started chatting quickly. While talking, they kept working. In the end, in less than an hour, they finished all the work they had planned for the afternoon. The women were surprised. When they looked around, each of them had a pile of corn. Lin Yu's pile was more than 5 times theirs. Aunt Liang was stunned. Xiaoyu, how come you're working so fast? Lin Gupa pinched her arm, which was muscular, and said, Are you like your aunt? Very strong. Aunt Zhang patted her thigh. Wow, yes. She's her own aunt, and she has a lot of strength. She works very quickly. When she lifts grain, she just easily carries it away. Aunt Wang stared wide-eyed. Really? Lin Gupa looked at Lin Yu fondly. Yes, not only in work. My cousin can lift a wild boar weighing 300 jin by herself. During the time of the war, everything was very chaotic. She went up the mountain to find food for us, and surprisingly brought down a wild boar. Lin Yu had never heard this before. So, being strong meant you could hunt? Maybe she could do that too. After hearing her aunt's impressive story, Lin Yu went to find the team leader. Lin Igwa thought the child didn't want to work anymore, just like his younger brother. If you can't do it, just go home and rest. It's okay. But Lin Yu was not willing to give up. She stood with her hands on her hips and said, Uncle, don't look down on me. Come see how well I can do. She followed him to the cornfield. Wow, you all finished so quickly? How come? Aunt Leong was proud and happy. Igwa, look. Little Yu is so capable. She did most of this work. She even moved all the corn up there herself without us needing to help. Sister Wang was also very happy. It was the first time she worked so easily. Lin Yu packed the corn into big sacks, 4 at a time, and carried them up all at once. She didn't need any help from them at all. Lin Igwa was also surprised. His parents had told him that his niece was very strong, like his aunt. But he didn't expect her to be like this. His younger brother's family finally had someone who could work hard. Seeing the little girl still looking at him eagerly, as if she was blaming him for underestimating her, he smiled and patted her head. Our little Yu is really amazing. We'll give you full work points this afternoon. I now feel that I was a bit cruel. My older brother was still young then, so he couldn't answer such questions. Suddenly, she remembered that she had written a letter but forgot to send it. She had planned to send the letter today in the town, but she was so happy about going to work that she completely forgot. Big girl, didn't you say yesterday that we would send the letter today? I forgot. Big girl also just remembered. Oh, right. I forgot too. Shall we go tomorrow? Big girl nodded. Yes, let's tell Uncle tonight. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang, and voices started to fill the school. Gradually, elementary students with backpacks came out. Lin Yu leaned against a tree, lazily watching. Big girl looked at the kids coming out and said, Ernie, Xiao-Yi, we're here. She was the first to notice the two. Ernie and Xiao-Yi saw their sister and quickly ran over. Sis, why are you here? Lin Yu took out some candies from her pocket and gave each of them one. We came to pick you up after school. Just as she was about to take them away, she saw a few children and asked, Xiao-Yi, are these your friends? Xiao-Yi, seeing his sister so happy, forgot himself for a moment. When he turned and saw his friends' expectant looks, he remembered. Yes, they're my friends. Xiao-Yi took Lin Yu's hand and said, This is my real sister. What do you think? I told you she looks nice, right? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, as if she had heard him talking about her outside. The children, seeing the pretty sister, happily greeted her. Hello, Sister Linny. My name is Zhongshi. You can call me Little Stone. This boy looked very strong. Hello, sister. I'm Liang Ping'an. He looked a bit weaker, probably a name their parents hoped for. Another girl said, Hello, sister. My name is Juju. She looked very cute, fair and tender, probably loved at home. All the children seemed well-behaved. Lin Yu patted each of their heads. She took out more candies and gave each of them 2. The children's faces lit up with excitement. Thank you, sister. Xiao-Yi held Lin Yu's hand and said goodbye to his friends. They jumped and skipped all the way, clearly very happy. He felt that his sister made him look good today. She came to pick him up from school, was very friendly to his friends, and even gave them candies. Lini felt a little sad. Why did his sister only appear now? It would have been better if she had never changed. He liked the sister. Ernie was also very happy because she got to eat candy. She loved eating candy, but her mom only gave her brother candy, even if she had some. This sister had only been here a few days, but she had already given her candy several times. She liked Sister Lin Yu very much. It was still early, and the 4 of them planned to play outside for a while before going home. They said they were playing, but actually, Lin Yu wanted them to take her around the whole village. Their village was a large open area with big fields, where they grew a lot of crops, so they harvested plenty of grain every year. Their uncle always won awards for his work. The village was called Qingshan Commune because there were 2 mountains, Big Green Mountain and Small Green Mountain. Their village was at the foot of Small Green Mountain. As the name suggests, Small Green Mountain was shorter. Most people in their village went mushroom picking or collected wild vegetables from Small Green Mountain. Big Green Mountain was tall and mysterious, and few people went deep inside. Every year, the village organized hunting trips to Big Green Mountain, but they never dared to go to the deepest parts. It was said that someone once went in and never came out again. The children took a look at the foot of Small Green Mountain. Ernie picked some wild vegetables, and Linyu also grabbed a few, holding them in her hand. They were obedient children and didn't dare take Sister Linyu up the mountain without adults. Linyu understood this, but she planned to ask her uncle if he could take her to see the mountain because she was very interested. Ever since she heard about her aunt hunting wild boars, she really wanted to try. She thought that with her strength, punching a wild boar's head should be possible, right? But she didn't dare tell the other kids, in case they also wanted to go play, which would be dangerous. They walked to the pig and cow farm in the village and then headed home. The smell of animal manure was really unpleasant, and Ernie was worried that Linyu, who had just come to the countryside, wouldn't be able to handle it. A few steps later, they saw her dad, Lao Sanlin, walking ahead, probably heading home too. Linyu told the children to stay quiet and follow behind him. He suddenly grabbed him from behind with force, calling out, "Dad, ah!" Old Lin was terrified and shouted loudly. It was only when he recognized Linyu's voice that he calmed down. He turned around and saw 4 children standing there, covering their mouths to hide their laughter. He crossed his arms and said, "What are you all doing?" "No laughing." "Haha, scared you, huh?" Linyu laughed happily. Her lively face made Old Lin so angry he couldn't be mad. He poked her chubby cheek and said, "You really are my daughter." Linyu hugged his arm and said, "Then you are really my dad." Old Lin smiled, looking handsome, and gently patted his daughter's head. Linyu suddenly thought, he looks so handsome. He was only in his early 30s, with fair skin and a high nose bridge. In another time, he could be called a young, forever handsome man, but he lived in the countryside, with pale skin and no wrinkles on his face. It must be because he doesn't work much, right? Old Lin didn't know what she was thinking. If he did, he'd be proud. It's because he often slacked off and didn't work in the fields that he kept his good looks. Otherwise, if he got tanned or looked ugly, what would his beautiful wife think? The 4 children followed Old Lin home. On the way, they met people finishing work, and everyone greeted warmly. "Old Lin, is this your daughter?" "Yes, she's my biological daughter." "Pretty, right?" "Very pretty, just like your wife." "What do you mean?" "If she looks like me, then I must not be good-looking?" Everyone greeted each other warmly, showing their love for life. There was no such thing as social anxiety here. Everyone interacted comfortably. They said whatever they wanted. Linyu felt she really liked life here. Maybe it's in her genes. She decided to stay and farm, aiming to become the queen of farming. Hearing her big dreams, the family didn't quite understand. The people in their village admired city folks the most. How could a kid raised in the city want a farm in the countryside? They didn't know that Linyu now had enough savings and all supplies in her space. Of course, she wanted to do whatever she pleased. After dinner, Linyu told Lin Igua, "Uncle, I want to go to the county town tomorrow." Before he could reply, Lin Laosan asked, "Girl, what do you want to do in the county town?" "I'm sending a letter, and I have a package to pick up." Lin Laosan nodded but didn't ask what the letter was about. Then Lin Igua said, "Tomorrow, your second brother will take you. You can sit in a bullock cart at the village entrance. I'll also give you a letter of introduction." Linyu didn't expect going to the county town to be so complicated. She looked a bit disappointed. Lin Igua explained, "It's not safe for a girl to go out alone. The people in the bullock cart are from our village, so someone will watch out for you. Without a letter of introduction, you'll get into trouble in the county town." Linyu nodded and said, "Okay, uncle, I'll listen to you." Next to her was Dinyo, who was looking at Linyu with envy. Linyu added, "Uncle, Dinyo is going too. I need her to come with me." Before Dinyo could speak, Wang Zhaidi quickly said, "Why does Dinyo need to go?" "She doesn't have money for the trip. Tomorrow, she has to stay home and look after her little brother. She can't go out." Dinyo's bright eyes suddenly lost their sparkle, and looked dull. Lin Yu rolled her eyes and said, Dinyo doesn't need money to go to the county town. If I need money, I can pay for it. She also said, and taking her little brother? Second auntie is always carrying Xiao Bao around and refuses to put him down. Are you willing to do that? According to Wang Desa, who worked with them yesterday, Wang Zhaidi has been acting strange ever since she had Xiao Bao. She always carries him around everywhere, afraid someone might hurt him. Even when she goes to work in the fields, she carries Xiao Bao on her back. If she can't carry him, she puts him on the ground nearby. Because of this, Xiao Bao only learned to walk last year, when he was 3 years old. That shows how unusual she is. Xiao Bao's personality has become very shy because of her. He isn't like many brothers who bully their sisters and treat them like punching bags. But he's very soft-hearted. Xiao Bao loves to cry and doesn't like walking on his own. Since he rarely runs around and his body isn't very healthy, he often gets sick. Because of this, Wang Zhaidi definitely won't let Dinyo or Nyo watch over him. She now says that letting the older girl stay home to take care of her younger brother is just an excuse. Because she doesn't want the older girl to spend money in the city. When Wang Zhaidi heard that Lin Yu was willing to pay, she immediately agreed, saying, If you want to go, just go. Anyway, staying at home all day without working is just wasting time. Such words are common to the older girl, so she doesn't mind at all. The older girl is happy now. She can also go to the county town to play. The last time she went was last year, when she went with her second brother to buy New Year goods. Because she used her own saved money to buy a candied hawthorn for her second sister, Wang Zhaodi was so angry she scolded her. Although it was her own money, Wang Zhaodi thought it was hers, and that girls shouldn't have their own money. Because of this, the 5 cents she had saved up was taken away by her. This time going to the county town, she just wanted to spend money but couldn't, so what's there to be sad about? Anyway, she's used to it. Big Girl and Xiaoyu are going to the city to play, and they will follow your second brother. If you want to buy something tasty, just ask him. The uncle will give you money. Lin Igwa loves the little girl at home the most. She's adorable, sensible, and obedient, better than his 2 rough sons. He treats Big Girl, Second Girl, and Lin Yu very well, speaking softly to them. But Big Girl and Second Girl are not his biological daughters, and when Wang Zhaodi scolds the children, he can't interfere. He can only speak up when Wang Zhaodi is too unreasonable. He also gives the children some good food as a small reward. After hearing what the uncle said, the older girl happily nodded, Yes, uncle. We won't buy much, and we'll stick close to second brother. This child is so sensible that it's heartbreaking. Lin Igwa immediately took out 5 cents and gave it to Lin Yuan, saying, Here's some money for your second brother. If you want to eat something, just ask him to buy it. The older girl wanted to refuse, but Lin Yu patted her under the table. Smiling, she said, Okay, thank you, uncle. Lin Igwa was satisfied and nodded. I'll write a letter of introduction for you later. You can leave early tomorrow morning. If Lin Yu didn't understand why they had to leave so early last night, she now fully understood. They got up around 5 in the morning and took a bullock cart to the village entrance, waiting until everyone was there before leaving. It's about an hour's journey to the county town, but they have to wait an hour for everyone to gather. Because there are only 2 ox carts each day, one coming and one going, we have to wait until the cart is full before leaving. This way, no one arrives late and finds the cart empty, which wouldn't be worth it. Riding the ox cart doesn't cost much. Villagers don't usually use money, only giving the driver some candy or a little grain. If they do pay, it's just 1 penny per person. Lin Yu and her sister only carried baskets and didn't bring anything else, so they paid 3 pennies. Lin Yuan paid, and the sisters just got on directly. Lin Yuan is very familiar with the driver and immediately started chatting with him at the front. As it gets brighter, more people come to ride the cart. Some are from the neighboring team, because only their Lotus team has ox carts to the county town. They have to walk at least 20 minutes to get here. Now Lin Yu understands why Lin Yuan said it would take at least an hour for everyone to gather. Some people from the team have arrived too, except for Aunt Liang, whom Lin Yu doesn't know. Aunt Liang happily sat next to Lin Yu when she saw her, asking, Xiaoyu, are you going to the county town today? Yes, Aunt Liang. Are you going shopping? Aunt Liang nodded, looking very happy. My son is getting married. I'm going to buy some things he needs. Lin Yu smiled warmly, her two little dimples very cute, and said, Congratulations. Maybe I can come to the wedding and share in the joy. Aunt Liang liked her more and more, saying, Sure, come then. I'll save some good food for you. Oh, Aunt Liang, you're so generous, Lin Yu said, making Aunt Liang laugh happily. Then another woman, Liang Tsuehua, came over smiling widely. Is that you? Always grinning like that. Your son is getting married. Several other women, familiar with Aunt Liang, also came onto the cart. Aunt Liang joked, You women, I wouldn't believe it if I told you, but my son is really getting married. Wow, really? Congratulations. The women sat down and saw Dainyu and Lin Yu, the only two young girls on the cart, sitting there like they were glowing. Lin Jianguo's eldest daughter, Lin Dainyu, was well known to them, having grown up watching her. Lin Yu and her sister hadn't met her before. Aunt Liang pulled Lin Yu to introduce her. This is Lin Yu, Lin Laosan's eldest daughter. An older woman looked confused and said, I don't remember Lin Laosan's daughter looking like that. Before she finished, someone nearby gently tapped her and whispered, Did you forget? That's not his real daughter. She was swapped at birth. This one is the real daughter. They thought they were speaking quietly, but the carriage was small, and Lin Yu heard everything. The big girl looked at her with a shy face, worried she might feel upset. Lin Yu smiled openly and said, Hello, everyone. I am Lin Xingli's real daughter, the one who was swapped. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It's the truth, and they haven't spoken badly behind her back. Lin Yu felt there was no need to make a big deal out of it. A few of the women also realized Lin Yu heard them and felt a bit awkward. But seeing her smiling happily and being honest, they liked her even more. This girl is really pretty, just like Lin Laosan's wife. Yes, she looks just like your mother. Very beautiful. Xiao Yu just now. Lin Yu shook her head. It's okay, big sister. You didn't say anything wrong. No need to hide. I'm going home now. From now on, we're all in the same community, so there's no need to be formal. Hearing this, the women relaxed and felt less guilty, treating Lin Yu even better. They chatted with her all the way, sharing stories about who in the community was difficult to deal with and who to be careful of. They also started gossiping about whose daughter-in-law was cheating, who was pregnant before marriage, and who was stealing things. Lin Yu listened surprised. She played along, asking, Really? Wow, I didn't know that. And then, the women who rarely went out had never heard such stories before and got caught up in the gossip. Even the big girl was fascinated. She didn't go out often and had no idea such things happened. She admired Lin Yu a lot. In just a short time, she had made everyone happy and even got them interested in gossip. Of course, Lin Yu was secretly thinking about having some sunflower seeds to enjoy while listening to the stories. It's not much, just a small handful, since her pocket isn't big, and taking more would reveal it. She shared this small handful with a few older women, giving each a few seeds, and also gave some to the young girl. The young girl was surprised. She couldn't believe she still carried sunflower seeds in her pocket when she went out. And these seeds, why are they so tasty? She had never tasted such fragrant seeds before. It seemed her family didn't have any. The women cracked the seeds and asked, Where did these seeds come from? They smell so good. I want to save some for my grandson. Lin Yu explained, I brought them from Haicheng. These are 5 spice seeds. I also have spicy, creamy, and other flavors. I'll let you try them next time. Eating sunflower seeds together is a good way to get closer to others. Lin Yu definitely wanted to build good relationships with these women. Although they usually seem to do nothing, they actually know all the news in the village. They know everything about what happens in each family. Some gossip might not be completely true, but it's still interesting to hear. When the women heard Haicheng, they became curious. You came from Haicheng? That's a big city. I've never been out of this mountain province in my life. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, Haicheng is quite big, but there's not much fun there. Our commune is more interesting, but the women didn't agree. They thought the big city must be better than their small place. However, since the girl said that, it showed she appreciated their commune. The women were happy and asked curiously, What is Haicheng like? Can you tell us? Even the young girl looked at Lin Yu, showing they were all interested. Lin Yu tried to describe, Haicheng is near the sea, so there are lots of seafood. The city has many small houses packed with people. And, although everyone found it hard to imagine Haicheng, Lin Yu's description gave them a little idea of something new. This girl really knows how to get along. One of the women opened her heart and asked, "Why didn't you stay in Haicheng and come to our small place?" The question was a bit bold, but Lin Yu could tell she was concerned about her, thinking it might be better for her to stay in Haicheng. She just smiled and said, "I want to find my real parents. And I don't think our place is worse than Haicheng. I really like our commune." Everyone on the bus heard her and thought she was a very good girl. She gave up life in the big city of Haicheng to come to this countryside to find her parents, and she didn't mind that things were a bit behind here. "You're such a good kid," someone said. "You're a really nice girl," another added. Lin Yu was very happy to be praised. Even after the car started moving, she kept chatting and joking with a few older women. The young girl nearby also listened happily. She didn't know these women well, but today, her sister had brought her out for a little while. She quickly learned which older woman's husband had smelly feet, which daughter-in-law was greedy, and even that Aunt Liang's future daughter-in-law was capable and hardworking. Wait for me, ox cart, wait for me." They hadn't gone far when someone caught up from behind. Aunt Liang looked out and said, "It's Bai Jiqing. Why didn't you come earlier?" The person called Bai Jiqing was panting as she finally climbed onto the ox cart. Lin Yu saw that this Jiqing wasn't in the same cart as her, so she didn't remember her. She looked like those pure and beautiful girls from later times, pretty, dressed in new clothes, clearly from a well-off family. She was polite too. As soon as she got on the cart, she apologized. "Sorry, I was a bit slow today, so I delayed you." The older women weren't difficult to get along with. Hearing her, they all smiled and accepted her apology. Once Bai Jiqing was seated firmly, she noticed there were two girls on the cart. "Hello, I'm Bai Muyun." Lin Yu smiled and greeted her. "My name is Lin Yu." "I'm Lin Daniu," the other girl said. Bai Muyun sat next to them. "Hello." Aunt Liang looked at them. All three girls looked nice. The women also admired these three young flowers. Bai Muyun and Daniu felt a little shy, but Lin Yu was very proud.
She thought they were right.
She knew she was good-looking. Since she was little, everyone had praised her as cute and pretty. Once, some children argued with their parents to have a sister, like Lin Yu. After being refused, they even wanted to secretly take her home. Her brother kept a close eye on her, afraid someone might steal her away. The ox cart rocked and swayed for an hour until they finally reached the county town. They got off at the city gate, agreed on a return time, and made sure not to be late because it would get too dark if they stayed out too long. As soon as they got off the bus, they dispersed. Lin Yu and Daniu followed Lin Yu on. "Xiao Yu, aren't you going to send a letter?" "Let's go to the post office first." Lin Yu nodded. "Okay, let's go." At the post office, Lin Yu bought a stamp, stuck it on the envelope, and sent the letter. She wondered how her brother would react when he received it. He would probably be very surprised. After leaving the post office, Lin Yuan took them to the supply and marketing cooperative. It was busy inside with many people. Various goods were displayed at the counters. If you needed something, you just told the clerk and they would give it to you. Lin Yu bought a few pieces of milk candy. She thought the milk candies now were much tastier than those she ate in her later years. She also bought sorghum candies. She had tried these soft candies before. They were a bit chewy, soft, and sweet. Lin Yu liked them. Lin Yu also noticed some comic books at the counter, like Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Little Trumpeter, and Revenge Adventure. She picked out a few with nice covers and said to Lin Yuan, "That's all I want." "Aren't you guys buying anything?" Lin Yuan didn't need anything, and Daniu was sensible and didn't dare to spend money. In the end, Lin Yuan paid for the books, which cost 4 mao. Lin Yu thought that money was really hard to spend at this time. Daniu felt that they had spent all of the 5 mao given by their uncle today, and wondered if that was a bit too much. After leaving the cooperative, they saw ice cream vendors on the street. Lin Yu pulled the two over. The sugar ice cream and mung bean ice cream cost 3 fun each, and the cream-flavored ones cost 5 fun. "What flavor do you want?" Daniu chose the cheapest sugar ice cream, Lin Yuan picked the mung bean flavor, and Lin Yu also wanted to try the mung bean one. She paid for the ice cream after taking it. Before Lin Yuan could pay, she said, "Brother, I'll pay." Lin Yu licked her ice cream. "No need, I'll treat you." The ice cream was very pure, with no additives or shortcuts. Eating a green bean ice cream was so cool and comfortable. Danielle also carefully ate her ice cream. She remembered she had only eaten ice cream once before, when her uncle took her to the county town and bought it for her. Lin Yuan finished his ice cream quickly. Lin Yu felt cold just watching him, but he remained calm. Your brother has a lot of fire, so he's not afraid of the cold. But this ice cream is really delicious. After eating ice cream by the roadside, they planned to explore around. They turned a corner and saw two people whispering secretly. They were sneaky, so they must be gossiping. Lin Yu put her finger to her lips, signaling Lin Yuan and the others to stay quiet. With a quick move, she pulled a brother and sister into a corner by the wall. This spot was hidden, a blind spot for the view, so no one could see them. It was also close enough to hear what the two people were saying. Big Girl was pulled into the alley by Lin Yu and couldn't help but follow. She pursed her lips and looked at the two people, unsure of what they were doing. Suddenly, she overheard that they were actually having a secret romantic meeting. They were so close, their heads touching, whispering to each other. Big Girl's face turned red with embarrassment. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at Lin Yu, as if asking, "Why do you like listening to secret love stories?" Lin Yu grinned mischievously, loving stories of love and heartbreak. She gave a signal for them to focus on the scene. They heard the man say, "Xiao Hua, don't come to see me anymore. My family is starting to suspect me." The woman replied angrily to Bao. "How can you do this? You were the one who first asked me out. Just to be a city person, you're so heartless to leave me." Lin Yu smiled, thinking, so this is a story about abandoning a faithful wife? Then they heard the man say, "I've already broken up with you. You came to find me yourself. Don't cause trouble for me. Aren't you already engaged?" The woman sobbed, "But I'm pregnant with your child." The man hesitated and didn't speak. The woman didn't rush him. She seemed to understand his feelings well. Lin Yu thought, this is a skilled person. The man tried to coax her, "Xiao Hua, this child is my real son. Of course I don't want to abandon him. But I can't marry you now. Wait until that woman's parents are gone. Then the house will be mine to control.
You can bring the son back then.
For now, go home and comfort Lianhua's stutter." Lin Yu's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yuan. Did she hear that correctly? Lin Yuan clenched his teeth, looking upset, as if he wanted to curse. Big Girl covered her mouth, unable to hide her surprise, clearly knowing who that unfortunate scapegoat was. So, they were gossiping about themselves. This is really outrageous, completely over the top. These two scoundrels and mean girls are still planning how to trick the woman's husband, pretending to slip and have a premature birth, blaming it on the mother-in-law. It's truly disgusting. After finally listening to their morally corrupt talk, these two started being affectionate again. Who says people in this era are conservative? These two are like fire and ice. Wait, wasn't that woman pregnant? How could they still? Lin Yuan's face darkened to the point of being unrecognizable, but he still remembered covering his two sisters' eyes, telling them not to stare. Lin Yu also covered her ears. This stuff is too disturbing to listen to. Why are there so many bad people in this world? Big Girl also tried to cover her ears. She's just a young girl, doesn't understand these things, but she heard clearly, they're all no good people. Maybe they also knew this wasn't a proper room, with no bed, and they hadn't done anything too shocking. Worried they'd be caught if they stayed too long, the two of them quickly packed up and left one after the other. When Lin Yu saw they were far away, she pulled Lin Yuan and Big Girl out. The three looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock, confusion, embarrassment, and apology. In short, it was very complicated. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and scolded Lin Yu. "Why do you have to listen to all these gossip? Now look at this mess." Lin Yu scratched his head. "I didn't expect it to be so. Explosive." Big Girl had calmed down, frowning. "Did I hear that right? The Lotus Brigade, those stutterers." Lin Yuan was furious. "You heard right. Oh my gosh, this. Lin Yu was confused. What?
What are you talking about?
Do you know who that person is? Lin Yuan simply nodded. Yes. By the way, you probably know her too. Lin Yu thought for a moment. The only person who got married recently is Aunt Liang we met this morning. Could it be her? No way, no way. This morning, Aunt Liang was happily talking about her son's marriage plans. She even planned to go to the county town to buy a piece of red cloth for her future daughter-in-law. Nowadays, not many mothers-in-law are willing to buy cloth for their daughters-in-law. It felt like her sincere kindness was ignored. Lin Yu was so angry she was about to explode. Lin Yuan interrupted her, saying, "It's not Aunt Liang. Her daughter-in-law is from our village, a good girl. I'm talking about our own family, Aunt Lin. Her youngest son, whom we call Uncle Dahue, is getting married." Lin Yu remembered Aunt Lin, the older woman who had been teaching her how to shell corn that day. She also heard her talk about their real aunt. The old lady was quite nice. "Is Uncle Dahue a stutter?" Lin Yu asked. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, Uncle Dahue couldn't speak properly when he was little. When he finally learned, he became a stutterer. Aunt Lin had been trying to find a match for him. Many girls refused because he spoke slowly and seemed a bit dull. Finally, he was supposed to marry someone from the neighboring Nyo-Tu brigade, but it turned out to be someone else. Li Dahue and Lin Yuan are about the same age and played together when they were young. Lin Yuan cares more about his family, so he was very angry when he heard others talking about how they might harm his aunt and Uncle Dahue. He almost went out to fight them, but he remembered he had two younger sisters and couldn't act impulsively, so he stopped himself. Lin Yu frowned. "We can't act rashly. Let's tell Big Uncle when we get home. Aunt Lin is one of us, and we can't let others bully her." Dinyo also agreed. "Let's go back quickly and tell Big Uncle." Lin Yuan took his two sisters and headed to the county town by ox cart. The ox cart was already waiting for them. He sat in the front, but his face looked dark, making the driver hesitant to talk to him. Lin Yu and Dinyo were chatting happily inside the cart, just like earlier in the morning. Aunt Liang even took out the piece of cloth she bought to show them. Lin Yu exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful, such a bright red." Having a mother-in-law like Aunt Liang is really a blessing for the bride. Aunt Liang was happy to be praised, but then she sighed about her own hardships. To get my son married, our family didn't dare make new clothes for the new year. We saved up this cloth voucher instead. I hope they too can have a happy life and enjoy themselves. Parents are like that. They sacrifice a lot for their children. Especially in this time, when supplies are scarce, it takes a long time for mothers to save enough for a wedding. Thinking about Aunt Lin, she probably did the same. Lin Yu felt even angrier at those two. The more he thought, the more upset he became. He clenched his fists, squinted his eyes, really wanting to hit someone. When Lin Yu and his siblings got home, they quickly looked for Lin Aigua. They knew he was still at the brigade office, so Lin Yuan went to bring him back. Lin Aigua walked into the house with his hands behind his back, scolding, "If you don't have something important, I won't forgive you. You dragged me out of the office for no reason." As soon as he entered the main room, he saw Lin Yu and Big Girl waiting anxiously for him. Lin Aigua immediately changed his expression and smiled, saying, "Is it Xiao Yu and Big Girl needing help? Why didn't you just say so?" This was directed at Lin Yuan, meaning if they had told him directly that his sisters needed help, he would have come back right away. Lin Yu pulled Lin Aigua to sit down. "Big Uncle, it's us three who need your help today." Lin Yuan added a few words, and Big Girl also said something. After hearing everything, Lin Aigua slammed the table in anger. Unbelievable. People from Nyo-Tu brigade dare to bully our Lianhua brigade, and now they're bullying the Lin family too. He hurriedly got up to leave, then turned back seriously and said, "None of you tell anyone about this, not even family. I'll handle it now. You kids don't need to worry." Lin Yu and Big Girl nodded. "Okay, got it." Lin Yuan didn't speak, but followed Lin Aigua out. Clearly, he was talking about his sisters, not including the tall, strong Lin Yuan himself. Lin Yu and Big Girl looked at each other. "Then shall we go cook?" Everyone hadn't finished work yet, so they planned to start dinner first. Since they weren't in a good mood today, Lin Yu thought about making something sweet. She went to the vegetable garden again, pulled out a head of cabbage, picked 2 eggplants, and took a pumpkin. The pumpkins they grow are very big, with a smooth texture and a slight sweetness when eaten. Lin Yu cooked a cabbage and braised the eggplants. Gradually, the family members started to return home. Dinyo was lighting the fire. Since Lin Yu arrived, she only got to do the fire-making when cooking. Lin Yu loved cooking, and her dishes were always very tasty and special. Everyone in the family liked them. "Girl, what are we having to eat today?" Old Lin, who was not good at chores, always ate first. As soon as he returned, he ran into the kitchen to see what Lin Yu was cooking. "Dad, I've already cooked 2 dishes. Since everyone's back, I'll make pumpkin next." While speaking, she was cutting the pumpkin with her hands. Old Lin didn't ask what she was making. He knew he'd find out once it was ready. He carried out the 2 dishes. "Oh, I'll wait for your pumpkin." Dinyo stood up and watched Lin Yu cut the pumpkin. "Little Yu, how are you going to cook the pumpkin?" Usually they sliced vegetables for cooking, but Lin Yu was cutting it into chunks. Lin Yu took out some sugar. "I'm making candied pumpkin. You'll see later." First, she coated the pumpkin pieces with a layer of flour and fried them in a pan. When Lin Yu poured the oil into the pan, Dinyo was stunned. "Little Yu, enough, stop pouring. That's too much oil." Lin Yu stared at the oil in the pan. "This dish needs to be fried briefly, then coated with sugar later." Dinyo knew she couldn't argue with her, so she frowned and sat back down to tend the fire. After the pumpkin was fried, she poured out all the oil from the pan. Lin Yu added a little water and sugar, melted the sugar, and cooked it until thick. Then she put the fried pumpkin in. The sweet smell of sugar mixed with the fried pumpkin filled the entire kitchen, and everyone in the main room could smell it. Grandma Lin quickly went to close the door so others wouldn't smell it. Nowadays, no one dared to fry food with so much sugar. If others found out, they might think Lin Igua, the team leader, was corrupt. Lin Yi, Nyoer, and Titan all pressed their ears to the kitchen door, trying to smell the aroma. Xiao Bao also drooled, but was still being held in Wang Zhaodi's arms. Several children eagerly looked on, curious about what delicious food sister/Aunt Lin Yu had made. It smelled so good and sweet. Lin Yu didn't delay. She worked quickly and soon finished making candied pumpkin and brought it out. As soon as she stepped out of the kitchen, the children hurried back to the main hall and sat at the dining table. Lin Yu placed the candied sweet potato on the table. "It's all ready. Dinner time. Try this candied pumpkin." She also set a bowl of cold water, picked a piece of pumpkin, pulled out long strands, and dipped it in the water to break easily. Lin Yi copied her, took a small bite, and his eyes lit up. "It's so tasty. Sister Nyo, you should try it too." Nyoer loved it even more because she liked sweet things the most, and she was very happy eating it. Big Nyo and Taidan also ate 2 pieces each. Lin Yu handed a piece to her uncle and Lin Yuan, who had a serious face. "Eat some sweets to cheer up. Nothing should stop us from eating." Encouraged by his niece's kindness, Lin Igua's mood improved immediately. "You're right, Xiao Yu. Let's eat first, then talk." Lin Yuan silently took a piece. He didn't like sweet food much and preferred the braised eggplant dish instead. The eggplant was cooked with bean paste, which was salty and very tasty, and Lin Yu liked it too. She bought the bean paste from the supermarket, tore open the package, and kept it in the kitchen. If anyone asked, she would say she brought it from Haicheng. Lin Xingli's taste was similar to Lin Yuan's. They both liked the eggplant dish a lot, and most of it was eaten by them. Grandpa and Grandma, being older, preferred stronger flavors, but Lin Yu knew that older people should eat lighter food. So she served them stir-fried bok choy to eat more. Grandpa and Grandma enjoyed the bok choy that their granddaughter specially cooked for them. They thought it tasted much better than usual. After dinner, Grandpa wanted to go to the yard to weave bamboo baskets, but Grandma stopped him. "Old man, don't go yet.
Sit in the main hall for a while."
Grandpa was obedient. He immediately stopped and sat down again. Almost everyone was in the main hall now. The children who were younger than Nyoer had been sent to their rooms. Lin Yu and Nyoer stayed behind. Grandma looked serious.
"Tell me what happened today."
"Does it have anything to do with Xiao Yu or Big Nyo?" Lin Igua and Lin Yuan looked upset even before dinner, and as the head of the family, she could clearly see it. Hearing Lin Yuan comfort them, she guessed it was probably related to their trip to the county today. "Honestly, Grandma, You are really clever. It's because of our trip to the county today. Wang Zhaidi was angry and said, I told you. How can a girl go to the county to play? Big girl, be honest, did you do something bad? Danielle looked a bit embarrassed. Mom, I didn't. I think you've been led astray. Girls should be quiet and not always causing trouble or wanting to go out. Her words were indirect criticism. Lin Yu's expression didn't change at all. Just as she was about to speak, her dad spoke up, sister-in-law, can you please listen to what the kids are saying? My daughter hasn't even finished talking, and you're already criticizing her. What do you mean led astray or wanting to go out? All our children are good kids. Grandma Lin also glared at Wang Zhaidi. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Don't interrupt here. Go back to your room. Mom, Grandma Lin's stern look made Wang Zhaidi fall silent again. She turned and left. Soon after, they heard her comforting little bow. The family paid no attention to this small scene. Lin Yu continued to speak, recounting everything they saw and heard today. Lin Igua added, I just want to talk to Aunt Lin Lu and Uncle Li about this. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth. Grandpa and Grandma, you don't know. De Hui was supposed to get married happily, but now. Grandpa Lin also stood up angrily, pacing in circles. Lin Lu was his sister, someone he grew up with, and he couldn't let her be bullied by the Neo 2 Brigade. Big brother, we have to support Aunt. But how to support her? The old man didn't have a clear plan yet. He looked at Grandma Lin, who was the pillar of their family. Here, a person represents the entire team. Don't say that an individual is not connected to others in the team. We are in an era of collective spirit. So this matter is not just about Aunt Lin and the little flower from Nyoto Brigade, nor just about the Lin family. It is a big issue between two teams. Lin Igua understands this too. As the team leader and a relative of the victim, Li Dahue, he feels responsible to handle it. Tomorrow, I will gather our team members and go to Nyoto Brigade to ask for an explanation. Lin Yu raised her hand. Uncle, I want to go too. Old Third Lin pulled her hand down. Girl, listen to me. We're not going. Dad will take you to Zaikingshan to play. Lin Yu shook her head. No, Dad, I want to go. You know I can help. Old Third Lin disagreed. Don't go, girl. There are so many grown men. It's not suitable for you. Although he knew his daughter was strong, he was also worried she might get hurt. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, hugged old Third Lin's arm, and shook it. Dad, my good dad, just let me go, okay? Old Third Lin couldn't stand it. All right, you can go. Lin Yu thought I knew you couldn't resist my acting cute. Old Third Lin pulled her away, grimacing. Dad just doesn't want you to join the fun. Are you trying to kill your dad? I think you're going to shake my arm off. Shen Jingyan patted her silent daughter. Xiao Yu, if you want to go, just go. But be careful. Protect yourself, understand? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, Mom. I will. I'll also protect Grandpa and Grandma. Grandma smiled. Grandpa and Grandma don't need your protection. Just take care of yourself and don't get hurt. Lin Yu wondered, is Grandma also a martial arts master? So she replied, Yes, I will. Don't worry. Lin Igua decided who would go fight tomorrow. Grandpa and Grandma, himself, Lin Yuan, Lin Shan, Lin Zhangwo, and Lin Yu. Why not Lin Old Third and Lin Xingli? He said, those lazy old guys can't lift a shoulder or a hand. If they go, they'll just be a burden. Old Third Lin agreed. Yes, big brother. I support you all from home. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. What kind of dad is this? Why is he like this? He's very self-aware. As long as someone isn't the type to hold others back before a big event, Lin Yu always shows understanding. A few other children also eagerly want to join in the fun. But Grandma Lin firmly stops them. You all should go to school if you're supposed to, and stay home if you're supposed to. If you dare sneak off to join the fun, Grandma will scold you. Second girl Lin, shakes her head. Grandma, we won't go. The older girl is very sensible. Yes, I won't go. I'll stay home and cook for you. The next day, they go to visit Aunt Lin. As soon as they enter, they see Aunt Lin and her husband sitting in the yard, sighing. Grandma Lin slaps Aunt Lin on the back. Lume, who are you complaining to here? You need to cheer up. That little girl who tried to scheme against Da Huang will go confront her. Grandpa Lin pats his brother-in-law on the shoulder. Don't worry, everyone in our village will support you. Lin Yu also sees the legendary Uncle Dahwang. He is tall, strong, with broad shoulders and muscular arms, like a rough, rural hero from a story. But right now, he looks upset and squatting there, which doesn't quite match his usual tough image. Lin Yuan walks over and squats beside him. Uncle Dahwang, don't be sad. After this is over, my mom and grandma will find you a better one. Li Dahwang sighs. I won't look anymore. From now on, I'll be on my own. Lin Yuan pats him. Don't say that. They don't see your worth, but you're great, good at working and hunting. Hearing this, Lin Yu is surprised. Hunting? Isn't that more like a man's role? She squats on Uncle Dahwang's other side. Uncle Dahwang, have you heard the saying? Only after enduring the cold can the plum blossoms smell sweet. What you're going through now will make you stronger. And you're so handsome, even more beautiful than flowers. Someone who truly appreciates you will come along. Uncle Dahwang blushes at her straightforward praise. Why you? Don't say that.
And
Who are you? Lin Yuan, tired of his stammering, interrupts. Forget him. This is my sister, Lin Yu. My third uncle just found her. You should get to know each other. Lin Yu smiled warmly and said, Uncle Dehui, hello.
I'm Lin Yku.
You can call me Xiaoyu. For the first time, Li Dehui was introduced to someone so friendly, and he felt a bit overwhelmed. Hello, Xiaoyu. Lin Yu didn't mind. The more she looked at Uncle Dehui, the more she thought he was quite handsome. Why didn't others see that? Is there no one who is a big fan of good looks? And his stutter could actually be fixed. In Lin Yu's past life, in the 21st century, she knew a classmate who stuttered. After practicing on her own, she managed to improve a lot. Although she spoke slowly, she no longer stuttered. Lin Yu thought maybe Uncle Dehui could try to practice too. But now wasn't the time to talk about that. Over there, her grandparents had already become excited and ready to fight. They looked eager and ready to go to battle. Lin Yu quickly called out Lin Yuan and Li Dehui, and they ran out together. When they reached the grain-drying yard, the Lotus team members had already gathered. Most of them were the older men from the family, now called strong workers. There were also some very capable older women there. Lin Yu even saw Aunt Liang. Aunt Liang had joined the group led by Grandma and Aunt Lin, cursing at Niu Xiaohua. Everyone was assembled. They picked up their hoes and tools and set off together to the neighboring Niu 2 team. The Niu 2 team was not far from the Lotus team, about a 10-minute walk. They all marched in loudly, startling the people from Niu 2 team. When Aunt Lin was engaged, she had visited Niu Xiaohua's home, and now she led the way there. The Niu 2 team members quickly ran to call their leader. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The team leader is in trouble. The Niu 2 team was different from the Lotus team. All the villagers had the surname Niu. The team leader, Niu Ai Jun, heard the shouting. What's going on? What do you mean the team leader is in trouble? The messenger, panting, said, Leader, the Lotus team is coming over. Niu Ai Jun was surprised. They're coming? What did you see? Tell me carefully. I saw the leader of the Lotus team, along with the village elders and the older men and women, all coming here, and they looked fierce. I ran here to find you. What is Lin Igua doing? Captain, over at Lotus Brigade, they're fighting at Niu Fatsai's house. Niu Aijun was surprised. Why are they fighting at Niu Fatsai's house? Did Niu Fatsai do something wrong? Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. Niu Aijun quickly ran toward Niu Fatsai's house. Lin Igua, with people from Lotus Brigade, marched angrily toward Niu Xiaohua's home. Niu Xiaohua was standing at the door, stretching. She was pregnant now, so she was avoiding work to protect her baby. Grandma Lin saw her and rushed over, grabbing her hair. Niu Xiaohua, you shameless girl. Niu Xiaohua was stunned. Grandma Lin, what are you doing? What am I doing? I want to ask what you've done. Niu Xiaohua was panicked. Grandma, what are you talking about? I haven't done anything. Please don't misunderstand me. Grandma Lin stepped forward. Bah, I don't believe you. Do you think we from Lotus Brigade are easy to bully? Oh, dear mother-in-law, what are you doing? Our Xiaohua isn't even married into the family yet, and you're already mistreating her. Hearing the commotion, her own mother hurried back home. As soon as she arrived, she saw her mother-in-law grabbing her daughter's hair and throwing her to the ground. She quickly stepped in to stop her. Afterward, she looked up and thought, something's wrong. Why are so many people from Lotus Brigade here? These men are carrying tools. What are they here for? Grandma Lin glared at Nyo's mother with anger. Don't call me mother-in-law. After raising such a daughter, you're not a good person either. Bah, no, mother-in-law Lin Lu. Seeing Grandma Lin's fierce eyes, Nyo's mother hesitated and quickly changed her words. Lin Lu, what exactly are you talking about? What did my daughter do? Even if she did something wrong, you shouldn't be hitting her like this. She tried to pull Grandma Lin away, but she was too weak and was held back by Aunt Liang, unable to move. Grandma Lin was furious. Ask your shameless daughter what she has done. Nyo's mother looked at Nyo Xiaohua. Xiaohua, what exactly did you do? Tell me. Nyo Xiaohua still had hope. She cried and said, Mother, please help me.
I don't know anything.
I really don't know. Grandma Lin grabbed Nyo Xiaohua. Aunt Lin pulled her hair and slapped her hard. Don't you know? Don't you know anything? Still refusing to tell the truth. Huh, let me help you say it. She spoke while hitting her. You know very well who's the wild child in your belly is, right? Nyo Xiaohua's face turned pale. How did the old lady find out? She had only told him about her pregnancy, no one else. Now, everything was ruined. If people found out she was pregnant before marriage, how could she live? But Aunt Lin knew even more. Nyo Xiaohua's mother, listen carefully. Your shameless daughter not only got pregnant before marriage with a wild child, she also plans to pretend she doesn't know and marry Dahui. She wants to fake an early delivery and blame her mother-in-law. At this moment, people from Nyo 2 Brigade had gathered around to watch. They all heard what Aunt Lin said. Someone started pointing and whispering, Nyo Fatsai's daughter, is she really pregnant? I think it's very likely. Otherwise, how could she come knocking on our door? Are those things she said true? This young girl is so mean. Pfft, so shameless, disgraceful. Such a woman is from our Nyo 2 Brigade. Nyo Xiaohua had given up struggling. She couldn't defend herself anymore. They knew so many details, so they must have known everything. What could she say? Nyo Xiaohua kept crying, feeling she was doomed. Everything was over now. At this moment, Nyo Fatsai and brigade leader Nyo Ijuan arrived. They had heard everything just now. Nyo Fatsai clenched his teeth. You rebellious daughter, how could I raise such a girl? Nyo's mother was also frightened by her daughter's behavior. How could she dare? How could her heart be so cruel? When she agreed to marry Li Dahui, it was her own choice. They had a betrothal, and Li Dahui often came to help with chores. Although he didn't speak well, he was very capable. Their whole family liked this son-in-law. Why did Nyo Xiaohua do this? She immediately questioned her daughter. Nyo Xiaohua cried out, Mother, Mother, save me. I know I was wrong, Mother. Nyo's mother turned her head away, refusing to look at her. You only realize your mistake now? It's too late. Nyo Fatsai felt ashamed to face people, but the problem still needed to be solved. He looked at Nyo Ijuan, begging him to help settle this matter. Just as Nyo Ijuan was about to speak, Lin Igwa reached out to stop him. Nyo Ijuan, how to solve this isn't just up to me, it's about Nyo Xiaohua. Why are you looking at her? Lin Igwa looked at Nyo Xiaohua. I know this wasn't your idea.
Who was that man?
You can tell me. Seeing she didn't respond, Lin Igwa looked at Nyo Ijuan again. This is a serious issue involving misconduct and relationship problems. I won't tolerate it. Lin Yu, standing nearby, added, they're trying to blame Auntie Gu and Uncle Dahui. It's an attempted crime. Lin Igwa nodded at her without blame. Lin Yu quickly withdrew. Did you hear that? This isn't a small matter. I will report it. If it was her own idea, she alone bears the responsibility. If you want to help her, let her confess and name that man. Nyo Fatsai glared at Nyo Xiaohua. Did you hear? Hurry and tell. Nyo Xiaohua hesitated. If she told, both of them would be finished. If she didn't, maybe there was still hope. Lin Yu leaned in close and whispered in her ear, Are you thinking that if you don't say his name, he might still save you? Startled by her sudden whisper, Nyo Xiaohua nodded, then quickly shook her head. Lin Yu continued, So, Why do you think we know about this? Niu Xiaohua's face turned as pale as possible. You mean? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, he told us to come and expose you. He never intended for you, or the baby in your belly. He also said you wouldn't tell his name, which shows he knows you well. Lin Yu smirked sarcastically. Hearing this possibility, Niu Xiaohua broke down completely.
She screamed loudly. Ah. Ah.
Ah. Aunt Lin and Grandma Lin had let go, but Lin Yu held her back to prevent her from escaping. Lin Yu nodded at Lin Aigua. Lin Aigua looked coldly at Niu Aijuan. Niu Aijuan, you see? She's pretending to be crazy and won't say that man's name. I have no choice but to arrest her. Niu Aijuan frowned at Niu Faozai, indicating he felt powerless too. Niu Fa Kai was furious. Niu Xiaohua, quickly tell me who that person is. Don't be so foolish anymore. Hearing his words, Niu Xiaohua finally calmed down and sobbed. I will tell you. I will tell you. It's Niu Li. Everyone in the Niu 2 brigade was shocked. How could it be him? Niu Li is already married, isn't he? Didn't he move into the city to settle down? Niu Xiaohua, you're so confused. I think she just wants to go to the city with him. Niu Fa Kai listened to the gossip around him. Why is it Niu Li? Niu Mu stepped forward, hitting her repeatedly. You fool. When I first came to discuss your marriage, he refused right away. Niu Li found someone else, so he wouldn't want you. Why do you ask? Niu Mu was crying uncontrollably. Niu Li and Niu Xiaohua grew up together as childhood sweethearts. They always thought they would marry someday. But then, Niu Li got involved with a wealthy city person and decided to move in, refusing Niu Xiaohua. Niu Mu then looked at Niu Xiaohua again and found Li Dehui. She said Li Dehui was much better, handsome and capable. But Niu Xiaohua secretly still kept in touch with Niu Li and even became pregnant with his child. Niu Xiaohua was now more broken than ever. I thought if I gave myself to him, he would want me. But he still wanted the woman from the city. What's wrong with me? Why does he not want me? I'm pregnant. I thought he would stay with me for the baby, but he still refused. He even told me to marry Li Dehui. Lin Yu sighed. What a love-struck fool she was. She hadn't realized that because of Niu Li, she kept lowering her standards, and that's how she ended up like this. People who are unfortunate can also be hateful. She couldn't get love and was willing to humiliate herself. That was her choice. But she shouldn't have bullied honest people. What did Uncle Dehui do wrong? He's a tall, handsome man, over 1.80 meters. If it weren't for his stutter, this woman wouldn't even be worthy of him. Niu Xiaohua is just an ordinary girl, plain and unremarkable. And she's also mean-spirited. The idea of pretending to have an early birth to blame Aunt Lin was indeed suggested by Niu Li, but she didn't refuse either. Neither of them are good people. After hearing everything, Lin Aigua made a firm decision. That's it. You all heard it. We will cancel the engagement and return all the betrothal gifts and cash from the Li family. I will also report Niu Xiaohua and Niu Li's actions. How they will be judged is up to the authorities. Lu Gu, you all go inside and take away everything from your home. When they heard about canceling the engagement and reporting her, Niu Xiaohua completely lost her mind. She desperately tried to stop those people from taking the gifts, but Aunt Lin kicked her away. Niu's mother quickly stepped forward to protect her daughter. Niu Faki also rushed over, saying, Don't carry it. Don't carry it. Dear relatives, let's discuss this again. Several women from Lianhua Brigade rolled up their sleeves and went to separate the family of three. Although the people from Niu 2 Brigade knew Niu Xiaohua was at fault, they believed their brigade needed to stay united, so they also rushed in. Suddenly, it turned into a chaotic fight. This was expected by Lin Aigua. After all, when two brigades have such issues, peaceful solutions are rare. So, the people from Lianhua Brigade brought tools. Now, the two groups were fighting fiercely. Taking advantage of the chaos, Niu Xiaohua grabbed a stone and aimed to hit Aunt Liang's head. Lin Yu rushed over and pushed her away. Niu Xiaohua fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a moment. Only then did Aunt Liang realize what was happening. You're a heartless person, still trying to hit me, she said, then started hitting. Lin Yu also jumped into the fight and her fighting skills proved useful. She threw one grown man to the ground with a shoulder throw. Then, she grabbed a woman's collar and threw her out. Next, she forcefully separated several people surrounding Grandma Lin one by one. Everyone from Nyo 2 Brigade was lying on the ground, while the people from Lianhua Brigade remained unharmed and standing. Lin Yu kept her skills hidden, standing behind Grandma Lin, pretending she needed protection. Older Lin Aijuan didn't join the fight this time. He and Lin Aiguo watched everything from outside. Seeing Lin Yu's actions, he twitched his mouth and said, "Your niece is really something." Lin Aiguo felt proud. A hero emerges from the youth. Nyo Aijuan. That's not what I meant. The conflict ended with Lin Yu winning against greater odds, and the people from the Lotus Brigade took their betrothal gifts and went home. Nyo Fatsai also returned the 30 yuan bride price from the Li family to Aunt Lin. Nyo Xiahua was taken away by Lin Aigua, who immediately drove the ox cart to the county to report the case. Nyo Fatsai and his wife could only follow on foot. They couldn't bear to leave their daughter behind. Nyo Xiahua was tied to the ox cart. After all that had happened, it was surprising that the baby in her belly was still fine. What a strong little life. But at that moment, Nyo Xiahua almost wished the baby would quietly leave her. She no longer wanted to give birth to this child. Thinking of the look of disgust and hatred in Li Dahui's eyes just now, her heart ached, as if something precious had slipped away. She remembered his handsome face and the energy he always carried. Because of his stutter, he rarely spoke. But he would quietly help her parents with their work and sometimes bring her a piece of candy. Maybe they didn't share a deep love, but if she had married Li Dahui, she probably would have lived a happy life. She couldn't understand why she had been so stubborn. Why did she only see the truth now? Seeing her parents stumbling behind the ox cart, she hated herself deeply. And she hated Nyo Dolly too. Now they were both ruined, perhaps in a painful way. That was another kind of being together. She had gotten what she wanted, but the price was too heavy for her and for her parents. Lin Yu walked home with the people from the Lotus Brigade. Along the way, Aunt Liang kept praising her. "Xiu Yu, you're amazing. If it weren't for you just now, that girl would have hit me on the head. Wow, you don't even look that strong. How do you have so much power?" Another woman asked curiously. Lin Yu smiled shyly. "I guess I was just born this way." "Aunt Liang, you don't need to thank me, it was nothing." Grandma Lin looked at her fondly. Our Xiaoyu protected her grandparents and so many others today. That was true. They had fewer people than the Nyo Brigade, and were on the other group's land. Even though they brought tools for protection, they had expected someone to get hurt. As a result, with Lin Yu's help, she alone was able to defeat them all. She also allowed everyone to leave the Oxhead squad without any injuries. The elders, young men, women, and older women of the squad now all liked Lin Yu very much. From then on, Lin Yu was loved by everyone in the Lotus squad like a treasured flower. Grandma Lin deliberately mentioned her, hinting that these people should remember her granddaughter's kindness. They should take good care of her little Yu in the future. Auntie Lin also now especially liked Lin Yu. If it weren't for this child going to the county town and hearing those things, they might still be kept in the dark. Today, this child bravely stepped forward to protect everyone. Auntie Lin thought, Lin Yu is truly a lucky star for their family. In the future, she would definitely take good care of this little lucky star. Lin Yu was overwhelmed by the loving looks from the women and was happily unaware of her surroundings. Finally, they returned to the Lotus squad, each going home. Lin Yu followed behind Li Dahui, chattering all the way, "Uncle Dahui, don't be sad. You're so handsome. That ox little flower doesn't deserve you." Suddenly, before Li Dahui could reply, they heard a laugh. Lin Yu heard the laugh and looked up. It was a young girl with 2 braids, wearing simple cotton clothes without patches. She nodded at the two of them. "Hello, my name is Oh Manqing. Sorry to bother you." Her voice was cheerful but a little delicate, with a slight southern accent mixed into her Mandarin. Lin Yu guessed she was probably a young worker from the squad. Sure enough, the next moment she said, "I'm a young worker. I just came out to cut pig grass. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation." Lin Yu smiled happily and waved her hand. It's okay. We weren't talking in secret. Oh Man Qing raised an eyebrow. Oh,
What were you talking about?
can I listen? Lin Yu pulled Li Dahui over. This is my uncle Dahui. Tell me, isn't he very handsome? Li Dahui's ears turned red as he shook his head. No, I'm not. Little Yu, don't say such things. Lin Yu said, I'm not joking. Uncle Dahui, you should know your worth. You're very handsome and good-looking. Surely, there's a kind lady out there who will see your charm. A Manking carried a basket on her back and approached with a smile, saying, Hey, comrade, you are quite handsome. Your niece is right. You should have confidence in yourself. Li Dahui's face and ears turned red again. He had never been so close to a girl before. Even though he was engaged to Niu Xiaohua earlier, he had only spoken a few words to her from afar. Sometimes he brought her things through Niu Saifu. Suddenly, a Manking moved closer. Li Dahui immediately caught her unique, fresh scent, which made his heart race. He was already shy, and now he couldn't speak at all. Lin Yu watched these two, her eyes flickering with curiosity as she looked back and forth. Could it be that she had just witnessed the love at first sight between the rough man and the educated youth girl? Haha, this was more fun than reading a novel. By the way, the name A Manking sounded quite familiar. While Lin Yu was watching the scene, she suddenly heard a voice call out, Xiao Yu, where did you go? It was Lin Yuan's voice. Lin Yu responded, I'm here. Lin Yuan hurried over, saying, You little girl, you walk away and suddenly disappear. Why aren't you home? What are you doing here? Lin Yu waved her hand casually and said, Oh, I came to comfort Uncle Dahui. There are plenty of good people everywhere. I want Uncle Dahui to be at ease. He'll find someone better in the future. Lin Yuan tapped her on the head, saying, You sure know how to talk with your fancy reasons. Sigh, Lin Yu felt helpless. Ever since they started eavesdropping on gossip together, her second brother loved to scold her. She was innocent after all. Li Dahui, when Lin Yuan ran over, looked away and kept his distance from a Manking. As a single man, he couldn't handle this kind of situation. A Manking smiled warmly, seeming completely unfazed. At this moment, Lin Yuan also noticed the two of them. Dahui, who is this? He didn't recognize the woman. She probably was an educated youth. A Manking took the initiative to greet Lin Yuan, saying, Hello, my name is A Manking. I am an educated youth from the brigade. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Lin Yu peeked from behind Lin Yuan. Hello, Comrade Oman. My name is Lin Yu. This is my second brother, Lin Yuan. The person next to you is my uncle. His name is Li Dahui. Li Dahui stammered, Hello. Lin Yu quietly asked Lin Yuan, Second brother, do you think Uncle Dahui's stuttering seems worse now? Hee. Lin Yuan nudged her with his elbow. Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Dahui might feel embarrassed later. Li Dahui was standing farther away and didn't hear their conversation, only saw the siblings whispering and laughing. He didn't know what was so funny. After they finished laughing, they looked serious again. Lin Yuan patted Lin Yu. Sister, let's go home. It's getting dark, and it's time to eat. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, dear second brother. A Manking waved at them. I should head back to the youth station now. Hey, Comrade Oman, wait a moment. Lin Yu called her. What's wrong, Comrade Lin? Lin Yu pushed Li Dahui. You're not safe alone. Let Uncle Dahui take you back. Li Dahui was pushed over to a Manking and didn't refuse. He just stood there, feeling unsure. The Manking looked a bit nervous and asked, Comrade Li, is that okay? Will it bother you to go home for dinner? Li Dahui waved his hand. No, it's fine. Let's go. A Manking couldn't help but smile. All right, let's go. As they passed by Lin Yu, she moved her mouth as if saying, Thank you. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Could it be that a Manking was pretending to be shy so Uncle Dahui would willingly take her home? Could she really like Uncle Dahui? Maybe she did. Lin Yu clapped her hands. Hee, I knew it. Lin Yuan turned her head. Where did you get hurt? Did you bump your head? Let me see. Lin Yu pushed his hand away. Go away, you don't understand. Lin Yuan crossed his arms. Hey, how do I not understand? Tell me, I do understand. Lin Yu walked and said, Don't you think a Manking might like Uncle Dahui? Lin Yuan shook his head. No, I don't think so. First, she probably wouldn't look at us rural folks. Also, even though I never disliked him, Uncle Dahue has always been a stutter. Would a Manking like him? Lin Yu glared at him. You said I don't understand, and now you say you do? What do you know? Uncle Dahue, although he stutters, can be cured. Besides, he's so handsome. If Jiqing had a bit of insight, she would definitely like him. Lin Yuan grabbed her shoulders and shook her. What did you just say? Are you saying Uncle Dahue's stutter can be cured? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, it can be cured. It's not difficult. Lin Yuan looked at her suspiciously. Are you talking nonsense? I haven't seen anyone in 10 miles who can get rid of a stutter. Lin Yu wrinkled her nose at him. You're the one talking nonsense. I'm not making things up. Stuttering can be cured. Humph. Let's make a bet. If I can cure Uncle Dahue's stutter, what do you say? Lin Yuan patted his chest. If you can do it, second brother will give you 2 yuan. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. 2 yuan is too little. 5 yuan. Lin Yuan was surprised. 2 yuan is too little? 5 yuan is impossible. Lin Yu. Then 4 yuan. Lin Yuan. 3 yuan. Lin Yu immediately clapped her hands. Deal. Hey, you girl, are you setting me up? Lin Yu made a funny face at him and ran into the house. Family, I'm Lin Yu back. After dinner, Lin Yu sat in the yard with her grandparents and eldest uncle to watch the stars. She talked about comforting Li Dahue and mentioned Jiqing. Lin Aigua, as the team leader, was quite familiar with the educated youths. Manqing, this girl just arrived not long ago. It seems she came from the same place as 2 others, Yu Haiyang and Zhang Lili. Hearing these names, Lin Yu felt like a storm was raging in her heart. Manqing, Yu Haiyang, Zhang Lili. These are the names of the main characters in a historical novel Lin Yu read in her previous life. No wonder she felt that Manqing's name was very familiar. Could she be that future real estate tycoon Li Guanghui? That's right. In that book, he later moved to the city and changed his name. The story of that historical novel is like this. The heroine, Manqing, married her childhood fiancé, Yu Haiyang, in her previous life. But many years later, she found out that Yu Haiyang had long been involved with her so-called best friend, Zhang Lili. This happened even earlier, back when the 3 of them went to the countryside as educated youths. Finally, a Manking was harmed by these 2 people and passed away early. After rebirth, she decided to uncover the true nature of these 2 people and also to find Li Guanghui, who had been helping her before her death. At that time, Li Guanghui was just a countryman, still called Li Dahue. Most of the story focuses on the female protagonist, who uses her second chance to become rich and powerful. It is a story about a strong woman. The male protagonist, Li Guanghui, later becomes a real estate tycoon, but the book doesn't focus much on him, almost like a background character. That's why Lin Yu didn't think of him right away. She herself is a character from a different story, and now a Manking is the main character of another book. Is this world a set of nested stories? One book inside another? Will there be more rebirths or time travelers in the future? Lin Yu can't figure out these questions. The most important question is whether this is a Manking's past life or her next life. If it's her past life, then she might still be deceived by those 2 people. But today, she also behaved like Uncle Dahue. Maybe this is the reborn version of Neo Hulua Manking? Lin Yu sighed. Life is really unpredictable. Grandma Lin patted her head. What is this girl saying? Are you having a fever? Lin Yu pulled her hand away. Grandma, I don't have a fever. I was just thinking about what kind of wife Uncle Dahue will marry in the future. Grandma Lin sighed. Sigh, it's not easy for Uncle Dahue to find a wife. These days, girls like to talk sweet words, just like those young intellectuals. Your Uncle Dahue can't even speak well. Who would want to marry him? Lin Yu rested her chin on her hand. But Uncle Dahue is handsome, and I think he will be very capable in the future. Let those people wait and regret. She knew that, whether in a Manking's past life or her rebirth, Li Guanghui was a big shot. He always supported the female protagonist, whether emotionally or financially. If the author wrote from a male perspective, he would definitely be the main male character. Grandma Lin didn't know these things. She was just worried about Lin Gu Pu. Lee Dahui was the youngest son of Lin Gu-pe, who was 20 years older than her eldest son, Lee Dalin. He was 24 now and still unmarried. Lee Dahui still lives with his older brother and sister-in-law's family, which naturally causes some tension with his sister-in-law. Grandma Lin, as the mother-in-law, also finds it hard to get along. She initially thought Niu Xiaohua was a good person, but now she's not so sure. Grandma Lin affectionately touches Lin Yu's small braids. Grandma Lin says her family's little Rain is a lucky star, and Grandma Lin agrees. If she hadn't gone to the county town, she wouldn't have uncovered this matter. If she hadn't found out, would Lee Dahui have married Niu Xiaohua? Marrying an unworthy wife can bring trouble for 3 generations. Just thinking about it makes her scared. The next day, Lin Yu is going back to work. To be more efficient, the team now divides people into smaller groups, each responsible for a specific area. Once they finish, they can leave early. If they work extra, they earn work points. For example, Lin Yu used to work with Aunt Liang's group, which was the 3rd team. Today, Lin Yu secretly discussed with Lin Aigua, saying she wanted to join Team Manking. Lin Aigua knew she had met a Manking yesterday and thought she wanted to make friends with the young workers, so he agreed. But he still warned her, those young workers aren't very friendly to outsiders. If they bully you, come and tell me. He's talking about informing the family, which Lin Yu would do. She happily nodded. Okay, I understand, uncle. I'll go now. The young workers team is the 6th team. They work a bit slower, so the team usually assigns a villager to help them, which is a kind of tolerance. Otherwise, with their pace, everyone else would go home, and they'd have to work overnight. Lin Aigua assigned Lin Yu to the 6th team, and the young workers didn't find it strange. Some of them didn't even know Lin Yu wasn't a native member of Lotus Flower Brigade. Except for those who traveled with her on the train. Song Meili recognized Lin Yu immediately because they had just arrived together from the train station a week ago. She frowned and said to Zhao Xiumei, "Why did the team leader assign her here? Can she even work?" Zhao Xiumei also recognized Lin Yu. "Well, after all, she's the team leader's niece. What can we do?" Her words sounded a bit forced, and if Lin Yu heard her, she'd notice the insincere tone. Song Meili rolled her eyes. "So, what if she's the team leader's niece? Does that mean the leader can do whatever he wants? Why did he assign his niece here, holding us back?" Zhao Xiumei timidly said, "I heard that people in the countryside want to marry someone educated. Maybe someday I can go back to the city." She deliberately glanced at Zhang Bing while speaking. The 3 of them took the same train. Zhao Xiumei had already noticed that Song Meili was interested in Zhang Bing. Sure enough, when she heard the squad leader might have this plan, Song Meili felt a strong sense of crisis. She shouted loudly, "Squad leader, we don't want Lin Yu to join. What's going on?" Lin Aigua heard someone calling him and thought something had happened to Lin Yu. Song Meili repeated her words. Lin Aigua's face turned pale. He was very protective of his family and couldn't allow them to dislike his niece. "Song Jiqing, every day a team member is assigned to help you. This is the squad's kindness. Don't take it for granted, and don't cause trouble." Song Meili looked at him angrily. Squad leader, you're showing favoritism. You arranged your niece in the youth team, probably for some hidden purpose. Lin Aigua frowned. "Then tell me, what purpose do I have?" Lin Yu also stood beside her uncle. "Exactly. What is my purpose in joining the youth team?" Lin Yu didn't understand why this female youth suddenly targeted her, but she definitely wouldn't let her uncle be falsely accused. Song Meili said, "Is it necessary to say? You look like you can't do any work. Putting you in the youth team is obviously because of some romantic interest." Lin Aigua's expression changed. In this era, reputation was very important. Her words could ruin her family's reputation. Lin Yu finally understood. Perhaps there was a boy in the youth team she liked. She stepped in to speak firmly. "Comrade Song, are you accusing me of having inappropriate relationships? Nowadays, everyone talks about gender equality and women can be strong. How do you know I can't work? You're maliciously spreading rumors and trying to damage the unity between the youth and the squad. What is your real purpose? Are you trying to cause trouble? The squad leader, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. We must oppose all reactionary forces." Song Meili's face turned whiter as she listened. If her words got out, she would be finished. Moreover, the squad leader was her uncle, and he would definitely help her. But she still pretended to be brave and said, "Squad leader, you are biased. I will report you to the commune." Lin Igwa calmly said, "Okay, go ahead. Just go now." Honestly, none of these team leaders wanted the young workers to come. There are so many problems. If it weren't for the task assigned by the commune, he wouldn't bother with these young workers at all. She should report it. It would be best if the commune canceled the young workers' assignment to their team. That would make everyone happy. Song Meili didn't expect her to threaten like that. The team leader wasn't afraid, which made her more nervous. She couldn't help but look at Zhao Xiumei. Zhao Xiumei timidly lowered her head, afraid to look at her. Lin Yu watched both of them, raising an eyebrow. Lin Igwa waved his hand, dismissing the onlookers. "That's enough. Everyone go back to work," he then said to the young workers. "You all should work hard. If you don't want the team members to join, then from now on, just your group of young workers will be here." At this moment, the young workers who had been watching finally stepped forward. "No, team leader, it was Song young workers' mistake. The team sent members to help us, and we should be grateful. Please forgive us." At this point, Oh Manqing came over. "Team leader, they don't want Lin Yu's sister. I want her." Lin Yu waved to Oh Manqing. "Sister Manqing." Oh Manqing walked over and said, "If you ask me, team leader, you should divide us into groups inside the young workers. Xiao, you can join our group." Lin Igwa's expression improved quite a bit. At last, he saw someone with good judgment. His niece works so well, and if they don't want her, he wouldn't insist. He nodded. "All right then. You can split into groups." In the end, Oh Manqing, Zhang Lili, Yu Haiyang, and Lin Yu formed one group. Song Meili, Zhao Xiumei, and Zhang Bing formed another. Young worker leader Zhou Huainan led the remaining young workers into a group. This was just what Lin Yu wanted. She was eager to get close to the main characters. Today, they were assigned to a patch of sandy land. First, they had to pull out the weeds, then till the soil. Now that they were divided into groups, each took half of the land. Oh Manqing showed Lin Yu how to do it first. Lin Yu looked at it and thought, "Isn't this simple?" She immediately started working. Although it was sandy land with soft soil, some stubborn weeds held on tightly. Oh Manqing told her she could use a small to pry them up. Lin Yu saw Xiao Chotu at Zhang Lili's place and, feeling lazy, directly pulled it out with her hands instead of walking over to do it. The three main characters were also working hard, as they had been here for a year and were quite skilled at farm work. Perhaps because she was engaged, Yu Shumli kept leaning close to Oh Manqing. Oh Manqing was quieter than yesterday and didn't seem as lively. She often avoided contact with him, intentionally or not. Zhang Lili's behavior was normal. She worked for a while without any issues. She wiped her sweat, took a water bottle to drink, and also grabbed water bottles for Oh Manqing and Yu Haiyang. The water bottles for Oh Manqing and Yu Haiyang were the same style, army green. It was mentioned in the story that both families had elders in the military, so they knew each other from a young age. Zhang Lili, and they were middle school classmates with ordinary backgrounds. She became friends with Oh Manqing and got closer to them. Her water bottle was a simple wooden one, apparently with only a little water left inside. When Oh Manqing and Yu Haiyang finished drinking, she took the bottle. She said, "Manqing, can I have a sip of your water?" Then she opened the green water bottle and took a drink directly. "Oops, I think I mixed up. This is Haiyang's water bottle." "Sorry about that, brother Haiyang." Yu Haiyang paused for a moment and said, "It's okay." Zhang Lili apologized. "I'll wash the water bottle this afternoon and fill it with water for you." Yu Haiyang looked a bit nervous and said, "No need. I can bring my own." Zhang Lili looked a little upset and asked, "Manqing, is Haiyang angry?" If Lin Yu wasn't mistaken, Oh Manqing had just secretly rolled her eyes. She turned around and said, "It's your thing, I don't care." Zhang Lili seemed surprised by this answer and looked a bit awkward. The atmosphere among the three became a little strange. Lin Yu stepped forward and said, "Manqing, when you're done, we can stop working." Lin Yu was multitasking, listening to gossip while working, which was quite fun. Suddenly, she accidentally pulled out all the weeds and finished tilling the land. Oh Manqing looked over and asked, Xiaoyu, how did you finish so quickly? At this point, Zhang Lili and Yu Haiyang also stopped feeling awkward and looked up. They had really finished everything. Just a moment ago, the three of them had only done a small patch, but in the time they were talking, Lin Yu had finished all the work. When the team leader said he would transfer Lin Yu over, Zhang Lili was still a bit unhappy. But she was smarter than Song Meili. She knew the team leader was not someone to offend easily. When Oh Manqing voluntarily assigned Lin Yu to their group, she felt a little angry, but she also knew that Oh Manqing's decision couldn't be changed. Why should she speak up? At worst, she could just work a little longer, which might give her a chance to spend more time with Yu Haiyang. Who would have thought that Captain Lin transferred his niece over truly for the benefit of their youth team? The other small group of the youth team was also shocked. Seeing how capable Lin Yu was, Zhang Bing couldn't help but feel a bit of dislike for Song Meili. If it weren't for her, they would have finished their work by now. Zhao Xiumei rolled her eyes and said, Comrade Lin is so capable. I should have known not to split into groups earlier. She then seemed to casually glance at Song Meili, which made Zhang Bing even more resentful toward her. Song Meili, don't assume everyone has a bad heart. The team leader is doing this for our good. You've just managed to offend him. Song Meili's eyes widened. Are you blaming me now? Weren't you all just criticizing him earlier? Zhang Bing looked toward the team leader and saw he wasn't there. Don't be so loud. I didn't dislike her. It was just you insisting that the team leader was biased and saying she couldn't do the work. Zhao Xiumei also whispered, Meili, don't be angry. Let's be more careful in the future and not offend the team leader again. Zhang Bing said, Look at Zhao Xiumei, she's much more sensible than you. Song Meili, being criticized by both, suddenly felt angry. Fine. Earlier everyone was criticizing that woman together, and now it's all my fault. You two are really the same, cowardly, and without backbone.
Uffed.
She grabbed a stick, ran around, and divided their small group's land into 3 parts. From now on, I refuse to work with you. The bridge is the bridge, the road is the road. We each do our own work. After saying that, she ignored the two and started working on her own. Although Song Meili was a bit simple and easily influenced, believing whatever others said, she wasn't stupid. She could still see that her 2 so-called teammates weren't good people. She used to think that Zhang Bing was a high school student from a good family and that she had a good impression of him. She never expected he was such a coward. Marrying someone like that would be a terrible mistake. And then there was Zhao Xiumei, who encouraged her to deal with Lin Yu, pretending to be innocent and understanding in front of Zhang Bing. Indeed, it's important to be careful when making friends. Song Meili realized this and decided to stay far away from these two from now on. She knew herself well and was afraid that one day they might use her as again. Over there, Lin Yu also heard the commotion. Actually, Song Meili is just a simple-minded person, while Zhao Xiumei is the scheming one. She probably wanted to use Song Meili, but didn't expect Song Meili to have such a personality. When she sensed something was wrong, she turned around and left immediately. Honestly, Lin Yu thinks that Song Meili isn't completely hopeless. A Manking doesn't like these 3 young people. They keep causing trouble every day, and it seems pointless. Zhao Xiumei's skills are actually far below Zhang Lili's. This woman is scheming, calculating, and good at pleasing men. A Manking needs some time to deal with her. After this morning, Lin Yu guessed that this was a Manking's second life. In her first life, she always considered Zhang Lili her best friend, even valuing her fiancé Yu Haiyang more than Zhang Lili. Now, seeing her indifferent or sometimes glaring at those two, it's clear she has been reborn. She's probably planning how to deal with these bad people. While Lin Yu was thinking about how a Manking would take revenge, she heard her ask, Xiaoyu, where is Uncle Dahui in which team? Lin Yu replied, in Team 1, probably in the cornfield now. Sister Manqing, why do you ask? Lin Yu asked knowingly, smiling mischievously at her. A Manking patted her and said, You know, no need for me to say more, right? Lin Yu responded, Huh?
I don't know anything.
I'm just a little girl who doesn't understand much. A Manking snorted, If you don't know, then don't. I'll go find him myself. She then took her water bottle and left. Lin Yu watched the remaining main characters, standing close together. TSK, these two started flirting so early. No wonder the heroine hates them so much. Anyone would be furious and want to get revenge after being betrayed by their husband and best friend for so many years. But Lin Yu doesn't get involved in this. She just wants to see how the heroine will take revenge later. Meanwhile, the heroine, Oh Man-ching, has found Li Dahui, who is working alone. Li Dahui is part of a small team. Because he's the most capable, he was assigned a large part of the cornfield. Now he's carrying a basket and picking corn. He works very hard, breathing heavily. Sweat runs down his face, soaking into his vest, making his clothes cling to his skin and showing his strong stomach muscles. Oh Man-ching watches this scene full of masculine energy and quietly swallows. Comrade Li Dahui, she calls sweetly. Li Dahui wipes his sweat and looks up. It's Oh Ziking. Worried she might need help, Li Dahui steps closer. Oh Man-ching offers him her water bottle. She just went to get water and added a little salt to replenish her salt levels. Li Dahui sees the army green water bottle she hands him. He's hesitant to take it because he's never used such a nice thing before. He knows that in this era, the military is highly respected and army green is very popular. Seeing the bottle, he realizes it's not something he should take, and he freezes for a moment. Oh Man-ching gently presses the bottle closer. Comrade Li Dahui, here's some water. Take a break. Li Dahui waves his hand. No, I don't need it. Seeing his shy and awkward look, Oh Man-ching can't help but smile. He was so adorable when he was young, nothing like his serious appearance later. She heard that he was shy and self-conscious because of his stutter when he was young. It was only after moving to the city and trying to earn money that he worked hard to overcome his stutter. Now, seeing him like this, he seems a bit insecure and doesn't even dare to lift his head. She laughs even more happily. Li Dahui, it's okay. You can drink. Thank you for taking me back to the youth commune yesterday. If you don't drink, I'll just stand here. It's almost noon and the sun is very hot. Oh Man-ching's skin is tender and her face is red from the sun. Li Dahui looks at her and can only take the water bottle, open it, and take a sip. This is added. What exactly? A manking, you can tell. I added a little salt. You sweat too much, so drinking some salted water is better than plain water. Li Dahui nodded, thinking to himself, she really knows a lot. He returned the kettle to a manking and was about to go back to work. Thank you, see you later, he said. A manking called after him, see you this afternoon, Li Dahui. Then she ran off. Li Dahui wanted to tell her not to come this afternoon, but he didn't get the chance. Lin Yu finished her work in the morning and had time to go home and prepare lunch. When she got home, her big girl had just taken out some pickled vegetables to cut. Lin Yu looked around the kitchen and then went to pick vegetables in the garden. She pulled out a few green onions, came back, chopped them, and fried 3 eggs. She also stir-fried a large cabbage. Their family has a lot of cabbage, more than they can eat. After everyone finished lunch, Lin Yu went to take a nap. In the afternoon, they were going to prepare to plant sweet potatoes. Lin Yu heard about sweet potatoes when she was a child in Haicheng from a person from Guangqing. In both Haicheng and Shan province, they call it digua, sweet potato. Growing sweet potatoes requires starting with seedlings and then planting them. She cut a green vine and directly inserted it into the prepared sandy soil in the morning. Soon it would take root. In the afternoon, Lin Yu and a manking worked together in a small group. They all took planting seriously on the sandy ground. Sweet potatoes are an important staple here. They have high yields, are pest-free, easy to grow, and simple to manage. Plus, the vines, leaves, and tubers are all edible. It's a plant full of treasures. During hard times, sweet potatoes helped many people fill their stomachs and avoid starvation. So, the team members took planting very seriously. Grandma even told Lin Yu that when they dig up the sweet potatoes, she would roast some for her to eat. Lin Yu looked forward to it. In Haicheng, Grandpa and Grandma Qiao rarely ate sweet potatoes, so she had only eaten them a few times at her Guangqing neighbor's house. In her past life, She loved roasted sweet potatoes. In winter, someone would push a cart selling hot, roasted sweet potatoes. She would buy one every time she passed by. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. So, when Linyu looked at these sweet potato seedlings, she was imagining the delicious roasted sweet potatoes. With this motivation, she worked even faster. By early afternoon, she had finished all her tasks. A Manking looked at her with admiration. She tilted her chin, showing that it was no big deal. Now, a Manking really liked Linyu. With her around, she had time to go find Li Dahue again. Linyu didn't know what she was so happy about, but seeing her happily run back to the youth commune, she guessed it was because she didn't have to work anymore. Linyu was also very happy. She packed up her tools, returned them to the team storage, and was ready to go home. At home, Big Girl had already soaked the mung beans as Linyu had instructed. As soon as Linyu got home, she started cooking. The mung beans had been soaking since morning and were very soft now. She boiled them, and they turned into a mushy texture. She added some sugar, and a big pot of mung bean soup was ready. Then she cooled the soup in well water to make it taste even better. By 4 o'clock, Linyu carried the mung bean soup to the fields. Her grandparents and Anta were working in the second team, her father and Uncle Air with his wife in the fourth team, her older brother and sister-in-law in the fifth team, and her mother was the scorekeeper. These fields were not far apart, so Linyu first went to the second team. As soon as she arrived, she saw her grandparents and Anta sweating and working hard. Linyu called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, Anta, come and drink some water." Usually, by this time, the team members had finished their water and the family would bring some over. So, the team members in the field didn't find it strange. Grandpa Lin and the others saw her and hurried over. Anta, seeing her clean and dry, as if she hadn't sweat much, asked, "Xiaoyu, why are you here delivering water? Weren't you working?" Linyu put down her basket and handed out a few bowls. "I finished my work, so I came home to cook mung bean soup for you." Aunt Daw's eyes lit up. "Mung bean soup?"
Yep, anda.
"Here, hold this bowl." Linyu brought a large thermos filled with mung bean soup, pouring it out from the spout. Anta Ding Dahua took a sip. "It's cold and a little sweet. It's really good." Grandpa Lin also praised, "Xiaoyu's mung bean soup is better than Grandma's." Grandma Lin shot him a look. "Compliment Xiaoyu all you want. Why are you criticizing me, old man? But Xiaoyu's mung bean soup really is good. It's mushy." "Xiaoyu, how did you make it?" "Grandma, I want to tell you that this is my special secret recipe. If you call me little baby, I'll tell you." Grandma Lin smiled warmly. All right, little Rainy, my little baby, tell Grandma." Linyu giggled and covered her mouth, explaining that she was just boiling beans. Grandma nodded. "I understand, little Rainy. You're so clever." Oh, Linyu was feeling so happy. She almost had tears of joy. She was so happy, she felt like her nose might start to run. Auntie and Grandma exchanged glances and shook their heads. This really was a child's personality. Grandpa Lin also smiled happily. He loved his soft and cute granddaughter the most. After hearing all the praise from the family, Linyu went on to deliver the green bean soup. No need to say, Shinji Yan also praised her a lot after drinking it. He even patted her head and fixed her messy braids. Second uncle drank the green bean soup and said, "Little Rainy, your green bean soup is really delicious," smiling happily just like Grandpa. Second auntie didn't speak with any sarcasm this time, but she didn't praise her either. This made Linyu very upset. She wrinkled her nose and really didn't like second auntie. After delivering green bean soup to the whole family, Linyu carried her basket and walked home. She thought about how she had been in the mountain city for almost 10 days now, and she wondered if Gu Yunza and her brother had received her letters. While Linyu happily worked in the village, Gu Yunza was busy accepting a mission. "Gu Yunza, this task may seem peaceful, but it's actually more difficult. I wish you a quick completion and safe return." "Yes, leader. I will complete the task." Gu Yunza saluted his superior, Zhang Huayuan, then turned to leave. "Hey, wait." Zhang Huayuan remembered his old friend's advice. "Yunza, your dad said you should find a wife soon. What do you think?" Gu Yunza's face darkened. I told you I have a girlfriend. But isn't she just talking? I heard she already sent you a breakup letter. Gu Yunza clenched his teeth tightly. I didn't agree to break up. She's my girlfriend. Tell my dad I'll bring her back to get married once I find her. After saying that, he left quickly and cleanly. Zhang Huayuan sighed behind him. This child is just like his father, such a romantic. Gu Yunza walked steadily into the training ground, standing straight. Who wants to spar first? The young soldiers below hesitated and refused to go. You go first. I already trained this morning. I won't go. I got beaten badly yesterday. You go. Seeing their cowardice, Gu Yunza got annoyed. If you won't come up, I'll call someone. First, Zhubin. Zhubin stepped forward, looking serious and focused. Gu Yunza tested him with 3 moves, then quickly took control and beat him. Next, Wulong. Third. Everyone below was trembling with fear. Gu Yunza was about to call more when Lu Yinfeng came over. Old Gu, you really have so much energy. You've been training all day, and you're not tired. But think about it. Who among our team can really beat you? If this keeps up, these kids will be spoiled by your training. Gu Yunza looked serious. Spoiled? With that kind of endurance, they should just give up now. Lu Yunfeng sighed. You, since returning from Haicheng, you've been eager to fight and vent your anger. Is it really about that girl? Gu Yunza said nothing, staring blankly outside. Lu Yunfeng patted his shoulder. Old Gu, since everyone says she broke up with you and disappeared without a trace, you should stop being so sad. There's plenty of good people out there. If you want someone, it's not that hard. Gu Yunza shook his head. We didn't break up. I will find her someday. But what if she's already married? Gu Yunza shook his head again. I don't know. He wasn't sure what to do. Should he try to get her back? Or give up? She wouldn't marry so quickly, Gu Yunza said firmly. He had a strong feeling about this. He believed Lin Yu wouldn't marry so soon. Gu Yunza still didn't understand why Lin Yu left Haicheng. It was just 1 day away. The day after Lin Yu left, he returned to Haicheng. Immediately, he went to see the big boss of the black market, hoping to meet the woman he thought about day and night. However, when he arrived there, the big-headed man told him that Lin Yu had already left. Before leaving, she didn't clearly say where she was going. She only said she didn't know if she would stay there. Gu Yunza and Lin Yu didn't know each other for long. His task required secrecy, and in Haicheng, he couldn't move around freely. Until the task was finished, Gu Yunza needed to return to report, and before leaving, he gave Lin Yu a token of their bond. He wanted to wait until he returned to Haicheng to officially ask her to marry him. But in the end, he only received the token back and a breakup letter from Lin Yu. Lin Yu had been at Lotus Brigade for over 2 months. From summer to autumn, the sweet potatoes she planted were about to be harvested. During these days, she worked hard every day, fertilizing, weeding, and tending the vines, so she was even more eager to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Xiao Yu, today you and the kids can dig up the sweet potatoes, said Lin Aigua. Lin Aigua asked Lin Yu to take Lin Yi, the 2 girls, and the other children in their brigade. School was on a farming holiday, so the children had gone home to help with chores. Lin Yu was the kids' leader. Lin Yi, the 2 girls, and Taidan all liked playing with her and listened to her, so Lin Aigua assigned her this task. Lin Yu saluted and said, Captain, I promise to complete the task. Lin Aigua smiled. This child really loved to play. After Lin Aigua left, Lin Yu immediately called all the children over. Listen to me, everyone. Count off, starting with Xiao Yi. 1, 2, 3. 15. There were 15 children in total. The older ones were treated as adults and weren't assigned to Lin Yu. For example, the 2 girls went to their grandparents' house. A few children, like Tai Dan and Xiao Bao, didn't participate in the counting because they were too young, 5 and 4 years old, and couldn't do much work. But leaving the children at home alone wasn't an option either, as their sister-in-law was pregnant and still working in the fields. So, they decided to have Tai Dan stay with Lin Yu. Wang Zhaodi was initially reluctant to be separated from Xiao Bao, but now, since she was busy, she knew she couldn't take care of him and would fall behind. Therefore, her grandmother and uncle ordered her to leave Xiao Bao with Tai Dan and Lin Yu would take care of them. Wang Zhaodi was reluctant to leave, worried that Xiao Bao would miss his mother. But she was wrong. Lin Xiaobao is now 4 years old. This is his first time playing alone with a group of children, and he is very happy. Lin Yu gathered several children aged 4 to 6 and made a circle on the sweet potato field, telling them not to come out. It's similar to the circles Sun Wukong drew. After organizing the little kids, Lin Yu went to arrange the older children. Lin Yi, Ernyo, and other children of the same age in a team were divided into 4 groups by Lin Yu, each responsible for their own area. They competed to see who could dig faster. Holding hoes, they dug up sweet potatoes. Lin Yu warned, "Be careful. Don't damage them. Because these sweet potatoes are intact and healthy, they will be used for planting later." Lin Yu dug out a long, perfect sweet potato with a red skin, undamaged. "Look at this, I dug out such a good one. You should learn from me." Lin Yi pouted. "Humph, I can do it too." Ernyo said, "I can do it too." The other children also got excited and wanted to dig out good sweet potatoes. Lin Yu gritted her teeth. These kids are really not cute. Can't they just praise her a little? She continued digging. With her strength, she dug quickly and soon had a big basket. She carried the basket of sweet potatoes and placed it on the ground. The little children were talking in baby talk, with Tai Dan speaking most clearly. He usually loves to talk and is lively and active, so his speech is the clearest. Xiao Bao was completely the opposite. He looked at whoever was talking, but couldn't speak himself. Lin Yu was getting anxious watching this. This is the result of Wang Zhaodi often not letting the children play with peers. If children grow up like this, they will be social failures. Tai Dan saw Xiao Bao's mouth moving but couldn't speak, so he pulled him. "Xiao Bao, what do you want to say?"
Xiao Bao spoke sopti, tang tang, tasti.
The children were discussing eating candy. Wow, Xiao Bao can express himself now. Lin Yu felt a little proud watching from the side. Tai Dan is really a good kid, still taking care of Xiao Bao outside. After a while, Lin Yu went over and took out a handful of milk candies from her pocket, giving each child one. Tai Dan's face turned red with excitement. "Thank you, Auntie." The other children followed and said, "Thank you, Tai Dan Auntie." Little Bao reacted slowly and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Yu touched his head and said, "I'm your older sister, not your aunt." Lin Yu saw that he couldn't open the candy wrapper, while others had already eaten theirs. He was still trying to figure out how to open it. She reached out and helped him open it, then put the candy in his mouth. Little Bao happily smiled and said, "Thank you, sister." "Good boy, Little Bao." After watching the children, Lin Yu went back to her work. This time, she dug up a huge sweet potato. She held it up and said, "Look, everyone, I found a giant." The children saw her sweet potato and exclaimed, "Wow." Lin Yi happily ran over and said, "Sister, you're amazing. Such a big sweet potato. Enough for our whole family to eat." Actually, in later times, these giant sweet potatoes weren't eaten directly. They had a lot of starch inside, perfect for making sweet potato noodles. Lin Yu decided to keep this sweet potato and, when it was time to share food, she would ask her uncle to give it to their family. That afternoon, Lin Yu took the children and dug up the piece of land assigned to their small group. Seeing the sun no longer shining on them, Lin Yu laid down some straw and rested. A gentle autumn breeze blew, and Lin Yu lay on her back, smelling the scent of straw. Feeling so comfortable, she almost floated. After finishing their tasks, Lin Yi and the others went out to play, leaving a few small children behind. Lin Yu gathered them together and sat on the straw pile. Little Bao liked Lin Yu. As soon as he saw her, he climbed into her arms and refused to come out. Lin Yu chuckled and simply let Little Bao lie in her arms. He was very well behaved. He's not usually active, and lying on her lap, watching the sky, he didn't make a fuss. Lin Yu talked to him, saying, "Little Bao, you should play more with everyone. You can't always stick to mom, or you'll grow up to be a mama's boy." Little Bao didn't understand but just stared at Lin Yu with big, round eyes. His black and white eyes were pure and innocent. Lin Yu looked down at him, and her heart almost melted. She patted his head and said, "Forget it from now on. Your sister will take you to play." Actually, Lin Yu didn't want to interfere with her second aunt's way of raising her children, but her way was just not good. Children are not accessories for parents to carry around all day. They should be allowed to go places and play freely. What will happen when they grow up if they are always kept close? Xiao Bao is a healthy, smart child. He should have more chances to play and make friends. Lin Yu suddenly liked Xiao Bao very much. She thought Xiao Bao seemed shy and awkward when talking to others, which made her feel a little sorry for him. Xiao Bao didn't understand what his sister was talking about, but he could feel her kindness. He reached out and touched Lin Yu's face to show he liked her. Lin Yu kissed him and said, "Good boy, Xiao Bao." Iron Egg and a few other children were playing loudly nearby, tumbling around and making a lot of noise. Lin Yu closed her eyes to rest, but was suddenly tapped twice by Iron Egg. "Auntie, Auntie, Grandpa," he said. When Lin Yu opened her eyes, she saw Iron Egg pointing at the road leading into the village. Lin Daigua was pulling a bullock cart with luggage on it, followed by a few people. Last night, Lin Yu's older uncle mentioned that more young workers would arrive today, so this was probably them. Xiao Bao also looked at the newcomers with curious, moist eyes. Lin Yu first jumped down from the cart, then helped the children down one by one, and led her young group toward Lin Aigua. "Uncle, uncle, you're back," she called loudly from afar. Iron Egg mimicked her. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Iron Egg is here." The children cheered, "Captain, Captain." Xiao Bao couldn't keep up and frowned. Iron Egg didn't leave him behind. He took Xiao Bao's hand, and they ran together. Xiao Bao usually didn't like walking on the ground. He preferred to be carried. Lin Yu refused to carry him and let him run with Iron Egg instead. Now, surrounded by children, Xiao Bao was happily running forward, his face brightening and his steps becoming steadier. Lin Yu followed slowly behind, getting closer. When Lin Aigua saw a group of children running toward him, he felt a bit overwhelmed. The children were so noisy, especially when several of them shouted together. It was even more lively than a market. This little girl, how did she bring all these children here? Lin Yu just wanted to talk to Lin Aigua about sharing the giant burger she found with their family. She was worried someone else might take it if she waited too long. "Big uncle, I want to tell you, I dug up something really big." Lin Yu was walking over, showing off, but before she finished speaking, she saw Gu Yunze. How could he be here? Lin Yu rubbed her eyes again, looked again, and still saw him. His handsome face, probably no one can imitate. What, coming to the countryside to dig sweet potatoes and meeting her ex-boyfriend? Lin Yu scratched her head, feeling a bit scared to go over. Lin Aigua saw her standing there still and pulled the ox cart over. "Xiao Yu, what did you dig up?" Lin Yu thought to herself, "Please don't come closer." But Lin Aigua and she had no telepathic connection. Their group had already reached her. Lin Yu lowered her head, feeling Gu Yunze's gaze on her, which was a little scary. What kind of look was that? Lin Yu felt a bit guilty, since she left without telling anyone and broke up unilaterally. Seeing her suddenly silent, Lin Aigua thought she was unwell, so he patted her head. "Are you feeling hot?" Xiao Bao was holding Lin Yu's leg. "Sister?" Seeing Xiao Bao, Lin Yu snapped out of her thoughts, shook her head, and said, "It's nothing, big uncle. I just wanted to tell you that the big sweet potato I dug up, you have to save it for me." Nothing could stop her from wanting that big sweet potato. Lin Aigua smiled. "Is that what it's about? Okay, I'll check how big your sweet potato is later, and we'll definitely share it with our family." Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, yes, big uncle. I'll take Xiao Bao and Tidan home now." "All right, go back." Lin Yu quickly picked up Xiao Bao and turned to leave. Tidan and a group of kids had already run far away. "Tidan, go home." Lin Yu had to shout loudly. Tidan refused to go home. He wanted to play with his friends. Xiao Bao was held in Lin Yu's arms, looking at them eagerly. Lin Yu's heart softened again. "Forget it. No need to go home." "Xiao Bao, I'll take you to find Tidan and play." Xiao Bao clapped his hands and happily kissed Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled. "Good boy, Xiao Bao." Unbeknownst to them, someone's gaze had never left them. Seeing the child kiss someone he had never kissed, he felt a little sour inside. Iron Egg's body stiffened as he stood in the water, begging Lin Yu, "Auntie, please don't tell my mom." Lin Yu shook her head. That's not possible unless you get out right now. Iron Egg quickly got out of the river. The other children looked at each other, afraid Lin Yu might also tell their parents, so they all got out too. Lin Yu, with her hands behind her back, walked around them, in front and behind. Xiao Bao imitated her and followed behind. Why did you all come to play by the river? Xiao Bao replied. River, play. Iron Egg pouted. Want to catch fish? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Are there fish in the river? Xiao Bao asked. Fishy? Iron Egg nodded. We just saw Grandpa Zhang catch a fish. Lin Yu asked. You saw others catch fish, so you wanted to try? Xiao Bao asked. Catch fish. The children nodded together. Yes. Lin Yu shook her head. You're too young and weak to catch fish. Let me do it. Iron Egg thought she meant waiting for an adult to come, but she surprisingly said she wanted to catch fish herself. Auntie, can you catch fish? Lin Yu thought it shouldn't be too hard. She found a big tree branch and sharpened the tip. I'll go into the water. You all stay on the shore and watch. Iron Egg watched Xiao Bao. Iron Egg held Xiao Bao's hand. Okay, Auntie. Lin Yu patted the children's heads, rolled up her pants, and went into the water. The river was very clear. Lin Yu observed carefully and saw there were indeed fish. She held the thick branch, aimed carefully, and stabbed downward. Water splashed, and her rolled-up pants got wet. Unfortunately, she missed. Lin Yu stroked her chin, thinking hard. After the water calmed down a bit, she saw the shadow of a fish. She remembered the refraction of light she learned about before, realizing the fish's position from the water surface was actually offset. She tried several more times and finally found the right angle. Lin Yu aimed again and stabbed with force. This time, she hit a fish. A lively, jumping fish, quite big. Lin Yu pulled the fish out of the water, while the other children had already run away after her missed a few times. Only Iron Egg and Little Treasure are waiting for her. Seeing that she really caught a fish, Iron Egg jumps with joy. Aunt really caught a fish. Aunt is so amazing. Little Treasure claps his hands. Big sister fish. Lin Yu lifts her chin. That's right, I told you, watch me. Let's go home and eat fish. Iron Egg cheers. Let's go home and eat fish. Little Treasure follows Lin Yu. Fish eat. Lin Yu proudly walks back home with the two children. Passing by the youth commune, she suddenly stops. She looks around, then hands the fish to Iron Egg, saying, Iron Egg, take the fish home. Little Treasure, come back too. Aunt has something to do. Iron Egg responds, okay, and holds the straw bundle with Lin Yu's fish. Little Treasure, let's go. Little Treasure refuses to leave, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu pats his head. Go ahead. Big sister will be back soon. Little Treasure finally nods and obediently follows Iron Egg home. After the children leave, Lin Yu hides outside the youth commune and looks inside. She waits a little longer before seeing a new female youth coming out to fetch water from the well. After she finishes fetching water and goes inside, another person comes out of the other house. Lin Yu looks carefully. It's him. She makes a soft sound. Puff puff, and when he looks over, she beckons him to come out. Guyunza looks at her, but doesn't move. Lin Yu gets anxious, stomping her feet and waving at him. He still doesn't move. Frustrated, Lin Yu crosses her arms, wanting to scold him. She glares at him angrily, and then turns to leave. If he won't come out, then fine. Ignoring people, huh? What a person. So frustrating. As she walks, she pulls some grass from the roadside, secretly vowing never to look for him again. That's just her personality. Although she feels guilty, knowing she left without saying goodbye, and even left a breakup letter, she feels a bit bad. But if Gu Yunza dares to ignore her, she won't bother anymore. Lin Yu wrinkles her nose, feeling a little sour. She lifts her head to look at the sky and blinks. It's sunset now, with colorful clouds lingering in the sky. Lin Yu walks home under the evening glow. As soon as she enters the house, Grandma asks, Xiao Yu, where did you go? Where did Iron Egg get the fish he brought back from? Lin Yu went over to see her catch fish. Grandma, I used to stick to catch it. Do you think I'm good? Grandma Lin smiled. Yes, very good, Xiao Yu. But it's better not to go to the river alone. Grandma is worried you might fall. If you want to catch fish, let your older brothers go. Lin Yu chuckled. Okay, Grandma. I'll listen to you. Grandma finished handling the fish and turned to ask Lin Yu, "How do you want to cook it?" Lin Yu thought for a moment. "Let's make a stew. We still have taro and potatoes. Just put them all in." Grandma Lin nodded in agreement. Lin Yu started to cook. First, he fried the fish until both sides were golden. Then he added hot water, soy sauce, and bean paste. Next, he threw in the potatoes and taro, covered the pot, and let it simmer. While waiting, Lin Yu went to make dough. He stuck some dough on the edge of the pot and covered it again. When everyone was ready and it was time, the food was served. The family enjoyed the meal happily. Lin Yu thought the taro was very tasty, and Tai Dan loved eating fish. Xiao Bao saw Tai Dan eating by himself and wanted his own bowl and spoon. Wang Zhaodi refused and insisted on feeding him. Xiao Bao couldn't resist and frowned. "Mom, I don't want that. I want my sister." Wang Zhaodi's face darkened immediately. "Lin Yu, what kind of nonsense are you feeding our Xiao Bao?" Old Lin refused to agree. He pounded his chopsticks. "Second sister-in-law, you're always finding trouble. Xiao Yu helped take care of the kids all afternoon. Do you have a problem with that?" Wang Zhaodi was angry. "Our Xiao Bao usually only wants mom. Today he said he wants his sister. Why are you saying no?" Lin Yu rolled her eyes at her, then took Xiao Bao and put him beside her. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Give Xiao Bao back." She tried to stand up and take Xiao Bao, but Lin Yu held her down. Lin Yu, feeling upset inside, snapped at her. She used her strength to almost crush Wang Zhaodi's shoulder. "Second auntie, sit still and don't move." Wang Zhaodi was momentarily stunned. Lin Yu took a bowl and spoon, scooped some rice, added a piece of soft taro and a piece of fish with thorns, and drizzled a little sauce. She placed the bowl in front of Xiao Bao and let him eat by himself. Xiao Bao grinned happily, showing his tiny teeth. "Xiao Bao, eat." Lin Yu gently touched his little face. "Yes, Xiao Bao, eat by yourself." Little Bao truly learned from Iron Egg, grabbing food with those spoons and shoveling it into his mouth. Although he missed quite a bit, he still ate more than half. Everyone at home watched Little Bao eat, and suddenly they realized that Little Bao is actually capable of being independent. It was because Wang Zhaodi was too spoiled that she raised the child with such a personality. Second Uncle Lin Jiangwo glanced at Little Bao. His eyes flickered, and he secretly made a decision. From now on, he must not let Wang Zhaodi raise the children like that again. Wang Zhaodi saw that Little Bao finished eating, then picked him up. "Little Bao is dirty. I'll take him to wash." Lin Yu shook his head.
Stop watching.
"Let's eat now." The family then continued eating. For a moment, the table was quiet. Lin Yu took a bite of rice and said, "Little Bao is actually 4 years old, but he never walks on his own. Do you really think that's right? If it's not right, why don't you say so?" Although we shouldn't interfere with second aunt's way of raising him, Little Bao is also our child. Do you want to see him grow up to be a timid man? Lin Yu's words were a bit rude. Almost everyone in the family was her elder, but she felt uncomfortable if she didn't say it. They saw how second aunt was raising the child, knew it was wrong, but no one was willing to stop her. Grandma Lin sighed. "Xiao Yu is right. I know you're all afraid she'll do something again, but that has nothing to do with our family. We can't let her raise Little Bao like that anymore." "Second uncle, did you hear that?" Lin Jiangwo nodded heavily. "Yes, Grandma, I understand." Lin Yu sensed there must be a reason behind this, so she planned to ask her grandparents later. After dinner, Lin Yu sat with her grandparents in the yard. Grandma Lin took the initiative to talk about Wang Zhaodi. "Back then, your second aunt married in, but never got pregnant. Your mother had you, and she took a few years before she finally had Daniel. She worked too much at her parents' house and didn't take good care of her health, so it was hard for her to get pregnant. Later, her family helped her recover her health. After finally having Daniel and Nyo, she was still not satisfied and insisted on having a son. When Little Bao was born, she went back to her parents' house. On the way, she slipped and almost couldn't deliver the baby. After he was born, the doctors said she could never get pregnant again. She valued Little Bao very much. Due to the difficult delivery, her health was poor, and her mood was also affected. As soon as she left Little Treasure, she went crazy and kept screaming. Lin Yu asked, So, isn't the family stopping her from spoiling little treasure like that? Grandma Lin patted her braid and said, yes, she's little treasure's real mother. Her heart only has room for little treasure. If she lets go, she might go crazy again. At this moment, Lin Jiangwo entered the house. Wang Xiaodi had already bathed little treasure and was holding him, trying to soothe him. He looked at little treasure and said, from now on, let little treasure stay with Xiuyu during the day. Wang Xiaodi looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? Wang Xiaodi snapped angrily. Lin Jiangwo looked expressionless. I said, during the day, little treasure stays with Xiuyu and at night, he comes back to our house. Wang Xiaodi's face turned red. No way, little treasure is my son. Lin Jiangwo stared at her closely. Little treasure is also my son. If you refuse, go back to your parents' house. The child stays with me. Lin Jiangwo was usually quiet and never argued with Wang Xiaodi. Suddenly giving her such a fierce look made her tremble inside. She didn't dare to speak anymore. The next day before work, Lin Jiangwo took little treasure to Lin Yu. Xiuyu, from now on, during the day, little treasure stays with you and Haidan. Please watch over him. Lin Yu nodded happily. Don't worry, second uncle. I will take good care of little treasure. Last night, Lin Yu also thought about it. Even if she liked little treasure very much, he was still second uncle and second aunt's child. As her cousin living next door, she had no right to criticize how they raised him. Grandma didn't blame her last night, but she meant the same thing. Grandpa and Grandma were second uncle's parents, and they shouldn't interfere too much. Lin Yu understood now. If second uncle didn't want to change, she would let Wang Xiaodi take care of little treasure. She wouldn't interfere anymore. But she planned to find a chance to teach little treasure not to grow up into a dependent mama's boy who can't take care of himself. Fortunately, second uncle had come around. Since he also wanted little treasure to learn independence, she was happy to help. That day at work, Lin Yu took the young pioneers out again. Little treasure ran around in the fields with Taidan and the other kids. Although he often couldn't keep up and Taidan had to pull him along, he was starting to act like a normal child. Lin Yu, along with Lin Yi and the older kids, finished their tasks early. She had something on her mind, so she sent everyone out to play. She then went to the youth team, where she saw all the young people working together. Among them was Gu Yunza. He probably was still upset with himself, so Lin Yi decided to take a different approach and went to find Oh Manqing. Manqing, I'm here. Oh Manqing looked up. Xiaoyu, have you finished your work again? Song Meili also looked up at Lin Yu. She admired how capable Lin Yu was. She had been in the countryside for 2 or 3 months, but still couldn't get used to it. Doing farm work was really exhausting. Thinking back, she was easily influenced by Zhao Xiumei's words and ended up fighting with others. Now, she felt too embarrassed to try to get close to Lin Yu. She felt a little wronged inside. She kept watching Lin Yu and Oh Manqing work and chat together. Lin Yu sensed a look of sadness directed at her. She turned her head and saw it was not that silly Song Meili. Who else could it be? Lin Yu didn't hold any bad feelings toward her. Although she wasn't very smart and easily believed the innocent act, once she realized the true nature of the White Lotus and the troublemaker, she could cut ties immediately. That showed she wasn't that naive. Lin Yu didn't dislike her, but she didn't have time to care about her either. That look made her seem like she was the troublemaker herself. Ignoring that woman, Lin Yu changed the subject and asked Oh Manqing about gossip. Manqing, I heard that your youth team got some new members yesterday. Yes, 2 guys and a girl. Lin Yu's eyes twitched. How are they? Oh Manqing smiled faintly.
What?
Interested in them? Lin Yu chuckled. Just asking. Oh Manqing shook her head. You know me. I don't like talking to the youth team members. I only know their names. The female youth member shared a room with others, but Oh Manqing was the earliest to arrive, so she chose the innermost spot. She kept to herself and didn't get involved with the other young people. Even Zhang Lily, whom she knew from before, was indifferent toward her. Do you want to know about the educated youth? At this moment, a soft voice whispered beside Lin Yu. Song Meili smiled shyly. Comrade Lin Yu, I'm sorry about before. I know I was wrong. To make up for it, you can ask me anything. I know everything. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. Song Meili, it's okay. I forgave you a long time ago. Do you really know about the educated youth? Song Meili nodded happily. Yes, I do. The new educated youth all came from North City. There's a girl named Su Qing. Oh, Manqing said, I know what you're talking about too. Song Meili glared at her. What's the rush? Everyone knows that. But I also know some things you don't. Wanna ask me? Lin Yu held her hand, and the three of them leaned close together. Come on, tell us. Song Meili, the most awesome educated youth. Song Meili felt proud and nodded happily. There are 3 educated youth left. 2 boys. Gu Yunza and Yuanbo. Su Qing is interested in Gu Yunza, and Yuanbo is interested in Su Qing. It's a clear love triangle, Lin Yu hurriedly asked. What about Gu Yunza and Su Qing? Song Meili didn't notice that her brain was focused on this, but Oh Manqing stole a quick glance and secretly smiled. Song Meili thought for a moment. Gu Yunza probably doesn't feel much for Su Qing. He's been kind to her several times, but Gu, the educated youth, doesn't pay much attention. Lin Yu nodded, feeling relieved. But she still asked, and what else? Song Meili glanced to the side and said, Yuanbo and Su Qing seem to have known each other before. Su Qing doesn't like him, but he helps her out and she doesn't refuse. Lin Yu said, Oh, so he's like a loyal admirer? Song Meili nodded. That's a good way to put it. He's a loyal admirer. Zhang Lili is also one, always trying to impress Yu Haiyang. Lin Yu's eyes widened. You know all this? Oh, Manqing rolled her eyes. It's obvious. Anyone with eyes can see it. Lin Yu thought to herself, why didn't you notice this in your past life? Could it be that friendship blinded you? Actually, in her past life, Oh Manqing had a childhood friendship with Haiyang. When she came to the countryside, she treated them like family. That's why Zhang Lili could hide her feelings so well. Although this life, Oh Manqing doesn't want to break their friendship too quickly, she still keeps her distance from Haiyang. It's no wonder he is so persistent. The more she ignores him, the more he tries to get close. This makes Zhang Lili feel jealous. She often competes with Oh Manqing openly and secretly, trying to win favor from Shengli, and she even puts it all on the table. She thought she could make Oh Manqing angry, but she didn't realize that Oh Manqing was deliberately letting them do as they pleased. Song Meili then said, Yu Haiyang isn't a good person either. He's pretending to be nice to Oh Ziking while enjoying Zhang Lili's kindness. Lin Yu's mind screamed, You really dare to say that? She even dared to say it in front of Oh Manqing. Oh Manqing glared at her. Don't drag me and him into this. It's disgusting. Song Meili grinned mischievously. I know you like Li Dahue. Lin Yu's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. How did she know about this? Oh Manqing was also shocked. She thought she had kept it very secret. But it was still discovered. She looked at Song Meili, thinking about whether to silence her permanently. Song Meili was frightened by her gaze and didn't dare to tease her anymore. She hurriedly said, Sister Manqing, don't be angry. I promise, no one else will know about this except me. Lin Yu said, Have you forgotten about me? Song Meili confidently said, It's okay. I believe you won't tell anyone. Don't think I don't know. You often keep watch for them. Oh Manqing looked at Lin Yu again. How did she not know? She hadn't asked Lin Yu to keep watch. Lin Yu touched her head and chuckled. She was just trying to help the main character's love story. She was a fan of their couple. They secretly met without others knowing, but Lin Yu felt that secrets wouldn't stay hidden forever. Someone would find out sooner or later. To protect the main character's love, she always kept watch and stopped anyone who might accidentally pass by. Lin Yu thought she was quite thoughtful. See, if I hadn't kept watch for you, you would have been discovered long ago.
Oh Manqing's lips twitched.
She didn't realize that others had already noticed these things. She squinted her eyes, thinking some problems needed to be solved quickly. Song Meili saw her expression and suddenly felt a bit cold. Women can be really scary. She couldn't afford to offend her. She was just a simple gossip-loving girl from the countryside. Knowing too much wasn't really her fault. Since she was a child, she had a keen eye for gossip. She knew which neighbors had bad relationships, whose husband was unfaithful and which girls were secretly dating boys. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, thinking she was quite talented. With her help, she could often join in the fun. Lin Yu cheerfully patted Song Meili on the shoulder. Meili, you're amazing. Tell me more. What else do you know? Song Meili cleared her throat. About those young workers again. I think Yuan Bo isn't a good person. His eyes look sneaky. Mingqing, you should be careful too. Gu Yunzi seems like a good person, but he doesn't talk much and has no expression, which is a bit scary. Su Qing looks pretty, but she sounds a bit fake when she talks. I don't like her. In the end, she summarized that all three of them are hard to get along with. Lin Yu nodded, agreeing that it seemed true. Then she remembered other young workers. Hey, didn't you like Zhang Bing? Song Meili looked disgusted. I don't like him anymore. He's a disgusting man who always shifts blame. Song Meili, won't fall for such a coward. He and Zhao Xiumei are a perfect match. Are they together now? Song Meili shook her head. No, Zhang Bing doesn't like Zhao Xiumei. His family is probably officials, and he looks down on ordinary girls. Lin Yu responded with an oh, so you liked him because his family was well off. Song Meili honestly admitted. Yes. I want to marry someone who can give me a good life. If I had to suffer and work hard, I wouldn't marry him, Lin Yu agreed. Being a little selfish is okay. Being honest isn't wrong either. Her openness made Lin Yu feel more friendly toward her. And she also seemed to have potential as a little detective. Meili, I have a favor to ask. Song Meili was happy to hear that. She raised her chin. What is it? Just say it. I got you. A Manking couldn't stand how she looked. They were all young workers from the city. How come this little girl could just coax her and say, it's all on me? Lin Yu chuckled. Meili, can you watch Gu Yunzi for me? See what he's doing every day. Song Meili. What is your relationship with him? Why are you so interested in him? A Manking looked at her with a half smile. Lin Yu looked serious. I have a grudge against him. Song Meili. A grudge? What kind? A Manking couldn't hold back. Why do you believe what she says? Are you stupid? She probably just likes him. Song Meili was stunned. You like him? No, are you joking? He looks okay, but his face is so fierce and scary. Lin Yu rubbed her hands and grinned slyly. Hee, I like him. When I catch him and bring him back to the Lin family, he won't dare to be mean. She felt like a boss, planning to catch Gu Yunzi and make him her protector. Hee. Song Meili. I don't think you can beat him. What if he fights back later? Maybe you should find someone smaller, someone you can beat, like Captain Zhou Huainan. Zhou Huainan was from the south, small and thin, wearing glasses. He was the least noticeable person at the youth camp. If the team leader hadn't seen him as obedient and made him the youth team leader, no one would remember he was there. Lin Yu shot her a glance. What makes you think I can't beat him? Besides, I don't need to fight him. I can win him over with my charm. Song Meili nodded. You're pretty. Lin Yu puffed out her chest. Of course, I'm the village flower. The topic shifted again. A Manking quickly brought it back. Xiao Yu, I think you should just go talk to him and confess. No need for Song Meili to keep staring at him, mainly because she thought Song Meili wasn't very reliable. She didn't want her to mess things up. Lin Yu also wanted to talk to him directly. But he wasn't paying attention to anyone, was he? And there was Su Qing, who liked him at the youth camp. Lin Yu worried he might like someone else. Earlier, Lin Yu wanted to break up because she thought they wouldn't see each other again. Now they were in the same place, just a few meters apart. She definitely couldn't let this go. But Gu Yunzi was probably angry with her and didn't want to talk to her. So she could only have Song Meili keep an eye on him. She didn't want to accidentally get caught sneaking around. The three of them whispered and exchanged glances, secretly watching the youth camp. Gu Yunzi had already noticed. He just wanted to know what they were saying. Were they talking about him? Yesterday, Lin Yu looked for him, but he was angry and didn't go out. When she turned to leave, he regretted not going after her. By the time he chased after her, Lin Yu had already gone inside her house. He finally found her, but he didn't know what to do next. Seeing her get along well with two young women, Gu Yunzi felt a little jealous. When he saw her wave goodbye to the young women and walk away, He wanted to call her back, but she was already too far away. Lin Yu didn't know what he was thinking. After giving instructions to Song Meili, she went back to take care of the children. Tai Dan and his friends, Shuangzi, Fuji, and Gooden, were waiting for her in the fields, because she promised to take them fishing again. Lin Yu had promised her grandmother she wouldn't go to the river alone, so she took a group of children to find Lin Yuan. Lin Yu, second brother, Tai Dan, second uncle, Shuangzi and others. Lin's second uncle. After everyone else called out, Little Bao also called out, second brother. When Lin Yuan saw Lin Yu and the group of kids coming over, he asked, Xiao Yu, what do you want to see me about? Grandmother Lin said, if your sister calls you, just go. Lin Yuan nodded and went upstairs. Lin Yu tugged on his sleeve. Second brother, let's go fishing. Little Bao hugged his leg. Fish. Lin Yuan was surrounded by the children and had no choice but to agree. Fishing like that is too slow. Let's go home and get a fishing net. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. They went home to get the fishing net and then headed back to the river. The water in this river was very clear, but the fish resources were probably not as abundant as in the sea. Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee they'd catch fish. Lin Yu was eager to try. She thought there were plenty of fish in this river. She saw several when she was fishing with a spear that day. Lin Yuan threw the net, fixed it in place, and put some bait inside. Clapping his hands, he said, now we just wait. The children didn't want to leave and sat there waiting. Lin Yu spoke up. All of you, go home and bring back a bucket. Otherwise, how will we share the fish later? The children thought that made sense, so they all ran home. Tai Dan also went back, and Lin Yu asked him to bring a big bucket. Lin Yuan shook his head. If we don't catch any fish later, I wonder how you'll explain it to them. Lin Yu waved her hand and said, they brought buckets, so I think I'm pretty lucky. If nothing else worked, she could just take out a few fish from the supermarket's fresh seafood section. The children quickly returned. Since their family was probably working in the fields, no one would notice if they took buckets and went out. Sister Yu, will there really be fish? Xiao Shunzi asked her. Little Go Dan also peeked at the river water and asked, Sister Yu, can we really catch fish? Before Lin Yu could answer, Xiao Bao confidently stood in front of them, hands on his hips. There are many fish. Lots and lots. Lin Yuan laughed out loud. Little Yu, you're amazing. It's only been 2 days, and you've already tamed Xiao Bao. Looking at him, I thought he was very fierce. Xiao Bao's grandma glared at Lin Yuan. Second brother, that's not nice. Lin Yu patted his little head. That's right. Second brother, don't tease Xiao Bao. He's the best behaved. Xiao Bao squinted happily, hugging Lin Yu's leg and standing there. Xiao Bao, good boy. At that moment, Tai Dan finally came back with his bucket. Lin Yu looked at him. Little Tai Dan, why did it take so long? Your friends are probably already back. Tai Dan wiped his sweat with his hand and secretly wiped his uncle's arm. I met Uncle Xiao Yi and the others. They asked what I was doing and I told them. They said they'd come find us later. After finishing his work, Lin Yi had already run off with their Nyo and some other students. Lin Yu didn't pay him any mind. Hearing this, she nodded. All right, if he wants to come, let him. Lin Yi was running around with a group of children. On the way, he saw his little brother Tai Dan carrying a big bucket and stopped him. Little Tai Dan, where are you going? Seeing his uncle, Tai Dan answered politely, Andy is going to catch fish. I'm taking the bucket to catch some. Lin Yi understood they were using the family's fishing net and immediately became interested. He quickly ran to call some classmates to come see. Sure. Ping-en, Zhu, come quick. My brother and sister are catching fish. Let's go see. The kids' eyes lit up. This looked fun. They wanted to go. Okay, yes. Let's go quickly. Many adults were working in the fields nearby. When they heard this, they shook their heads and smiled. Kids these days, catching fish isn't that easy. I just saw my son Shunzi walking away with a bucket. Turns out he's trying to catch fish. Still carrying a bucket? He must be planning to catch 2 or 3 fish, right? The local villagers also heard the news. Song Meili from a distance said to Oh Manqing, it turns out Xiao Yu went to catch fish. Should we go see? Oh Manqing nodded with a smile, saying, Sure, let's finish this work quickly and go. Since Song Meili had a disagreement with Zhao Xiaomei and Zhang Bing, she now divides her work into sections and works alone. Zhao Xiaomei and Zhang Bing still work together, pretending to be gentle, which makes them work until very late each day. Song Meili and Oh Manqing are quick workers, and by this time, they are almost done. All right, Manqing, let me help you. Song Meili helped her finish the last bit of work, and then they both headed to the river. At that moment, Gu Yunzi put down his and followed them. There were quite a few people watching the scene. Since entertainment options are limited in the countryside, everyone likes to gather and watch. It's been a while since they set the fishing net.
Lin Yu went to check.
Hey, it looks like there are really fish. Second brother, come quickly and help pull in the net. Lin Yuan hurried over. There really are. Xiaoyu, we're lucky today. Lin Yu proudly said, Of course. I told you we can catch fish. Lin Yuan said, Yes, I'll help pull the net. Step back. Lin Yu responded with an, Oh, and took a few steps back. The net was quite large, usually requiring 2 people to pull it in. But Lin Yuan thought there were probably only a few fish, so he decided to do it alone. Splash, splash, as they pulled half the net, they saw many fish inside. Lin Yu said, I think a school of fish swam over and got caught. Hee, second brother, let me do it. Lin Yuan couldn't hold on anymore. Lin Yu took over, pulling hard, and managed to gather the entire net with all the fish inside. The water splashed, wetting her hair. The children, including Tai Dan, cheered. So many fish. So many fish. Little Bao's eyes sparkled. Wow, sister, lots of fish, lots of fish. Lin Yu pulled the whole net onto the shore and saw many people watching them. Lin Yu ran over. Sister, you're amazing. So many fish, so many fish. Weak Liang Ping'an looked on with envy, thinking, Lin Yi's sister is so strong. Zhu also happily ran over, looking at Lin Yu with admiration. Lin Yu was surrounded by a group of children who praised her, and she was very happy, tilting her head back. Children, if you want to eat fish, you have to listen to your sister Yu. Go home and bring buckets, and I will give you some fish. Xiao Shirtu immediately responded, Okay, sister Yu, I'll go get a bucket now. Wait for me. Ping and Zhu and a few other elementary school students quickly ran after him. Lin Yu looked at the small children again. Bring your big buckets over. Xiao Xuanzi, here are 2 for you. Little dog egg, this one is yours. When the children also brought their buckets, Lin Yu divided 2 fish to each of them. Seeing Oh Manqing and Song Meili, Lin Yu waved to them. Come here quickly. I'll give each of you 1 fish. Lin Yu pulled some water plants from the river, hung the fish on them, and handed 1 to each girl. Song Meili was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. Xiaoyu, we saw everything. You're so amazing. That net your second brother was struggling with, you pulled it up easily. Oh Manqing nodded. Xiaoyu, thank you. Lin Yu waved her hand. It's nothing. I don't like to talk about it. Catching fish is still my thing. Lin Yuan also thought she was quite bold. Lin Yu kept dividing the fish until only 5 or 6 remained. She put them into the bucket brought by Tai Dan and told Lin Yuan to take them home. Many of the onlookers were family members of the children here to watch their kids. Unexpectedly, there really was fish. When the children took the fish home, everyone quickly dispersed to go eat fish. Lin Yu and 2 young workers walked home together. She reminded Song Meili, Remember what I asked you to do for me? Song Meili nodded. Yes, I remember. I'll watch over the Zhai lady for you. Lin Yu giggled. That's right. Oh Manqing looked a bit worried. I don't think Song Meili can handle that. What if she gets caught and you get in trouble? Song Meili said confidently. I can handle it. I tell you, there's no secret I don't know. Even Lin Yu said, don't be so dramatic. Manqing is right. Be careful not to get caught. If Gu Yunzi found out she asked Song Meili to supervise him, he'd be even angrier. Got it. I promise to complete the task. Song Meili was very serious, clearly someone who took gossip as her lifelong career. The 2 entered the youth commune, and Lin Yu continued walking home. As she walked, she pulled some grass and jumped happily. Suddenly, she saw Gu Yunzi standing by the roadside. Lin Yu stopped and looked at her husband with dark, shiny eyes. He frowned a little. He seemed darker and a bit thinner. Could it be that working on the farm was too hard? She didn't expect that he had only been here 2 days, yet he looked so dark and thin. How tough could it be? Gu Yunze also looked at Lin Yu. She was still as pretty and cute as before. It had been a few months, and she seemed to have grown a little. Her lively personality was the same. Lin Yu took the initiative to speak. Gu Yunze, you. He looked at her. Why? She wondered if he was asking why they broke up or why he left without saying anything. I was wrong. Please forgive me, she said confidently, as if she was the one who was wrong. Gu Yunze looked at her with some helplessness. How could they talk like this? Lin Yu frowned and imitated a bossy CEO. Huh? Why aren't you talking? Gu Yunze sighed helplessly. What do you want me to say? Lin Yu said. Say you forgive me and we get back together. Seeing that he still didn't speak, Lin Yu felt unhappy. Are you perhaps liking the young female worker? Gu Yunze sighed again. No. Then do you still like me? Gu Yunze couldn't deny it and nodded. Then just say you forgive me and we get back together. She was really quite bossy. But Gu Yunze liked her very much, so much that he couldn't get angry with her. In his heart, they never really broke up. He never agreed to end things, so they were just a couple who had been apart for a few months. Xiao Yu, it's time to go home, Lin Yuan called out. Lin Yu wanted to say more but was interrupted by Lin Yuan. Seeing that it was getting late, she knew she had to go home so her family wouldn't worry. She pouted and said, I'm going home now. Then she ran off immediately. Gu Yunze felt helpless but couldn't do anything about her. When they returned to the youth commune, he smelled fish, probably from Song Jiying and O Jiying. Thinking about how Lin Yu had shared fish with so many people but not with him, Gu Yunze felt a little sad again. He silently ate the 2 steamed buns he had divided on the table and then went back to the male youth's room to lie down. Zhang Bing angrily walked in. Gu Jiying, don't you think they are being too much? Gu Yunze looked confused. Who? Of course, O Jiying and Song Jiying. They are eating alone, he muttered angrily. I don't think it's too much. It's their own fish. It has nothing to do with us. Yuan Bo sneered. Huh. Does Gu Jiying think he's so noble? Now, it's about collective spirit. If they only care about themselves, that's individualism, and it damages unity. They're just acting like capitalist young ladies. Gu Yunze was annoyed by this petty-minded man trying to come up with tricks to deal with women. Yuan Jiying, there's no need to get so worked up. If you really think they should share the fish, why don't you take out your canned food, biscuits, and candies from your cabinet and share with us? Yuan Bo was stunned. How did Gu Yunze know he had those things? He had clearly locked his cabinet. Did you sneak into my cabinet? Gu Yunze chuckled mockingly. I saw when you put them in. I'm not blind. Yuan Bo's face turned bright red. Zhang Bing stared at him fiercely. Yuan Jiying, you have so many good things to eat, and you eat alone. Yuan Bo hesitated, unsure what to say. Zhang Bing pushed further. Come on, share some. You know this behavior is just like a capitalist, having stuff and not sharing with your fellow youth. Yuan Bo was caught off guard. In the end, he had no choice but to take out a box of biscuits and give each of them 2 pieces. Zhou Huainan felt embarrassed and refused. Yuan Bo thought Gu Yunze wouldn't want any either. But Gu Yunze reached out and ate both pieces together, chewing them up quickly, like swallowing without chewing. Yuan Bo felt heartbroken. No matter the family conditions, eating biscuits was as easy as drinking water, just a quick gulp. Did you see Zhang Bing? He was slowly savoring his. Yuan Bo also wanted Gu Yunze to take out some things to share, but he only brought a few clothes here, nothing else. It was obvious he was very poor. If he had known, he wouldn't have caused trouble, losing 4 whole biscuits. Since it was already taken out, Yuan Bo put away 2 more pieces and locked the cookie box in the cabinet. He left the room, and the female educated youth was still eating in the main hall. In front of several young women, he handed 2 cookies to Su Qing. Ching, here are some cookies. Su Qing's eyes flickered and she took them. Thank you, Yuan Qing. Zhao Shumei looked at the cookies and swallowed hard. Yuan Qing, why don't we have any? Despite her boldness, she dared to ask this question. Yuan Bo didn't expect a girl to be so direct, and he felt a bit awkward. Well, Ching Ching isn't feeling well, so she needs to eat more. Our families are neighbors and have always been close. If Yuan Qing is hungry, she can eat more fish or meat. Song Meili was stunned by this shameless act. She truly learned something today. Such a man deserves to be unable to win Su Qing's affection for his whole life. If looks could kill, Song Meili would have already executed Yuan Bo since the hostility. He intentionally said that to avoid getting beaten, so he quickly ran away. Zhao Xiaomei looked at the two of them and the pot of stewed fish, licking her lips. Meili, do you think this fish? Song Meili looked expressionless.
No, Zhao Xiaomei froze.
Meili, you shouldn't be so selfish, Song Meili sneered. I'm selfish and unrefined. So what? The fish was given to us by Xiu Yu. We're good friends. What does that have to do with you? Don't forget, it was you who encouraged me to deal with Xiao Yu in the first place. How come you forget so quickly? Tears welled up in Zhao Xiaomei's eyes. Meili, I know you don't like me and Zhang Bing getting close, but you can't. A Manking slammed the table. Enough. Put away your tears and stop pretending. You're fake to the core. Only fools born into wealth would believe your lies. In the male youth's room, Zhang Bing was initially proud to hear the two women fighting over him. But then he was criticized and insulted, almost directly called a fool. What made him angrier was what came afterward. Song Meili rolled her eyes at Zhao Xiaomei. Forget it. Stop pretending. Only a brainless woman would like Zhang Bing. He's useless and not worthy of me, Song Meili. If I hear you putting me and him together again, you'll see what I do. In the male youth's room, Yuan Bo glanced at Zhang Bing and sneered. Zhang Bing was so angry, he felt like exploding. Previously, Song Meili clearly liked him, but now she said he wasn't good enough. What does this mean? Zhang Bing, being the son of a cadre, looked down on others. No woman dared to look down on him. He stood up, wanting to go argue, but Zhou Huanan stopped him. Zhang Jiqing, forget it. Don't argue with the girl cadets. Zhang Bing was also a bit afraid of Oh Manqing. Her gaze was cold and sharp, like she could hurt someone. After Zhou Huanan comforted him a little, he sat back down. Outside at the dining table, after scolding Zhao Xiaomei, Song Meili carried her bowl and went to eat in the yard with Oh Manqing. This was to avoid making others feel jealous. She didn't want to eat alone, but among the girl cadets, everyone was hiding their food and never shared with them. This fish was given by Xiu Yu. How could she share it with others? Yes, this fish was really delicious and she wouldn't give it to anyone. Meanwhile, at Lin Yu's house, there were 6 fish. Lin Yu cooked 3 of them. They made a stew, added some pancakes, and the family ate happily. Xiao Taidan and Xiao Bao were also very happy, feeling that they deserved a share of the fish too. It was impressive. Everyone loved Xiao Bao, who could jump and smile. Only Wang Zhaodi felt jealous inside. She thought, my little Bao, shouldn't he be away from me for a little while? Why is he so happy? No one paid attention to what Wang Zhaodi was thinking. They were all busy enjoying the delicious stew. Lin Yu remembered her sweet potatoes. Big uncle, where are my sweet potatoes? Lin Igwa smiled. I brought them back for you. They're in the yard. Grandma Lin also thought she was cute. Xiao Yu, what do you want to do with those sweet potatoes? Lin Yu chuckled. You'll see once I make something. For now, it's a secret. The whole family was curious, but Lin Yu refused to say anything. After dinner, Lin Yu called out, I'm full. I'm going for a walk. Shin Jinyan and Lin Laosan said, Third brother, our girl is so adorable. Lin Laosan agreed. Yes, I think so too. Wang Zhaodi was speechless. These two acted like they had a problem in their heads. Whatever Lin Yu did, they praised it to the sky. She had never seen such indulgence for a child. After leaving the house, Lin Yu took out a bowl of stewed fish and a flour roll from her space and went to the youth station. She squatted at the door and watched for a while. All the young women had gone back to their rooms. Someone was talking inside the young men's house. How should I call them out? Lin Yu picked up a small stone and threw it at their window. With a snap sound, Gu Yunzi sat up and went out the door on his own. Most likely, everyone thought he was going to the bathroom, so no one asked. Gu Yunze stepped outside and saw Lin Yu holding a bowl of food and a flour roll. Gu Yunze, this is for you. I made it. His heart immediately felt a mix of sourness and sweetness, making his heart beat faster. He took the food and said, "It smells really good." Lin Yu raised her chin. "Of course, I made it. Hurry and eat. Don't let others see." Worried about being seen by the young people at the gate, Gu Yunze took Lin Yu to a hidden spot. They both squatted down, and Lin Yu watched him eat the stewed fish and the flour roll. Gu Yunze ate very neatly, quick and clean, not swallowing hastily nor eating slowly with elegance. But overall, Lin Yu thought he looked good even when eating. After finishing, Gu Yunze didn't return the bowl to her. "I'll wash it and return it to you." Lin Yu nodded. "Okay, let's talk about our thing." Gu Yunze responded softly. "Why did you leave Haicheng?" Actually, he could find out, but he wanted to hear Lin Yu tell him. Lin Yu started talking about Xiao Mingming, except for the part about her rebirth and crossing into a book. She told everything else. Gu Yunze felt a little sad for her. Learning that he wasn't her biological brother must have been very upsetting. "Lin Yu, it's nothing." And she was also driven out by her parents. "Lin Yu, I left on my own." Gu Yunze sighed and patted her head. Lin Yu rolled her eyes and pretended to be pitiful. "So, do you still want to be with me?" Gu Yunze gently said. "I never agreed to break up. Then, do you still want to stay with me?" Lin Yu felt a bit shy. What should she say? Gu Yunze took her hand silently in response. On the way home, Lin Yu was bouncing happily, full of joy. Her ex-boyfriend with six-pack abs has returned. She is now in a relationship again. She playfully pulls grass and kicks stones. Even the little stray dogs passing by get petted by her. Dog. This person is so strange. Watching her cheerful figure walk into the house, Gu Yunze finally returns to the youth commune. He takes a bowl to wash at the well, lowers his head, and suddenly feels someone watching him. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Song Meili. What is her purpose? Remembering that this youth and Lin Yu are very close, Gu Yunze smiles helplessly and shakes his head. The next morning, Xiao Bao wakes up and climbs out of bed by himself, rubbing his eyes as he comes out of the room. Grandma Lin is making breakfast. "Oh, Xiao Bao, why did you get up?" Xiao Bao obediently leans in her arms, playing with sister and Taidan. It turns out he's been obsessed with playing these days, thinking about going out to play early in the morning. Grandma Lin pats his little head and takes him to wash his face and brush his teeth. By the way, this toothbrush was a gift from Lin Yu. Each child in the family has a small children's toothbrush. They usually don't use adult-sized toothbrushes because they're not suitable for children and don't clean well. Lin Yu has many children's toothbrushes in the supermarket, even electric ones. But they're hard to take out. So, she only took a regular small toothbrush. Taidan has already learned to brush his teeth by himself, while Xiao Bao pouts, asking Grandma to brush his tiny teeth. At this moment, Lin Yu also gets up. Since there's little entertainment in the countryside, they go to bed early at night and wake up early in the morning. She squats beside Xiao Bao. "Xiao Bao, you're brushing your teeth too." Xiao Bao spits out water. Xiao Bao, brush teeth. "Big sister, brush teeth." Lin Yu nods. Yes, I'll brush my teeth too." After breakfast, Lin Yu and Lin Igwa say they won't go to work today. Igwa doesn't ask what she plans to do. Anyway, the older girl usually doesn't go to work much. Their family has many men, so the girls can relax a bit. Xiao Bao pulls Lin Yu, wanting to go outside. Recently, he loves playing outside. Lin Yu shakes her head. "Xiao Bao, today we stay at home. Sister will make something delicious." Xiao Bao tilts his head. "Delicious." Yes, Xiao Bao, help sister at home." Xiao Bao obediently agrees. "Okay, what about Taidan?" Taidan is eating a biscuit. "I'll help Annie make something delicious at home too." Lin Yu patted him and said, "Okay, once it's ready, you two can eat first." Everyone at home had gone to work. The pregnant sister-in-law stayed at home because her belly was very big and she might give birth at any time. They didn't let her go out, worried she might deliver in the field. The older girl was also at home. She was a real homebody and didn't like to go out. Lin Yu took out some picture books for Tai Dan and Xiao Bao to read and play with. The sister-in-law sat nearby knitting a sweater and watching the children. Lin Yu brought out a large sweet potato, cut it into pieces, and the older girl helped peel it. After peeling, she cut the sweet potato into small chunks. There was a big stone mortar at home. She put the sweet potato inside and mashed it into a paste. Since the sweet potato was large, she had to cut it into many pieces and mash it in several rounds. Lin Yu was strong and didn't find it tiring, but it took some time. She wrapped the sweet potato paste in cloth and squeezed out the water, repeating twice to make sure all the starch was pressed out. She didn't throw away the remaining sweet potato paste. She kept it to make pancakes. The water squeezed out from the sweet potato needed to sit still. It's done. Just leave it here. We'll do the rest in the afternoon. The older girl nodded. Okay, sister. Let's make lunch now and take it to the field later. The family members went to work and wouldn't come back for lunch. They had to wait until it was delivered. Lin Yu called out, "Taidan, Xiaobao, come out." The two ran out holding hands. Lin Yu held a basket and pointed in a direction with her chin. Let's go pick some vegetables. The two children ran into the vegetable garden. Lin Yu directed the kids, pick a few tomatoes and a big cabbage. The children, small and holding a tomato, looked very cute and big for their size. They also needed to bring over a large cabbage. Lin Yu patted their heads and gave each a milk candy. Is it tasty? They answered in unison, yes, it's delicious. At noon, Lin Yu cooked scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried cabbage. The main food was steamed buns. After delivering the vegetables to the field, she came back to eat with others. Lin Yi and Ernyo also returned. Today, they went out to work again. They were about 8 or 9 years old and could earn half a work point. They hurriedly ate their meal when they got home. Big sister, I think your cooking is really delicious. Since my sister took charge of cooking, the family's meals have become much tastier. Even stir-fried cabbage now smells better than before. This is because Lin Yu uses more oil when cooking, using animal fat for vegetarian dishes and vegetable oil for meat dishes. Her supermarket has all kinds of oils. Whenever she cooks, she secretly adds some oil to stir-fry. It's not easy to openly feed the family well. Tai Dan and Xiaobao eat without raising their heads. They each have their own small bowls and spoons. Today's dishes have no bones, so they can eat by themselves. However, Xiaobao still struggles with a spoon and often gets rice on his nose. His older sister wants to wipe his face, but Lin Yu stops her, saying, wait until he finishes eating, then clean him up. Let him eat on his own. It's best for children to learn to eat by themselves. If they finish their meal slowly, they will improve over time. After finishing their meal and taking a nap, the starch water from the morning has mostly settled. Lin Yu pours off the top layer of water and sees the bottom filled with sweet potato starch. She adds hot water and rice porridge, stirring it well, then uses a large gourd with several holes. Big Nyo has already started boiling water and is pouring the starch through the holes in the gourd, turning it into strips of noodles. Sweet potato noodles are transparent with a slight gray color. Lin Yu scoops them out and finds there's quite a lot. She keeps some for herself and plans to use the rest for tonight's dinner. There are 3 fish left in the water jar. Lin Yu quickly kills them with a decisive slap. She then scales the fish and removes the guts. She doesn't throw away the guts. They can be cooked with fish sauce and taste good too. Lin Yu plans to make fish fillet noodles, so she needs to debone the fish and slice the meat into pieces. Big Neo watches in amazement. His smooth, flowing movements look like martial arts. Soon, the fish is sliced into thin pieces. Big Neo, start the fire. Big Neo immediately becomes the fire-starting girl and begins to light the stove. Lin Yu marinated the fish slices briefly and set them aside. Then she used oil to fry the fish bones until fragrant. With a sizzling sound, the aroma of fish quickly filled the room. Inside, Tai Dan and Xiaobao, absorbed in their storybooks, forgot they were supposed to help sister cook today. Their older sister didn't sleep well last night and is still sleeping now. As soon as Tai Dan and Xiaobao smell the delicious aroma, they close their storybooks and get ready to get out of bed. The bed is quite high, and Xiaobao is afraid to climb down. Iron Egg first climbed down, then pulled Little Bao. The two of them held hands and ran to the kitchen. They peeked inside and saw Lin Yu cooking at the stove. The delicious smell was coming from her. "Auntie," Iron Egg called her. Lin Yu turned around and saw two drooling children. "You can't eat yet. Wait a little longer." "Oh, then Little Bao and I will wait here and watch," Iron Egg said, not leaving. It was good to smell the aroma. Little Bao nodded. Yes, we'll watch." Lin Yu thought Little Bao was following Iron Egg like a little younger brother, doing whatever he said. But actually, Iron Egg was supposed to call Little Bao uncle. But Iron Egg refused to call him that, and the family thought it wasn't necessary. If they wanted to watch, let them. Lin Yu let them take small stools and sit next to the big girl. She went to get some sweet potatoes and threw them into the stove. "Baked sweet potatoes, we can eat them soon." Iron Egg's eyes lit up. His grandma had baked them once before, and they were very tasty. Little Bao didn't know what they were, but he rested his chin on his hand, looking at the fire in the stove with anticipation. Lin Yu didn't bother them. When she finished preparing dinner, the sweet potatoes should be ready. She saw the fish bones turning golden brown, then poured in boiling water. The water boiled quickly with a bubbling sound. She added some vegetables and finally put the fish slices in. The fish slice soup was ready, and she added the prepared vermicelli. The big girl, Iron Egg, and Little Bao watched eagerly. Lin Yu felt it was a crime not to let them eat. "Go get some bowls." Everyone held their bowls. Lin Yu served a little of the soup and 2 fish slices into each. "Go ahead and eat." She checked that there were no fish bones in the fish slices before giving them to Iron Egg and Little Bao. The big girl picked up a fish slice. She had never known fish could be prepared like this. The thin, white fish meat, when put in her mouth, was not melting instantly, but had a slightly crispy texture. Then she took a sip of the soup. So fresh. It was so delicious that her eyebrows almost fell off. The milky white soup had a rich aroma. The vermicelli soaked in the soup, and when she scooped some up and slurped, the broth went straight into her mouth. It seemed like she didn't need to chew much. It slid smoothly into her stomach. Unconsciously, after just 2 or 3 bites, she finished the small bowl of vermicelli. The big girl felt a little shy. She had never realized she could eat so quickly. "Are you feeling too greedy?" She looked up at Lin Yu and the others. Oh, no one was paying attention to her, because they were all eating without lifting their heads, munching loudly, finishing a bowl quickly. Her older sister-in-law had just gotten up and was now eating with them. "This is so delicious. Look at my belly moving around." It seems her little niece also likes it. Lin Yu found it very amazing. She thought she even saw the little feet of the baby. Tai Dan stepped forward and touched his mom's belly. "Sister, I am your brother. Be good, okay? When you come out, you'll have fish to eat." Xiao Bao also curiously put his hand on her belly. "Sister?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "Xiao Bao, it's a niece, not a sister." "That's not right, older sister-in-law. How do you know it's a girl and not a boy?" The older sister-in-law smiled helplessly. "Your big brother wants a girl. He says if we keep saying it's a girl every day, we'll have a baby girl in the future." Lin Yu was amused. She couldn't believe her big brother had gone to high school, and he still believed this. But she also wanted her sister-in-law to have a little girl to play with. The 2 younger kids at home are boys, and she's tired of it. "Xiao Yu, what delicious food did you make again?" "Nyo, Xiao Yi, you're back. Look at all this sweat. Go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon." As the 2 elementary school kids arrived home, the adults also gradually returned. Lin Yu pulled out some sweet potatoes from the stove to help them fill their stomachs first. Tai Dan and Xiao Bao each got a little piece, and they ate happily. Xiao Bao even pretended to give a review. "Roasted sweet potatoes, very good." Lin Yuan pinched his little face. He didn't get angry, but smiled happily. Lin Yu also made a soy-braised fish dish. Dinner was a big bowl of fish noodles for each person, a pot of soy-braised fish, and an eggplant dish. Lin Laosin nodded as he ate. "My daughter made this. It's so delicious." "Daughter, what is this fish noodle? I've never had it. Is it a Haiqing dish?" Lin Yu shook her head. "No, this is sweet potato vermicelli. I made it from big sweet potatoes." "Xiao Yu, you say this is made from sweet potatoes?" Lin Igua asked in surprise. "Yes, uncle." Don't believe it?
Ask Daniel.
We made it ourselves. Oh, I also kept some dried. Next time, I'll cook some sour and spicy noodles. Lin Lao San rubbed his hands together. He hadn't eaten the next meal yet, but he was already looking forward to it. Daughter, is this sour and spicy noodles tasty? Lin Yu smiled happily. It's delicious. Of course it's delicious. It's sour and spicy. If I had more money, I would add some minced meat. That would make it even more fragrant. The second girl ate happily and volunteered. Sister Yu, next time I'll help you cook. I can help cut the sweet potatoes. Xiao Yu pinched her little face. Okay, next time I'll ask you to help. The girls finished eating happily and Lin Yu didn't notice Lin Aigua's reaction. Lin Aigua asked, Xiao Yu, where are the fans you dried? Lin Yu replied, here in the corner of the yard. They're not fully dry yet, so I'll dry them again tomorrow. Leaving them out for 10 days or half a month is fine. Lin Aigua's eyes sparkled. Good. When they're dry tomorrow, show them to Uncle. Lin Shan looked at his father, thinking of something, and his expression became more serious. Dad, can I have a taste of your fans? Iron Egg finished his own portion and still wanted to try Lin Shan's. Lin Shan, who loved to spoil children, immediately reached out to feed him. Hey, big brother, don't give him any. Lin Shan paused and quickly withdrew his chopsticks. Iron Egg pouted. Why not let Iron Egg have some? Looking at Lin Yu, he seemed to say, you decide. If I don't get an explanation, I'll cause trouble. Lin Yu waved at him. Little Iron Egg immediately ran over happily. Lin Yu patted his little belly. Little Iron Egg, your stomach is already bulging, right? We ate half a bowl of fans and more than half a sweet potato this afternoon. You can't eat any more. If you do, you know. Little Iron Egg pinched his nose.
No fartin.
Iron Egg won't. It's stinky. Lin Yu touched him. Yes, Iron Egg, don't eat any more? Iron Egg nodded. No more, no more. At this moment, Little Bao put down his bowl and ran over, pulling Lin Yu's hand and placing it on his own belly. Big sister Little Bao, tummy big? Lin Yu also touched him. Little Bao's tummy is also big. When you're full, you won't eat anymore. Little Bao nodded happily. Not hungry, not hungry. Lin Yuan laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Little Bao, are you trying to get attention? Wow, our Little Bao is so clever now. Grandma Lin patted his head. Can't you speak? When did our Little Bao stop being smart? Auntie Lin also glared at him.
He's a grown-up now.
If he can't use his words, he should just keep quiet. Lin Yuan raised his hands and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Our Little Bao has always been a smart little one. This Little Bao heard it and loudly said, Little Bao, smart. The whole family laughed happily, all finding him very adorable. Fans shared photos for 2 days, and the photos started to fade. Lin Yu decided to put them away to keep for later. Just like in later times, the family keeps dried noodles, eggs, and pancake flour, ready to cook whenever they want. Big Uncle, look at these dried noodles. Don't you want to see them? I'm going to put them away after you look. Lin Aigua held them in his hand, excited. Xiao Yu, how long can these noodles last? Lin Yu thought for a moment. About half a year to a year should be fine. Without preservatives or modern food storage techniques, if they had them, they could probably last 2 years. Lin Aigua was very happy. Xiao Yu, let's not put the noodles away yet. Borrow them to Big Uncle. They'll be useful. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, you can take them. Lin Yu felt like he knew what Big Uncle wanted to do with them. If they made noodles from sweet potatoes, the collective income might increase a bit. After packing the noodles, Lin Yu handed them to Lin Aigua and went out to play with Little Bao and Tai Dan. Before leaving, he called Danyo, but she was sitting there drawing and refused to go out. So Lin Yu took the 2 kids and left alone. The outside air was so fresh, filled with natural scenery everywhere. Yes, even the houses were made from natural materials like earth, bamboo, or wood. Lin Yu took the kids to see the young workers at work. Song Meili waved when she saw them. Xiao Yu, we're over here. Lin Yu ran over. Man Qingjia Meili, Song Meili pinched Little Bao and Tai Dan. These 2 kids are so cute, Tai Dan giggled. Sister is pretty too. Hearing that, Song Meili was very happy. Little Bao hugged Lin Yu's leg and grinned. Lin Yu patted his head. Little Bao, call out to the 2 sisters. In a soft voice, Little Bao said, Sisters, hello. Even Oh Manching smiled and gently replied, good boy. Song Meili moved closer to Linyu. Hey, weren't you asking me to watch over someone? Who? Linyu was a bit surprised. Gu Yunza. Oh, yes, that. Fearing someone might ignore her and take advantage of the situation, Linyu asked Song Meili to watch over him. Now that everything was back to normal, it seemed unnecessary to keep watching. Just as Linyu was about to speak, she heard Song Meili mysteriously say, I found out he has a secret. Linyu raised an eyebrow. Oh? What secret? He might be seeing someone and that person is from the team. Manking quietly glanced at Linyu and smiled slightly. Linyu felt very embarrassed. How do you know he has a partner? And how do you know it's not a young worker but someone from the team? Wow, Song Meili really has some skills. She guessed it all? Song Meili looked mysterious. First, the night before last, he sneaked out and came back with a bowl. That bowl clearly isn't from the workers' dorms, so it must have been given to him by someone from the team. He's a new young worker. If no one liked him, why would anyone from the team bring him food? Impressive, really impressive. Linyu almost clapped for her. It was a thorough investigation, and she guessed most of it correctly, except for the part about the partner being Linyu herself. Meili, what? Xiaoyu, why are you so shy?
Just tell me if there's something.
Do you want me to help you win him over? Song Meili rubbed her hands, eager to act. Linyu shook her head. Meili, could it be that his partner is me? What? You? You're his partner? You. Song Meili's eyes widened. You are his partner. You did it. Linyu covered her mouth. Quiet. Don't let anyone hear. Song Meili leaned her head close. Are you two together? Linyu nodded. Yes, yes. The night before last, I gave him fish and the bowl was mine. Song Meili gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. You got him so quickly. That Su Qing was always acting spoiled, but Gu Jiqing didn't even look at her. Linyu nodded. That's right. My man shouldn't be looking at other women. Should I still watch him? Linyu waved her hand. No need. I already have him. While they were talking, Linyu saw Zhang Lili and Yu Haiyang standing very close together. The young man poked at the girl and asked, Hey, what's going on over there now? The girl, Yu Manqing, shrugged and said, Probably about the same. Song Meili leaned over and asked, Same what? I tell you, those two probably got together. I saw them go into the cornfield. Linyu looked uncomfortable and said, How can you see that? Aren't you afraid of getting pricked? What are you talking about? I just saw them walk past. I didn't see anything else. Linyu looked at Yu Manqing, trying to see if she knew about the cornfield incident. Yu Manqing nodded and said, I already know. Linyu asked, So, very soon. Song Meili scratched her head and asked, What are you all talking about?
What's so soon?
Are they getting married? Yu Manqing smiled and said, Yes, they're going to get married. They should stay together forever. Her smile didn't seem like a real wish for their happiness, but a little bit eerie. Song Meili rubbed her arms and said, Don't smile so strangely, it's creepy. Linyu put her arm around her and said, Forget her. Are you done working? When you're finished, come play with us. Song Meili pushed her away and said, I can't finish everything now. You should take the kids away. I don't have time. To earn more work points and get enough food at the end of the year, Song Meili worked hard every day. She couldn't slack off, or her points would be deducted, and she wouldn't have any food. Since she wasn't leaving, Linyu took Iron Egg and Little Treasure and went away. They needed to check the sweet potato field again, as some might have been missed. Linyu's sharp eyes spotted a few and said, Little Treasure, Little Iron Egg, come and dig this. The three of them dug into the soil with their hands. Linyu didn't do much, just watch the kids dig. They got dirt all over their hands. Kids usually like playing with mud. Little Treasure was giggling happily, with dirt on his head. Iron Egg kept digging and scratching himself, his face also dirty. Linyu didn't mind, they were playing in the dirt after all. Finally, the kids dug up a sweet potato. Linyu carefully picked it up and handed it to Iron Egg, who then passed it to Little Treasure, as if completing a little handover. Although this sweet potato is small, it was dug up by the three of them together. It was also the first time Iron Egg and Little Treasure played mud together. Linyu felt it was very meaningful. Let's roast it and eat it, she said. Little Treasure tilted his head. Sister, cook or roast. Linyu shook her head. This time, we won't put it in the stove. We'll make a small clay oven. Linyu took the two kids to the riverbank, where there was water and soil, which was more convenient. On the way, they met little Shuangzi and little Dog Egg. So, their team of roasted sweet potatoes grew by 2 more children. One sweet potato wouldn't be enough, so Linyu took her little brothers to find help. Lin Yuan was working when he looked up and saw his sister carrying a bunch of radish tops. Little you, what do you want me to do? Lin Yu went over. Second brother, give me a few sweet potatoes. Lin Yuan took 4 from the basket. What do you want the sweet potatoes for? To roast them. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she turned around and walked away. A group of children followed her. Lin Yu sang as she walked. The king told me to patrol the mountain. I turn around the world. Lin Shan just saw them leave. Second brother, where is little you going? Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. She said she's going to roast sweet potatoes. Lin Yu led her little brothers to the riverbank and directed them to bring soil. She picked some leaves, washed the sweet potatoes with river water, and wrapped them up. Then she buried them in the soil. Suddenly, Lin Yu realized she couldn't find anything to start a fire. Why are you here? She was suddenly asked. Lin Yu squatted down and looked up. It was Gu Yunze. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed his pant leg. Do you have matches? I want to start a fire. Her hands were muddy, her hair a bit messy, and her big, bright eyes looked at him eagerly. Gu Yunze's heart was filled with affection and couldn't hold back. His eyes showed a gentle smile. He wanted to reach out and pat her head but held back. I don't have matches, but I can help you start a fire, he said. Gu Yunze had lots of outdoor survival experience. He easily used stones and sticks to start a fire. Lin Yu was amazed. Gu Yunze, you're so awesome. You can do this too? Great, she said, giving a thumbs up. Next to her, a group of children imitated her. You're so great. Gu Yunze couldn't help but laugh and smile, truly like a big kid taking care of a small child. He imagined if they had children, she would play with them while he cooked for their family. It would be so wonderful. His eyes grew deeper, filled with affection for the adorable young girl in front of him. He really wanted to marry her soon, but he was also afraid of scaring her. Then he remembered his mission. Gu Yunze sighed. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Lin Yu say, "It would be great if we had a chicken, then we could make a delicious roasted chicken." Since he couldn't marry her right now, he decided to be kind to her, to the point where she couldn't leave him. Maybe then they could stay together forever. He immediately said, "Wait here, I'll be back soon." Before Lin Yu could ask him anything, he disappeared. Running so fast, are you a special soldier? Xiao Bao rested his chin on his hand. What? A special soldier? Xiao Taidan slapped his forehead. Xiao Bao, it's a special soldier, not a special soldier. Lin Yu also rested her chin, looking at the dirt pile where they were planting sweet potatoes. A special soldier is just a very brave soldier. Xiao Bao looked confused. What's a soldier? The other children looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. Lin Yu softly explained, a soldier is an uncle or auntie who wears a uniform. They train every day to protect us. We can be happy every day because they quietly watch over us. In the future, if any of you can become soldiers, it will be a proud thing for your whole family and community. Xiao Taidan and Xiao Shunzi immediately raised their hands. I want to be a soldier. Lin Yu patted their heads. Good. When you grow up, go be soldiers and protect our country. Gu Yunze stood behind, quietly listening to her words. His heart beat faster because of her. His profession made him feel even more proud at this moment. He realized she liked soldiers and he was one. He thought to himself that they were destined to be together in this life. At that moment, Lin Yu also noticed him. Gu Yunze, where did you go? Wow, a chicken. Gu Yunze ran down to the foot of Mount Deqing and caught a wild chicken. He even went back to the youth camp to bring some salt and other seasonings. Seeing how prepared he was, Lin Yu admired him even more. She'd just mentioned wanting to make beggar's chicken, and he immediately went to catch a chicken and prepare the ingredients for her. Who wouldn't be moved? Who wouldn't admire him? Anyway, Lin Yu was so excited she almost wanted to kiss him, but unfortunately, the time and place weren't right. When she took the items from him, she playfully scratched his palm. Guyunza not only felt itchy in his hand but also in his heart. The feeling grew stronger when he saw her ears turn red. Now, even his bones felt itchy. He wanted to hug her and kiss her. He wanted to stay close to her. Fortunately, he had enough self-control to hold back at this moment. He sat on a stone, watching Lin Yu prepare the beggar's chicken. After she wrapped it up, he went to build a fire for her. Xiao Bao rested his chin on his hands, with big, round eyes very similar to Lin Yu's, looking at him. "Uncle, how's the fire?" Guyunza couldn't understand baby talk, so Xiao Taidan started translating. "Uncle, he asks how you make the fire." Xiao Shuangzi and Little Gooden also squatted nearby. "We want to know too." Lin Yu cleared her throat. "Don't tell them," she said, receiving disapproving looks from the children. Lin Yu crossed her arms. "If you learn how to do it and then set the house on fire, how will I explain to your family?" The children sighed disappointedly. Oh, Xiao Bao silently watched Guyunza, his eyes spinning around. Lin Yu diverted their attention. "Come quickly and see. The sweet potatoes are probably ready." She then started digging with a stick. Guyunza also helped quickly, pulling out the charred sweet potatoes from the fire. Lin Yu wrapped one in leaves and opened it. A sweet aroma immediately spread out. Xiao Tiedan's eyes almost glued to the sweet potato. "Auntie, let Taidan try." Lin Yu cut the sweet potato in half and shared it with Taidan and Shuangzi. Guyunza opened one and gave it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took it. "You open one for Xiao Bao and Little Gooden." Guyunza picked one and divided it between the two. They held the sweet potatoes in their hands. Lin Yu gave the command, "All right, now listen to me. Don't eat the black skin. Only eat the yellow inside, understand?" "Got it," they replied in unison. "Good, then let's start eating." A few people were busy eating, and Lin Yu was also holding a sweet potato, eating happily. The roasted sweet potatoes smelled very good, different from the boiled or fire-roasted ones. Lin Yu enjoyed the taste and shook his head happily. Then he looked at Xiao Bao, who looked just like Lin Yu, eating and nodding his head. When they finished eating and looked up, everyone's face and noses were all black. Guyunza shook his head and smiled, went to the river to wet a handkerchief, and handed it to Lin Yu. "Wipe your face." Lin Yu wiped his face, then helped the other children wipe theirs, and handed the handkerchief back to Guyunza. He rubbed his hands together. "Next, we have called chicken." When they dug out the chicken, everyone exclaimed, "Wow!" Xiao Bao licked his fingers. "It smells so good." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. Yes, it smells delicious." There was a wild chicken, not much meat. Lin Yu gave Xiao Bao a small chicken leg. Some of the other children ate chicken wings, or chicken pieces. Lin Yu kept a big chicken leg for herself. As for Guyunza, he said he didn't eat. He just sat there, looking at Lin Yu with eyes full of love. Lin Yuan just came over and saw this scene. His guards suddenly went up. "What are you doing?" "How is Gu Jiqing here?" Lin Yu looked up and waved at him. "Second brother, come eat some chicken." Lin Yuan stepped closer. "Xiao Yu, where did the chicken come from?" Now, every household raises chickens with shares, not just a few. The chickens at home are kept for eggs, so they shouldn't be casually used for roasting. Lin Yu pointed at Guyunza. He caught the wild chicken. Lin Yuan squinted. "Gu Jiqing?" Guyunza saw his second uncle and quickly stood up. "Hello, second brother Lin. I saw them roasting sweet potatoes and brought the wild chicken I caught to share." Lin Yuan asked, "What do you call me?" Guyunza, feeling a bit shy, smiled and said, "Lin Yu calls you second brother." "I didn't know what to call you, so I just called you second brother Lin." He acted like a pure-hearted young man, but only Lin Yu knew how wild he really was. Seeing his innocent look, Lin Yuan's guard lowered a little. "How old are you this year?" Guyunza replied, "I'm 21. Lin Yuan frowned. "I'm only 20. You don't need to call me second brother. Just call me Lin Yuan." Guyunza sighed inwardly but appeared obedient on the outside, saying, "Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan nodded, thinking that as long as he didn't start calling him second brother like Lin Yu, he would still be a good person. Then Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward Lin Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, give a piece of chicken to big brother to try." Lin Yu handed him a piece and said, "Here, the last piece. It's for you." Lin Yuan quickly ate it and said, "It's so good. This chicken is nice." "Did you thank Gu Jiqing?" Lin Yu, Xiao Bao, Taidan, and the others all said together. "Thank you, Gu Jiqing." Gu Yunzi smiled helplessly and said, "No need to thank me. Xiao Yu, it's about time to go home," he said, coming out after work to find them. Lin Yu clapped her hands, and the children all stood up, lining up. "Okay, that's enough playing for today. Let's each go home." "Got it, leader." Lin Yuan was stunned. "Xiao Yu, when did you become their leader?" Lin Yu shrugged. "Just now, while eating sweet potatoes and roasting chicken." Zuanzi, this little guy, admired Lin Yu even more. "Yujie, from now on you're my leader. I want to follow you and eat delicious food." Xiao Go-dan also raised his hand. "Me too, leader." Taidan said, "Annie is the boss." Xiao Bao smiled sweetly and said, "Sister." Lin Yu felt very proud. She raised her chin and said, "Okay, from now on I am the boss. You all have to listen to me. If I have something to eat, my brothers get half." Gu Yunzi found it amusing. She really was a kid leader, like a little child. Lin Yuan also felt speechless. All right, everyone disperse. Go home. You're so dirty. You'll get scolded later." The children froze, glared at him, and then ran off. Taidan also happily ran after them, leaving Xiao Bao behind, holding Lin Yu's hand and walking slowly. Lin Yuan, feeling slow, said, "Xiao Bao, second brother will carry you." Xiao Bao turned his head and ignored him. After a few more words, he looked at him with big eyes. "Gigi, go. All right, you walk by yourself." Lin Yu laughed loudly. "Our Xiao Bao doesn't like you. Look at yourself, you're all dirty. Xiao Bao doesn't want you to carry him." Lin Yuan looked at himself and then at Lin Yu. "You guys are also very dirty," Lin Yu said, then look at Xiao Bao. "Wow, Xiao Bao, why are you so clean?" The children just now were digging in the dirt and eating sweet potatoes. Their clothes, faces, and hands were all dirty. Only Little Treasure was different. Besides some stubborn black smudges on his hands, his face and body were very clean. Lin Yu also admired him. Little Treasure is a very clean child. After digging in the dirt, he took a long time to wipe his hands and face. When eating sweet potatoes, he was very careful and didn't want to get anything on himself. Thinking about how he eats at home, he often gets food on his face but keeps his clothes clean. If a grain of rice falls, he immediately picks it up and eats it. Because of this, Little Treasure looks the cleanest and most beautiful among all the children. Gu Yunzi quietly followed behind, listening to their conversation, and looked down at Little Treasure. Little Treasure was very alert. He quickly noticed someone was watching him, turned his head, and softly smiled at him. He is small, but very sensitive to people's feelings. He could tell that his sister and this uncle had a very good, close relationship. He also felt kindness from this uncle, so he decided he was a good person. Gu Yunzi raised an eyebrow. This child is quite interesting. His alertness and sharpness are good, kind of like when he was a kid. His big round eyes are also similar to Lin Yu's. Gu Yunzi thought that maybe their future children would be like this too. So, he saw Little Treasure with an extra layer of kindness. Lin Yu didn't notice the exchange of looks between the big and small children. She was walking forward while chatting with Lin Yuan. Suddenly, she heard a noisy commotion, as if something had happened. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Her curiosity sparked. "Let's go see." She picked up Little Treasure and ran, not caring about the two men behind her. Lin Yuan and Gu Yunzi hurried after her, trying to catch up. Following the noise, Lin Yu saw a large crowd gathered. Many women and older ladies were standing there. Lin Yu paused for a moment, then pushed her way in, saying, "Excuse me, please let us through." Aunt Liang was also there. When she saw Lin Yu, she pulled her over. "Xiao Yu, you're here? Come stand over here." Nearby were Lin Gipo, Wang Sisi, and the other women who had gone to Neo 2 Brigade that day. Lin Yu knew them well. She greeted each one and also asked Little Treasure to greet them. The little child in her arms smiled happily and called out to people, making middle-aged parents call him Little Treasure and Dear. Before, the child was mostly taken care of by Wang Zhaodi. He was shy, didn't speak much, and avoided eye contact. So many women hadn't seen his face clearly. Recently, he's been with Lin Yu, and he's become more cheerful. Everyone has started to see that he is quite adorable. Speaking of which, Lin Yu moved through the crowd and finally found Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin. They were pushed to the side, standing behind a few fierce-looking women. Lin Yu waved to them. Grandpa Lin smiled kindly, and Grandma Lin told her not to worry about those women, just to enjoy the gossip. It turned out that those fierce women and Grandpa and Grandma Lin belonged to the same team. They were working in the cornfield today. Suddenly, a loud, unpleasant noise was heard. Gossiping women, Manhwa and Aunt Yang, immediately rushed over to confront the troublemakers. These two were none other than the untrustworthy man and the scheming best friend from a story, Yu Haiyang and Zhang Lili. Lin Yu thought to herself, no wonder Manqing said it was almost time. It looks like they were planning to cause trouble today. She hoped they would act quickly, so she could enjoy the scene of the heroine standing up for herself. Yu Shengli and Zhang Lili stood together, their clothes disheveled, looking hesitant under everyone's gaze. Ma Lianhua's sharp voice said, "Wow, I thought city kids were more cultured, but it turns out they come here to cause trouble." "Uft." Aunt Yang, with a sharp tongue, said, "They should be caught and punished so they don't corrupt the girls in our team." Lin Yu frowned. "Are you saying all the blame is on women?" Liang Aunt, seeming to understand her concern, quietly explained, Yang Honghua's son was caught with a city girl, and that's how he married her. She always said it was the girl who seduced her son. Yang Honghua believed that women were always at fault, and men just couldn't resist temptation sometimes. This caused many people nearby to roll their eyes. Grandma Lin couldn't stand it anymore. "Yang Honghua, stop talking nonsense. Step aside." Grandma Lin pushed her away and stepped forward. "One side can't be blamed alone. Today's trouble is both of your faults. You are educated, so you should know what could happen if this gets reported." After all, she was the mother of the team leader and the team members still respected her. So Yang Honghua lost her right to speak and was quietly pushed out. No one wanted to listen to her harsh words. Although she was also a woman, she looked down on other women in her speech. The older women in the team didn't like her at all. Yu Haiyang initially thought about blaming Zhang Lili when he heard Yang Honghua speak that way. But he still had a conscience and knew that, in everyone's eyes, it was both of their faults today. If he tried to shift the blame, people would think less of him. He looked at Zhang Lili, who had messy hair, was not dressed properly, and was crying with her head down. His heart softened, and his protective instincts as a man came out. He raised his head and said, "Everyone, Zhang Lili and I are engaged. We are about to get married. Today, we couldn't help ourselves. Please give us another chance." Zhang Lili looked up, seeming to be in disbelief. "Brother Haiyang, Yu Haiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Zhang Lili, things are like this now. It's our fault for being young and impulsive. But we already have a marriage agreement, right? It's time for us to get married." In Zhang Lili's eyes, there was guilt, pain, regret, but also love. Yu Haiyang became more determined and bowed to the team. "Please give us a chance." Zhang Lili also bowed with him, looking like a pair of unfortunate lovers. Lin Yu found it hard to say anything. She had good eyesight and saw Zhang Lili secretly smile when she looked down. She wondered if Zhang Lili had deliberately revealed this secret. Could it be just to marry Yu Haiyang? But according to the story, at this time, she and Yu Haiyang were only in a flirtatious relationship. Yu Haiyang was still waiting for Manqing's father to return to the city. How could it be? Lin Yu was confused but kept watching the scene unfold. Everyone could see that these two were lying. Aunt Liang whispered to Lin Yu, "This Yu Ziqing used to flatter Ziqing, and now he's fooling around with Zhang Ziqing in the cornfield. They even say they have a marriage agreement." Who would believe that? Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, Aunt Liang has sharp eyes. I think neither of these two are good people." Ziqing is innocent," Aunt Liang said. "I think Ziqing isn't paying attention to him. Maybe she sees that he's not a good person." Just then, Manqing, Song Meili, and a few other young people came over. "Zhou Qingqing, since you're here, you handle this matter. Zhou Huanan is the leader of the youth team, and it's his responsibility to deal with this." Actually, he's very upset inside. He doesn't understand how these two dared to go into the cornfield and get caught on the spot. They have completely embarrassed the youth team. In the future, how will the others see them? Thinking of this, Zhou Huanan also feels quite dissatisfied with these two. You two say you have a marriage agreement, so why not go get the marriage license? He knows that Yu Haiyang is lying. They share a room, and everyone knows Yu Haiyang is engaged to Oh Manqing. Who would have guessed he got involved with Zhang Lili? He's really not a good person. Since he's lying, Zhou Huanan thinks he shouldn't use it as an excuse. Just force him to get married directly. Yu Haiyang is indeed stalling. He plans to wait until these people leave, then go back and discuss with Oh Manqing. They can quickly get married in the city, and this problem will be solved. As for Zhang Lili, he will compensate her secretly and be with her quietly. But he can't marry her. Their Yu family is now in trouble. Only by being with Oh Manqing can he have a chance to turn things around. In the original story, he successfully married Oh Manqing. With Oh family's help, even Zhang Lili returned to the city with them. He did keep giving her money and secretly kept her outside. Only after he became successful and established his career did he kick the Oh family out completely. Even Oh Manqing, who helped him the most, was harmed by them and died. Hearing Zhou Huanan's words, Yu Haiyang felt a cold chill inside. His face darkened as he looked up. Captain Zhou, you don't need to worry about this. When we get married is our own business. As soon as he said this, the first person who noticed their situation, Manhwa, was not happy. What do you mean? Are you lying to us about having a marriage agreement? So you're still sneaking around? Old auntie, don't let them go easily. Let the team leader handle it directly. Grandma Lin frowned, feeling that the youth was really ungrateful. She had already given them a chance. Since he still insists on saying this, then... Grandma Lin was about to speak when Yu Haiyang finally realized that if he didn't marry Zhang Lili, this matter wouldn't end well. Thinking they might be taken away for reform through labor, he felt even more anxious inside. Blurted out, "We will get our marriage certificate tomorrow." Yu Haiyang blurted out, "We will get our marriage certificate tomorrow." Zhang Lili looked at him surprised and touched. Brother Haiyang. Seeing her, Yu Haiyang felt even more heartbroken. What did Lily do wrong? She just liked him too much. All of this was caused by those people. One day, when Yu Haiyang turns things around, none of these people will have a good time. And then there's Zhou Huanan. Usually silent, but unexpectedly, a dog that barks when it bites. If it weren't for him, his plan would have succeeded. Now, to avoid being taken away for forced labor or punishment, he has to change his plan. Lin Yu watched Yu Haiyang's changing expressions. Oh, this guy's face shows pain, hatred, and cunning all at once. She was impressed. If there were an expression contest, he would definitely win first place. But this also shows that Yu Haiyang probably never really planned to marry Lily. He was just forced by Zhou Huanan's words. Actually, even if Zhou Huanan hadn't said anything, they still had to get married. Don't think that the women in the countryside are easy to fool. Once they find out Yu Haiyang was teasing them, it would be even worse. They might cause trouble and send him to farm labor as punishment. But Yu Haiyang still thought he was clever, treating others like fools. He did this not to marry Lily, but what about the other young people at the youth station? They also deserve respect. If two young people at the youth station get into trouble, others' reputations will suffer too. In this era, reputation is very important. It plays a big role in promoting progress and even recommending students to workers' and farmers' universities. For all the young people, Zhou Huanan believed that getting them married was the right thing to do. It's not like he was forcing them to die. Lin Yu thought Zhou Huanan was already very kind. Otherwise, he could have reported them in the name of the entire youth station and sent them to farm labor, earning a reward himself. Lin Yu didn't know if Zhou Huanan thought of this, but to her, he was already a responsible youth team leader. But Yu Haiyang didn't seem to think so. He had developed resentment towards Zhou Huanan. After everyone left, Lin Yu told Gu Yunze, "Just a reminder, your team leader seems to be starting to hate him. Be careful not to get hurt by him. Looking at that novel, it's clear that Yu Haiyang is a ruthless person with no conscience." He even harmed his wife who had been with him for many years, so he can hardly be called human. Gu Yunze understands this, but because Lin Yu cares about Zhou Huainan, he feels a bit jealous. You're so concerned about Zhou Huainan. Lin Yu wrinkles her nose. Do you smell something? Gu Yunze. What? Wow, it's so sour, little treasure. Do you smell it? It's sour. I wonder who spilled the vinegar.
Xiao Bao Zitge.
Sour vinegar. Gu Yunze. I didn't. Lin Yu nods. No, you didn't get jealous. That means you don't care. She's starting to act up. Gu Yunze quickly says, I do care.
Ikare.
I'm jealous. Very jealous. Lin Yu huffs. Humph. Xiao Bao also huffs. Gu Yunze looks helplessly at the two of them. Xiao Bao. Seeing his awkward expression, Lin Yu can't help but laugh. Forget it, I forgive you. You also shouldn't forget that I don't know Zhou Huainan well. Should I go find him myself? I'm just trying to keep peace at the youth commune. I think he's doing a good job as the team leader. We don't want any trouble. Gu Yunze understands this and nods. Yes, I'll remind him. Actually, Yu Haiyang isn't really capable of causing trouble. He's just all talk and no action. Yes. That guy isn't a good person. Don't get too close to him. Gu Yunze looks toward the youth commune, thinking that this isn't going to be easy to solve. Yu Haiyang once told them he and O Manqing are childhood sweethearts, with a verbal marriage agreement. But in his view, O Manqing has no real feelings for Yu Haiyang. Sometimes, she even looks annoyed by him. Today's incident, he doesn't think it was an accident. Someone's behind it, and it's not clear who. The youth commune will probably have more trouble again. Lin Yu puts Xiao Bao down, holding his hand. We're going home. Xiao Bao, goodbye to Uncle. Xiao Bao. Goodbye, Uncle. Gu Yunze. Xiao Bao, you should call her sister. You should call me brother, not uncle. Lin Yu giggled and said, because you look older. Gu Yunze is 21 years old, about 1.88 meters tall, strong, with a not-so-pale face, looking mature and steady. He doesn't seem like someone who should be called Big Brother. Gu Yunze wanted to say more, but Lin Yu had already pulled Xiao Bao away. Oh well, since I am 3 years older than her, I should be more considerate. At the educated youth station, as Gu Yunze entered, he saw Zhang Lili crying behind Yu Haiyang, talking to O Manqing. Next to O Manqing was Song Meili. Other young women hid inside rooms, watching from outside. Thinking that O Manqing was Lin Yu's friend, Gu Yunze also stopped to watch. Yu Haiyang begged, Manqing, you have to believe me. I love you. We are going to get married. Zhang Lili cried and said, Manqing, it's all my fault. I couldn't help myself. Brother Haiyang wanted to refuse me. Manqing, he really loves you. Please forgive me. I won't bother you again. Oh, Manqing sneered. Do you believe what you're saying? Yu Haiyang, do you still want to marry me? Yu Haiyang hurriedly said, Manqing, we already have a marriage agreement. We've known each other since childhood, and his words made people think of something inappropriate, as if they had already done something. Song Meili stepped forward and spat. Bah! You shameless person. Manqing doesn't like you at all. You have a marriage agreement, and you're rolling around in the cornfield with this woman? Can't control yourself? Always in heat. That's just like an animal. Yu Haiyang frowned. Song Jiqing, this is between me and Manqing. You don't know anything, so don't talk. Song Meili crossed her arms, about to speak, but O Manqing interrupted. Meili, what you said is the same as what I think. Yu Haiyang, our marriage agreement was just some casual words from elders, a joke. I've never crossed any boundaries with you. I never thought of marrying you. Since you're now with Zhang Lili, I wish you happiness. No. Manqing, we're going to get married. Believe me, I love you, Yu Haiyang said anxiously. Zhang Lili's face stiffened, then she started crying again. Manqing, I'm sorry. Really sorry. I will step back. You two should be happy together. Everyone present would think that O Manqing and Yu Haiyang were a couple just by hearing Zhang Lili speak. Song Meili angrily said, What do you mean, together? Nonsense. You. O Manqing gently pulled her aside. Meili, let me handle this. She stepped forward and took out a letter. Yu Haiyang, I called my dad a while ago and told him I don't like you. He said our engagement was just a joke between him and Uncle Yu after drinking, not serious at all. My dad even wrote me a letter, telling me to tell you that if you like a girl, he wishes you happiness. And if I like a boy, I shouldn't be bound by this engagement. When Yu Haiyang saw the letter, his face turned red. He didn't read it carefully, but what was written was exactly what Oh Manqing had said. Every word seemed to mock him for taking the joke seriously, thinking he was clever. He looked up at Oh Manqing, whose gaze seemed to see right through him. It was as if she could expose all his dark thoughts in the sunlight. She said, Yu Haiyang, between us, past, present, or future, there's no relationship. Since you're now with Zhang Lily, you should take responsibility and not let others look down on you. Oh Manqing deliberately made their situation public. This way, Yu Haiyang and Zhang Lily were basically locked in. They could only get married, which meant Yu Haiyang would never have a chance to be with Oh Manqing or the Oh family. From now on, he could only rely on himself. Oh Manqing also wondered whether, without the Oh family, he could still live as well as he did before. Even if he had the ability, she would never let him become too powerful. Such a person, if not suppressed, would eventually become a threat. But for now, she thought, let the two fools marry first. There would be plenty of time later to deal with them. Yu Haiyang also realized that he could no longer depend on the Oh family. He might not be able to return to the city, and his future looked very bleak. He was so emotional that he stepped forward and grabbed Oh Manqing. Manqing, listen to me, it's not like that. He was still a man, strong and forceful. When he grabbed her, Oh Manqing couldn't resist. Let go. She struggled but couldn't break free. Song Meili stepped forward to try to pull Yu Haiyang away, but Zhang Lily blocked her. Zhang Lily thought bitterly that it would be best for Yu Haiyang to give Oh Manqing a good scolding. In the male youth dormitory, Zhou Huainan rushed out, trying to pull Yu Haiyang away. Gu Yunze was faster. He walked over and forcefully separated Yu Haiyang and Oh Manqing. Because of inertia, he also accidentally threw Yu Haiyang onto the ground. Fortunately, Oh Manqing was unharmed. She touched her hand and thanked Gu Yunze, saying, Thank you, Gu Zhizhi. Gu Yunze nodded and said, It's just a small favor. At this moment, Zhou Huainan also ran out and stood in front of Oh Manqing and Song Meili. He pointed at Yu Haiyang and said, Yu Zhizhi, enough. It was clearly you and Zhang Zhizhi who did that. You should take responsibility. What does this have to do with Oh Zhizhi? She already said it has nothing to do with her. You are spreading rumors and making false accusations. Oh Zhizhi can report you. Yu Haiyang glared fiercely at him. It's you again, Zhou Huainan, and you, Gu Yunze. What do you care? Stop meddling in other people's affairs. Mingqing and I are a couple. We're going to get married. Mingqing, listen to me. I know I was wrong, but our childhood friendship is real. Just forgive me once, and we can get married and live happily. Oh Manqing stood straight and coldly said, Yu Haiyang, I have already made it very clear. There is no possibility between us. I will never marry you in this lifetime, she whispered again. Don't even think about using my dad's connections to go back to the city, marry me, and then have my dad use the Oh family's influence to help you. And don't think everyone is stupid. I know what you're thinking, and so does my dad. But you want the Oh family's help and secretly conspire with Zhang Lily? Ha, Yu Haiyang, do you think you're a piece of meat that I want to fight over with Zhang Lily? Don't be so self-righteous. Her words completely exposed Yu Haiyang's plans, making him feel suffocated. So she knew everything. She knew he wanted to go back to the city and rely on the Oh family to turn his life around, but she hadn't said anything before. Was she hurt because of Zhang Lily? It was all his fault for giving in to temptation. If only they could have endured a little longer, waited until they returned to the city, got married, and he succeeded in his career. Then he could have kicked Oh Manqing aside and she wouldn't have been able to fight back. I have to say, his idea is exactly the same as in the previous life. But this time, Oh Manqing deliberately shows off how good Yu Haiyang is to Zhang Lily in front of her, while being indifferent to him in front of Yu Haiyang. This makes Zhang Lili hurry to flirt with Yu Haiyang and also makes Yu Haiyang more attracted to the gentle and caring Zhang Lili. When Oh Manqing realizes their feelings are already deep, she guides them to meet secretly in the cornfield. She casually mentions that the place is quiet and nobody is around. Actually, Oh Manqing already knows that the cornfield belongs to the third squad, which is led by the most gossip-loving person in the team. So, everything goes according to her plan. She can finally break free from the verbal marriage promise with Yu Haiyang and also tie those two together. In the last life, Zhang Lili said it was because of Oh Manqing that they lost many years of happiness. Now she's helping them, letting them be together earlier. Let's see if they can still be happy. Zhou Huanan thinks Yu Haiyang is really unreasonable. Yu Jiqing, did you hear that? Oh, Ziheng doesn't like you, and it's impossible for you to marry him. And you and Zhang Zhiheng did that today. You owe us an explanation. Otherwise, the team will take you two to the disciplinary meeting. Will we still have a good reputation among the youth in the village? What will the villagers think of us? Hearing this, all the youth in the house come out. Yeah, Yu Zhiheng, since you both went to the cornfield, you might as well get married quickly. Exactly, Zhang Zhiheng is a girl. If you don't get married, how will you be respected in the future? I don't want to be dragged down by you. If that happens, we won't get any benefits as youth. As the leader of the youth team, Zhou Huanan can only give them a final warning. Yu Zhiheng, Zhang Zhiheng, you have 1 day. If you don't register your marriage by tomorrow, I will hand you over to the team leader. Zhou Huanan, Yu Haiyang angrily raises his hand, wanting to hit him. But in the end, his hand doesn't come down. He turns around and sees Gu Yunza grabbing him. Gu Yunza is strong and holds his arm like iron. Yu Haiyang feels his hand might be crushed. Gu Yunza, what are you doing? Let go. Gu Yunza held Yu Haiyang's hand. Yu Jiqing, please respect Captain Zhou. He hasn't said a single wrong word from start to finish. I also tell you, if tomorrow you two don't go register for marriage, I will report it immediately. After speaking, he forcefully shook Yu Haiyang's hand. Yu Haiyang felt like his hand was about to be broken and had no strength left to fight. He clenched his teeth. Fine, tomorrow we will get married. Are you happy now? Zhang Lili cried. Brother Haiyang, I'm sorry. Yu Haiyang, with a kind heart, saw her crying and quickly comforted her. Lily, no need to apologize. Tomorrow, you will be my wife. We will be happy. Zhang Lili nodded. Yes, Brother Haiyang, I want to live a good life with you. The two looked at each other affectionately, exchanging glances. Song Meili rubbed her arms. Manqing, don't you think it's disgusting? I feel like throwing up. Why are they acting like that? Oh, Manqing was amused by her reaction. Then don't look at them. It's really gross. Let's go inside. Zhou Huanan saw that the situation was settled and turned to go into the house. Gu Yunzi didn't look at them. As long as they didn't cause trouble for Jiqing, he just wanted to live peacefully here and talk to Lin Yu about dating. The other Jiqing, seeing Yu Haiyang and Zhang Lili's loving scene, also felt physically uncomfortable. They shook their heads and turned away. Standing in the yard, the two of them wanted to find in the ground to hide in. Yu Haiyang's face was dark. He released Zhang Lili's hand. Zhang Lili was stunned, then lowered her head and softly said, Haiyang, go back and rest. You're tired today too. Her gentle, caring look made Yu Haiyang feel very pleased, and his face looked better. Yes, you too. Rest early. Tomorrow, we will go register for marriage. Finally, Yu Haiyang understood that under the current circumstances, marrying Zhang Lili was his only choice. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to return to the city, but he might also be sent to a farm for reform through labor. Thinking of those years in the city, seeing people being beaten, he shivered. It was too terrifying. He absolutely couldn't end up like them. Marrying Zhang Lili, at least this woman loved him and was gentle and kind. He felt he wasn't losing out. He just wanted him to give up on European comics, but he still felt unwilling. But that's okay. He was only angry for a while. As long as he comforts him later, since they've known each other since childhood, he should forgive him. Then he can reconnect with a European family, and his future will still be bright. Thinking this way, Yu Haiyang's mood relaxed again. He went back to his room to sleep, filled with happy thoughts. Song Meili looked through the door for a while, then ran back to the big bed. She was sleeping with Oh Manqing. She whispered to Oh Manqing, "It turns out Yu Haiyang likes gentle and caring girls like Zhang Lili. He doesn't really want to marry her. Zhang Lili still cares if he's tired and suggests he rest." Oh Manqing smiled. She knew Zhang Lili well and understood that her actions were just acting. She did like Yu Haiyang, but only because his family was well off, and he was her fiancé. Zhang Lili's family was poor and had many children. Since becoming friends with Oh Manqing, she had seen what life was like for girls from wealthy families. She also wanted a good life. So she set her sights on Yu Haiyang. His parents worked at a company and he only had a sister. Their life was quite good.
Plus, Yu Haiyang was ou Manqing's fiancé.
Zhang Lili thought that if she could win Yu Haiyang over, she could prove she was better off than Oh Manqing. She secretly competed with Oh Manqing, but still pretended to be close sisters. In her previous life, Oh Manqing was really fooled by her. Seeing her look pitiful and timid, Oh Manqing often felt sorry for her and gave her food and drinks. When they were about to return to the city, she even asked her parents to take Zhang Lili along. But once they got back to the city, Yu Haiyang and Zhang Lili became even closer. For many years, Oh Manqing didn't notice their closeness, until the truth was finally revealed. Zhang Lili's current behavior was actually a way to manipulate Yu Haiyang. She knew Yu Haiyang liked obedient and caring women, and she was good at acting that way. Song Meili looked at her and said, "Manqing, I think Yu Haiyang only likes girls like her. It's really good that you're not with him. You're not that kind of woman." "Well, I also think it's better that I am not with him. I still wish them both happiness and a long-lasting relationship," Song Meili nodded. "I think they are a perfect match. They are both quite shameless." "Song Jiqing, how can you say that about me?" Suddenly Zhang Lili also entered the room. Song Meili rolled her eyes. "I'm not wrong. You too are like that, so what else can I call it but shameless?" Zhang Lili looked tearful, gazing at the others, hoping someone would stand up and criticize Song Meili. But she saw that the eyes of the other young women were filled with dislike. "You all are bullying me," Oh Manqing sneered. "Enough, comrade Zhang Lili. Just shut up and stop acting. No one here wants to see you cry. Manqing, why have you changed like this? Aren't we good friends?" Oh Manqing looked at her coldly, as if she could see through her, sensing her jealousy and hatred inside. Zhang Lili was stunned and speechless. Song Meili smiled slightly. "Jiqing Zhang, you say Manqing is your good friend. Then why are you still with her fiancé?" We. Song Meili saw her hesitating and unable to speak, so she helped her out. "You two are so deeply in love. You can't help yourselves." Oh Manqing patted her arm. "Meili, you're a young, unmarried woman. Don't say such things." Song Meili nodded. "Understood." Compared to Zhang Lili, who claims to be a good friend, Song Meili is the one with the closest feelings to Oh Manqing. Zhang Lili remembered the good times they once shared. Oh Manqing had been very kind to her. But now, everything had changed. She suddenly felt sad. Had she really done something wrong? Then she thought about tomorrow. She was getting married to Yu Haiyang. Oh Manqing's fiancé was now hers. She was not wrong. No one can be betrayed without consequences. She was just pursuing her own happiness. Her jealousy towards Oh Manqing had gone beyond friendship. As long as she could successfully take what belonged to Oh Manqing, what did it matter if she lost this friend? The next morning, Yu Haiyang indeed took Zhang Lili to get a recommendation letter from Lin Aigua, planning to go to the county seat to get their marriage certificate. Lin Yu saw her eldest uncle taking the two of them to the brigade office to get the proof and felt very curious. Did something happen at the youth station last night? Why did Yu Haiyang seem reluctant yesterday but come so early today to get the recommendation letter? Lin Yu hurriedly finished her breakfast and was about to run outside. When she reached the door, her leg was suddenly held. "Xiao Bao, good morning." Xiao Bao grinned happily. "Sister, good morning. Where are you going?" Lin Yu patted his head. "Out to play. Do you want to come?" Xiao Bao nodded eagerly. Lin Yu took his hand, and they left together. When they arrived at the youth station, they found that the young workers had already gone to work, and no one was inside. Lin Yu then turned toward the fields and saw Song Mei's figure. "Mei Mei." Song Mei looked up and waved at her. Xiao Yu. As for Gu Yunza from the youth team, he watched Lin Yu run over happily, straight to Song Mei without even noticing him. He was even less noticeable than Xiao Bao, who waved at Gu Yunza when he saw him. When Lin Yu reached Song Mei, she asked, "Did anything happen at the youth station yesterday?" Song Mei was eager to gossip and immediately told her everything that happened yesterday. Basically, Yu Haiyang originally wanted to marry Manqing? Is he crazy? How bold of him, Song Mei nodded. Exactly. He was already in the cornfield with her, and he still said he liked Manqing. Oh, Manqing interrupted. Don't compare me with him. It's disgusting. Okay, I won't mention you. Xiao Yu, let me tell you that Zhang Lili is even more impressive. Lin Yu listened and nodded. Isn't she just a white lotus flower? Pretending to be gentle, caring, and virtuous, but actually a heartless person. Thinking of the original story, Yu Haiyang didn't initially want to harm the heroine. It was Zhang Lili who added fuel to the fire, making Yu Haiyang believe the heroine had illegal evidence in her hands, which led him to decide to eliminate her. Later, Zhang Lili still played the innocent and naive role, as if she was helpless. In reality, she was a kind-hearted fairy inside. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder, if the female lead hadn't been reborn, would they really have been able to live happily after removing her? Both of them had their own schemes, and neither of them had good character. Even without Oh Manqing's presence, they might have just been pretending to be close while actually drifting apart. This time, they could finally get married openly and honestly. Lin Yu was quite looking forward to their life after marriage. By midday, Yu Haiyang had returned with Zhang Lili, holding the freshly issued marriage certificate. The team leader looked at the certificate and said, "Since you're already married, it wouldn't be right to keep living at the youth commune." Yu Haiyang nodded and asked, "Could you help us find an available house in the village?" Although Lin Aigua didn't think highly of these two, as the team leader, it was his duty to help the youth solve problems. So he worked hard to find them a house. After thinking for a while, he said, "There's probably an empty house at the end of the village, a wooden cabin that used to belong to an old person. After they passed away a few years ago, the house has been unused." Yu Haiyang frowned. A house that had been owned by someone who had died? Was team leader Lin deliberately giving them a place to stay? But he didn't dare to say anything aloud. Lin Aigua was experienced, having been a team leader for decades. From Yu Haiyang's reaction, he could tell he was unhappy. He explained, "There are very few vacant houses in the village. Most are uninhabitable now. If you want to live there, you might need to spend some money on repairs. But the wooden cabin at the end of the village is still well preserved. Just tidy it up and you can move in." Hearing this, Yu Haiyang finally relaxed his brow. He didn't have much money when he came to the countryside. His family was a dual-income household, but most of his father's salary went to his grandparents in the countryside, and his mother often helped support her own family. They also had a young sister to take care of, so in reality, their family looked prosperous on the surface but was actually quite empty inside. Otherwise, his father wouldn't be so eager for him to join the O family. Oh Manqing's father, Oh Xinhua, worked at the same place as Yu's father. But Oh Xinhua was a high-ranking leader, while Yu's father was just an ordinary worker. The O family only had one daughter, Oh Manqing, and their conditions were quite good. So Yu's father was secretly hoping to marry into the O family. Right now, his plan probably can't be carried out. Talking about Yu Haiyang, he doesn't have much money left, so he finally decided to choose the small wooden house. At least it would save some repair costs. The two of them and the team leader agreed, then returned to the youth commune. Although they had just argued, they were all young workers, so they needed to stay united. So Zhou Huainan organized the male youth to help Yu Haiyang carry things to the small wooden house, while the female youth helped Zhang Lili bring things over and also helped tidy up. Manqing went along but didn't help. She just followed to see their place, hoping to find a chance to cause trouble later. Song Mei also didn't help. She disliked these two people very much and naturally didn't want to lend a hand. After the youth workers finished tidying up their place, Yu Haiyang and Zhang Lili only said thank you and then sent everyone away. Zhao Shumei couldn't help but frown. Not even a box of wedding candies? That's really shameless, so stingy. This was set outside the small wooden house, and everyone inside could hear clearly. Zhang Lili felt very embarrassed. She was getting married, and they didn't even have wedding candies. They had wanted to buy some when they were in the county town, but Yu Haiyang said that the youth commune people weren't close to them, so there was no need to give candies. To maintain her image as sensible and virtuous, Zhang Lili could only agree. But who knew Zhao Shumei would be so direct, shouting outside and making it obvious to everyone passing by that they didn't have wedding candies. Even Yu Haiyang looked unhappy. He didn't have much money, so he had to be careful with expenses. Everyone here was from the countryside, and the youth workers even pressured him to marry Zhang Lili. He felt no one had the right to eat his wedding candies, so he didn't buy any. But being criticized like this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He also felt a bit resentful toward Zhang Lili. If he didn't buy candies, why should she? From the very first day they registered their marriage, the newlyweds started to have complaints about each other. Manking didn't know about this and wasn't interested in eating their wedding candies. After seeing where the small wooden house was, she left on her own. She went to find Li Dahui. At that moment, Li Dahui was having lunch in the field, and Manking brought a box of food to him. She sat down beside him. Li Dahui, I'm here. Recently, his stuttering has improved a lot, thanks to Lin Yu's guidance. She told him to speak slowly, 1 or 2 words at a time, and to pause in between. With more practice, he can now say short sentences without sounding like he's stuttering, just a little hesitant. But he's definitely better than before. Manking knows he's practicing speaking, so she often comes to talk to him as a free practice partner. Today, she fried 2 eggs and put one on Li Dahui's rice. This is for you. Li Dahui looked at the egg and said to her, I don't eat eggs. You can take it away. Manking shook her head. I cooked it for you. You eat it. I have my own. Li Dahui wanted to refuse, but Manking finished her meal quickly, then stood up with her hands on her hips. If you don't want it, just throw it away. I don't want it either. She turned and walked away, leaving Li Dahui feeling confused. Oh, just eat it. The egg smells so good. Hearing someone speak, Li Dahui turned around and saw Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, Xiao Bao. Lin Yu rested her chin on her hand. Hi, Uncle Dahui. Xiao Bao copied her exactly. Hi, Uncle Dahui. Li Dahui knew Lin Yu had just seen everything and felt a bit shy, his face turning red. Lin Yu smiled happily. Uncle Dahui, don't be shy. When men grow up, they get married and women get married too. Li Dahui quickly shook his head. I have a relationship with Manking, but it's not like that. He didn't understand why Manking was always so close to him, and he didn't dare to think about her romantically. She was a city girl from a big city, here only temporarily. She would leave sooner or later, and someone like him wasn't the kind of person she would stay with. Lin Yu thought Li Dahui was too self-deprecating. She always felt he didn't realize Manking liked him. Uncle Dahui, do you like Manking? Li Dahui blushed and shook his head. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. That would hurt her reputation. Lin Yu sighed. Uncle Dahui, you really are. Never mind. She decided not to interfere in other people's feelings. Lin Yu thought Manking should take the initiative to pursue Li Dahui herself. If it were her, she wouldn't like someone who played hard to get. Someone like Gu Yunze, who liked someone and just confessed directly, was the kind of person she admired. However, this is related to their living environment. Gu Yunze clearly comes from a wealthy family background. Li Dahui, on the other hand, was born in the countryside. Since childhood, he was teased and excluded because of his stutter, which has made him very shy and insecure now. But in fact, he is a very capable person. In modern words, he is a potential talent. In 2 lives, Manqing's life, he eventually became a big business leader named Li Guanghui. This shows how capable he is. Even now, living in the countryside, he still goes hunting in the mountains and sells the game on the black market in the town. So, don't think he's just a country man. He probably has a good amount of savings. Even Aunt Lin doesn't know all this well, because she has more than one son and is busy with many things. But Lin Yu, who has read the original story, knows the truth. Uncle Dahui, are you going hunting this afternoon? Lin Yu looked at Li Dahui with bright eyes. Li Dahui nodded and asked, Yes, how do you know? I saw you carrying that big basket today, and there were bows, arrows, and knives inside. Lin Yu and Xiao Bao were sitting next to his big basket, so they naturally saw what was inside. Uncle Dahui, take me with you too. Li Dahui shook his head hard. No, you can't go. Lin Yu pouted. Why can't I go? Uncle Dahui, don't forget, I'm very strong. Li Dahui really forgot. Seeing her small arms and legs, she didn't look like someone who could go hunting. But now, remembering her strength, Li Dahui still disagreed. Xiao Yu, the mountain is dangerous. Your dad and your uncle. Li Dahui got a bit flustered and stammered. But Lin Yu understood what he meant. He was talking about the danger in the mountains, and her dad and uncle wouldn't agree for her to go. Lin Yu stood up with Xiao Bao. Uncle Dahui, wait and see. My dad and uncle will agree. Lin Yu ran to the field. Luckily, her dad wasn't lazy today and was working in the field. But Lin Yu thought it was probably because her mom, who is a scorekeeper, was watching from above. She ran over first and hugged Shin Jinyan. Mom, you've worked hard. Shin Jinyan smiled, patted her braid, and then hugged Xiao Bao. Mom isn't tired. What are you and your brother planning to do? Before Lin Yu could speak, Little Treasure happily said, Sister, Dahusu, go play. Shin Jinyan was confused when she heard this, but old Third Lin saw his daughter coming and walked over. What are you talking about? Lin Yu smiled politely and said, Dad, I want to go hunting in the mountains with Uncle Dahu. Old Third Lin shook his head quickly. No, Xiu Yu, that's too dangerous. You can't go. Lin Yu crossed her arms and said, Dad, I want to go.
Please let me.
I promise to be careful. Little Treasure also said, Sensu, let's go. Caught between the two, old Third Lin didn't want to refuse his daughter, but also didn't want her to get hurt. He quickly pulled them apart. He jumped back and pointed at them. Wait for me. I'll find my older brother. Then he ran off, probably to get help. Lin Yu originally wanted to ask her eldest uncle for permission, so she wasn't in a rush anymore. She and Little Treasure stood there waiting. Shin Jinyan immediately understood what the girl was thinking. You really are your dad's daughter. What's wrong with my dad? I'm not like him. He's so timid. Lin Yu wrinkled her nose, thinking her dad was very scared. Didn't her mom look calm when she heard about this? Shin Jinyan smiled and said, Your dad isn't timid. He's very brave. He's just worried about you. Lin Yu chuckled. He doesn't want me to go, but my big uncle said I can. Xiu Yu, your dad said you want to go hunting with Dahu? At this moment, Lin Igua was also called over by old Third Lin. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, uncle. I want to go. You know I'm very strong and haven't had a chance to use my strength. And I'll be careful and stay close to Uncle Dahu. Lin Igua frowned and nodded. If you want to go, then go. But you must be very careful and not get hurt. No second chances if you do. Old Third Lin looked worried and said, Brother, how can you agree? It's so dangerous. Lin Igua scoffed. Old Third, are you afraid too? Old Third Lin hesitated and lowered his head. It's different. In the end, Lin Yu got approval from her big uncle and father. She decided to go into the mountains with Dahu in the afternoon. Old Third Lin, I did not agree. Lin Yu was very curious. Both her mother and uncle said that Dad was brave and fearless. Looking at him, it seemed he had done something big. But no matter how she asked, he wouldn't tell. Dad, tell me about your brave deeds, she begged. I haven't done anything. It's not me.
Don't talk nonsense, he replied.
You definitely have. Come on, tell me, Dad. Xiao Yu, I really haven't. I'm just a younger brother. I've always listened to your uncle. Hearing this, Lin Igua snorted and shook his head with a smile. This silent rebuttal. Dad, hurry up and tell me, or I'll start making trouble, Lin Yu said, standing with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Xiao Bao also imitated Lin Yu. Xiao Bao will make trouble too. Uncle Lin Bo was blocked by Lin Yu and Xiao Bao, one big and one small, so he couldn't run away. He turned to look at his older brother and his wife. But Lin Aigua turned away, and Shun Ji Nian just shrugged, showing she couldn't help. Uncle Lin Bo sighed. All right, I'll tell you. He beckoned her over, and Lin Yu took Xiao Bao and followed him a few steps to sit on a pile of hay to listen. When I was 8 years old, and the war was just starting, guess what happened? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. What? There were communist soldiers hiding in the mountains. Dad used my small size to pass messages to them. And then? Just then, a few kids around Uncle Lin Bo, a little younger than him, came over, curious about his story. Seeing so many listeners, Uncle Lin Bo was even happier to brag. I knew the paths in Daqing Mountain very well. Every day, I secretly watched the enemies, then sneaked out through a dog hole from home, slipped into Shaoqing Mountain, crossed over, and reached Daqing Mountain. Someone admired him and said, Brother Lin, you were only 8, and you dared to go into Daqing Mountain? Uncle Lin Bo raised his chin proudly. Of course. I was very brave, and I had a big heart. I wanted to help the soldiers defeat the enemies. Lin Yu listened eagerly. Dad, you're so amazing. Xiao Bao also rested his chin. Sensu, so cool. Someone asked, Brother Lin, have you also been to the deepest part of Mount Daqing? Every year, their team would go hunting, but no one dared to venture into the deepest areas of Mount Daqing. So, the team members were very curious about what it was really like inside. Old Lin nodded and said, Yes, I've been inside. There's nothing special, just wild boars, tigers, and wolf packs. Oh my goodness, Brother Lin, you still dare to go in? It's nothing. Like I said, I have a brave heart dedicated to the cause. I do it to help the soldiers, so I'm not afraid. He warned, inside, there are all kinds of snakes, insects, mice, and ants. If you're bitten by one, it could be deadly. My older brother is right not to let you go in. It's dangerous. Don't be reckless. If you go in and can't come out, the team leader won't send anyone to rescue you. Hearing this, the curious team members all hesitated. This was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't take it lightly. The team leader often emphasized that no one should go into the deepest parts. If someone went and didn't return, there was nothing the team could do. After all, everyone's life is important. They wouldn't sacrifice other team members just for one person. Lin Yu also thought the mountains were very dangerous. Dad, the mountains are so dangerous. Why do you still go every day to deliver messages? Old Lin scratched his face and said, Well, maybe because I have the spirit of the soldiers protecting me. The wild animals don't dare come near me. Lin Yu squinted and said, Oh, you're really brave. Old Lin puffed out his chest. Of course. I was a young soldier once. Later, we pushed the Japanese out, and that was partly thanks to me. A few elders passing by stopped to listen for a while, then shook their heads with a smile and left. But the young men around Old Lin didn't notice. When they got home and told their family elders, they found out what really happened. They said, Don't listen to his nonsense. Little Lin from the Lin family is just bragging. What? Brother Lin is lying? So, we really did go to Japan, the elder replied. Yes, we did. We were chased away by the soldiers, but that has nothing to do with Old Lin. He was only 7 or 8 years old then, always causing trouble and not listening. He said he wanted to go fight the enemies, but after a few scoldings from his older brother, he finally behaved. Didn't third brother say he went to Dakingshan? The old man shook his head and smiled. That's not wrong. He did go to Dakingshan. Third brother can come back? That's impressive. Actually, he didn't come back on his own. He was chased out by wild boars. Back then, he was disobedient and went to Dakingshan. We didn't dare go after him because it was too dangerous. Outside that big forest, your father and the others went too. We thought we wouldn't find him, but that boy was chased out by a wild piglet, crying and running, and it seems he even wet his pants. The young man looked upset. Third brother is lying. Yes, that little rascal is lazy and disobedient all day. He's quite cheeky, and only you young ones listen to his nonsense. These conversations happened in several families, but Lin Yu didn't know. Although she thought Lin Lao San's story didn't quite make sense, she didn't have time to think about it now. She had already gone to find Li Dahui, convincing him to let her go into the mountains with him. Uncle Dahui, my dad, and my older uncle agree. Do you have any reason to refuse me? Li Dahui didn't expect his cousin to agree. Could Xiao Yu really promise to keep herself safe?
He didn't know what to say.
He looked down and saw Xiao Bao. He said, "You can come along, Xiao Bao, but no, don't be fooled by Xiao Bao's age. He now listens to what others say." When Li Dahui said that, Xiao Bao pouted and glared. Xiao Bao also wants to go. "Dahui, don't be mean." Li Dahui waved his hand. "Absolutely not. Xiao Bao, you can't go." He looked at Lin Yu, worried she might insist on bringing Xiao Bao. Lin Yu wasn't a stubborn person. Of course, she wouldn't take Xiao Bao with her. She didn't expect Li Dahui to say it so directly. She had planned to go back and discuss it carefully with Xiao Bao. She also pouted and looked at Li Dahui with a stern expression. "I won't take Xiao Bao. Don't worry. I'm not that foolish." She looked down at Xiao Bao again. His big, round eyes were now filled with tears. "Big sister is mean not taking Xiao Bao." Boo-hoo. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt deeply guilty. She knelt down, gently touched Xiao Bao's small shoulders, and looked him straight in the eyes. "Little treasure, your sister is not taking you because she doesn't want to. It's because the mountains are very dangerous. If you go, your sister is worried she won't be able to protect you. If something happens to you, your sister and parents will be very sad. Little treasure, your sister knows you understand, right? You're a good boy. You must stay at home and wait for your sister to bring back some meat for you, okay?" Little treasure nodded, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and sniffled. "Be good, little treasure. Stay at home. Wait for sister." Seeing his sad face, both adults felt very sorry for him. Li Dahui also realized he had spoken too bluntly and felt a bit guilty. While they were talking, he quickly made a grasshopper out of roadside grass. He also crouched down like Lin Yu, looked at Little Treasure, and handed him the grasshopper, saying, "Little Treasure, don't cry. This is for you." Little Treasure's eyes lit up. His face still wet with tears, he smiled and took the grasshopper. "Thank you, Dahui Su." Seeing him smile, Lin Yu and Li Dahui felt relieved. In the afternoon, Lin Yu happily went out with Li Dahui. Little Treasure was left at home for the first time in a while, staying with Wang Zhaodi. Over the past few days, Lin Jiangwo saw that Little Treasure was becoming more cheerful and realized he shouldn't let Wang Zhaodi keep the child all the time. So, even though Little Treasure was with his mother, Lin Jiangwo still felt uneasy. In the late afternoon, he secretly came to check on them. He overheard Wang Zhaodi saying, Wang Zhaodi was holding Little Treasure, not letting him go outside. "Little Treasure, it's better to stay with Mom." "Mom, sister." Little Treasure shook his head, wanting to go and walk around. Once he tried running and jumping. He didn't want to be carried all the time anymore. Wang Zhaodi refused to let go of Little Treasure and coaxed him softly. "Little Treasure, Mom is the person who loves you most. Your sister is a bad person. She's trying to separate us. And your grandpa, grandma, and uncle are not good people either. When Mom takes you to Grandma's house, you should be close to your uncle." "What are you talking about, Wang Zhaodi?" Lin Jiangwo, a honest man, couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed over, snatched Little Treasure, and looked at her fiercely. Wang Zhaodi panicked, her face stiff. "Jiangwo, I was just talking nonsense." "Don't be angry." Lin Jiangwo clenched his teeth, seeming to have reached his limit of patience. His hand trembling as he pointed at Wang Zhaodi. "Since you like your family so much, then go back. Don't come to my house anymore." After saying this, he hugged Xiao Bao and headed home. Wang Zhaodi was so scared she chased after him, running all the way. Jiangwo, listen to me. I just feel wronged because you never let me take Xiao Bao. Please don't be mad at me. Say something, Jiangwo." "What are you doing?" Lin Jiangwo went into the room, grabbed some of Wang Zhaodi's clothes, and threw them to her. He said seriously, "Wang Zhaodi, I've tolerated a lot over the years, letting you get away with things.
I don't care about that.
But what you did was wrong, stirring up trouble between Xiao Bao and the family." Wang Zhaodi held the clothes. Over the years, Lin Jiangwo had never lost his temper with her, and she had become used to getting her way. "If it weren't for my mother scolding me back then, would I have rushed back to my family? Would Xiao Bao have been born on the road, almost having a difficult labor?" Lin Jiangwo sneered. "All these years, You've used that as an excuse to cause trouble. Isn't that enough? Why did your mother scold you? Because you wouldn't let Dainyu and Erniu eat eggs, and you ate all the ones meant for them. Is this how a mother should behave? Wang Zhaodi held her head high, not feeling she was wrong. So, what if they're not worth much? If there's good stuff, of course I give it to my younger brothers. I even carried a boy for your family. She still scolds me for eating 2 eggs. Dainyu, hearing the parents arguing, wanted to come out and protect his mother. But after hearing this, he couldn't move his feet. He stood inside the door, watching Wang Zhaodi's confident expression. Suddenly, he felt very grateful to have his grandfather, grandmother, and father. Lin Zhengwo, hearing her words, felt deeply disappointed. Our Lin family is different from the Wang family. In our home, daughters are also precious. Since you like your family so much, you should go back. Wang Zhaodi remembered her mother often said that if she was bullied in her in-law's house, her younger brother would support her. She was no longer afraid. Fine, I'll leave. Do you think I care about your Lin family? Just wait and see. After saying this, she grabbed her clothes and turned to leave. Xiao Bao cried behind her, calling, Mom, Mom, Dad, Mom. Wang Zhaodi heard him but refused to look back. She wants Lin Zhengwo to see how powerful she is. If he doesn't come to apologize and bow to her, she won't come back. Lin Zhengwo feels even more heartbroken when he sees how cold she is. He hugs Xiao Bao and soothes him. Don't cry, Xiao Bao. Don't cry anymore. Dainyu comes out and says, Dad, let me hold Xiao Bao. Lin Zhengwo then realizes Dainyu has been at home all along. Did she hear everything just now? He looks at Dainyu, not showing any obvious emotion, but he understands that the words she said probably made the children very sad. Lin Zhengwo puts Xiao Bao on the ground and hugs both children, saying, You still have a dad. Dainyu rarely shows such closeness to her dad. She feels a little shy, but also feels better inside.
Xiao Bao is still sniffling.
Dainyu picks him up and says, Xiao Bao, don't cry anymore. When sister comes back and sees you, she'll laugh at your tears. Where is sister? Xiao Bao stops crying when he hears about his sister. Dainyu smiles and says, Sister went up the mountain. You wait at home for her. Xiao Bao nods. Dainyu then tells Lin Zhengwo, Dad, I'll take Xiao Bao. You go back to work. Dainyu takes Xiao Bao and Lin Zhengwo, feeling uneasy, turns to go back to work. He needs to finish his work quickly to avoid losing work points. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Li Dahui first arrive at Shaoqing Mountain. Lin Yu has been here a few times before, usually with Dainyu and Erniu to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. Now, with Li Dahui, they're doing something more serious. They pass through Shaoqing Mountain and reach the foot of Deqing Mountain. It's clear that the vegetation here is richer. Not long after starting up the mountain, they see lush green trees. Lin Yu spots some wild vegetables that Dainyu often picks and picks a few. Li Dahui doesn't stop her and keeps his focus on the surroundings. He is familiar with the path, following his own markers, heading upward. Uncle Dahui, where are we going? Lin Yu asks. As soon as he enters the mountain, Li Dahui looks very serious but answers, to check the traps. He had set some traps on the mountain and comes up now, and then to see if there are any catches. As they walk, Lin Yu sees a small trap. The weeds on top and the messy footprints suggest something has already been caught inside. Lin Yu leans in to look and says, It's a wild chicken. Li Dahui smiled and reached out to catch the wild chicken. The chicken was still alive, but its leg was hurt. Li Dahui tied it up and threw it into a large basket. Then they continued walking upward. Suddenly, Li Dahui stopped. He signaled to Lin Yu to stay still with his palm and raised his bow and arrow, aiming at a spot nearby. He shot an arrow. There was a rustling in the bushes, and Li Dahui shot another arrow. Lin Yu peeked to see what it was. It was a deer. Wow, Uncle Dahui, you're so good. Lin Yu knew Li Dahui often went hunting, but she didn't know he was so accurate. Not everyone can use a bow and arrow well. Being able to pull it back is one thing, but hitting the target in one shot is real skill. Li Dahui shot the deer's leg, making it unable to move. They walked over. Li Dahui picked up the deer and put it into the big basket. The deer was heavy, and Li Dahui's steps were heavier as he carried it. Lin Yu wanted to help, but Li Dahue refused. He could still carry it himself and didn't want the girl to get tired. Uncle Dahue, do you always catch so many animals when you go hunting? Li Dahue shook his head. Today, I was lucky. Usually, he didn't catch much in his traps. The deer was rare. A few times, he went hunting in the mountains and only caught 2 wild chickens before returning. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, she felt something bump into her. Reflexively, she kicked her leg and asked, "What was that?" Li Dahue hurried over and looked. "Xiaoyu, it's a rabbit." "You kicked it." Lin Yu went over and saw a fat rabbit that had just bumped into her. She picked up the rabbit. "Wow, I actually caught a rabbit just by kicking."
Haha. She was very happy.
Lin Yu put the rabbit into her basket and said to Li Dahue, "Uncle Dahue, am I good?"
Li Dahue nudda.
Before he could speak, his face suddenly changed. "Xiaoyu, run quickly." Lin Yu heard a scream. She couldn't tell what it was, but when she turned around, she saw. Oh my, it was a wild boar. In an emergency, Li Dahue didn't hesitate. "Xiaoyu, climb a tree." Lin Yu obediently climbed up. Although she was strong at this moment, she decided to listen to the leader and not hold everyone back. Lin Yu was good at climbing trees, and Ku quickly reached the top. She lay on the branch and looked down. Li Dahue was leading a wild boar away from her tree. He ran in circles, trying to confuse the boar. The boar was fierce and kept chasing him, but Li Dahue remained calm and confident. He looked like a brave general, waiting for the right moment to shoot his bow and arrow. The boar's thick skin protected it. The arrow only stuck into the skin and didn't cause serious harm. This action made the boar angry. It roared loudly and charged at Li Dahue. Lin Yu watched nervously, worried. "Uncle Dahue, be careful." Li Dahue took out his bow again and shot an arrow at the boar's eye. He hit his target. One of the boar's eyes was injured, and it couldn't move as well. Li Dahue then took out a knife from his backpack and rushed toward the boar. Lin Yu's eyes widened in amazement at his bravery. The other eye of the boar was still okay. Seeing Li Dahue coming, it also charged at him. It seemed like they might hurt each other. Li Dahue swung his big knife, dodging the boar's charge. His first strike missed. The boar charged again. This time, Li Dahue aimed carefully and cut into the boar's body. The boar let out a loud squeal. After being hurt, it moved more slowly. Li Dahue took the chance and struck the boar's neck with his knife. After a few cuts, the boar finally collapsed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, lying on the tree, suddenly felt worried. "Uncle Dahue, be careful, I'm coming." Just as Li Dahue was chopping the big boar, another one appeared behind him. Lin Yu quickly climbed down the tree, grabbed a stone, and threw it at the boar. The boar was distracted and turned toward her, charging at her. Li Dahue was surprised and called out, "Xiaoyu." Lin Yu felt brave at this moment. She ran forward, trying to avoid the boar like Li Dahue did. Without any weapons, she punched the boar's head. The boar was hit and staggered. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu punched the boar again and again. She felt the wild boar gradually stop moving, but it didn't actually stop. It wasn't until Li Dahue shouted, "Xiaoyu, stop," that she finally released the wild boar and looked down. The wild boar was already dead. She smiled and said, "Uncle Dahue, it's okay now." Li Dahue nodded and said, "Yes, it's fine now. You killed the wild boar." With the danger gone, Li Dahue's speech became a little less clear. Xiaoyu didn't notice. She was just proud of herself for being so strong and able to kill a wild boar. Li Dahue didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so strong either. That wild boar weighed hundreds of pounds, and she managed to hit it to death with her fist. No wonder her older cousins agreed to let Xiaoyu come up the mountain with him. It seems she really can protect herself. As for the wild boar, Li Dahue had his own way of handling it. "Xiaoyu, come with me," he said. He took Xiaoyu to a cave halfway up the mountain. Outside, there was a layer of hanging grass. They had to lift a small hole in the grass and crawl inside. It was very hidden. Xiaoyu followed Li Dahue into the cave. Surprisingly, it was well equipped inside. There was a knife, a bamboo basket, and sacks. Water flowed behind the cave. This was Li Dahue's secret base. Usually, when he caught a big animal, he would process it here and then take it to the town later. Xiaoyu helped Li Dahue move a deer and 2 wild boars into the cave. They also worked together to clean and cut up the 3 animals. Xiaoyu, I will take these to sell and get money for you, Li Dahue said. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. It was good to have someone help sell the animals. I want to go too. You can't carry that much alone, she said. She also wanted to visit the black market in town. Last time, she was too busy gossiping and didn't notice where the free market was. Li Dahue knew she wasn't the type to hold him back, so he agreed. Tomorrow, he said. Xiaoyu and Li Dahue didn't leave the mountain until it was dark. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw old Third Lin waiting for them. Xiaoyu, Dahue, you're finally back, he said. Xiaoyu walked over and asked, Dad, are you waiting for us? Yes, I was worried because the mountain is so dangerous, he replied. Lin Yusin felt touched, but she knew it was her own father. She had never received such treatment before. She held hands with Lin Lao-san and said, Dad, I'm fine. Uncle Dahui and I caught a wild chicken and a rabbit. Lin Lao-san raised an eyebrow. Oh, you got some good catches. Lin Yusin nodded. Yes. I'll show you when we get home. Of course, she brought home the fat rabbit she had kicked to death, and Dahui brought the wild chicken from the trap. When they got home, Lin Yusin showed the rabbit to her family. Look, I kicked it to death. Lin Yiqing's eyes sparkled. Sister, you're so amazing. Can you teach me? Lin Yusin shrugged. I can't teach you. It's just natural strength. After saying that, she ignored her brother's disappointment and started telling the family about how she had killed a wild pig. Hearing this, Lin Lao-san was very worried. Xiaoyu, that's too dangerous. You shouldn't go next time. Grandpa Lin also said, just like your aunt, she also once killed a wild pig. Lin Yusin had heard about her aunt's story before and thought that her strength was probably about the same as her aunt's. Lin Aigua was not thinking about her killing the wild pig, but about their plan to sell the pig in the county town. Xiaoyu, when you go to the county, be very careful. If something feels wrong, don't take anything and leave quickly. Lin Yusin understood. These days, getting caught doing illegal trading was a serious matter. After showing off her catch, Lin Yusin started preparing to cook the rabbit. Since it was already dead, it wouldn't be fresh the next day. Lin Aigua helped clean the rabbit and she cut it into pieces. The rabbit was quite big, enough for the whole family to eat. First, heat the oil, then fry the rabbit pieces, add seasonings, and then add some water to stew for a while. Soon, it was ready to serve. When they sat down to eat, Lin Yusin noticed that second aunt was not there, and Little Bao looked a bit down. Lin Yusin picked up Little Bao and placed him beside her, giving him a piece of meat. Little Bao, here's some meat I brought for you. Eat it. Little Bao had just cried loudly earlier, so he was a bit tired, but when he heard his sister, he obediently started eating. At the dinner table, second Uncle Lin Jiangua took the opportunity while everyone was present to say, I let Wang Zhaodi go back to her parents' house. You don't need to worry about this. When she figures things out, she will come back. Grandma Lin slapped him and asked, What are you doing? Can't you talk about things nicely? Why did you send her back to her parents' house? Although Grandma Lin didn't like Wang Zhaodi very much, she never tried to cause trouble between her son and daughter-in-law. Even when she heard her son send his daughter-in-law away, she first scolded her son. Lin Zhengwo didn't argue back when his mother scolded him. He just said, None of you need to worry about this. I know what to do. Aikon Lin frowned and asked, Second brother, what exactly happened? As the oldest, Aikon Lin knew his 2 younger brothers best. This second brother was usually quiet and had the best temper. If he was so angry that he sent someone back home, it probably meant Wang Zhaodi really did something wrong. As the head of the family, Aikon Lin felt he had to step in. Lin Zhengwo didn't want to speak badly about their mother in front of the children, so he just said, Big brother, I'll tell you later. Yushi Lin looked at second uncle and blinked, curious about what exactly her second aunt did to make him so angry that he sent her back home. Seeing Dania's face also looked a bit unhappy. It seemed to be related to the children. Dania didn't react much, as if whether their mother was here or not didn't matter much to him. As for Xiaobao, maybe because he was tired, he fell asleep while eating. His face was resting in the bowl, with food still on his mouth. Yushi quickly picked him up, wiped his face clean, and said, "I'll take Xiaobao inside to sleep." In the room, hearing about Wang Zhaodi's instigation of Xiaobao in the afternoon, Lin also felt angry. But since she was his sister-in-law, he didn't have the right to say anything. Second Uncle Lin pursed his lips and said, "Big brother, if she doesn't admit her mistake this time, I won't let her come back." Lin didn't want to interfere in his second brother's marriage with his sister-in-law, so he said nothing. "Second brother, I hope you think carefully. After all, she's the mother of 3 children." Sigh. Lin Jiangwo felt guilty. Marrying such a wife made his older brother and parents uncomfortable too. Lin patted his shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. Big brother just wants you to be happy and well." "Yes, big brother, I understand. I will think carefully." When Lin Jiangwo returned to his room, he saw Xiaobao already asleep on the bed. Xiaobao had always slept with the couple, but usually Wang Zhaodi kept him in the inner part of the bed. This was the first time Lin Jiangwo and Xiaobao slept together. The child's body smelled of milk, and even while sleeping, his eyes hadn't fully closed. He looked very cute. Lin Jiangwo sighed and, honestly, when Wang Zhaodi gave birth to Xiaobao, he was very happy. He felt like he finally had a son. This is a common problem in rural areas, placing importance on sons. But his family never looked down on daughters. They loved Nyo and Nyo just as much. So he couldn't understand why Wang Zhaodi was so harsh to her own daughter. Fortunately, everyone else in the family loved Nyo and Nyo, so he didn't blame Wang Zhaodi too much. He also understood her overprotectiveness of Xiaobao. After all, she had a difficult labor, and Xiaobao almost couldn't be born. But it was unfair to blame his mother for that. Over the years, Wang Zhaodi often used this as an excuse to cause trouble, but he endured it. Late at night, Lin Jiangwo reflected on whether he had spoiled her too much, which made her develop such a temper. Xiaobao needed this mother, and he didn't want to drive Wang Zhaodi away unless absolutely necessary. But she shouldn't have provoked Xiaobao and other family members. Even more, she tried to get Xiaobao close to the Wang family. Honestly, Lin Jiangwo really didn't like the Wang family. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were very biased against girls, treating the daughters like servants. They treasured their youngest son. They kept convincing Wang Zhaodi and her sisters to dedicate themselves to their brother. One after another, the daughters married off, receiving various bride prices. When they married Wang Zhaodi, the bride price was only 10 yuan. Later, her brother married a wife, and the bride price was as high as 50 yuan. Where did that money come from? It's easy to guess. After that, their daughters kept bringing things from their husband's family to support their own family. People in Wang family village say they have raised some good daughters. In the Lin family, if not for his mother holding things together, Wang Zhaodi would have already moved out and gone back to her brother's house. Such a family makes Lin Jiangwo very unwilling to get close. He also doesn't want his children to be close to that family because if they learn to treat girls badly, it would be too upsetting. Thinking about this, Lin Jiangwo became more firm. If Wang Zhaodi refused to admit her mistake, he wouldn't forgive her. He can't let his children be raised badly. Look at little Bao. Just a few days after Lin Yu took care of him, he's lively and adorable. Much better than before when he was shy and didn't like talking. As for Wang Zhaodi, who Lin Jiangwo kept scolding, she had already returned to Wang's house in the afternoon. As soon as she entered, her mother asked, "Why are you back? Did you bring anything?" Wang Zhaodi shyly shook her head and said, "No, mother. Lin Jiangwo actually drove me out." Wang's mother raised her eyebrows and said, "What? You were sent back?" Wang Zhaodi, who had been acting bossy and sarcastic in Lin's family, changed her attitude when she returned home. Her mother's glare made her shrink back in fear. Really, she and her sisters had been beaten by her mother since they were young. Whenever her mother got angry, Wang Zhaodi would instinctively feel scared. In Lin's family, everyone was kind and never hit anyone, only sometimes scolded her when she was stingy with her daughters. Those scoldings didn't matter much. Wang Zhaodi knew how to read the situation and understood her mother was not easy to deal with. She quickly repeated everything she did in Lin's family, word for word. Her mother cursed herself silently, then said lightly, "There's nothing wrong with letting the children get close to their uncle. What right does Lin Jiangwo have to drive you out?" Wang Xiaodi felt like she had someone backing her up. Exactly, he's too much. "Mother, let my younger brother support me. We'll go to his house and confront him. I want Lin Jiangwo to apologize." Her mother's face twitched. She really wanted to open her daughter's head and see if it was filled with straw. Although she often said her younger brother would support her in the future, that didn't mean it was true. Their in-laws have many men, but their family only has Wang Chuanzong. How could they fight against them? Isn't she risking her brother's life? Mother Wang increasingly believed this was true. She pointed her finger at Wang Xiaodi and said, "Are you a fool? Your brother is only one person. How can he fight so many men from the Lin family?" Wang Xiaodi thought about how the people from Lotus Brigade went to stand up for Li Dahui. She confidently said, "Mother, we still have uncle and second uncle, right?" Mother Wang truly felt that her daughter was hopelessly stupid. Why would she go to those relatives to ask for help over a useless person? Moreover, their family's reputation among relatives is very bad now. My sisters-in-law all said they would cut ties. How could they help this fool? But Wang Xiaodi still thought it was a good idea. "Mother, wait and see. I'll go talk to Auntie and the others." Before Mother Wang could reply, she turned around and ran out. Mother Wang was left standing there speechless. This daughter wasn't so naive when she was at home. How has she become so foolish after getting married and living these years? Wang Xiaodi, as she ran out, didn't think she was foolish. Over the years at the Lin family, she had been influenced more than she realized. At least she knew that her auntie and second auntie had been kind to her and the other girls when they were young. It was only later, because her mother kept causing trouble, that they gradually distanced themselves. Now, when she needed support, she thought of her brother and her relatives from the Wang family. Uncle and second Uncle Wang were standing at the gate, chatting. When they saw Wang Xiaodi, they greeted her. Although they disliked her mother, they didn't blame the innocent girl. They had no intention of taking out their anger on her. Seeing her great-aunt and second-aunt together, Wang Xiaodi went over. "Great-aunt, second-aunt, please help me." When they heard what she said, they didn't know what to say. This girl was truly spoiled by her mother. But she wasn't as hopeless as her mother. After all, they had watched her grow up. Uncle and second Aunt Wang couldn't bear to see her go astray. They sighed and said, "Xiaodi, if you trust what your great-aunt says, go back to the Lin family now, apologize to Jiangwo, and promise you won't encourage the children to do wrong anymore." Second Aunt Wang, who was not as patient, sneered, "I really don't know whether to call you stupid or foolish. Do you really think Wang Chuanzong can support you?" Wang Xiaodi felt a bit upset when her second aunt questioned her. She said, "He is my brother. Of course I should support him." She continued, "I've helped him a lot over the years. I even got scolded by my mother-in-law for him." Before she finished, her second aunt smiled again. "See? You're so naive. Supporting him isn't real support. Your mother just used that as an excuse to trick you into giving money to Wang Chuanzong." "Did you really believe that?" Wang Xiaodi's face stiffened. She didn't want to admit it, but deep down she knew it might be true. Her eldest aunt looked at her with some sympathy. "Xiaodi, listen to me. Don't worry about your brother anymore. Your husband and children are the most important. As women, marriage is like a second life. The family you married into is good. Don't let your mother and brother ruin this happy home." Wang Xiaodi felt wronged. "Elder aunt, my mother-in-law scolds me. Even when I eat an egg, she yells at me. And Jiangwa, he won't even let me take the kids to my parents' house." Her second aunt immediately understood that the Lin family didn't think much of Wang Xiaodi's family either. "Xiaodi, I'll ask you. When you ate that egg, what did your mother-in-law say? And what did Jiangwa say about not letting the kids go to your parent house?" Wang Xiaodi whispered. "That egg was for De Niu and Er Niu. I ate it." She continued. "Jiangwa also said no to Xiao Bao going to my parents' house because he's worried he'll learn bad habits." "Xiaodi, how can you be so foolish? You're just like your mother, valuing boys over girls. Think back to when you were little. I gave you a bun, but your mother snatched it and gave it to Wang Chuanzong. You cried so much.
she sighed.
With a family like yours, I wouldn't want my children to come either. When De Nio and Er Nio visit, your mother gives a good face. But Xiao Bao? He's just like Wang Chuanzong, always trying to take from his sister. Suddenly, Wang Zhaodi remembered her childhood. She felt so sad. Her mother only cared about her brother and never paid attention to her. Now, she wondered how she had become like this. Seeing her lost in thought, her second aunt felt a bit hopeful. There was still hope for her. She continued, Zhaodi, go back home. Ask Wang Chuanzong if he's willing to stand up for you. If he really is, your aunt and I will help too. Wang Zhaodi nodded. She thought that after all these years of being kind to her brothers and sisters, he shouldn't refuse to support her as an older sister. Watching her walk away, the eldest aunt frowned. Do you think Wang Chuanzong really wants to help? The second aunt shook her head. What are you thinking? It's impossible. That boy is ungrateful. Since he was young, he's treated the sisters like servants. He won't help her. Hopefully, Zhaodi can see the truth. The Lin family is a good family. If she leaves them, she won't have a good life. The second aunt said dismissively, if she can't see it and insists on doing stupid things, then there's no hope. Wang's second aunt was stubborn but kind-hearted. She hoped Wang Zhaodi could see the reality clearly, stop being led by her mother, and live a happier life in the future. She didn't want her to be tied down by her family forever. Meanwhile, when Wang Zhaodi returned home, her mother saw her and knew right away. Your eldest and second aunts probably refused to help, right? I knew they weren't good people. Wang Zhaodi was unhappy. Mom, don't say that about them. Her mother frowned coldly. What? Are you telling me how to talk? Wang Zhaodi hesitated and didn't dare reply. No, then come and work. First, chop some firewood. In their family, only women did the work, even heavy chores like chopping firewood, killing chickens and ducks, or fetching water. Wang Zhaodi hadn't chopped firewood in a long time, so her hands felt a bit stiff. Oh, now you're a young lady and you can't even chop firewood. Her mother's teasing made Wang Zhaodi feel a little wronged. In the Lin family, men did these chores. When she was older, she didn't even need to cook. She didn't expect that after returning home, she still had to do these things. Finally, after struggling to chop the firewood, her mother told her, go cook. Wang Zhaodi went into the kitchen and started a fire to cook. Her mother didn't help her at all. Wang Zhaodi couldn't help but remember that in the Lin family, even when she cooked, Lin Jiangwo or the older sisters would help her light the fire. Moreover, since Lin Yu came to the house, she hadn't cooked at all. While she was cooking, Wang Chuanzong returned with his wife Lu Xiangxiang and their son Wang Yaozu. Hey, why is third sister back? Lu Xiangxiang saw Wang Zhaodi and her eyes rolled around, looking around everywhere. Mother Wang knew what she was thinking and said coldly, stop looking. You came back empty-handed and were sent home. Xiangxiang Lu raised her eyebrows. What? Sent back? Where would the third sister live at home? Aunt Wang Zhaodi was not in a good mood with her sister-in-law. This is my home too. How come there's no place for me to stay? Yaozu Wang suddenly came out. This is my house, not yours. You go out. Aunt Wang Zhaodi frowned. Why is this child acting like that? So rude. Before she finished speaking, Mother Wang slapped her. How dare you scold my precious grandson? Aunt Wang Zhaodi was shocked and covered her face. Mother Wang didn't look at her. She happily asked Yaozu Wang, grandson, are you hungry? Grandma will get you something tasty. After saying that, she took Yaozu Wang to eat. Zhang Zong and Xiangxiang Lu also left with them. Father Wang, with his hands behind his back, said, come in. Someone gave her a way in, and Aunt Wang Zhaodi happily followed. The Wang family's dining table was small, and Aunt Wang Zhaodi had no seat, so she could only hold her bowl and stand to eat. Their meals were simple, salted vegetables and steamed buns. But Father Wang, Zhang Zong, and Yaozu Wang each had an egg. Since Lin Yu arrived, their meals almost always included some meat. So, Aunt Wang Zhaodi found it hard to eat the meal at the Wang house. She wanted to go home quickly and said, Father, Zhang Zong, please support me. Go to Lin's house and make Lin Jiangwo apologize to me, then I will go back. Father Wang frowned. What did you do at Lin's house to be sent back? Aunt Wang Zhaodi explained, and after hearing her, Father Wang said, there's nothing wrong with you getting close to your uncle's family. Zhang Wo is angry with you. Just apologize to him. But I can't do that, Father. I want to keep my dignity. Anyway, you and Zhang Zong need to support me. Zhang Zong rolled his eyes and nudged Lu Xiangxiang with his elbow. Lu Xiangxiang nodded. Third sister, it's not that we don't want to support you. Our family only has father and Zhang Zong, and Yaozu is still young. Lin's family has many strong workers. We can't compete. You're just trying to hurt Zhang Zong. Mother Wang, hearing this, quickly pointed at Aunt Wang Zhaodi and scolded, you ungrateful person. Do you want to see your brother beaten? Who do you think you are? You come back empty-handed and still dare to cause trouble. Get out now. Wang Zhaodi was shocked and said, Mother, didn't you say that if I get bullied at my husband's house, I can ask my younger brother for help? Isn't what I brought back enough? I just didn't bring anything this time, and now you're saying this to me? Mother Wang slapped the table and said, you ungrateful person, I raised you all these years. It's only right that you bring things back. Besides, you haven't brought back as much as your older sisters. Do you want your brother to support you? You're just a useless girl. Where do you get the nerve? Wang Zhaodi screamed. Mother, she couldn't say any more, feeling a wave of sadness in her heart. All her years of effort seemed to be met with only one answer. It's just what should be. She realized her mother had been lying to her. What second aunt had said was right. That night, lying on the straw in the barn, Wang Zhaodi found it hard to fall asleep. Having slept on Lin family's soft mattress for so many years, suddenly returning to sleeping on straw at Wang's house. Who could bear it? It's hard to go from luxury to hardship. She couldn't help but think about the day's events, which seemed to shatter her beliefs one by one. From Lin Zhangwo heartlessly kicking her out, to her mother ordering her to work, and finally discovering she had been deceived. Wang Zhaodi didn't know what to do next. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so she got up to get a glass of water. As she walked to Wang Chuanzong's window, she overheard. Lu Xiangxiang and Wang Chuanzong were talking about their third sister, who had been sent back to her parents' home. Wang Chuanzong said indifferently, forget about her. She'll be back in a few days anyway. My mother won't let her stay at home for free. Lu Xiangxiang wasn't worried about her not leaving but remembered what she heard a few days ago. My family's brigade has a bachelor who wants to get married. He doesn't care if it's a second marriage. He can pay 30 yuan in bride price. Wang Chuanzong's eyes lit up. You mean, Lu Xiangxiang continued, if third sister leaves the Lin family, this guy would be a good match. With 30 yuan, we can finally eat meat. Wang Chuanzong thought about how much meat 30 yuan could buy and became more interested. But he still pretended to be cautious. Well, she's my sister after all. Do you think this bachelor might have any problems? Lu Xiangxiang replied. If he can pay 30 yuan and he's a bachelor, there must be something wrong with him. Xiangxiang rolled her eyes and then said, but it's not a big problem. He just likes to drink, and when he's drunk, he tends to hit people. His previous wives couldn't stand it and left. Wang Chuanzong said casually, hitting people? Which man doesn't hit sometimes? It's not a serious problem. I think he's okay. Tomorrow I'll talk to my mother and ask her to talk to third sister. As long as she cries and makes a fuss, third sister will definitely agree. Xiangxiang smiled and said, that's right. Mother knows how to handle the older sisters. Whenever she steps in, they immediately give us things from the house. Wang Chuanzong said confidently, that's only right. They're all just troublemakers. I'm from the Wang family, and I carry the family line. They should treat me better. Yes, yes, yes. Chuanzong, you're the most important in the family. After saying that, the two started exercising. Outside, Wang Zhaodi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She realized her brother, whom she had always trusted, thought this way of her, even willing to sell her again for 30 yuan. She felt very sad and thought it was absurd and funny. She didn't want to acknowledge this brother anymore. He had a wife, and he forgot about his sister. But she still held hope. Her parents probably wouldn't treat her that badly, right? Wang Zhaodi, with dark circles under her eyes, was washing clothes, thinking about how to respond to the Lin family. She felt a bit embarrassed to apologize. At this moment, Mother Wang took the clothes from her and said, "Zhaodi, rest for a while. You've been busy all morning." Wang Zhaodi finally came to her senses and sat down as Mother Wang pulled her onto a chair. Mother Wang poured her a glass of water. "Zhaodi, drink some water." After drinking, Zhaodi thought her mother was still kind to her. Then she heard Mother Wang continue, "Your brother just told me that since Lin Jiangwo is so bad to you, we won't go back there. But we still have Yaozu, your nephew, and your sister-in-law is pregnant. It's not good for you to keep living in the shed." Wang Zhaodi shook her head. "Mom, I know there's no place at home. No need to apologize to me." Mother Wang cursed herself silently, thinking she was stupid. Was she really apologizing? She was just laying the groundwork. "Oh, you're such a thoughtful daughter. I know you understand my difficulties. Zhaodi, I was thinking, since the Lin family is no good and there's no place for you at home, maybe you should find someone else to marry." Wang Zhaodi was stunned, staring blankly at her. Her mouth moved, but Wang Zhaodi couldn't hear her anymore. Inside, she felt a cold, sharp pain. "Your sister-in-law's family has a single man, not very young, just over 40. Zhaodi, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Say something," Wang's mother said, after a long pause, noticing her dazed look. She couldn't help but get angry, and pushed her. Wang Zhaodi was pushed back to her senses. Her mouth moved like an old machine. "Mother, are you trying to sell me again?" "What are you talking about?" "I do this for your own good." "What do you mean selling?" "You're so rude," Wang's mother said, annoyed. Wang Zhaodi stood up, upset. "Mother, do you know that that man loves drinking and hitting people? He's already driven away several wives." Wang's mother avoided her gaze. "Oh, all men drink and hit their wives sometimes. That's not a big problem. He can pay 30 yuan as a bride price, which shows he's from a wealthy family. If you marry him, life will be good." Wang Zhaodi sneered. 30 yuan? Will I see a single cent of that?" her mother blurted out. "Of course not. Zhaodi, I've raised you all these years. When you marry, you should give some to support your family. When I married Lin Jiangwo, I only got 10 yuan and I gave it all to you. My sisters-in-law took their bride prices home, and they have savings. I have none," her mother sighed. "That was foolish of their family. They had money but left it for someone who wastes it." Wang Zhaodi raised her hand to tell her to stop talking. "Mother, there's no need to say more. I won't marry that man. I'm going back to the Lin family this afternoon." "No, you can't. Your brother already talked to him. He'll come to pick you up in a few days." "How can you go back to the Lin family?" her mother argued. Wang Zhaodi shook her head. "You promised, but I didn't. I won't marry him." After saying that, she tried to turn and leave. She couldn't stay in this house anymore. She should go back to the Lin family. It was just an apology and a mistake. She didn't care about losing face. As long as she admitted her mistake, Jiang Wo would probably forgive her. In the future, she wouldn't support her husband's family with her own money anymore, and she wouldn't waste her love on a brother who didn't appreciate her. When the Queen Mother saw that she was determined to leave, she became anxious and threw a water cup from the table. Wang Zhaodi was hit on the head. She turned around and saw her mother glaring at her fiercely. It was as if she was not her daughter, but an enemy. Wang Zhaodi instinctively felt danger and wanted to run, but she was injured and her legs were weak. The Queen Mother grabbed her hand. The Queen Mother was used to hard work and was very strong. She forcefully held Wang Zhaodi, pulled her into the firewood room, and tied her up with rope. Wang Zhaodi kept struggling. "Mom, what are you doing? Let me go." "Shut up, you worthless girl. Don't think about running. In a few days, you'll be married off. I'll talk after I get the money." Wang Zhaodi was scared. She realized her mother was forcing her to marry that scoundrel for 30 yuan. "Mom, please let me go. Let me go home. I am your daughter." The Queen Mother was unmoved. "I've raised you all these years. Now it's time for you to repay me. That's 30 yuan, enough to buy a lot of rice and meat. My grandson needs to eat more meat to grow up strong. Zhaodi, don't blame your mother. Your brother and nephew are the descendants of our Wang family. You've sacrificed for them, and that's right." Wang Zhaodi shook her head. Mom, why should I sacrifice for them? I have my own children too. Your 3 children are not good. They don't get along with their uncle's family and might not benefit much in the future. Wang Xiaodi begged desperately, but her mother refused to let her go. Finally, she gave up talking and directly closed the door of the firewood room, walking away. Wang Xiaodi, with blood still flowing from her head and her body like a pig, was thrown on the straw. Her tears were almost dry. She felt truly hopeless. Until evening, she heard Wang Chuanzong return and speak to her at the door of the firewood room. Third sister, I've already arranged everything. In 3 days, someone will come to pick you up. Hearing this, Wang Xiaodi was completely hopeless. She never expected that her brother, whom she had sacrificed so much for, would not only refuse to support her but also sell her for 30 yuan. Wang Chuanzong, are you even a man? How can you sell your own sister? Do you have any shame? Hearing her scold, Wang Chuanzong hadn't spoken yet, but Mother Wang started cursing. You ungrateful person, a traitor. How dare you insult your brother? I raised you, and this is how you repay me. You're just a second-hand item. It's good someone wants to buy you. You still complain, Wang Xiaodi shouted. Jianguo will come looking for me, mother. Please let me go back. Mother Wang snorted coldly. You've been driven away. Why would he come looking for you? Stop dreaming. Tomorrow, I'll tell him you're marrying someone else. He'll forget you soon and find someone new. Honestly, with the conditions at the Lin family, it's not hard for him to find someone else. Only you, so foolish. Married in for so many years, and what you bring back is less than your sister's. You can't even manage your own little home. You're really useless. Tears streamed down Wang Xiaodi's face. Yes, I am so stupid. Jian Guo was right. You all are bloodsuckers. No wonder he doesn't let the kids come back with me. I was so foolish. Too foolish. She almost whispered, recalling her foolish mistakes over the past 10 years, feeling a wave of sadness. Her mother was right. If she told the Lin family she decided to marry someone else, they wouldn't come looking for her anymore. Maybe soon, Jianguo would marry someone new. Would that new person treat her children well? Her eldest girl was the most sensible. Even though she often scolded her and didn't like her, she still cared about her mother. When she was sick and scolded by her mother-in-law, her eldest girl always took care of her and comforted her. After Jianguo married a stepmother for the children, would he bully her eldest girl? Or would he be a better father figure? At this moment, Wang Xiaodi only felt endless regret. She shouldn't have learned her mother's preference for boys over girls. She also shouldn't have always neglected her own family for her parents. She even let her little boy get close to her family. She was hopelessly foolish. But there's no regret medicine in the world. No matter how much she regrets, Wang Xiaodi couldn't escape her fate. Mother Wang indeed spread the news that Wang Xiaodi no longer wanted to stay at the Lin family. She found a better match and planned to marry in 3 days. Aunt Wang Da and Aunt Wang Er also heard about this and discussed it. Xiaodi, wasn't she supposed to go back to the Lin family? Why is she so confused? Aunt Wang Er said coldly, she's hopeless. Don't mention her to me anymore. She's bad luck. This news quickly reached the Lotus Squad. Lin Aigua asked, Zhangwo, what do you think? Lin Zhangwo lowered his head. Big brother, what should I do? He was really confused. When he sent Wang Xiaodi away, he only thought about waiting for her to come back and admit her mistake, then talk to her properly. Or, if she really refused to admit her mistake, they could argue. But then Wang Xiaodi went back to her parents' house and said she wanted to remarry? Actually, he wasn't too surprised. After all, Wang Xiaodi was fully committed to her family. As long as her parents and younger brother persuaded her not to stay with the Lin family and find a new home where she could support her family, she might agree. Because the only thing Lin Zhangwo cared about was little Bao. The older girl, the second girl, and Lin Zhangwo himself didn't seem important to her. Now, little Bao also didn't like sticking close to Wang Xiaodi anymore. She might want to remarry and have children again. Lin Zhangwo was really confused for a moment. Lin Aigua sighed and patted his shoulder. Zhangwo, you and your wife didn't even get a marriage certificate, just a proof from our squad. If she wants to remarry, she can, but if you don't agree, we can go talk to her. After all, we paid a 10 yuan bride price, and there are 3 children at home. Although Lin Igwa was always the head of the family, marriage matters are something only the person involved truly understands. He could only let Lin Jiangwo decide for himself. If he wanted to keep his wife, Lin Igwa would support him. After hearing this, Lin Jiangwo was silent for a long time. Big brother, forget it. If she wants to marry someone else, let her. I'll take care of the 3 children myself. Then, do you want to visit Wang's family and see her? Let the children see her again. Lin Jiangwo shook his head. She never cared about the children. She only cares about her brother. Whether we go or not doesn't matter. We won't go. Lin Jiangwo felt very sad. After so many years of marriage, she said she would give up, and she did. He didn't want to humiliate himself anymore. Wang Zhaodi also didn't love the older girl or the second girl. If he took the children to see her, it would only hurt their feelings. So he decided not to go. Let her decide to leave on her own. Lin Yu didn't know about these things because she had already gone to the county town with Li Dahui at this time. They had to carry many hunted animals, so they couldn't take the ox cart. So, the 2 of them carried the burlap sacks and walked on their legs. Li Dahui was a bit worried that Lin Yu wouldn't be able to walk for so long, but surprisingly, she was full of energy all the way. Carrying the sacks easily, she didn't even need to breathe heavily. At that moment, he truly realized that Lin Yu's strength and stamina were impressive. Uncle Dahui, how much longer do we have to walk? Lin Yu remembered that last time she rode in a bullock cart for about an hour, so walking might take a bit longer. Li Dahui took her along a different route, not the main road, but some smaller, hidden paths. About 2 hours. That meant it would take twice as long as riding the cart. Lin Yu didn't feel very tired. It was just a bit long. If she had to walk every day, it would really waste a lot of time. They had left early in the morning, around 6, and now it was nearly 9 o'clock, and they had just reached the county town. Lin Yu still didn't know where the free market was in the town. Li Dahui led her around in circles, even exchanging secret signals with people before they finally reached the place. If Lin Yu had come alone, she definitely wouldn't have found it. They say your identity outside is something you give yourself. Li Dahui had already told Lin Yu to pretend to be someone else. She wore men's clothes, hid her hair under a hat, and looked like a young boy. Li Dahui, to avoid revealing himself, acted mute outside. He knew some people here because he often hunted and traded game. At the free market, the best items to trade were meat and grains. Hey, the mute guy is here, and he's brought a little one too? As soon as they entered, a bearded man approached and started talking to them. Lin Yu, in a rough voice, said, "I'm his nephew." The bearded man immediately guessed she was a girl. No matter how well she disguised herself, boys and girls have different voices. But he knew the rules of the trade and didn't expose her, only focusing on what they brought. "What did you bring today?" He rubbed his hands, feeling he could make a good profit. Li Dahui was about to open the sacks when suddenly there was a commotion outside. The bearded man didn't care about them anymore and jumped up to run outside. "Hurry, the red armband is here." In a panic, Lin Yu grabbed both sacks and ran. Li Dahui followed behind her, hoping she would put down something. But unexpectedly, Lin Yu couldn't stop and ran desperately, quickly pulling ahead of Li Dahui. She ran to a quiet corner and quickly stored both burlap sacks into her space. She finally relaxed and ran out to find Li Dahui. Seeing that Lin Yu was safe and sound, Li Dahui felt relieved. He didn't ask where the 2 bags of prey were. At this moment, as long as she was okay, that was enough. The staff member with a red armband indeed arrived. Seeing the 2 of them standing there, he came over to ask. When he saw their torn clothes and that they had nothing with them, he thought they were just passers-by and didn't bother them further. Once everything around was completely calm, Lin Yu leaned against the wall, still shaken but relieved. "Uncle Dahui, that was too dangerous. If we had been caught, it would have been over." When reading novels, she thought the main characters just bought and sold things in the black market to make money, and that was impressive. But in reality, such activities are illegal. If caught, they would have no way to explain themselves. Li Dahui had managed to stay in this line of work for so many years, probably because of luck and running fast. But Lin Yu believed such things should not be done. With her wings fluttering like a butterfly, if a big boss got hurt because of her, it would be bad. Lee Dahue nodded and said, Yes, yes, it's dangerous. Next time, be careful. There's no next time, Uncle Dahue. You really shouldn't come here anymore. What about the prey? Linyu rolled her eyes and said, Let's go. We need to take the stuff away. She turned into a corner and carried out both sacks. Lee Dahue thought she had probably lost them in a panic earlier, but to his surprise, they were still there. He felt a bit happy. Xiaoyu, you're great. Linyu raised her chin proudly. Who said we don't have space? This is one of the benefits of crossing over. After leaving, Linyu took Lee Dahue to the street. They stopped a kind-looking old lady and said, Hello, ma'am. My uncle and I came to the county to visit family, but we lost our address. Could you tell us the way? The old lady saw that she was young, and her uncle didn't speak. He seemed mute and felt sympathetic. She replied, Child, where are you going? Let me think. Linyu said, Our relatives live in a family housing area of a certain workplace, but I can't remember which one. What should I do? The older woman confidently replied, When it comes to family housing areas, there are only a few in our town and they are all close by. One is the grain bureau's housing, another is the tobacco bureau's, and the third is the mechanical factories. Since the town isn't big, these are the main family housing areas. Linyu and the older woman thanked each other and then went with Lee Dahue. Lee Dahue didn't understand why Linyu asked about the housing area, but he didn't say anything and just followed her. At the grain bureau's housing, Linyu approached a woman who looked like a housewife and asked, Ma'am, my uncle and I are here visiting relatives. Do you know anyone named Lee Dahua? The woman shook her head, saying she didn't know her. Just as she was about to leave, Linyu said, Oh, my cousin Dahua just had a baby. My uncle and I brought some pork to help her recover. What if we can't find her? The woman's eyes lit up. Oh, girl, if you can't find your cousin, why don't you trade the pork with me? My child also needs some nourishment. Linyu shook her head firmly. No, ma'am, that can't be. Our family is made up of poor farmers and we don't do shady deals. The woman grabbed Linyu and smiled. No need to say that. You're supporting us workers. We are all one family of workers and farmers. Linyu reluctantly agreed.
Alright, Mom.
I'm just supporting my worker brothers, helping them recover. It's not shady. The woman happily said, Exactly. Come, sit at my house. So Linyu and Lee Dahue followed the woman into the grain bureau's housing area. The grain bureau is now the most popular workplace. Everyone working there comes from a humble background. That's why Linyu came here first. She knew the residents could afford to pay. Neighbors saw the three of them and were curious. Su Qin, who are these two? The older women looked sharp. They could tell these were strangers. Su Qin smiled and said, They are distant relatives from our hometown visiting me. Oh, I see. Well, treat them well. Yes, I understand. After dealing with a friendly neighbor, Sister Su Qin took the two of them to her home. The family housing at the Grain Bureau is a simple apartment building, and Sister Su Qin's home has 2 rooms and a living room. It looks quite spacious, but there are many things, probably because many people live there. Linyu opened the sack to show her, saying, Big sister, we have 1 deer and 2 wild boars, all processed. Take a look and tell me how much you want. To be safe, Lee Dahue also brought a scale, which was just right for weighing. Sister Su Qin already guessed that these 2 weren't here to visit relatives, but to sell things. But nowadays, it's rare to find meat without ration tickets, so she didn't bother reporting them. She thought, instead of wasting time, she might as well buy some meat to help her husband and children stay healthy. Seeing all this meat, Sister Su Qin was very happy. Oh, so much. Give me 20 jin of pork and 10 jin of deer meat. Linyu nodded and asked Lee Dahue to weigh it, saying, Pork costs about 1 yuan 70 per jin, and deer meat is more special, about 1 yuan per jin. Does that sound good? Currently, market prices for pork are around 6 to 7 mao per jin, plus ration tickets. This is wild boar meat, which has more water and fat because it's not farmed, so they sell it for 7 mao without tickets. Deer meat is wild and has no fixed price, but it's more nourishing, so it costs a bit more. Sister Su Qin thought the prices were fair and quickly paid for the meat. Lin Yu and Li Dahui left the Grain Bureau's housing area with 24 yuan in their pockets. During this time, Li Dahui kept quietly observing Lin Yu. He was quite surprised, so this was how it could be done. Selling meat in the housing area, even if it needs to be cut and sold separately, can fetch good prices and is safer. This definitely opened a new world for Li Dahui. He started thinking about how to do business. Later, they went to the Tobacco Bureau housing area and sold quite a bit of meat. Because the sister who brought them home also called her good neighbor. Both families teamed up and bought their wild boar, which weighed over 100 jin, and the remaining dozens of jin of deer meat. In the end, they still had some wild boar meat left, which the two of them took to the machinery factory.
Lin Yu.
Lin Yu was looking for potential customers in the housing area when she heard someone calling her. Lin Yu turned around to see a young woman holding a child. She looked a bit familiar, and Lin Yu wondered where they had met before. Lin Yu turned around again. The woman was young, holding a small child. She looked somewhat familiar, and Lin Yu wondered where she had seen her before. Lin Yu, do you remember me? I'm Ding Xiang, and this is Niu Niu. Ding Xiang recognized Lin Yu immediately. Although she was dressed in ragged clothes, her face left a strong impression. She was the person who saved her son, and she would never forget her kindness. Lin Yu looked at Niu Niu and suddenly remembered. She was the child she had rescued on the train when she first arrived. She exclaimed happily, Niu Niu, Sister Ding Xiang, it's you. Do you remember me, Niu Niu? Niu Niu was a lively and smart child. It hadn't been long since that incident, so he naturally remembered Lin Yu. Big sister, Niu Niu remembers you, he said with a smile. Lin Yu patted his head. Good boy, very well behaved. Niu Niu grinned happily. Ding Xiang, however, looked a bit annoyed and said, he's not always well behaved. He's quite naughty and always running around, which makes me worried every time. Despite her words, her face was full of a smile. Since her child was rescued, Ding Xiang had been very cautious. She didn't want him to go out, thinking it was dangerous. But Niu Niu couldn't stay at home and liked to go outside. To keep him happy, she had to watch him closely. Overall, she was tired but happy. As long as her child was healthy and safe by her side, she didn't ask for anything else. Having lost her child before, she learned to cherish him. In the past, Ding Xiang wanted Niu Niu to be smart and successful, but now she just wanted him to grow up happily and be with her. Sometimes, she dreamed at night that without Lin Yu's help, Niu Niu would be taken away by someone. She searched her whole life but never found him, which made her very scared. So, she was even more grateful to Lin Yu and wanted to thank her properly. That day, after Lin Yu finished her report, she left. Ding Xiang had been looking for her ever since but couldn't find her. Now, by chance, they met again. Ding Xiang wouldn't let her leave and insisted she come home for a visit. Unable to refuse her kindness, Lin Yu agreed and took Li Dahui with her into Ding Xiang's house. When they arrived, they learned that Ding Xiang and her family were there to sell game meat. Ding Xiang was very happy and wanted to buy all their meat. There is nearly 100 pounds of wild pig meat brought by Lin Yu and Li Dahui. She says she wants to buy all of it, and Lin Yu just thinks she wants to take care of her own business. So she refuses and says, Sister Ding Xiang, why not buy 10 pounds? It can help Niu Niu get stronger. We can look for buyers with the rest. Ding Xiang shakes her head. Xiao Yu, don't worry, I can eat that much. My husband, Brother Zhou, works in the logistics department at the machinery factory. They need this meat. Lin Yu is surprised. Since it's the logistics department, they will definitely eat this meat. There are so many people at the factory. If they cook it in the cafeteria, everyone will only get a little. I think that's too little. Ding Xiang really thinks this amount of meat isn't much. Zhou Jinian is now in charge of logistics, and meat is hard to find. So, the cafeteria usually has little meat, and the workers often complain about it. Now, with this dozens of pounds of meat, everyone can at least have some. Wait here, I'll call him back, Ding Xiang says eagerly. She wants to find Zhou Jinian quickly, and there's still time to have the meat cooked by the chef tonight. Lin Yu hasn't had time to speak before she runs out herself. Niu Niu is still in Lin Yu's arms. Niu Niu, your mom is going to find Dad. You stay at home first. Nyo looks at Lin Yu and Li Dahui, then reaches out to let Li Dahui hold him. I want this uncle. The little boy admires strong, tall men like him. Li Dahui often plays with his older brother's children, so he's very good at holding kids. When Nyo is in his arms, he becomes even more lively and playful. Kids seem to naturally sense if someone is good or bad. Nyo isn't afraid of this uncle at all. Li Dahui also likes children. He even lets Nyo sit on his shoulders and pretend to ride a horse. Nyo is very happy, laughing happily. Li Dahui's eyes are gentle, and he's smiling, looking even more handsome. Lin Yu watches the scene and thinks that if Li Dahui had children, he would be a good dad. If she could have a child with Oh Manqing, that would be so adorable. Why isn't Oh Manqing moving faster? It's been months, and there's still no progress. Isn't she the heroine? Lin Yu rubs her hands, thinking maybe she should go back and help them out herself. Not for anything else, just for my adorable younger siblings. Of course, Nyo is also very cute, laughing happily. The couple, Ding Xiang and her husband, hadn't even reached the door when they heard the sounds. Zhou Jinian raised an eyebrow. Why is our son so happy? Ding Xiang smiled and said, Your son must like the pretty older sister. Ding Xiang thought Lin Yu was playing with her son, but when they entered, she saw it was Uncle Lin Yu, who was silent, leaning on Nyo and teasing him. And he's not actually mute, he can speak. When they saw the two of them come in, Li Dahui quickly put Nyo down and greeted Zhou Jinian. Hello. He also nodded at Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang's eyes widened as she turned to Lin Yu, who was greeting Zhou Jinian. Xiao Yu, who is your uncle? Lin Yu smiled and said, My uncle is not actually mute. At first, Li Dahui didn't speak in front of Ding Xiang because he was quite nervous. Plus, he was quite cautious, so he didn't want to reveal too much. Later, since Ding Xiang trusted them so much and left her child and family with them, Li Dahui relaxed. He played happily with Nyo, and his mood became even better. Because of that, when he saw Zhou Jinian, he was more confident and greeted him openly. Zhou Jinian is a young man about 1.8 meters tall, slim and quite good-looking. His temperament is gentle and refined. He is the director of the logistics department at the machinery factory, which is rare for someone so young. Later, Lin Yu asked and found out that he was a university graduate from the 1960s. Ding Xiang, although now staying at home to take care of her child, had taken a leave of absence from her job as an accountant at the machinery factory. In short, this family is a dual-income family with a child, their own house, and a salary, living standards quite high for their time. When Zhou Jinian saw the meat brought by Lin Yu, his eyes lit up. Comrades Lin Yu and Li Dahui, you can give all this meat to our machinery factory. Ding Xiang pinched him. Nyo, and I also want to eat. Leave us 10 jin. Honey, these aren't enough for everyone at the factory. If you and Nyo want to eat, go to the cafeteria, Zhou Jinian said with a charming smile. Ding Xiang nodded and said, All right, I understand. I'll take Nyo to the cafeteria to eat. Sigh. What's the use of being a logistics manager? I still have to scrape for my wife and kids to add meat for the workers. Lin Yu listened nearby and laughed. These two spouses are quite funny. Nyo seemed used to arguing with his parents and didn't find it strange. He was still holding Li Dahui's leg, asking him to lift him higher. Zhou Jinian finally noticed that his son hadn't paid attention to him since he returned. What's wrong with you, kid? Do you not want your dad anymore? Nyo hugged Li Dahui's leg and said, I don't want this dad. I want uncle to be my dad. He can lift me high, then dad can do that too, Zhou Jinian replied. Nyo shook his head. Dad, uncle is not fat. He poked at Li Dahui's muscles as he said this. Ding Xiang laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Nyo, uncle isn't fat, he's strong. Your dad is too skinny. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold him? Nyo nodded. Dad, he's stronger than you. Zhou Jinian felt a bit wronged. He just can't gain weight and doesn't like exercise, so he's thin with no fat or muscles. Nyo liked men like Li Dahui, strong and masculine. Honestly, Zhou Jinian also wanted to be such a man, but unfortunately, his body wouldn't allow it. Everyone joked around, and in the end, They gave Zhou Jinian several pounds of pork, paying on the spot. Zhou Jinian was eager to take the pork to the cafeteria. Before leaving, he told them, "If you have more meat in the future, just come find me. Our machinery factory will buy it." Lin Yu and Li Dahui were even more surprised. They had been thinking of finding buyers after hunting trips. Now it was even more convenient. Plus, selling to the machinery factory's logistics department meant dealing with a big organization, which was safer than finding buyers on their own. Ding Xiong invited them to join for dinner at the factory cafeteria that evening, but Lin Yu and Li Dahui declined. They took advantage of the remaining daylight to head home quickly. Since they didn't have a cart this time, they walked back. But because they weren't carrying anything, they moved faster. After about an hour, they arrived at Lianhua Brigade. On the way, they divided the money among themselves, and once they reached the brigade, they each went home separately. Everyone in the Lin family knew that Lin Yu had gone to the county town with Li Dahui today. They all felt relieved when they saw she had returned safely. Lin Yu happily told her family about the exciting experiences of the day. Lin Aigua frowned and said, "That place really shouldn't be visited again. Dahui is the same. Why is he so brave?" Grandma Lin chuckled and said, "You all think Dahui is honest? I saw through him when he was little. He looks honest, but he has many ideas in his mind. He dares to think and do things. He will be more successful than his brother in the future." Third brother Lin also said, "I think Dahui is better than his brother. If he didn't stutter, he would have gotten married already." Lin Yuan added, "Uncle Dahui is much better now. He speaks slowly, but he doesn't stutter anymore." "Xiu Yu, don't you think so?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Dahui just needs more practice. Soon, he will be even better, and he won't have trouble finding a wife." Lin Shan then asked Lin Yu what she did with the meat at the end. The family finally realized how brave they were to go to the family compound to find someone for a trade. Third brother Lin gave Xin Jinyan a look and said, "Look, this is my daughter." Xin Jinyan rolled her eyes at him. That was also her daughter. Lin Yu then talked to her family about Ding Xiang and Niu Niu, and about the mechanical factory. "What kind of factory is that?" Lin Yuan was interested in city factories. "It makes some mechanical parts. There are more male workers. So, they use a lot of grain, and need a lot of meat. If Uncle Dahui and I catch game, we will give it to them. So, this is a long-term way to make money." Lin Yuan felt a bit envious but also knew that although he had some strength, he couldn't compare to Lin Yu. When it came to hunting, he was no match for Li Dahui. He couldn't do such things. The whole family was happy that Lin Yu could earn money, but no one asked how much she made. This was her own money earned by her skills, and it belonged to her. The family didn't feel jealous. Of course, if Wang Zhaodi were here, she might make some sarcastic remarks. Thinking of Wang Zhaodi, Grandma Lin then asked Lin Jiangwo, "Jiangwo, when will your wife come home?" Lin Jiangwo had only talked with Lin Aigua about Wang Zhaodi remarrying. Now that they had decided to let go, he explained this matter clearly to the family. For a moment, everyone in the house was silent except for Taidan and Xiaobao, who couldn't understand what was being said. Wang Zhaodi is actually going to get married. She's not coming back. Grandma Lin was very angry. "We spent 10 yuan to marry her. That was a lot of money back then. And now, she just leaves like this." Dania looked worriedly at her father. "Does this mean she will have no mother?" Ernie was calmer. She was very smart and had noticed since she was young that her mother didn't love her and her sister, so she wasn't surprised by this. Everyone was watching, and Lin Jiangwo, holding his head, said awkwardly, "She wants to leave. I can't stop her. Let her go. I will take care of the 3 kids myself." Grandma Lin was angry but also felt sad for her son. He was an honest boy. She thought that marrying Wang Zhaodi, who seemed honest, would protect him from being bullied. But she was wrong. Grandma Lin felt guilty. She realized she had chosen the wrong daughter-in-law. "Forget it. She has given us 3 children. If she wants to leave, let her." Lin Yu listened and asked, "Second uncle, did you hear this from second aunt directly?" "No, it came from the village of Wang's family." Lin Yu said, "Second uncle, even if you want second aunt to leave, you should see her and hear it from her yourself. You can't just accept it without knowing the full story. Lin Yu was the only one who believed Wang Xiaodi wouldn't remarry so soon. Although she often spoke sarcastically to Lin Yu knew her well. Wang Xiaodi, despite favoring boys and scolding her daughters, never hit her children. Her way of treating her daughters seemed learned from others, but it was awkward. Sometimes, her look in the eyes of Dainyu and Erniyu was actually gentle. At least, Lin Yu thought she loved her children more than the couple in Jincheng Qiao's family. And even if she didn't love her daughters much, Wang Xiaodi truly loved Xiaobao. Xiaobao was raised by her herself. If Lin Zhengwo hadn't asked for the children to stay with Lin Yu, Wang Xiaodi wouldn't be able to leave Xiaobao. Even if she wanted to remarry, she would probably want to take Xiaobao with her. Even if she didn't take Xiaobao, she would still come back to see her children. In short, Lin Yu believed Wang Xiaodi wouldn't decide to remarry in just a few days. So she wanted Lin Zhengwo to go see her in person and find out the truth. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Zhengwo hesitated. But Grandma Lin made the decision. Second son, you go to the Wang family tomorrow and ask her. That was our family's 10 yuan to marry her, and we can't let things stay unclear. Grandma Lin realized she had been thinking the wrong way. How could she, out of pity for her son, blindly let her daughter-in-law marry someone else? She didn't want to lose out. The daughter-in-law they married for 10 yuan deserved an explanation if the Wang family was going to remarry their daughter. With her grandmother's approval, Lin Zhengwo obediently agreed. He was the kind of person without strong opinions. When asked to make decisions, he just wanted to avoid trouble. If someone gave him orders, he felt more at ease. So the next day, Lin Zhengwo went to Wang's village to find his father-in-law's family. Just as he arrived near the Wang house, he met Auntie Wang Xiaodi's 2 aunts. Lin Zhengwo liked these 2 aunts more than his mother-in-law. They were friendlier. The 2 aunts recognized Lin Zhengwo and asked why he was there. The older aunt comforted him. Zhengwo, it's the Wang family's fault. Xiaodi is just too obedient to her mother. At first, Lin Zhengwo still hoped that Wang Xiaodi didn't really want to remarry. But hearing what the older aunt said, he felt disappointed. Wang Xiaodi was so obedient to her mother. Suddenly, the second aunt spoke up. Big sister-in-law, haven't you seen Xiaodi come out these past 2 days? A few days ago, Wang Xiaodi was at home, washing clothes. Now she said she was going to remarry, but no one had seen her. If Wang's mother told her to stay at home and wait for her marriage, the second aunt didn't believe it. When Wang Xiaodi married Lin Zhengwo, she was still washing clothes and cooking the day before the wedding. Their family wasn't the kind to care much about their daughter. The older aunt then realized, yes, why haven't we seen Xiaodi come out to sweep the yard these past mornings? She thought maybe Xiaodi was shy about facing her or afraid of being scolded. But upon reflection, they hadn't seen Wang Xiaodi at all these past 2 days. Lin Zhengwo listened and frowned, feeling that something was strange. Aunt Wang Er said to him, I'll go to the Wang family to see her. If she really doesn't want to marry, you can take her back. If she agrees willingly, then you can leave without causing trouble with the Wang family. Although there was some old resentment between their families, if a conflict really happened, they would have to support the Wang family. So Aunt Wang Er didn't want Lin Zhengwo to go alone into the Wang family. She was worried he might not get a good outcome. After hearing this, Lin Zhengwo understood and agreed to wait outside. Aunt Wang Da and Aunt Wang Er then went into the Wang house. Wang's mother saw the 2 sisters-in-law and felt strange. The 3 families had fought before, and the 2 sisters-in-law didn't greet her when they met. Why were they suddenly visiting? She looked inside and saw everyone from the Wang family was there, except Wang Xiaodi. Third sister-in-law, where did Xiaodi go? Didn't she say she was getting married? We're here to see her. Wang's mother's eyes rolled around. These 2 sisters-in-law had always been kind to their girl, so maybe they were here to bring gifts. She warmly pulled them inside and said, Oh, you heard Xiaodi was getting married and came to bring dowry? And Wang Er raised an eyebrow. She thought this person really has no shame, being so direct about asking for things. She didn't expose her but said, Yes, we came to see what Xiaodi needs. Where is she? Wang's mother clapped her thigh and said, Xiaodi needs some cloth, some snacks, and maybe some money. If the 2 sisters-in-law gave these, Wang's mother would keep everything and later make new clothes for her eldest grandson. Aunt Wang frowned and insisted on seeing Wang Zhaodi. Where is Zhaodi? Why are you all eating? Has she eaten? Wang's mother rolled her eyes, thinking about how to politely avoid the question. Aunt Wang smiled and said directly, if you're bringing dowry for Zhaodi, she should come and tell us herself. And after we give the dowry, Zhaodi should give us some candy to thank us. This was their custom. Relatives like aunts, sisters-in-law, and maternal aunts would give gifts, and the bride would give them sweet candies as thanks. Wang's mother wanted the gifts, but finally agreed to let them see Wang Zhaodi. Don't find it strange. Zhaodi is a naughty girl. The Lin family has been bullying her, and she still wants to go back. I found her a better family. They are rich and much better than the Lin family. Once she gets married, she will thank me, her mother. Then, Aunt Wang and second aunt saw Wang Zhaodi in the firewood room with a head injury. Aunt Wang covered her mouth and cried, rushing over to untie her. Mother Wang stopped her and said, Aunt Wang, don't interfere. Just let her see Zhaodi like this. Second Aunt Wang was furious, looking at Zhaodi and then at Mother Wang with a sneer. Third family, is this how you treat your daughter? Mother Wang was mean. The child is disobedient, so I have to do this. I said, once she gets married well in the future, she will thank me. Seeing Aunt Wang and second Aunt Wang, Zhaodi felt hope again. Aunt Wang, second Aunt Wang, please help me. The man my mother wants me to marry is an old bachelor from the next village. Aunt Wang's family and Lu Xiangxiang are from the same village, so she knew about that bachelor. That man, didn't he kill his wife? Zhaodi was even more shocked. She had heard he chased away his wife, but now she knew he had killed her. Does her mother know about this? She looked at Mother Wang and saw her eyes wandering, afraid to meet her gaze. It seemed she knew, but still insisted that Zhaodi marry. Zhaodi burst into tears and laughed bitterly. Mother, why? Why? Mother Wang gritted her teeth. Zhaodi, don't blame your mother. Your younger brother has already promised to marry someone. If you don't marry, the family line will be broken and people will beat us. Plus, there's 30 yuan involved. With this money, your nephew can get married. Second Aunt Wang cursed silently, feeling ashamed. Seeing Zhaodi's so weak and Mother Wang's ridiculous face, she made a decision. Outside the Wang family's house, Aunt Wang was anxious. Second sister-in-law, why are you pulling me out? What about Zhaodi? We need to save her. Second Aunt Wang comforted her. Big sister-in-law, don't worry. I have a way to save Zhaodi. But with our status, it's not right for us to go. They are both wives of the Wang family. If they free Zhaodi, then Wang father might blame their husbands, and it would be their fault. In the countryside, women generally have little status. Second Aunt Wang thought that only Lin Jiangwo, Zhaodi's husband, had the power to stop her from marrying. Lin Jiangwo heard that Wang Zhaodi was injured, and so he immediately wanted to rush in to help. Second Aunt Wang stopped him, saying, Jiangwo, you can't go alone. There are many people in their family, and this is Wangjia village. You can't save anyone by yourself here. Second Aunt Wang told Lin Jiangwo to go back to Lianhua Brigade and call everyone with the surname Lin. Since Wang Zhaodi was a member of the Lin family, it was legal and proper to take her away. Jiangwo was someone who lacked his own opinion. When someone pointed the way, he knew what to do. After saying a few words to the two aunts, he ran home. Big Aunt Wang worried. Won't something happen? Second Aunt Wang's eyes flickered. She hoped the Lin family would come and beat up all those Wang family troublemakers. She thought none of them were good. But she knew Big Aunt Wang was different. She cared more about family harmony and the Wang family's reputation. So she comforted him, saying, nothing will happen. Jiangwo is bringing people to support us. The main goal is to bring Zhaodi back, so she doesn't have to marry someone else. Hearing this, Big Aunt Wang relaxed. She also hoped Wang Zhaodi could go back to the Lin family and live a good life, without being drained by her own family. Jiangwo ran back home, panting, Mom, Big brother, please help Zhaodi. Grandma Lin saw how anxious he was and guessed that Wang Zhaodi wasn't really going to marry anyone. What happened? Lin Igua heard the word rescue and thought it was serious. Jangwo drank some water handed by Lin Yu, calmed his breath, then started explaining about Jaidi. Grandma Lin slapped the table and said, "The Wang family is really calculating. They first married off their daughter to us for 10 yuan, and now they want to marry her again for 30 yuan. Big brother, let's go. Call some people and go to Wangjia village to settle this." Big Aunt Wang and Second Aunt Wang were waiting at home for Lin Jangwo to bring people. They thought Lin Jangwo was only bringing some people from the Lin family, but unexpectedly, all the strong men from the entire Lianhua brigade came. The sight was so impressive that the villagers of Wangjia village were scared and quickly went to find the brigade leader. Actually, Grandma Lin had only planned to call the Lin family members to come together. But when the women of Lianhua brigade saw Lin Yu coming to fight, they volunteered to go with her. Their previous outing had given them a taste of victory. With Lin Yu's strong fighting skills, they are just here to watch the show and won't get hurt. Moreover, Lin Yu usually gets along well with everyone. When they know she needs help, the older women are happy to assist. Even Iron Egg and Little Treasure's friends want to go with her, but Lin Yu refuses. Why would she take a bunch of kids to do something? Besides, the children's parents are all there, so they don't need this group of young scouts. However, the educated youth at the station heard about this. Lin Yu's good friends, Song Meili and Oh Manqing, also followed along. Gu Yunzi doesn't need to be told. He simply stays close to Lin Yu and advises, "Be careful later, don't get hurt." Lin Yu rolls her eyes at him. "I might get hurt? Don't underestimate me." Gu Yunzi sighs, "All right, my mistake." Lin Yuan sees them talking and quickly steps forward to separate them, saying, "Gu Jiqing is here too. Thanks for helping." Gu Yunzi nods at him. "You're welcome." As they approach Wangjia village, Lin Yu quickly runs to her uncle. Lin Yuan and Gu Yunzi walk together, warning, "Gu Jiqing, my sister, is our family's treasure. If anyone dares to have bad intentions toward her, our Lin family won't let them go." Gu Yunzi nods. "Yes, I understand. If anyone bullies her, I won't let them off." Lin Yuan thinks, does this person not understand words? The Wang family is called out and stands at their door. They see a large group of people across from them, facing off like two armies. Their side has only 5 people, so they seem less imposing. Mrs. Wang can only try to flatter and ask, "Mother-in-law, long time no see. What are you here for?" Grandma Lin sneers, "Long time no see. Isn't your family planning to remarry Wang Zhaodi?" "Oh, that. Didn't your family abandon her?" "I just thought. She's still young, and she can find a good man to live a good life." Grandma Lin raises an eyebrow. "I heard you found someone who has even killed his wife." "That's all nonsense. He's just a man with a temper, which is normal. Besides, he's just my own daughter. How could I harm her?" Grandma Lin became more angry as she spoke. "They only paid me 10 yuan as a bride price, and now they want to take my daughter-in-law away." You Wang family members are really good at calculating accounts. Father Wang quickly stepped in and said, "Dear relatives, this can be discussed. Why do you need so many people here? We shouldn't let family issues become public." Grandpa Lin still smiled kindly. "These are our comrades from the village, here to pick up the daughter-in-law. They are not outsiders. Sometimes, it's just these simple-minded people who are the most frustrating." At least, Father Wang was so angry with Grandpa Lin that he didn't know what to say. Wang Chuanzong discussed with his parents, and Mother Wang said, "Dear relatives, since the 2 children are no longer suitable to be together, we should return the bride price of 10 yuan. She continued, "But the children also gave birth to 3 children for your family, and our daughter-in-law has contributed a lot. How about we return 5 yuan? Would that be okay?" Grandma Lin was so disgusted by this family's shamelessness that she almost laughed. What kind of foolishness was this to suggest such an idea? Lin Igua also shook his head. This family was simply hopeless. At this moment, Wang En, the village head of Wang's family, arrived. On the way here, Aunt Wang and Second Aunt had already explained the whole story to him, and he also heard the last few words spoken by the Wang family. Wang En wanted to find a way to slip away. How could such shameless people be from their village? But there was no way out. After all, the Wang family was their own people. When the Lotus Village team came knocking, he could only stand on Wang's side. "Village Chief Lin, what are you all doing with so many people? Let's talk nicely." Please, no fighting. Otherwise, both village chiefs would be criticized. Lin Igwa handed him a cigarette and said, Village Chief Wang, don't worry. As long as we can communicate, we won't fight. This meant that if they couldn't communicate, they would fight. Wang also knew that the Wang family was in the wrong. He said to Father Wang, don't go too far. She's someone else's daughter-in-law. Why are you trying to marry her off? Father Wang insisted. The girl isn't happy living with the Lin family. If she doesn't want to go back home, that's normal. We just want her to marry a good man and live a better life. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt like vomiting. Such a kind-hearted father. So she asked, may I ask Uncle Wang if my second aunt can come out and explain things clearly herself? Father Wang's face stiffened as he remembered Wang Zhaodi, who was in the firewood room. She's resting now. She doesn't want to see your Lin family. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Really? Or is she hurt by you and can't come out? The Wang family looked nervous and guilty. Captain Wang clenched his teeth. Did you really hit someone? Don't cause any serious trouble. It's nothing serious. She only has a small injury, Mother Wang quickly said. Everyone present now knew Wang Zhaodi was beaten and couldn't come out. The Wang family felt guilty and knew they shouldn't let them see Wang Zhaodi. They kept blocking the door and insisted on returning 5 yuan of the bride price so Wang Zhaodi could remarry. For a moment, both sides were stuck. Lin Yu moved her eyes and slipped around to the back. The Wang family was arguing with Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin, so no one noticed her. She sneaked into the kitchen's firewood room behind the house. There, she saw Wang Zhaodi, who was injured and with rope. Second aunt, she called softly. Wang Zhaodi was already a bit feverish and seemed to see Lin Yu when she was dizzy. She thought she was dreaming because Lin Yu was strong and might save her, so she imagined her. When Lin Yu got closer and called again, second aunt, Wang Zhaodi woke up. Xiao Yu, you're here. Please help second aunt, she begged. Lin Yu touched her forehead. It was hot, so she knew she had to act fast. Second aunt, wait for me. I'll take you home soon. Don't worry. For some reason, hearing Lin Yu's words made Wang Zhaodi feel much better. She weakly smiled and said, Okay, I understand. Lin Yu left the firewood room, went to the kitchen, and grabbed an iron basin to start knocking. Everyone, come quickly. The Wang family has hurt someone badly. While arguing with the Wang family, Lin Igwa immediately found a reason. Everyone, go in and help Xiao Yu save her. The Lotus Brigade, with the captain's permission, rushed into the Wang house. Father Wang and Mother Wang tried to stop them but couldn't. Even villagers from Wangjia village came to watch the scene. Captain Wang A was worried that today's matter might turn worse. Carrying his hands behind his back, he walked in and sighed when passing by Mr. Wang. You insist on risking everything. I can't save you. Mr. Wang was a bit panicked, feeling things were getting out of control. When everyone was gathered, Lin Yu opened the door to the firewood shed, revealing Wang Zhaodi inside. Lin Jiangwo quickly ran over to help her up. Zhaodi, how are you? After 20 years of marriage, Lin Jiangwo felt very sad seeing Zhaodi like this. Seeing Lin Jiangwo, Zhaodi immediately started crying. Jiangwo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have run back to my parents' house. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Lin Jiangwo untied the ropes from her and comforted her. It's okay, Zhaodi. I don't blame you. Don't cry. Lin Yu reminded him. Second uncle, second aunt has a head injury and seems to have a fever. We need to take her to the hospital quickly. Lin Jiangwo reached out and touched Zhaodi's head. It was indeed very hot. He hurriedly picked her up to leave. Mrs. Wang blocked the door. Where are you taking my daughter? Don't even think about taking her away. Lin Jiangwo was eager to take Zhaodi to see a doctor. Please move aside. Zhaodi has a fever, Mrs. Wang dismissively said. She'll be fine after a good sleep. Don't think about taking her away. She'll be getting married in a few days. Lin Yu forcefully pushed aside Mrs. Wang and Mr. Wang, and the people from Manhwa Brigade surrounded the Wang family, clearing a path for Lin Jiangwo. The villagers from Wangjia village saw Zhaodi looking almost lifeless and didn't dare to stop him. They were just here to watch the show and didn't want to become accomplices to Mr. and Mrs. Wang. So, no matter what Mr. and Mrs. Wang said, they refused to step forward to block Lin Jiangwo. Even Zhaodi's uncles and second uncles were held back by family members, preventing them from going over. Thus, Lin Jiangwo left Wangjia village unimpeded, carrying Zhaodi away, planning to first find the barefoot doctor in Linjia village and then take her to the hospital by ox cart. The Wang family couldn't stop him and started to panic. Mrs. Wang cursed loudly. "Your Lin family is too overbearing. She's my daughter. If I want her to get married, she will." Lin Yu loudly told Lin Igua. "Big uncle, call the police. Let the police handle this." Mrs. Wang, like a duck with its neck squeezed, immediately fell silent. The villagers in the countryside fear the authorities most. When Lin Yu mentioned calling the police, the Wang family became very afraid. Captain Wang was even more afraid. If the higher-ups found out about this incident, could he still keep his position as captain? Especially after hearing Lin Igua say, "Yes, let's go report to the police. This is illegal and criminal." The Wang family quickly said, "What kind of illegal activity is this?" "Don't try to scare us." Lin Yu stepped forward, looking serious. "You are restricting people's freedom and trying to force a marriage. That's interfering with marriage freedom. These charges are enough to put your family in jail. Don't believe it? Ask our team's educated youth. Song Meili, Oh Manqing, and Gu Yunza had a chance to speak up. They said, "Comrade Lin Yu is right. What you are doing is illegal and criminal. You will face legal punishment." Oh Manqing crossed her arms. "We came to support rural development. When we see such unfair acts, I will report it to higher authorities so everyone in society can pay attention." Gu Yunza nodded. "I know someone in the county police station. Captain Wang, I will take you to report the case later." Young people from the city are seen as authority figures in the countryside. They are knowledgeable, cultured, and experienced. What they say is very convincing. Now, Wang's parents finally realized that what they did was against the law. "Relatives, please don't report us. We know we were wrong. Captain, please talk to them. Don't report us. We don't want to be punished." The Wang family begged tearfully, acting as if they weren't the ones who had just been rude and harsh. Captain Wang and also knew they were shameless, but he had no choice. If he reported them, his team would lose respect and future benefits. A few bad apples spoiled the whole barrel. "Captain Lin, I know the Wang family made a mistake. I will criticize and educate them. Can you please not report it?" Lin Igua frowned and said seriously, "Captain Wang, your awareness is too low. Can this be solved just by criticizing and educating?" Wang understood what he meant. He didn't want to defend the Wang family anymore. He said, "Wang family, since you did wrong, you need to apologize. The Lin family is willing to forgive you, and then there's no need to report." The Wang family quickly apologized to the Lin family. Grandma Lin raised her chin. "Just apologizing isn't enough. You need to compensate. Do you want compensation?
Dream on.
Then call the police." "I don't want any compensation." When Grandma Lin said this, Queen Mother Wang shut her mouth again. Right now, the Lin family is in the right. After several attempts to flatter the Wang family failed, they finally agreed to pay for Wang Zhaodi's medical expenses and the damages to the Lin family, totaling 20 yuan. Queen Mother Wang still wanted to delay paying back, saying she couldn't pay all at once, and asked the Lin family to be understanding. Grandma Lin turned around and said, "No more money. I want your whole family to go to jail." In the end, Queen Mother Wang had no choice but to give the 20 yuan to Grandma Lin. This time, the entire Lotus Brigade came out in full force. Without fighting, they resolved the issue. When a group of people was walking on the road, they looked proud and victorious, as if they had just won a battle. This was the first time the older women and aunts experienced the power of knowledge. Before, had they ever gone out without fighting to solve problems? This time, just a few words from Lin Yu and the educated youth, and they stunned everyone with their surprise. And it was resolved peacefully. It shows that learning and culture are really important. This also made the brigade members respect the educated youth even more. These kids are truly capable. Afterward, the educated youth integrated well with the local team members. But that's another story. At this moment, Lin Yu returned with the brigade and was praised by everyone. They all thought she was brave, clever, cultured, and quick-witted. Lin Yu felt like she was floating. When they arrived at the Lotus Brigade, everyone went home. Lin Yu still felt a bit unfulfilled. Back home, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Zhaodi were not there. The older girl said her father had already taken her mother to the county hospital. Seeing her weak, feverish mother being carried onto a bullock cart by her father, who then turned to tell her to stay home and take good care of herself, the girl was worried. She waited until the whole family returned before saying, "I want to go to the hospital to help take care of Mom." As a young girl, she naturally couldn't go alone, so she asked Lin Yuan to accompany her. Since she didn't know what was happening at the hospital, she felt anxious. After packing her things, she hurriedly left. After such an incident, the family was in a bad mood. They finished their meal and each went to their own room. Lin Yu sat on the bed. Only when she was free did she have a chance to count her belongings. First, she earned 100 yuan from selling things in Haicheng. She also had some savings, plus what she received from the Qiao family, totaling 652. 35 yuan. She went with Li Dahue to sell game. A wild boar was hers and sold for 60 yuan. A deer and another wild boar belonged to Li Dahue, and they sold for 90 yuan. Li Dahue wanted to thank Lin Yu for helping him get a good price, so he gave her 20 yuan. Usually, if he took the game to the market himself, he would sell it for about 50 yuan. This time, the price almost doubled, and he also opened a channel with the machinery factory so he could keep earning money. All of this was thanks to Lin Yu. Li Dahue seemed honest but actually had his own plans. He wouldn't treat Lin Yu unfairly. So he gave her an extra 20 yuan as a service fee. Since they are close siblings, Lin Yu didn't refuse and accepted the 20 yuan. This time, she earned 80 yuan from selling game. Her savings suddenly reached over 800 yuan, plus the boxes of belongings left by her grandparents from the Qiao family for her and Xiao Feng. In short, Lin Yu was now a little rich woman. With this money, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the next few years. The boxes of belongings were meant to be her dowry and wedding gifts, and she wouldn't use them. Only if she and Xiao Feng decided to get married someday would she take them out. At this moment, Xiao Feng, who Lin Yu had just remembered, had just returned from a mission at the southwestern border and arrived at the military camp. "Commander Qiao, here is your letter. You received it months ago. At that time, Xiao Feng had already gone to the front with the main troop and didn't notify his family, so the letter was kept at the military camp." "Thanks." Xiao Feng took the letter and went back to his dorm. He was now a company commander, with a small single room. The space wasn't big, just a bed and a desk. As soon as he returned to his room, he took off his coat, unbuttoned it, and lay down on the bed. A hand rested under his head, while the other held a letter and read it. The envelope was addressed to Qiao Yu. He didn't look closely at the address, assuming it was from his family in Haicheng. Inside the letter, Xiao Feng read halfway and couldn't stay calm. He sat up and carefully read it again from the beginning. In the letter, his sister Qiao Yu said that she was not actually a biological daughter of the Qiao family and not his real sister. She also mentioned that her real sister had returned home, and Qiao Yu had gone back to her own house. The address of her new home was on the envelope, so Qiao Feng quickly looked at it. Qiao Yu also said she hoped her brother wouldn't be angry, because she went back to find her real parents. This girl, so quiet and unassuming, actually had such courage. She dared to take the train and leave Haicheng herself. What if something went wrong? Even if she was strong, she was still just a girl. How could she be so brave? Thinking about it, it was clear that her parents and the Qiao family couldn't accept her. And how did her younger sister find out she was part of the Qiao family? This whole matter was full of mysteries, making Xiao Feng have to face it seriously. He put on his clothes and went to the political officer's office. "Political officer, I am Xiao Feng." Su Chongdong heard Xiao Feng knock and said, "Come in." As soon as Xiao Feng entered, he said, "Political officer Su, I want to ask for leave to visit my family." He hadn't been home for a year. Now that he had made a contribution at the border and become a company commander, he could request a 2-week leave to visit his family. Also, can I make a phone call? There was a phone in the office he could use. The last time he called home was when his grandmother passed away. Seeing his expression, Officer Su sensed something was wrong. It was his duty to care about the soldiers and officers in his unit, so he asked, "Is something wrong at home?" He then motioned for Xiao Feng to sit and make the call. Xiao Feng nodded. "Yes, I'll tell you after I finish the call. Hello, who are you looking for?" A young girl's voice came from the phone. Xiao Feng guessed this was probably the biological daughter of the Qiao family, Qiao Mingming, mentioned in the letter. "I am Xiao Feng." Hearing the name, Qiao Mingming knew who it was and sweetly called out, "Brother." Her voice was overly sweet, and as a rough man, Xiao Feng found it hard to bear. "Ask my parents to come and answer the phone." He was too lazy to talk much with his sister, and just wanted to ask Jao Dahan Song Zhenyan for clarification. Xiao Mingming was upset by his cold attitude and looked stiff, but since she thought Xiao Feng might not know her situation, she said, "Brother, I am your real sister, Xiao Mingming." Xiao Feng's forehead veins bulged. Did he not know who she was? Did this person have any sense? He really didn't want to talk to her at all.
I know.
"Please go find my dad and mom to answer the phone." Xiao Mingming heard him say he knew, but his attitude was still cold, which made her look even worse. But to keep up her image of being sensible, she obediently said, "Okay, brother. I will find dad to answer the phone. Mom is not at home." Song Zhenyan would never stay in the same room with Jao Dahan. When they were together, they argued loudly. Originally, Xiao Mingming was staying at the Song family with Song Zhenyan, but she also wanted to get closer to Jao Dahan, so she convinced Song Zhenyan to come back here. When Jao Dahan heard that Xiao Feng was calling back, he felt a bit guilty. Before Xiao Feng left, he asked them to take good care of Xiao Yu, but as soon as his own daughter returned, Xiao Yu left. Jao Dahan also wanted to take the things left for Xiao Feng by his parents and give them to his brother Xiao Yu. All the items had been lost, and when he heard Xiao Feng calling, he felt guilty. "Xiao Feng, son." Xiao Feng clenched his teeth and held back his anger. "Dad, where is my sister?" "Your sister is right at home." Jao Dahan pretended to be clueless. "I'm talking about my little sister, Xiao Yu. Do you know where she went?" Jao Dahan looked angry. "That brat is not your sister. She's just an ingrate. Do you know she even hit someone? She's really uncultured." Hearing Jao Dahan insult Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Xiao Yu was raised by grandpa and grandma. "Dad, who are you insulting? And as for where Xiao Yu went, you don't even know. Do you deserve to be a father?" Commissioner Su looked at him and heard the phone conversation. His heart was filled with shock and worry. Xiao Feng's sister is not his biological sister. Now, there is a real sister at home. Isn't his father the factory director? Why does he speak so harshly? Xiao Feng took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and then asked, "So, you found your biological daughter and no longer want Xiao Yu? Then Xiao Yu left, and you don't know where she went? Is that right?" Xiao Dahan replied, "It's not like I drove her away. I just asked her to give up her room for Mingming to stay in."
She didn't want to.
"She's really immature. She even threw a table and hit people." Xiao Dahan kept talking about what happened after Mingming came back. He kept blaming Lin Yu for being immature. Being the factory director's daughter for over 10 years isn't enough, and she still wants to be the boss at home. To Xiao Feng, this was hard to hear. He only knew that as soon as his biological daughter returned, Xiao Dahan and his wife made Xiao Yu give up her room. They probably said many harsh words. From a young age, the siblings were not close to their parents. If it weren't for their grandmother's last request before she passed away, Lin Yu wouldn't have moved back to the Qiao family. Knowing she wasn't their biological daughter, Lin Yu probably didn't want to stay in the Qiao family anymore and left. As for the theft at the Qiao family, where the grandparents' belongings were stolen, Xiao Dahan didn't dare tell Xiao Feng about it. He was mainly afraid that his dark thoughts would be exposed, so he felt guilty. After learning what happened, Xiao Feng had nothing more to say to Xiao Dahan. They had never been close. Xiao Feng hung up the phone and said to Commissioner Su, "Commissioner, you've heard everything. I want to take leave to visit my sister." Commissioner Su raised an eyebrow. "Which sister?" "I only have one sister. She is now in a place called Lianhua Brigade in Shan Province." When he heard this place, Commissioner Su's brow twitched. "Are you sure?" Xiao Feng nodded and took out a letter. "This is the address." After reading the address carefully, Commissioner Su's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it. All right, I'll approve your leave, but it needs approval from higher-ups. You can only leave in a few days. Qiao Feng nodded in agreement and then left. After he left, Commissioner Su immediately made a call to inform his superiors about this matter. Haicheng, the machinery factory, the Lotus Brigade in Shan Province, and the mistaken child. What could be the connection among these events? Commissioner Su also felt confused. The higher-ups' order was to allow Comrade Qiao Feng to visit his family, but he was on a mission to uncover the truth and then return to the team. That night, Qiao Feng was secretly taken to an office to receive a mysterious task. When he returned to his dormitory, he was full of doubts and deep worries. His sister, Qiao Yu, was just a young girl. If she got involved in such matters, what should he do? How could he protect his sister while completing his mission? Far away in Shan Province, Lin Yu didn't know her brother was already on his way to find her. She was hiding with Gu Yunze, talking quietly, while comrade Song Meili kept watch. If they were caught, they could just say the three of them were chatting together. After all, Lin Yu and Gu Yunze both didn't want to openly admit their relationship for personal reasons. Lin Yu was telling Gu Yunze about her recent hunting trip and how she earned some money. She said she went to Daqing Mountain with Li Dahui, and Gu Yunze frowned. Daqing Mountain is too dangerous. I heard there are wolves and tigers. You shouldn't go. Thinking of something, Lin Yu smiled and said, my dad said the same. He also said he can go deep into Daqing Mountain and tame those fierce animals. He told the soldiers he's a hero. Gu Yunze's heart skipped a beat, but he asked softly, is that true? Lin Yu didn't notice his strange reaction. It's all lies. My dad is just joking. My aunt said he was just a kid who ran into the mountains and got scared by a wild pig. Haha. Lin Yu remembered how her dad boasted about being so brave, but when she told her aunt, she found out he was just bragging. Many people in the brigade had heard his heroic stories, but they all found out the truth later and scolded him harshly. Lin Yu found it funny. Her dad was really a comedian. Gu Yunze raised an eyebrow.
This story.
It seemed that Lin Xingli, this person, needed to be investigated. But thinking about the fact that Lin Xingli would be his father-in-law in the future, Gu Yunze felt this was a difficult matter. Looking at Lin Yu, who was very happy, Gu Yunze smiled and said, although uncle might be exaggerating, the mountains are really dangerous. If you're not in trouble, it's better not to go. If you need money, I can give you some. Gu Yunze remembered he still had a bank book with some money in it, which he could give to Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook her head and said, I don't need much money. My sister has plenty. She patted her chest. I won't go deep into the mountains. I'll just go hunting outside with Uncle Dahui. I'll be careful. She explained that her main reason wasn't to make money, but to enjoy hunting. She had a lot of strength but didn't use it often, so it could weaken over time. Hunting was an important skill for Lin Yu, and she wanted to practice more to stay strong. Since she said so, Gu Yunze didn't stop her. He just told her to be careful. Then Lin Yu mentioned Wang Zhaodi. I don't know how my second aunt is doing. If she comes back, I wonder if she'll stay at home. I guess she will stay. She probably won't cut ties with her family. Thinking normally, that was likely true. Lin Yu was just worried that Wang Zhaodi might be too influenced and still want to keep in touch with her family. Not only Lin Yu, even Lin Zhangwo was worried about this. In the hospital, Ding Yo and Lin Zhangwo stayed with Wang Zhaodi all night. Her condition gradually stabilized. Her head wound hadn't been treated properly in time and got infected, which caused her to have a fever. The doctor stitched her up and treated the infection. She kept having a fever throughout the night. By around 4 or 5 in the morning, her temperature started to go down. During this time, Ding Yo stayed awake and didn't dare to sleep. She kept giving Wang Zhaodi water and helped her go to the bathroom. Lin Zhangwo was also watching over her, but didn't say anything the whole time. By morning, he sent Ding Yo to rest next door. He fed Wang Zhaodi porridge. Seeing her condition improve, he asked, what do you think we should do? If Wang Zhaodi still wanted to go back to her family, this would be the last time they spent together as a couple. Wang Zhaodi understood what Lin Zhangwo meant. Wang Zhaodi understood Lin Zhangwo's meaning. She smiled bitterly and said, from now on, I'll pretend I have no family." Lin Jiangwo felt relieved inside, but he also felt uncomfortable knowing that Wang Xiaodi had to make such a difficult choice. He gently tucked her into bed and softly said, "From now on, our family should live happily together. Don't think too much." Wang Xiaodi nodded with tears in her eyes, saying, "Yes, I understand. We will live well from now on and stop causing trouble." Lin Jiangwo sighed. Although things seemed to be settled now, he knew there was still some distance between them. When relationships between people develop cracks, it's hard to ignore. In the past, he was kind to Wang Xiaodi because she was his wife, the mother of their 3 children, and she had also given birth to their youngest son, Xiao Bao. He was nearly 40, and Wang Xiaodi had almost gone through a difficult labor to have their son. Whenever he thought of this, he was more patient with her. But he didn't expect her to become more and more spoiled, even trying to cause trouble between Xiao Bao and the family. Later, she was so upset that she wanted to go back to her parents' house. If her parents hadn't treated her that way, he wasn't sure if she would have changed her mind. Lin Jiangwo secretly decided that he would no longer spoil her in the future. People like Wang Xiaodi need to be managed, or they will cause trouble. He realized that the key was to control her, and from then on he kept her tightly in check. She couldn't rebel, but their life remained happy and peaceful until old age. At this moment, Wang Xiaodi was still lying on the hospital bed. Her fever had gone down, her wound was bandaged, and the doctor allowed her to leave the hospital. Nowadays, rural folks don't have much money, and hospitals usually don't admit patients for long. When Lin Jiangwo brought her in yesterday, her wound was large, her face pale, and she had a fever. The doctor thought it was too dangerous, so they kept her overnight. Now her condition was stable, and with someone taking care of her, she could go home. When the nurse changed her dressing, she said, "Your husband and daughter are really good. They took care of you all night without rest. You're very lucky." Don't think the nurse was just flattering. Having worked in the hospital for a long time, she knew that nowadays, among women who fall ill, only about 1 in 10 men would take care of them carefully during treatment and hospitalization. And her daughter is so sensible and caring. The nurse also had a daughter, and she felt that when she was sick, her daughter was much more caring than her son. Wang Xiaodi listened to her and wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. After being hospitalized, she realized how lucky it was to have a daughter like her. In the past, she thought daughters were a burden and that sons would be her future support. But now, her daughter is her support. Maybe she was wrong before. She shouldn't have always scolded her children or looked down on her daughter just because she was a girl. Fortunately, she didn't hit or yell at her like her mother did, nor refuse to feed her, or try to marry her off to someone just for money. Compared to that, Wang Xiaodi felt she still had hope. At worst, she could just treat her 2 daughters a little better in the future. Although her heart still loved little Bao the most, she knew she should change her attitude, so her older daughters would respect her. Lin Jiangwo didn't know what she was thinking. Since she was able to leave the hospital, he packed up their things, woke up the older daughter, and helped Wang Xiaodi onto the ox cart to go home. Yesterday, Lin Yuan had come with the older daughter, but later, because there was no room in the hospital, he had to go back. So today, the 3 of them were riding the ox cart home together. Wang Xiaodi rarely came to the county town. Sitting in the cart and looking at the scenery around her, she felt it was all very new. The older daughter had been here a few times and told her about everything she saw. When they saw the supply and marketing cooperative, Wang Xiaodi's eyes lit up and she said, "Jiangwo, let's buy some things for Xiaoyu." It was her help yesterday. Although she was still feeling dizzy at the time, Wang Xiaodi remembered that Lin Yu had sneaked into the firewood shed and found her. Later, she called others over, and Lin Jiangwo was able to take her away and bring her to the hospital. Lin Jiangwo also thought they should thank Lin Yu. "At that time, I heard you were going to remarry and I didn't want to find you again. It was Xiaoyu who asked me to check on you and that's how I found out." Hearing this, Wang Xiaodi felt even more scared. She almost fell into her mother's trap. Her mother said that if Jiangwo knew she was going to marry someone else, he definitely wouldn't come to find her again. If it weren't for Lin Yu, things might have turned out very differently. so we should thank Xiaoyu even more. Let's buy her something. The older daughter nodded and said, yes, thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. I'll buy her a piece of cloth, and I'll make her a dress. Lin Jiangwo stopped the ox cart and took his wife and daughter into the supply and marketing cooperative. Fortunately, when he went to the hospital, he brought a lot of tickets and money from home. When the older girl came yesterday, she also brought some tickets and money given by Grandma Lin and Uncle Lin. They counted and found some cloth tickets along with the money. With that, they bought a piece of pink floral fabric, just enough to make a dress. Thinking about the team members who helped yesterday, the older girl suggested buying some candies and snacks to thank them. Lin Jiangwo then took out money to buy these. It can be said that in this family, the decision-maker is actually the older girl. After all, Lin Jiangwo is a person without strong opinions, and Wang Zhaodi, once she entered the city, became even more timid. At this moment, the older girl felt a heavy sense of responsibility. As the eldest daughter, she needed to take charge at critical moments. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Zhaodi also didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In their family, women have a say. In these recent family events, wasn't it Lin Yu and Grandma Lin who stepped in? It's not wrong for the older girl to stand up and take charge now. Lin Jiangwo even thought that the way the older girl confidently faced the shop assistant was somewhat like Lin Yu. There's a saying, following a bee will find flowers, following a fly will find a toilet. The older girl learned to be timid and shy when following Wang Zhaodi, afraid to speak. But after these few months with Lin Yu, she became more confident and outgoing, able to handle things on her own outside. Lin Jiangwo felt very pleased and was even more determined to raise his daughter well, to make her like her mother and Xiaoyu, rather than like Wang Zhaodi. At Lotus Brigade, Lin Yu didn't know that her family was buying fabric to make clothes for her. Right now, she was helping Lin Igwa plan to make sweet potato noodles. After Lin Igwa took away the dried sweet potatoes she had prepared, nothing more happened with that.
She almost forgot about it.
Until now, after all the sweet potatoes were harvested and piled up in the warehouse, Lin Igwa came to find Lin Yu, saying he planned to open a noodle workshop. Lin Yu was very interested when she heard this. She had many ideas about it. She told Lin Igwa how to start the workshop, where to set it up, and the steps involved. But since he was rushing into it without proper planning, Lin Igwa asked her to write a plan. If it works out, she might even become the consultant for this workshop. Lin Yu thought hard and wrote a plan, then handed it to Lin Igwa. Big uncle, this is what I wrote. Please take a look. Lin Igwa took it and nodded happily. Good, good. It's very complete. You considered things I didn't even think of. Does that mean I can be an advisor? Being an advisor is great. No need to do the work yourself, just give orders like being an official. Lin Igwa took the plan to the team office for a meeting. He nodded at her and said, I'll definitely let you be one. Don't worry. Hearing this, Lin Yu was very happy. Soon, the team leaders discussed and made a set of rules. Since Lin Yu had written everything in detail, they could just follow her plan. They only needed to change some parts that didn't fit their team situation. After a short discussion, they decided to go ahead with the workshop. This was thanks to Captain Lin's influence in the team. Everyone knew his decisions wouldn't harm the team, so they had no objections. If a different team leader had been in charge, people might have doubted whether he had other motives for starting the workshop. So, that afternoon, Lin Yu was appointed as an advisor for the fan workshop, responsible for overseeing production and sales. The team leader gathered strong workers to build a workshop at the foot of Xiaqingshan Mountain, near the river. Lin Yu didn't need to worry about this. Her position was still just a title for now. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo's family of 3 had already returned home in an ox cart. Although Nyonyo pretended not to care, she was actually very concerned about Wang Zhaodi. When they arrived, she hurried to greet them and took things from Nyonyo's hands. Dad, Mom, are you okay? She was still a 10-year-old girl, and her worry was obvious. Lin Jiangwo patted her head. Your mom is fine. She just needs some medicine and she'll be better soon. Xiaobao also ran out of the house, hugging Lin Jiangwo's leg. Last night, his parents weren't home, and he slept with Lin Yuan, so he felt insecure. Lin Jiangwo picked him up and showed him Wang Zhaodi. Xiaobao, look. Mom is back. Don't worry. Xiaobao suddenly started crying. Mom. Wang Xiaodi hadn't seen little treasure for several days and missed him very much. However, she was still weak and didn't have the strength to hold the child. She gently touched little treasure and said, "Don't cry, baby. Mom is fine." Their family was gathered together, but Grandpa Lin, Grandma Lin, and Linyu didn't come over. They just watched quietly. Grandma Lin sighed and said, "This is so good, being a happy family together." Grandpa Lin nodded in agreement. Yes. Linyu held Grandma's hand and said, "Grandma, don't worry. From now on, Uncle's family will be fine." Uncle's wife had returned, but she looked a little shy, probably scared. They learned from experience and probably wouldn't cause trouble and run back to their parents' house again. Lin Yu and Grandma Lin didn't know about Wang Xiaodi's attempt to stir trouble with little treasure. They only knew that the couple had argued, and Wang Xiaodi had gone back to her parents' house. Only Lin Aigua, Lin Zhangwo, and Wang Xiaodi knew the truth. They decided not to tell anyone else to avoid making others feel upset. What they didn't realize was that little treasure, though only 4 years old, had a good memory. He remembered his mother talking badly about his sister and grandma. He wanted to speak up, but his father interrupted him. At this moment, little treasure didn't remember anything, and the family happily ate together again. Wang Xiaodi apologized to Grandma Lin, saying, "Mom, I'm sorry. It was my mistake earlier." Grandma Lin was a kind mother-in-law who never scolded her daughter-in-law. She only hoped that her second son's family would be happy. "Yes, it's okay. Just have a good life with Zhang Wo and be a good mother." Wang Xiaodi smiled and nodded, feeling very touched by her mother-in-law's kindness. "Okay, I understand, Mom." Third brother Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Second sister-in-law, will you still share delicious food with your family, including Wang Chuanzong?" He remembered that once, his mother had given all the children some peach cookies, but Wang Xiaodi took the big girl and the second girl's cookies and brought them back to her parents' house to share with Wang Chuanzong. How did he know? Because he had gone out and saw Wang Chuanzong showing off how tasty the peach cookies were. Those cookies were bought by his older brother during a business trip to the provincial capital. He wanted to eat them too, but his mother said they were for the children. But in the end, Wang Chuanzong ate them all. This incident still bothered third brother Lin, and he would remember it for a long time. Third brother Lin never showed respect to Wang Xiaodi, so he directly asked her. Wang Xiaodi knew she had often helped her family back home before, and she was in the wrong. Now she felt a bit embarrassed and looked at Lin Zhangwo, hoping he would say a few words to help her. Lin Zhangwo frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me?" "The third brother is asking you. Will you still give your family good food in the future? In the past, he might have helped Wang Xiaodi, but not now. This woman shouldn't be spoiled. She needs to show her stance." Wang Xiaodi smiled bitterly, knowing that today the whole family wanted her to give a clear answer. "I'm not stupid. From now on, everything will belong to our family. I definitely won't help my family anymore. No, I won't have a family back home anymore. Big brother, I want to cut ties with the Wang family. Can you help me write a proof?" Seeing her firm attitude, Lin Zhangwo smiled and thought to himself that he would let her go for now and observe her more carefully later. Lin Aigua believed in the idea that a harmonious family brings prosperity and didn't want Wang Xiaodi to go too far, fearing she would regret it later. You don't need to cut ties completely. Just have less contact in the future. Wang Xiaodi was not acting on a sudden impulse as they thought. She was truly desperate for her parents and siblings. Being locked in the woodshed, her family was happily eating together, and no one offered her water or food. She even overheard Wang Chuanzong and his wife discussing how to spend 30 yuan. Her mother was coaxing Wang Yaozu to eat some snacks. At that moment, she realized that she, Wang Xiaodi, was worth less than a pig in her own family. Her only value to them was that she could be sold for 30 yuan. Oh, no. She married Lin Zhangwo with a bride price of 10 yuan. To her parents, she was not considered a person. Lying on the ground in the woodshed, Wang Xiaodi thought about her mother-in-law's care during her pregnancy and her sisters-in-law helping her wash diapers and make clothes after she gave birth. She felt like a fool, ignoring her good in-laws and always helping her family back home, only to end up with nothing. Wang Xiaodi looked firmly at Lin Aigua and said, "Big brother, I am serious. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Wang family. To prevent them from bothering me again, I want to cut ties with them. Please help me write a proof. Old Third Lin watched the commotion and said, Big brother, what are you hesitating for? Second sister-in-law finally made up her mind. Hurry up and write the letter for her, so she won't regret it later. Wang Zhaodi's mouth twitched. Third uncle, I won't regret it. You don't have to say that. Old Third Lin rolled his eyes. Who knows? When you say you want to cut ties, are you sure you're not just afraid that Big Brother will talk you out of it? Wang Zhaodi got angry, feeling like Old Third Lin was looking down on her. She firmly said to Lin Aigua, Big brother, I must cut ties with them. If you don't help me write the letter, I'll go to Wangjia village myself and ask the team leader to write it. It's the same. Old Third Lin whistled. Big brother, look at second sister-in-law. She's so determined. Aren't you going to write it for her? Lin Aigua slammed the table. Old Third, shut up. Don't stir up trouble here. Old Third Lin shrank his neck, feeling wronged, and huddled next to Shen Jinyan. Wife, Big brother is scolding me. Shen Jinyan patted him. Third brother, stop messing around. Listen to Big brother. Old Third Lin muttered. All right. Lin Yu and Lin Yi exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. Wang Zhaodi was determined to cut ties with the Wang family. Lin Aigua actually agreed in his heart, so he hesitated but still wrote her a certificate. Take Jianguo with you. Go to Wangjia village and find team leader Wang and to witness this. Make sure the certificate is official. Wang Zhaodi nodded and put the certificate away. The family's peace was restored. Lin Yu was in a good mood and wanted to cook something delicious. The sister-in-law was close to her due date and had a big appetite. Wang Zhaodi was also weak from her injury, so both needed nourishing. Grandma Lin told Lin Yuan to catch a chicken and cook it for soup. Daughter Jiao was already lighting the stove in the kitchen. Lin Yu put a whole chicken into a soup pot and went back to her room. Actually, she had taken some red dates and goji berries from the space supermarket and added them. Her family no longer found it strange when she occasionally brought out fresh things. They knew she had come from Haicheng with many supplies and often went to the county town, so she could always share some good food with them. Lin Yu was worried. There were so many things in the space supermarket, but she had to find excuses to bring them out for her family to eat and use. So, she needed to go to the county town several times to have a chance to take things out. Lin Yu took out some red dates. Seeing that her family members were not surprised or asking questions, she felt more relaxed. Red dates are good, especially for women, and her mother looks so thin. The smell of chicken soup filled the air, with the sweet aroma of red dates and goji berries. Lin Yu lifted the lid and took a sip. Very good. Her cooking skills are getting better and better. Don't think that Lin Yu is just the family cook because she makes meals every day. Actually, her grandmother, sister, and Lin Yuan handle preparing ingredients, lighting the stove, and fetching water. She only focuses on cooking the dishes. Sometimes, she adds some special ingredients to the food to help boost everyone's health. She can't stand the plain, watery food and rough bread they used to eat at home. Since she arrived, the meals have become more refined, and the children, Iron Egg and Little Treasure, are getting chubbier. Lin Yu also adds some special ingredients to help her grandmother and mother. Mom, try the chicken soup. The first bowl of chicken soup was handed to Shen Jinyan, who was standing beside her. Shen Jinyan took the soup and saw her daughter wink at her. She found it funny and understood that her daughter was saying, "This first bowl is for you." No wonder daughters are the most caring. Having a son doesn't seem to make much difference. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who was eyeing the chicken drumstick in the pot, suddenly felt a bit cold. The women and children were drinking the sweet chicken soup, but the men didn't get any. Since only one chicken was cooked, it wasn't enough for the men. Lin Yi doesn't like soup. He snuggled next to his sister and managed to grab a chicken drumstick. Little Treasure and Iron Egg didn't drink the soup either. They just ate 2 pieces of chicken. Big sister and second sister each had a bowl of soup, drinking with their eyes half closed. Most importantly, the pregnant sister-in-law, Zhou Hehua, was holding her bowl of soup while sitting on a small stool. "Oh, this kid is so excited," Lin Yu said as she looked over. She saw a clear little foot moving inside Zhou Hua's belly. It was the first time she saw something like that. Lin Yu found it so amazing. Why is the baby moving so much? Zhou Hua smiled and said, "It's because you're drinking the soup I cooked." She's so happy. Lin Yu also brought a bowl of soup and sat beside her, speaking to her belly. "Little niece, when you come out, Andy will cook chicken soup for you." Why call her little niece? Because her older brother, Lin Shan, wanted a daughter. He insisted that she was a little niece, and even told Iron Egg that she was a little sister. Lin Yu also wanted a little girl to play with, so she often called Zhou Hua's belly her little niece. Zhou Hua was very happy. The Lin family doesn't favor boys over girls. Even Grandma Lin told her that daughters are easier to take care of than sons. She had already had a little Iron Egg, and it would be nice if the next one was a little girl. Looking at how the older girls, second girl, and Lin Yu are treated, they are no worse than Lin Yi, Iron Egg, and Little Treasure. Zhou Hua thinks that if there really is a little girl in her belly, many people will love her. Since Lin Yu came to Lotus Flower Brigade, the baby in her sister-in-law's belly is about to be born. According to the village elder's estimate, it will be in about 7 or 8 days. The whole family is looking forward to this new life. Right now, the sister-in-law's belly shows no signs of labor, but Wang Zhaodi has quickly recovered. As soon as she regained her spirits, she eagerly took Lin Zhengwo to the Wangjia village brigade. "Captain, I came today to witness something. I want to cut ties with the Wang family." Wang Zhaodi called everyone from the Wang family to the brigade office and announced this news. Wang's mother's eyes rolled, and she patted her thigh. "Zhaodi, you're my daughter. How can you not recognize your parents? My life is hard. I have a daughter and she doesn't acknowledge me." "Oh, Zhaodi, you forgot that your parents raised you with so much effort?" Wang's mother sat on the ground, kicking her legs and crying loudly. The people in the brigade kept a little distance, giving her space to vent. Wang Zhaodi crossed her arms and looked at her coldly as she caused a scene. Looking at Wang's father, he clearly saw everything but just let Wang's mother make a fuss, avoiding any trouble for himself. And the Wang family, with their malicious looks, seemed to think that once her mother made this move, Zhaodi would obediently submit. But after thinking everything through, Wang Zhaodi could now tell right from wrong. This family is like bloodsuckers. Parents and sons are all draining the blood of their daughters. Whenever she felt a little upset, she would cry, make a fuss, or threaten to harm herself, betting that they would feel sorry for her. Wang Zhaodi thought her heart was very hard. Seeing her mother like this, she felt nothing inside, as if she were watching a play. Seeing that Wang Zhaodi didn't react, her mother cried even louder. No one in the village came to help because they still remembered what had happened a few days ago. Wang Zhaodi still had a bandage on her head. Not wanting to waste time, Wang Zhaodi sneered and said, "Are you done making a fuss? Once you're done, sign the proof." When her mother heard her so firm, she stopped crying and started scolding loudly with angry eyes. She cursed very harshly. Wang Zhaodi remained calm and said, "Shut up. Today, I only give you 2 choices. Either sign the statement to cut ties, or I will call the police and say Wang Chuanzong is trying to kidnap people. Just see if you're willing to let your precious son be taken away." After these words, the people watching, Aunt Wang and second Aunt Wang, were surprised. Wang Zhaodi could still say such things, and they sounded very reasonable. Wang Zhaodi was feeling nervous inside. She originally thought that since things had come to this point, she would cut ties. Would the Wang family still refuse? Moreover, Lin Igua had asked her to find the village captain for help. But before leaving, Lin Yu reminded them, "If the captain steps in but doesn't speak up for you, and the Wang family still refuses to cut ties, what will you do?" Wang Zhaodi and Lin Zhengwo were stunned by her question. If that happened, they really wouldn't know what to do. So Lin Yu taught her these 2 sentences. When they heard about calling the police, everyone in the village looked worried. If they called the police, what would be the reputation of their village? In the future, people would think of Wangjia village as the place where the police caught criminals. The woman from Nyo2 village next door tried to scam a marriage and got caught, didn't she? Even now, it's hard for people from Nyo2 village to find a partner because they're afraid of more scams or being betrayed. So everyone advised, Wang family, you've treated Jiaodi like this. It's not wrong for her to cut ties with you. Exactly. You all don't treat her like a person. How can you still be proud to be her parents? If you don't sign, Jiaodi will report to the police. What will happen to your family, Wang Chuanzong? I've never seen someone like this. They often hit and scold their children, treating them like dirt. Although in the countryside there is a preference for boys, most families do not treat girls as less than people like theirs do. They've been hitting and scolding their children since they were young, refusing to give them food. The daughter wears torn clothes, while the son acts arrogantly at home. Everyone prefers sons, but they also know that daughters can be relied on in the future. Usually, they give small favors and avoid hitting the children, believing that daughters will repay them someday. Many people think this way, and many girls do indeed work hard to repay their families. Such parents are common, and Wang's parents are no better. But Wang's family thinks selling their daughter is a foolish act. If the sale fails and they become estranged from their daughter, will they rely on Wang Chuanzong, this useless fellow? Wang's father and mother looked very angry. Jiaodi, are you really so heartless? Jiaodi looked expressionless. Don't say so much. Just tell me if you'll sign or not. If not, I will report to the police. Let's go, Zhang Wo. Hey, Jiaodi, wait. Your parents will sign. Don't call the police. Long silence fell until Captain Wang finally became anxious. Lin Yu's judgment was very accurate. He was not like Lin Aigua, who was clear about right and wrong. He always considered things from the Wang family's perspective. He didn't want Jiaodi to cut ties with them, as revealing this would damage the Wang family's reputation. Even that day's incident, he didn't allow the Wang family to spread it. But he also didn't want Jiaodi to report to the police. The team members cared about marriage prospects, but he cared about the honor of the entire team. This affected whether they could receive awards in the future and whether he could continue as captain. After weighing the options, Wang decided to let Jiaodi sever ties. With the captain's order and the team members watching closely, the Wang family dared not offend them. In the end, they signed the document. Jiaodi also took out a letter written by Lin Yu. This is a confession of your criminal acts. You must sign it. If you violate the agreement and come to find me, I will report it to the police. Lin Yu believed that the statement ending their relationship had no legal power. If the team leader favored the Wang family again, they might come back later. This acknowledgement also had no real legal effect, but for villagers, it was a strong warning. With this proof, if they didn't want Wang Chuanzong to go to jail, the Wang family wouldn't dare come back. Wang's father clearly thought of this and secretly resented Wang Jiaodi for being so cold-hearted. But now there was nothing they could do, so they signed it. When they left Wang's village team, Wang Jiaodi and Lin Zhengwo finally relaxed. Jiangua, Xiaoyu is really amazing, Lin Zhengwo nodded. Yes, Xiaoyu guessed everything. That team leader Wang really has no conscience. Before they left, Lin Yu analyzed the team leader. From what she saw that day, she knew he cared most about the team's honor and reputation. But he was also from the Wang family, a key figure in the clan. So, he probably wouldn't help Wang Jiaodi sign the ending relationship proof. If I've judged him wrong, and he's kind-hearted and willing to help you sign that paper, then it's over after that. She turned the conversation. But if he really won't help, then wait. Wait until no one is willing to help you, and then say you want to report it. I guess the team members will immediately advise you not to report and to have your parents sign that paper. At that point, the team leader will also help you. Then, you can take the opportunity to ask them to sign the confession of wrongdoing. Because he didn't help you earlier, it's normal not to trust them now. No one can blame you. This was a clever plan. Lin Yu believed that the team leader would realize this later. By then, no matter how much he regrets, it would be too late. People should not worry too much about the future. Instead, they should try to understand others' feelings and not look down on anyone, so they can feel at peace. Wang Jiaodi and Lin Zhengwo now admired Lin Yu very much. She wasn't physically present, but she had predicted everything. They decided that in the future, Xiaobao should stay close to her, hoping that one day they would have a son as smart as her. Zhengwo, I understand now why you always let Xiaobao follow Xiaoyu. There's a saying, you become like those you surround yourself with. Lin Jiangwo replied, yes, the saying is, you become red by staying near vermilion and black by staying near ink. Wang Zhaodi nodded. Exactly, exactly. Let's have Xiao Bao learn this too. It will be very useful in the future. After Lin Jiangwo and his wife left, Lin Aigua went to the team office. As he walked, he thought about what Lin Yu had said. He also felt that this child was very clever. Originally, Lin Aigua only believed his own idea that Wang An would definitely help Wang Zhaodi get the certificate. But he didn't expect that Wang An was different from him. He might not help and could even turn around to support the Wang family. If everything Lin Yu said really happened, then the matter could be smoothly resolved according to her plan. This child truly is from the Lin family, just as smart as her parents. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was sitting in the yard, telling stories to Tai Dan, Xiao Bao, and her sister-in-law's unborn daughter. Since the two children couldn't read yet, she bought storybooks for them, but they couldn't read either, so she had to tell the stories to them. Since she was telling stories, she also took the chance to let her eldest niece listen as a form of prenatal education. Her eldest niece loved it. Didn't she seem to move more and more frequently? Suddenly, her sister-in-law exclaimed, "Oh!" Lin Yu stopped and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Her sister-in-law let out another, "Oh," and sighed. "Xiao Yu, I think I'm going into labor. Please call Grandma and the others." Lin Yu was suddenly panicked. She was about to have a baby. She wanted to help her sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, go inside the house. I'll help you in." Her sister-in-law saw her panic but smiled and said, "It's okay. It just started. You go call Grandma, your aunt, and the midwife. I'll go in by myself." Seeing that she could still walk, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Before rushing out, she told the two children, "Your mother and sister-in-law are going to have a baby girl. Stay here and take care of her. Don't run around, okay?" Tai Dan held Xiaobao's hand, looking nervous. "Got it." Lin Yu patted their heads and then ran out. Her eldest sister was still inside. Seeing Lin Yu rushing out in a panic, she quickly left the yard. Big Girl watched her sister-in-law give birth to a baby boy and also saw her mother have a baby girl. She had experience, so she wasn't as nervous. "Big sister-in-law, go inside the house. I will boil some water." Childbirth needs hot water, so she hurried to prepare it. Tai Dan pulled Xiao Bao over. "Auntie Big Girl, I will help you light the fire." Xiao Bao said, "Sister, I want to help." Big Girl smiled as she added firewood to the stove and said, "You two are very good, but you don't need to help. Go inside and stay with Mom and sister-in-law, okay?" The two children received the order and knew they couldn't really help, so they quickly ran inside. The sister-in-law just started and still had time to talk to the two children. "Don't be afraid. Sister will come out soon. There are candies on the table. Go and eat." The two held her hands. Tai Dan pouted and said, "Mom, don't be afraid. Tai Dan will protect you." Xiao Bao nodded. "Big sister-in-law, Xiao Bao will stay with you." With the comfort from the two children, the sister-in-law felt a lot calmer. Soon, Lin Yu brought back Grandma, Annie, and the midwife. In the countryside, women usually give birth at home, and they find a nearby midwife to help. The midwife's name was Grandma Su. She had helped deliver babies for 3 generations of their family and was very experienced. Grandma shooed everyone out of the house, leaving herself, Andy, and the midwife inside. Big Girl brought in a basin of water, but was also told to go outside. Everyone stood in the yard, walking back and forth, feeling very anxious. This was Lin Yu's first time witnessing childbirth, and she was very nervous. They say women face great danger during childbirth, and she was very worried. Why don't men have to give birth? By the way, where is Big Brother? At this moment, they all looked at each other. None of them thought to tell Lin Shan. Lin Yuan followed Grandma Lin back and quickly said, "I will go find Big Brother." Then he ran out. Lin Shan was the heir of Lin Aigua. Now he was working at the brigade office with him. When he heard his younger brother say his wife was about to give birth, he hurried back home. Lin Aigua heard that his wife was about to give birth and told others before leaving. Except for Lin Jiangwo and his wife, who weren't home, and Lin Yi and Er Nyo, who were at school, everyone else was wandering around the yard. Inside the house, There was still no sound. Lin Yu held Shen Jinyan's hand, feeling a bit nervous. Shen Jinyan patted her gently. Don't worry. All of us have had smooth deliveries, among their family sisters-in-law, except for Wang Zhaodi who fell when her baby was born. All the deliveries went smoothly. Even Dashan's wife, Lin Yu's older sister-in-law, had her baby quickly. Since this is her second child, it should be even easier than the first. Suddenly, Lin Yu wondered what her mother was like when she gave birth to her. And why did she and Qiao Mingming end up swapping babies? She had never thought much about these questions before. But at this moment, as her sister-in-law was giving birth, many doubts suddenly arose. She looked at her worried mother with a furrowed brow, then at her father, who was lost in thought. What were their feelings like when she was born? Soon Lin Yu stopped thinking so much, because they started to hear her sister-in-law shouting from inside the room. It sounded very painful. Lin Yu became even more nervous. Xiao Taidan was curled up at her father's arms, and Xiao Bao was being held by Lin Yuan. Both children looked scared. Daniel also stared at the door with a tight frown. Inside, Grandma called out, "Bring some water." Daniel quickly went to the kitchen and brought in a basin of hot water. When she came out, she was holding a basin of blood-stained water, which made Lin Yu even more worried. At first, Grandma Su thought Zhou Hihua was not ready to give birth yet, and was joking. "This child is slow. We need to wait a bit longer." But soon, as her sister-in-law's pain worsened, Grandma Su touched her belly, and her smile disappeared. This was the most difficult situation she had ever faced. The baby's position is a bit off. When Anita heard this, her hands trembled. "What should we do?" Grandma Lin patted her. "Stay calm." Then she asked Grandma Su, "Sister Su, I remember you have good skills in correcting fetal position. Please help." Grandma Su didn't relax after hearing this. She was capable of adjusting fetal position, but childbirth was always risky, and she couldn't guarantee anything. "Yes, I'll try my best." Hearing this, Grandma Lin and Auntie De felt uneasy. Seeing that her sister-in-law's emotions were also unstable, they quickly comforted her. "It's okay. Take deep breaths. Everything will be fine. Grandma Su will help you." Hua Zhou felt very scared inside. Who could know that this lively child had moved so much that her baby was in an awkward position? She was still young and didn't want to die. Her husband and child were outside. If she died, what would happen to them? Thinking of this, her fear grew even more. She cried and said, "Mother, Grandma, what should I do? Maybe Dashan can come in. I want to tell him a few words." Annie Debo held her hand and said, "Don't think too much. It's okay. After you give birth, you can explain everything." Hua Zhou cried, "Mother, let him come in. I want to talk to him." At this moment, Grandma Xu looked very pale. This baby is too big, and the baby's position isn't right. It might be hard to deliver. Andy Debo became even more anxious. "I'll go call Dage." Lin Shan heard his mother call him in and felt a jolt in his heart, knowing something was wrong. He looked pale and stiffly walked inside. Seeing Hua Zhou lying on the bed, maybe because of the pain, she was sweating all over and tears were flowing from her eyes. "Dashan," she called out with a crying voice. Lin Shan went over and held her hand. "Don't cry. I'm here. Dashan, what should I do? The baby can't come out."
Vilidi?
"If I die, what will happen to you and the boy?" Lin Shan tightly held her hand and looked at Grandma Xu and his mother. Seeing they didn't object and their faces looked very worried, he knew it was a difficult labor. He clenched his teeth. "You won't die. We will go to the hospital." He made a quick decision, sat on the bed, and helped his wife up. "Mother, help me call the second brother to bring the ox cart." Annie Didahua was also very anxious. Since her son had given the order, she quickly ran out to call Lin Yuan. Lin Yu heard Annie Dafa say that his sister-in-law was having a difficult labor and needed to go to the hospital immediately. He knew something was very wrong. How long would it take for the ox cart to reach the county? It was simply too late. And the road was so bumpy. Even though everyone knew that rushing to the hospital by ox cart was impossible, no one said anything. Now, the situation was urgent. Could they just give up without trying? So everyone helped put the sister-in-law onto the ox cart. Lin Yuan drove the cart, Lin Shan held his wife, and the others followed behind. When I went outside, I saw the team members gathered together talking about something. Lin Yu was thinking maybe they were discussing their family matters. These people are very curious and love to gossip, always making a fuss over nothing. Frowning, I walked over and saw a military green jeep had arrived at the big team. My eyes lit up. I didn't care who it belonged to. A vehicle was just what we needed. I went back to Pat Lin Shan and pointed at the jeep with my finger. I said to him, "Brother, what do you think about letting that car take your wife to the hospital?" Lin Shan's eyes brightened. Usually, he might not dare to speak to a high-ranking officer driving a military vehicle, but now, with his wife and child's lives at risk, he didn't think about that. He is a husband and a father. At this critical moment, he has to act. So, Lin Shan gathered his courage and walked over. "Everyone make way. I want to see what's going on." Everyone in the team accepted that Lin Shan was the next team leader, so they quickly made way. Deshawn, this young man driving the car, says he's looking for someone. "Do we know him?" Lin Shan approached and saw a young man, about 20, in a military uniform, driving the military jeep. "Comrade, hello. Can you help us? My wife is giving birth, and we need to get to the hospital quickly." Before he finished, the young man said, "Comrade, bring your wife here quickly. I will drive you to the hospital right now." Lin Shan's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. The soldiers are really good people. He hurriedly ran to the ox cart. "Xiao Yu, Lao Air, Mom and Dad, that soldier driving the military jeep wants to take us to the hospital." Ding Dawawa clapped her hand on her thigh. "That's great. Deshawn, let's go quickly." Then Lin Shan carried Zhou Hehua, followed by Lin Yuan, Lin Yu, and Lin Igua with his wife, to the jeep. "Comrade, put your wife in the back and get on quickly." The driver was already seated in the front. Due to the urgency, they hurried to get on and leave. The voice sounded familiar, but Lin Yu didn't think too much about it. "Brother, besides you, only 2 more can sit in this car. Me and Annie to Dad, and second brother will drive the ox cart behind." Lin Igua also agreed. "You all go quickly. Old Air and I will follow behind." Although missing the chance to ride the military vehicle was a bit disappointing, Lin Yuan understood that the situation was urgent and couldn't afford any delay, so he didn't say much. Lin Yu asked the experienced aunt to sit with Lin Shan and his wife in the back seat, while she moved to sit in the front passenger seat. As soon as she sat down, she heard her sister-in-law cry out in pain again. Lin Yu turned around and said, "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. We will reach the hospital very soon in this car." At this moment, Zhou Hehua was still in good spirits. She forced a smile and said, "I know. This child is really too troublesome." Seeing that she still had the energy to joke, Lin Shan realized that things hadn't reached the worst point yet, and he felt a little relieved. He was about to say something to Lin Yu in front when he noticed her staring at the soldier driving the car. Could it be that his sister-in-law has a crush on him? But Lin Yu wasn't interested in him. She had realized that this was someone she had been thinking about for a long time. Her eyes were red, and she bit her lip as she looked at him. He was focused on driving but still managed to observe her. He smiled mischievously and said, "What? Don't you remember your brother?" Lin Yu held back tears, with a nasal voice, and said, "I haven't forgotten anyone, but I won't forget you." "Then why don't you call me brother so I can hear it?" Lin Yu smiled and repeatedly called out, "Brother, brother, brother, brother." Qiao Feng also grinned and said, all right, you've annoyed my ears." Behind, Lin Shan peeked out and asked, "Xiao Yu, do you know this comrade?" Lin Yu quickly introduced to the others in the back, "Big brother, sister-in-law. Auntie, this is my brother from Haiqing, Qiao Feng." Auntie was surprised and asked, "What a coincidence. Young man, did you come here specifically to see Xiao Yu today?" Lin Shan thought for a moment and said, "No wonder. They just mentioned you were looking for someone. So you came to see Xiao Yu." Qiao Feng looked ahead and said, "Yes, I came to see Xiao Yu, but I forgot she changed her name. I asked the aunties if they knew Xiao Yu, but they said they didn't know anyone by that name." Annie nodded and said, "People in the team don't usually know the kids' names. A few aunties do recognize Xiao Yu, but they don't know her real name. As for her previous surname, Qiao, they don't remember that either." In the countryside, Children are usually called by their parents' or grandparents' family names. People only know who the child's father or grandfather is, but they don't remember the child's own name. Although Lin Yu was familiar with several older women, they only called her Little Rain in their dialect and did not know her full name, Lin Yu, nor that she also had a nickname, Xiao Yu. Xiao Feng and Lin Shan, the mother and son, exchanged a few words and then glanced sideways at Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat upright and serious, clearly expecting to be scolded later. But now, seeing her brother and knowing her sister-in-law was okay, she felt happy inside. She thought it didn't matter if Xiao Feng scolded her a little and even made a silly face at him. Zhou Hehua, sitting in the back seat, saw this and patted Lin Shan to get his attention. They looked at each other and understood that Little Rain and her brother shared a close bond. Usually, Lin Yu was lively, but when she was with Xiao Feng, she seemed even more mischievous. She looked like a naive, innocent child. Soon, the car arrived at the county hospital. It usually took over an hour to drive a cart, but in the military vehicle, it took less than half an hour. When they reached the delivery room, her sister-in-law was still full of energy. They sat outside the delivery room waiting, and only then did Lin Shan become nervous again. Lin Yu also felt a bit down. They couldn't do anything to help. They could only sit and wait outside, watching the door, hoping their loved one inside would come out safe and sound. But instead, a nurse came out. The mother needs a cesarean section. Please sign here. Since it was surgery, there were risks involved. Seeing the consent form, Lin Shan's hands trembled. His aunt slapped his arm and said, "Hurry up and sign, don't delay. Your wife is still inside waiting for the operation." Women, at critical moments, really can stay calm. Lin Shan was slapped by his mother and stopped trembling. He quickly signed his name and handed the form to the nurse. "Thank you. Please make sure my wife is okay," he said anxiously. The nurse nodded.
We will do our best.
Then she went back inside. Lin Shan stared at the door with a worried face. Zhou Feng walked over and sat beside Lin Shan. "Brother, if you don't have anything to do, go handle your wife's paperwork. You need to find the ward and pay the fee." Lin Shan finally came back to himself and looked at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng nodded at him to show encouragement. Lin Shan quickly stood up. "I'll go take care of the paperwork," he said, then left. Andy still wanted to call him to go with her, but Zhou Feng stopped her. Let him go by himself. Right now, he can't do anything, and he's feeling upset. Just find him something to do to take his mind off it. As a man, Zhou Feng understood how Lin Shan felt at this moment. When a woman is giving birth inside, and he's just sitting outside, he can't help at all. The unknown makes him scared, nervous, and panicked. If he has something to do, he feels like he can help, and he'll start to feel better. Lin Yu nudged him with his elbow. "Brother, when did you switch to studying psychology?" Zhou Feng sat up straight. "I learned it in the army. As for the possibility of him becoming a political officer, he hadn't decided yet, so he didn't tell Lin Yu. But you, tell me what really happened in Haicheng. I only want to hear it from you." When Lin Yu heard this, he knew Zhou Feng had already talked to Zhou Dahan. This meant that, in Zhou Feng's mind, no matter who his biological parents are, they're less important than his sister, who grew up with him. Lin Yu then told him what had happened, secretly whispering that all the things their grandparents left were with her. Zhou Dahan didn't know, and thought they were lost. Zhou Feng didn't ask how she hid the things. He only asked, "Don't you trust him? Are you afraid he'll sell those things?" Zhou Feng thought Zhou Dahan wouldn't sell them. He wanted those things himself, and they would eventually belong to him. So Lin Yu hid everything and even pretended it was stolen. There must be another reason. Lin Yu nodded, thinking his intuition was pretty sharp. He looked at Zhou Feng strangely, as if there was something hard to say. Zhou Feng smiled and said, "We siblings have nothing to hide from each other." Lin Yu thought for a moment and agreed. Anyway, he would find out sooner or later. It was better to tell him early so he could prepare. "Old Zhou, it's your father, Zhou Dahan. He has another home outside, and he has a son, not much younger than you." Xiao Feng was truly shocked this time. His father was involved in this? This was not a small matter. He frowned and said, "This is not easy to handle." Xiao Feng wasn't worried about losing his parents. He wasn't close to them since childhood. Instead, he was worried that if the truth about Xiao Dahan came out, it would be illegal, and he might have to give up his military uniform because of it. Lin Yu also thought about this, but recalling that in the original story, Xiao Dahan's situation wasn't discovered until after the economic reforms, so she wasn't worried. By then, such personal moral issues wouldn't affect Xiao Feng's career in the army. But she couldn't say this directly to Xiao Feng, so she only comforted him. Don't worry. Your father has kept this secret well. Almost no one knows. I guessed it by chance. She then turned to talk about the items. Those were given to us by grandparents. We can't let others get them. I've already packed them for you. When you get married, I'll give them to your wife as a betrothal gift. Xiao Feng felt touched. In this world, only his sister would always think of him like this. He patted Lin Yu's head and sighed inwardly. Such a good sister. Why wasn't she his biological sister? Today, seeing her family, his first impression was good. But over time, people reveal their true nature. Now, he wanted to observe more. If anyone here treated her badly, he would just take his sister away. His aunt went to the bathroom and came back asking, Xiao Yu, how long has your sister-in-law been inside? Lin Yu looked at her watch. More than half an hour. I wonder how she's doing inside. Lin Yu held her arm and said, Annie, don't worry. Your sister-in-law will come out safe. Maybe Lin Yu's words were lucky, because not long after, the door to the delivery room opened. A nurse came out, holding a baby. Family of Zhou Hehua. Before Lin Yu and her aunt could go over, Lin Shangyuan rushed over and asked, I am family of Zhou Hehua. How is she? He had already reached the nurse, but was only focused on the delivery room door, trying to see where his wife was. The nurse, holding the baby, didn't know who to give it to. His aunt quickly reached out. Give it to me. I am the baby's grandmother. After giving the baby to her, the nurse looked at Lin Shangyuan and said, She is sewing up the stitches inside. Please wait a little longer. I wanted to scold him for being insensitive, but seeing how anxious he was for his wife, the nurse didn't want to say anything either. Lin Yu thought that Lin Shan was truly a good husband. While others focused only on the baby, he was entirely concerned about his wife. Auntie held the baby and said, Oh, what a little granddaughter. Lin Yu looked at the baby, who was wrinkled and red, and couldn't tell who she resembled. Auntie, is this my little niece? Why does she look so? She wanted to say, ugly, but knew she shouldn't speak carelessly. Annie seemed to understand what she was about to say and smiled, saying, All newborns look like that. In a few days, she'll turn white and look better. Lin Yu nodded, beginning to understand why some babies are mistaken for others. When babies are born, they all look similar, red and wrinkled, making it hard to tell who is who. Family of Zhou Hehua, your wife has come out, the nurse called Lin Shan. He quickly hurried over to Zhou Hehua. Hehua, are you okay? Does it hurt? Zhou Hehua was still feeling the effects of the anesthesia and didn't feel pain, so she shook her head. Lin Shan held her hand and escorted her all the way to the ward, reluctant to let go. Auntie held the baby and went into the ward with Lin Yu. Xiao Feng, feeling like an outsider, thought it was better not to go in, so he waited outside. As soon as Lin Yu entered, she congratulated her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, congratulations. You really had a baby girl. Zhou Hehua already knew it was a girl from inside the ward. Seeing the baby placed beside her, she was very happy. She looked at Lin Shan, who had always wanted a daughter. Now he must be very happy. Lin Yu watched Lin Shan stare at his daughter with a look of wonder. She teased, You don't know, when the nurse brought the baby out, my older brother didn't even look at her. He kept asking, Where's my wife? Tears welled up in Zhou Hehua's eyes as she looked at Lin Shan. Lin Shan quickly went to her, holding her face gently. Don't cry. You're okay, and that's what matters. We won't have more children in the future. This experience really scared him today. When Zhou Hehua had her first baby, everything went smoothly, and he thought the second would be easy too. But unexpectedly, she had a difficult labor this time. If it weren't for Xiao Feng driving them, riding in a rickshaw over bumpy roads, I really would know if he still had a wife and daughter. Lin Shan felt a wave of fear and decided never to have children again. Zhou Hehua was touched by her husband's thoughtfulness. She also didn't want to have more children, but she was a bit worried about her mother-in-law. At this moment, the eldest aunt quickly said, "Yes, don't have more children. You already have a son and a daughter. That's enough." The eldest aunt also had a good mother-in-law who never interfered with their decisions about having children, so she wouldn't interfere with Lin Shan and Zhou Hehua either. Moreover, they already had one son and one daughter, which was a happy family, so not having more children was fine. While the family was happily together, the child suddenly cried. Lin Shan, who already had a son before, was very skilled at holding children. He picked up his daughter to soothe her, noticing her little mouth moving. She must be hungry. Zhou Hehua looked at him, her face turning a bit red. Lin Shan also looked at her, feeling a little shy. Lin Yu looked at Lin Shan and Zhou Hehua, scratching his head, confused about why these two suddenly blushed. Seeing her silly expression, the eldest aunt said to her, "Me and Xiao Yu will go out first. You two can feed the baby." When the eldest aunt pulled Lin Yu out, she saw her brother Qiao Feng standing straight, like he was on guard. "Xiao Yu, Auntie, how is it?" Since he was Lin Yu's relative, Qiao Feng couldn't go inside but still wanted to check on them. The eldest aunt smiled and said, "Mother and daughter are safe. After feeding the baby, we'll go in to see them." Qiao Feng nodded with a smile and agreed. "Mom, Xiao Yu." Lin Yu saw that her eldest uncle and second brother Lin Yuan had arrived. Uncle, second brother, Lin Aigua and Lin Yuan approached, and Lin Yu noticed a man in military uniform standing beside her, probably the soldier who had just driven them here. "Xiao Yu, is this our family's benefactor?" Lin Yu nodded. "Uncle, this is my brother Qiao Feng. Brother, this is my eldest uncle, the squad leader. This is my second brother Lin Yuan." Lin Aigua was surprised. No wonder this person could drive into their unit. It turns out he was here to find Lin Yu. Lin Aigua shook hands with Qiao Feng. Hello, Comrade Qiao. "Thank you so much today." Lin Yuan and Qiao Feng greeted each other, saying, "Brother, thank you so much. Turns out we are family too. Both of us are Xiao Yu's brothers." Qiao Feng nodded and replied, "You're welcome. I should be thanking you for taking care of Xiao Yu these days." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "That's not right. Xiao Yu is my sister, and taking care of her is my duty. No need to thank me." In that moment, both men felt a spark of tension and found each other a bit hard to like. Qiao Feng thought Lin Yuan must have a good relationship with Xiao Yu. He could tell Xiao Yu spoke to him very casually and comfortably. Lin Yuan believed Qiao Feng and Xiao Yu must have a close bond, since they had been like siblings for over 10 years. Also, Qiao Feng's words made him wonder, does he still see Xiao Yu as part of his own family and want to take her away? That wouldn't be okay. Xiao Yu was his sister. At this moment, Ai Guilin quickly interrupted and said, "Comrade Qiao, since you're here to see Xiao Yu, why don't you stay with us for a few days? It will be good to see how Xiao Yu is doing now and help us feel at ease." Ai Guilin thought his son was a bit naive. It was obvious that Qiao Feng was a soldier, so he couldn't possibly take Xiao Yu away. He came to see Xiao Yu, and as long as he saw she was doing well, he would be reassured. Ai Guilin had also asked Xiao Yu before and knew her relationship with her parents in Haiqing was not good. The only person she was close to was her brother. So, as long as her brother was satisfied with the Lin family, Xiao Yu wouldn't have to leave. Maybe their family would even gain another relative. At this point, Lin Yuan understood this too, and felt more at ease. He even smiled happily, leaning on Qiao Feng's shoulder and chatting about Xiao Yu's life in the Lotus Brigade. Soon after, they heard Lin Shan call from inside, "Mom, we're ready. Come in." Everyone hurried inside. Ai Guilin walked behind with his hands behind his back. He was eager to see his granddaughter, but knew he had to stay calm and dignified as the head of the family. Lin Yuan, Xiao Yu, and Qiao Feng gathered around the child. "Her face is so small, not even as big as my palm," Lin Yuan said, holding out his hand to show. Xiao Yu looked at her and said, "I think she looks better than when she was born." Qiao Feng looked at the child and said, "She looks a bit like Xiao Yu when she was little." He was a little older than Xiao Yu and had some memories of her childhood. Xiao Yu, curious, asked, "Really?" She also placed her face next to the child's for comparison. Lin Aigua and Ding Dahua also took a look. Yes, they do look alike. The niece resembles the aunt, which is normal. Linyu looked at her eldest niece again and thought she looked a bit like herself. Actually, Linyu looks most like Shunji Nian, but her round, bright eyes are more like those of the Lin family, which makes people feel friendly when they see them. The eldest niece also has round eyes, but she still looks a bit wrinkled and unkempt. Linyu doesn't think she looks like herself. Auntie, my sister-in-law still needs to stay in the hospital. I'll go buy some things we need. Do you want to see what's necessary? Linyu felt she couldn't be of much help here, so she decided to run errands and buy things instead. Her aunt gave her a list of daily necessities. As for items for the children and sister-in-law, Lin Igua and Lin Yuan had already brought them. Lin Yu went out with Xiao Feng to buy the supplies. Xiao Yu, do you have enough money? My brother still has some. Lin Yu nodded. Her money and bills were all in her space, ready to be used at any time. But knowing her brother was asking about more than just that, she said, the money is enough. In the countryside, I don't need to spend much. You know I've been in Haicheng. I save some there. I also go hunting with an uncle from the brigade sometimes, supplying the state-run factory, which also earns money. Hearing this, Xiao Feng felt more at ease. His sister was always capable. She could earn her own money even when they were in Haicheng. Is hunting dangerous? He asked, knowing Lin Yu was strong and knew some martial arts, but he was still a bit worried. Lin Yu shook her head. Not dangerous. We don't go deep into the mountains, only stay on the outskirts. In a few days, I'll take you to see for yourself. Brother, come stay with us at Lotus Flower Brigade for a few days. She was glad to see her brother and didn't want him to leave so soon. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, feeling like a lifetime apart. The last time they met was in Haicheng. They were still close siblings relying on each other. This time, she was no longer just his sister. She had many relatives here. Xiao Feng nodded. I have more than a month off this time, so I can stay with you longer. But he hesitated. Staying at Lotus Flower Brigade might be inconvenient. I don't want to bother the Lin family. I think I'll stay at the guest house. As a soldier, Xiao Feng can stay at designated guest houses, which are very cheap, almost free. He also has a company car, so it takes only about half an hour to drive from the county town to Lianhua Brigade. He can easily drive there every day. They went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy the items their aunt requested. Lin Yu asked, do you have malted milk, milk powder, or similar things? Her sister-in-law was having a difficult labor this time, and they weren't sure if there was enough milk for the baby. Not only the baby, but adults also need some extra nutrition. However, the shop clerk shook his head and said, we don't have these things here in this small town. Even in the provincial city, they are in high demand and hard to find. Lin Yu didn't expect that malted milk and milk powder, which are easy to buy in Haicheng, would be unavailable here. When she left Haicheng, she bought quite a few cans of malted milk, milk powder, and milk candies. After arriving at Lianhua Brigade, she took some home for her family. Actually, she still had a few cans in her space, but she had to keep it secret. Xiao Feng said, I can ask my comrades. Some of them have transferred from the army and might know where to get these things. Lin Yu refused, not wanting her brother to go to trouble over such small matters. It's okay, I have my ways. You don't need to worry, Xiao Feng replied. You probably shouldn't go to that place again. It's not safe to go there often. When we were in Haicheng, we knew everyone, but here it's different, he warned. Haicheng was where they grew up, familiar and well-managed, a big city with good safety. But here, Lin Yu was an outsider, and the local market was more chaotic. As a soldier, Xiao Feng understood these issues well. At the same time, he once again felt proud of his sister, who can protect their belongings alone, leave Haicheng safely, and even save people on the train. It's him, and it's his sister. He thinks Lin Yu is suitable for the army because she is strong and skilled in martial arts. She also has a kind heart. However, Lin Yu shook her head, saying she's not suitable. She tends to act impulsively, and the army is a serious place that requires discipline. She wouldn't fit in. After sending everything to the hospital ward, Lin Yuan went to the hospital cafeteria to get some food. The food there is quite clean and healthy, but it's very plain, with little oil or flavor. His wife just had a baby and needs to recover, so these meals aren't enough. His aunt said, We didn't plan to come to the hospital. We already stocked eggs at home and planned to slaughter a few chickens, but there's no place to cook here. Uncle, I'll drive back to the team with my brother and bring a cooked chicken, Lin Yu suggested. His aunt wanted to refuse, thinking it was too much trouble for them. But Xiao Feng said, "No need to be polite. My family is just like yours. I have a car now, so it's the most convenient way." Li Nanhua agreed and said, "Then please help us deliver the food. We appreciate this kindness." He looked at Lin Shan, asking him to agree. Lin Shan was very grateful to Xiao Feng. Without him, his wife and children wouldn't know what to do. Now that he's willing to help deliver the food, he didn't know how to thank him enough. "Comrade Xiao, thank you so much. I'll remember this kindness. If I get the chance, I'll repay you no matter what," he said sincerely. Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. "No need to thank me. Even if we didn't know each other, I'd help. It's a soldier's duty." Although he said that, Li Nangua's family was very grateful to Xiao Feng. They had already decided to find a way to repay him someday. Lin Yu rode in Xiao Feng's car back to Lianhua Brigade. On the way, Xiao Feng asked about her brigade. Lin Yu felt he was showing concern for her, so she started talking about the women, the elderly, and the relatives from the Lin family. When she mentioned her good relationship with the educated youth, Xiao Feng asked, "Are you close with those educated youth?" Lin Yu nodded and told him about the feelings and conflicts among the educated youth. There's a love triangle involving some people, but one person became clear-headed and withdrew, now being her good friend. Someone else was caught by the village women while sneaking into a cornfield, which forced them to get married. It was also mentioned that the team leader of the youth workers was a bookworm. Finally, she hesitated before mentioning Gu Yunze, saying he was also her friend. Zhou Feng, who was immersed in stories about the youth workers, didn't notice Lin Yu's strange behavior. He just thought these stories were too unbelievable. He initially wanted to see if any story was particularly special, but they all turned out to be quite unusual. Lin Yu's two close friends were girls, so Zhou Feng didn't think much about it. He also didn't investigate what kind of person Gu Yunze was. Lin Yu relaxed because her relationship with Gu Yunze was still unclear to her. She didn't want her family to know she was dating him. Although she liked him, there were many doubts about him. He was from Beicheng, wandering around Haicheng's free market for a while, and now he was a youth worker in Lianhua Brigade. Moreover, Gu Yunze never told her his true identity. So Lin Yu thought they were probably just having a secret relationship, and taking things further was unlikely at this point. When they arrived at Lianhua Brigade, Zhou Feng parked the car, and a group of people gathered around. As soon as Lin Yu got out of the car, she was surrounded by the village women. "Xiao Yu, why did you come back in a young man's car? How is your sister-in-law? Is it a boy or a girl?" Lin Yu shouted. "Everyone listen to me, I'll answer one by one." She knew these women weren't mean-spirited. They just liked gossip and cared about her sister-in-law. So she wasn't impatient and decided to answer their questions. "This young man is my brother from Haicheng. He's in the army." Zhou Feng stood beside Lin Yu and greeted the women. Then Lin Yu added, "My sister-in-law has given birth. Both mother and baby are safe. The little niece has big eyes just like me, very adorable." Hearing this, the women became even more excited. "Oh, this young man is from Haicheng and he's in the army. Have you gotten married yet? Do you have a boyfriend?" The women started talking eagerly about introducing potential partners. Zhou Feng was quite popular. He was tall and handsome, but not rough like the local men. He is from the south and looks quite delicate, appearing gentle and refined. In fact, he is quite rough inside, but he is very good at putting on a good front. The women didn't notice this. They only thought he looked good, was from a big city, and was a soldier. He was exactly the kind of son-in-law they wanted. Because of this, the brother and sister couldn't get away from their attention. "Everyone make way." Grandma Lin pushed past them, grabbing Lin Yu and Xiao Feng and walking away. "Don't block the way. Our family is busy, and we don't have time to chat." When Grandma Lin got serious, Lin Yu and Xiao Feng finally got a chance to breathe. Once inside the house, Grandma Lin closed the door to keep out any prying eyes. Everyone in the family gathered around, curious to look at Xiao Feng. Little Tai Dan and Little Bao ran over. each holding onto Lin Yu's legs. Today was an urgent day and everyone was nervous, so they didn't pay much attention to the children. The kids were scared. Lin Yu patted their heads and said, "Be good. Everything is fine now. Little Tai Dan, you have a sister. Little Bao, we have a big niece now." Little Tai Dan was happy, eyes wide open. "I'm going to be a big brother." Little Bao also smiled happily. "Big niece, big niece." After comforting the children, Lin Yu introduced the family. "This is my brother from Haicheng. His name is Xiao Feng. He drove us to the hospital. Our sister-in-law is fine now. She had a baby girl and she is very cute. Grandma, I came back to make chicken soup for my sister-in-law. She just gave birth and needs to recover." Knowing the family had many questions, Lin Yu explained everything clearly and quickly. The first to arrive was Shun Jinyan. She had seen a photo of the siblings and was not unfamiliar with Xiao Feng. "Hello, comrade Xiao Feng. I am Xiaoyu's mother." Old Third Lin also stepped forward to greet him. "Comrade Xiao Feng, I am Xiaoyu's father, Lin Xingli." This was the first time Xiao Feng met his sister's biological parents. They had kind eyes and a warm attitude toward him. They seemed much nicer than Xiao Dahan and his wife. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Xiao Feng." He also greeted the elders of the Lin family and even took out money to give to the children. But Grandma Lin stopped him. "No need to give money to the children. Don't be polite. Since you're Xiaoyu's brother, we're family. Come inside quickly." At a crucial moment, Grandma Lin took charge of the situation. She brought Xiao Feng into the house to sit, and also had Lin Zhangwo and Lin Xingli's couples accompany him. She then went to the kitchen with Lin Yu. "Little Yu, the chicken soup is already simmering, and I added some of the red dates you gave me. Later, I'll steam a chicken egg custard. You all can eat here before leaving. They will have a meal first." Grandma Lin is a sensible person. Even though Lin Yu is family, she doesn't take her help for granted. Xiao Feng is a guest, and since he drove them back and forth, he already felt a bit embarrassed. It's not right to make them travel so much, bring food to Zhouhua, and then not eat anything himself. She was firm about this, and Lin Yu could only agree. Xiao Feng was happily chatting with Grandpa Lin and the couple of Old Third. He was telling stories about Lin Yu and himself when they were children. Old Third and his wife listened with great interest. Wang Zhaidi also found it quite funny and kept asking questions. Big Girl and her two children were playing in the yard. She has social anxiety. When she saw Xiao Feng, she greeted him but didn't dare to speak further, so she took her children outside. Lin Yu went to the main hall and called out to Xiao Feng, "Brother, we'll eat here first, then go to the hospital later." Xiao Feng had no objections to what his sister said and nodded in agreement. He also said to Grandpa Lin, "Grandpa, I hope I'm not bothering you." Grandpa Lin smiled kindly, "No bother at all. We're family, so don't be so formal." Xiao Feng and Lin Yu were raised by the elders, so he respected Grandpa Lin very much. The old man kept emphasizing that they were family, which made Xiao Feng feel more at ease. Seeing this family today, Xiao Feng finally understood why Lin Yu liked it here and wanted to stay. In their childhood, they only had their grandparents, and since the elders were getting old and sometimes struggled, they relied on each other. The Lin family, on the other hand, had many members, each with their own personality, but they all got along very well. Lin Yu's biological parents also loved her very much. Watching how they interacted, it was clear this was a real family. Unlike Xiao Dahan and Song Jinyun, who paid little attention to their children and probably wished they weren't around. Xiao Feng was very happy with the Lin family. He believed that Lin Yu staying here would make her very happy. Today, Grandma Lin cooked this meal, and all the dishes are her specialties. There is chicken cooked in a clay stove, stir-fried cured meat, and a potato and green bean dish. Xiao Feng knows that in the countryside, it's rare to see meat dishes, so this meal shows great sincerity. Grandma Lin is a generous and open-minded person. She wouldn't hold back at such times. The whole family ate happily with Xiao Feng. Old Third Lin sighed. "My mom hasn't cooked such delicious food in a long time. Today, it's all thanks to comrade Xiao Feng." Xiao Feng also thinks Grandma Lin's cooking is very tasty. Maybe his sister's cooking skills are also inherited. Yes, Grandma Lin's food is really good. Uncle, just call me Chiao Feng, no need to be formal. Old third Lin chuckled. All right, kid. You're my daughter's brother, so you're like our own son. From now on, I'll just call you by your name. Shen Jinyan nodded and said, your uncle is right. From now on, you're like our own son. We're all family, understand? Chiao Feng feels very touched. The couple's eyes are sincere. He knows they truly accept him. He nodded and said, yes, I understand. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, aunt. Wang Zhaodi felt a bit jealous. Xiaoyu is really amazing. She can bring a big son to old third's family. Why wasn't I the one who gave birth to him? But this isn't just any big son. He drives a military vehicle and wears a military uniform, and he's successful. Lin Jiangwo rolled his eyes at her. You? You want to have a child like Xiaoyu? Dream on. It's not that Lin Jiangwo doesn't believe in his own children, but Xiaoyu is truly lively, clever, and smart. She inherited her good qualities from her parents. His own children, on the other hand, are more like him and his wife. Dinyo is shy and a bit dull. Xiaobao talks and walks slower than others. Only Nyo is a bit better, doing well in school and being clever. Lin Jiangwo thinks Nyo is smart, but still not as clever as Xiaoyu. Probably, their parents didn't pass down many good traits to their children. So, he doesn't blame his children. Sometimes, he even thinks it's okay for his 3 kids to be so ordinary. Wang Zhaodi dreams of having a child like Xiaoyu, but it's just a dream. With someone like her, if Xiaoyu were her biological daughter, her strong preference for boys would have caused her to cut ties long ago. No wonder her 2 daughters are so adorable and loved. Over the years, she was ignored by her mother, but she still remained obedient and well-behaved. Lin Jiangwo thought that having these 2 children was a blessing for their family. Wang Zhaodi was teased by Lin Jiangwo and made a face. She felt that since returning from a hospital, Jiangwo hadn't been as kind to her as before. Now he often finds opportunities to criticize her and tell her that someone like her is lucky to have 3 good children, as if heaven itself was blessing her. Seeing her nervous and hesitant look, Lin Jiangwo was annoyed. Stop pretending to be so helpless. Lin Yu and the 3rd brother watched the couple argue with interest, their eyes shining with amusement. Shen Jinyan and Chiao Feng looked at them and shook their heads. The father and daughter were just the same, always enjoying watching others have fun. After finishing dinner early, Chiao Feng and Lin Yu took Grandma Lin's homemade chicken soup and freshly steamed egg custard and left in the car. The 3rd brother watched the military vehicle leave, his brows furrowed tightly. Shen Jinyan held his arm and said, don't worry, Chiao Feng is a good kid. After a while, he only responded with an. When Lin Yu and Chiao Feng arrived at the hospital, the baby had just woken up. Lin Shan changed the baby's diaper, and Lin Yuan was playing with the baby. Lin Igua and his wife sat nearby chatting. Uncle, aunt, older brother, 2nd brother, have you eaten yet? They had already gone to the hospital cafeteria to get their meals. Lin Yu brought the food Grandma Lin prepared and served it to Zhou Hehua. Seeing the pot of chicken soup and egg custard, Zhou Hehua swallowed hard. Grandma is so kind to me. Ding Dahua nodded. Your grandma has always been good to us daughters-in-law. You have a baby now, eat more. Yes, Mom, Dad, Xiaoyu, do you want to eat too? Lin Igua smiled warmly. No need, just eat your own. The older sister-in-law had surgery this time, so she couldn't leave the hospital quickly. That night, Lin Shan stayed to keep her company, while everyone else went home. Children grow very fast. Every day, they look different from the day before. When the sister-in-law was discharged after 7 days, her skin was no longer wrinkled, smooth and white like a peeled egg, very pretty. She had a pair of round, shiny eyes just like the Lin family, and her nose and mouth resembled Zhou Hehua. Her face was round and adorable. Chiao Feng drove them back to Lianhua Brigade. His wife was wrapped up very tightly. Lin Shan carried her into the house. Ding Dahua held her young niece and followed inside. Grandma Lin had not yet met her great-granddaughter, so she hurried to see her. Taiden also wanted to see his sister, pulling Xiaobao to squeeze in. Lin Yu saw a crowd gathered outside, curious about her family, so she went out to chat with everyone. Aunt Liang, Aunt Zhang, Sister Wang, long time no see. These people were in the same team as Lin Yu when she first went to work in the fields. Later, she made friends with some educated youth and stopped visiting the team members. So, she hadn't seen these people for a long time. Sister Wang, along with Wang Zhaodi, was from the same brigade, but she was younger and didn't like Wang Zhaodi's harsh and sarcastic attitude. They weren't very close. Seeing her pregnant belly, Lin Yu asked kindly, "Sister Wang, are you pregnant?" "How many months along?" Sister Wang smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, long time no see. I'm 6 months pregnant now." "Did your sister-in-law have a little girl?" Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, she had a niece. She's small and very cute." In the crowd, Yang Honghua looked disdainful. "After all that, she just had a girl. I thought going to the city hospital might help produce a boy." Lin Yu rolled her eyes. "Aunt Yang, my niece isn't a money loser. She's our family's treasure. We don't care about having a boy." Yang Honghua's son was said to have been tricked by educated youth and married someone. Rumor had it that the educated youth's daughter was born, and Yang Honghua often cursed her as useless and a money loser. She could curse her own child all she wanted, but Lin Yu didn't want her insulting her niece. "What's wrong with a girl?" Lin Yu liked little girls. "They're adorable." Sister Wang also agreed. "Exactly, who cares about having a boy? I just want to have a girl like Hua." Yang Honghua scoffed. "You've already had 3 boys, of course you want a girl." Easy to say. Sister Wang had indeed given birth to 3 boys right after she got married, so her in-laws treated her well. Lin Yu didn't comment, but since Sister Wang wanted a girl, Lin Yu thought she was good. She hated anyone who favored boys over girls. Aunt Liang also came over and said, "Yang Honghua, you shouldn't interfere in other people's matters." "Xiu, I think having a daughter is good. Your sister-in-law now has both a son and a daughter. She's very lucky." Mrs. Zhang nodded and said, "Some people are too much. Having a daughter isn't a big mistake. It's terrible to torment a young girl like that." The young female educated youth was originally a pretty girl, obedient and quiet. So no one believed she had actively seduced Yang Honghua's son. But nowadays, a girl's reputation is very important. When they were caught sleeping together, they had no choice but to marry. After they married, Yang Honghua not only tarnished the girl's reputation but also kept bothering her while she was pregnant. This caused the young girl to have a premature birth, and she gave birth to a little girl. She then started shouting every day that the girl was a worthless thing, a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Mrs. Zhang used to be bullied by her mother-in-law too, and she hated people like that. So she never showed Yang Honghua any kindness. Yang Honghua was stared at angrily by a group of older women, feeling furious inside. "Our family's affairs are none of your business. A bunch of bootlickers. The team leader's granddaughter was born, and you come here to flatter." Lin Yu's eyes flicked around and she called out behind her, "Uncle, you're here." Yang Honghua's face stiffened and she nervously turned around and said, "Team leader, I didn't mean that. I was just talking nonsense." But she found no one behind her. She thought to herself. She knew that team leader Lin had left the team today, so she dared to come to their door and look down on the girl. But she was actually tricked by that brat Lin Yu. Everyone around was laughing loudly. Even Yang Honghua, with her thick skin, felt utterly ashamed. She glared at Lin Yu and ran away. Lin Yu called after her, "Aunt Yang, when my uncle comes back, I will tell him what you just said." Yang Honghua almost tripped and hated Lin Yu with clenched teeth. Inside the house, Qiao Feng heard a burst of laughter outside and quickly came out to see what was happening. Lin Yu waved to him. "Aunt Liang, Sister Wang, Mrs. Zhang, this is my older brother from Haicheng. You should have met him last time." When Qiao Feng brought Lin Yu back last time, he had already met these older women from the team. Lin Yu specifically introduced him, so they probably have a good relationship. Qiao Feng greeted them politely and listened to some gossip about the team. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu." He turned around to see 2 women, one elegant and refined, the other lively and loud. Lin Yu waved to them, saying, "Mei Li Manqing." Qiao Feng recognized them. These were Lin Yu's friends from the youth work camp, Song Mei Li and O Manqing. When they approached, Lin Yu introduced them to each other. The older women had already gone home, so Lin Yu took the 2 women into the Lin family house. Sitting in the yard, Song Meili leaned forward, wanting to see the children. Lin Yu told her the kids were still young and suggested she come back later. Song Meili agreed and then started chatting about the gossip from the youth work camp. Xiao Feng kept a neutral face, feeling alert inside. Yu Haiyang and Zhang Lili got married and moved to a small house at the end of the village. Recently, they even had a fight. No, Yu Haiyang hit Zhang Lili. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Yu Haiyang can hit people. He always looked like a gentle gentleman and a cultured person. Could he really be abusive? Oh Man Qing knew Yu Haiyang best. He usually pretends to be nice, but he has a bad temper in private. Oh Man Qing had known Yu Haiyang since they were young. His family only had him and a sister. Before his sister was born, he was an only child and was very spoiled by his parents. This led to him being bossy and selfish. His father sometimes hit his mother when upset, so Yu Haiyang grew up seeing violence at home. It's not surprising he might be abusive. In his past life, he never hit Oh Man Qing because she was better off than him, and he had to be gentle with her. Now, Zhang Lili was clinging to him, and he hit her. It didn't seem so strange. Xiao Feng, a soldier, hated evil and injustice. How could he hit her? Did anyone report it? Song Meili looked a bit uncomfortable and showed some disgust. Lin Yu asked her, what happened? Did Zhang Lili forgive him? Song Meili sighed and nodded. Yes, Zhou Huainan said he was going to report it to the team leader, but Zhang Lili said it was their family matter. The key point is she's pregnant. That child was aborted because of Yu Haiyang. Lin Yu gasped. That must have been a serious beating. And Zhang Lili still wants to protect Yu Haiyang? Isn't it said that a mother should be strong? A Menking knows some inside information. They argued, and I guess it's because Yu Haiyang's family wants him to return to the city and arranged a job for him. Zhang Lili didn't want to be left behind, so they had a fight. Zhang Lili didn't know what to say, which angered Yu Haiyang, and he beat her so badly that she lost the baby. That day, a Menking followed Song Meili to see what was happening. When she heard they might call the police, Yu Haiyang really got scared. From her observation, Zhang Lili didn't seem very upset about losing the baby. Instead, she looked at Yu Haiyang with a frightened expression, and a small smile appeared on her face. She then cried and begged Zhou Huanan and the others present not to call the police. She forgave Yu Haiyang. Yu Haiyang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, probably because he didn't dare leave Zhang Lili and went back to the city himself. Some conspiracy theories suggest that a Menking even suspects that Zhang Lili's loss of the baby was no accident. Maybe she planned it on purpose. Lin Yu also considered this possibility. She exchanged a glance with a Menking and slightly pursed her lips. The characters of the original story's couple really surprised her. Now they are hurting each other. The female lead, a Menking, probably thinks she has finally escaped from them. Xiao Feng frowned after hearing all this, and also felt that things might not be as simple as they seem. Song Meili is a gossip expert. Besides the issues between Yu Haiyang and his wife, she has a lot of other news. Zhang Bing and Zhao Xiaomei are also having a falling out now. The reason is that Zhang Bing doesn't want to work anymore. He has his eye on a family in the team and wants to marry into that family to lighten his burden. Zhao Xiaomei is now changing her target. Inspired by Zhang Bing, she thinks it would be good to find a well-off family in the team to marry into. Be careful. Don't let her fall for your second brother. Lin Yu's eyes widened.
She
She likes my second brother? Lin Yuan, Song Meili nodded. Yes, I heard her asking about your second brother a couple of days ago. Think about it. Your eldest uncle is the team leader, your older brother is the next team leader, and your family has many strong workers. Marrying into your family would make chores much easier. Lin Yu thought about it and realized it might be true. If she married her second brother, the women in their family wouldn't have to do much work. Even if they did, it would be light work. After all, they have so many men earning work points. But she doesn't like Zhao Xiaomei. She's a troublemaker, and marrying her would bring endless problems to her family. No, I need to remind my second brother later not to be lured away by Zhao Xiaomei. Yes, I also think Zhao Xiaomei isn't a good person. She once used me as a... Later, I cut ties with her. She wanted to find Su Qing to go to the countryside, but Su Qing ignored her. Su Qing from the countryside, Lin Yu remembered, seems to have feelings for Gu Yunzi too. Speaking of Su Qing, do you know she's quite rich now? I secretly saw her eating braised pork at the county's state-run restaurant. An entire box. The countryside kids often set times to go shopping in the county, so Song Meili knew about the braised pork at the state-run restaurant. She and a Manking even pooled money to go eat there once. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Su Qing is so wealthy. The braised pork at the state-run restaurant is sold by the piece, so if Su Qing bought a whole box, it must have cost a lot. And she would need meat coupons, but our countryside kids never received meat coupons, so she must have had her own. From what I hear, her family must be quite well off. Why is she still going to the countryside? Qiao Feng's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer. Song Meili shook her head. I find it strange too, but she ate the braised pork in secret. I didn't dare ask her about it. Song Meili is such a gossip expert because she always knows things others don't. She's good at sneaking peeks and eavesdropping. It's a bit sad. Song Meili has many siblings. She's in the middle, unloved by her parents, and her grandparents don't care about her. Once, when she was young, she hid under the bed and overheard her mother secretly hiding tasty food for her younger brother. No one was around, so she sneaked a little bit. Since then, she loved spying. She eavesdropped on her father giving pocket money to her older siblings, and her mother giving snacks to her younger ones. Thanks to her spying, she learned a lot. Don't think kids don't have their own tricks. This is a way to protect themselves by avoiding harm and seeking benefits. With this skill, little Song Meili has never been shortchanged and has grown taller than others. But unfortunately, when she went to the countryside as a youth, her spying skills didn't help anymore. As the least favored at home, she went to the countryside carrying her burdens. Before leaving, she took advantage of her parents' guilt and gained quite a few benefits. She told Lin Yu and Manqing about these things, so Lin Yu didn't think it was wrong for her to secretly watch others eating braised pork. She often reminded her to be careful not to get caught, or she might get into trouble. Lin Yu also told her a few stories about people who were used as scapegoats because they were caught eavesdropping and knew too much. Frightened, Song Meili repeatedly promised she would try not to spy or peek again. She secretly watched Su Qing because Lin Yu used to like Gu Yunzi, and Song Meili just wanted to help her best friend get some news. Because of this, Lin Yu didn't want to blame her harshly, only told her, don't keep staring at her, or you'll get caught, and that wouldn't be good. It's important to remember that Su Qing also had a suitor named Yuan Bo Jiqing. Listening to the love and hate stories of the Jiqing, Qiao Feng asked confusedly, aren't you Jiqing here to support rural development? Why are you always talking about love and relationships? When he said this, the three girls looked at him angrily. Comrade Qiao Feng, what do you mean? Are you saying we didn't support the construction properly? Song Meili immediately questioned him. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. Her brother's way of talking was not very tactful, and she knew he would get into trouble someday. Blaming all the Jiqing with one comment, Song Meili felt she was a good Jiqing and couldn't stand hearing that. Qiao Feng knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly admitted, sorry, I was wrong. You are good Jiqing and have made great contributions to rural support. You're role models for us young people. Manqing found it hard to explain her feelings about her brother Lin Yu, who often spoke casually and in a flirtatious way, which she thought was not very serious. She preferred men like Li Dahui, quiet and honest. Song Meili was happy because she was quite simple-minded and thought Qiao Feng was praising her. She patted his shoulder and said, Comrade Qiao Feng, you have good judgment. Finally, Qiao Feng felt relieved. Song Meili wanted to show she was hardworking, so she brought up the grain collection at the brigade. Not long ago, I helped collect grain every day and earned full work points. I never took a day off. Just 4 days ago, our brigade handed in the grain, and I received a lot of food in exchange for work points. At that time, Lin Yu was still running around helping her sister-in-law deliver meals. By the way, Xiaoyu, Gu Yunzi has made a great contribution this time. Lin Yu hurriedly signaled to Song Meili to shut up and not mention it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Oh? Who is Gu Yunzi? Xiaoyu, do you know him? Xiao Feng looked at Lin Yu with a threatening gaze. If he didn't get a clear answer today, he wouldn't give up. Lin Yu hesitated, biting her lip. Song Meili suddenly realized she had spoken carelessly and revealed Gu Yunza's identity. Lin Yu had told them before that she didn't want others to know about her relationship with Gu Yunza. Song Meili was happy and forgot that Xiao Feng didn't know anything yet. Xiao Feng slammed the table, startling all three. Hurry up and tell me. This person seemed to have a close relationship with Lin Yu, but she had only been here for a few months. As her older brother, Xiao Feng always kept a close eye on Lin Yu. He didn't allow her to date early or let other men get close to his sister, not even classmates or friends. But now, just a few months after leaving Haicheng, a stranger appeared around her. Song Meili saw Xiao Feng was about to get angry. Thinking she might offend him, she grabbed a manking and ran away. Xiuyu, we'll come to see you again next time. Lin Yu clenched her fists. Was this person really so unloyal? He just ran off like that. At least give her a little story to tell. Lin Yu sighed, knowing she couldn't escape today. She took Xiao Feng to her room. Xiao Feng looked around at her small but cozy room and felt a little more satisfied with the Lin family. But now, the most important thing was to clarify the matter about Gu. Lin Yu, no. Xiuyu, tell me clearly. Don't make up stories, okay? Lin Yu sat on the bed, while Xiao Feng sat by her desk. Brother, Gu Yunza is a young worker from the brigade. His family seems to be from Beicheng. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, prompting her to continue. Lin Yu bit her lip and said, He's now my boyfriend. Xiao Feng frowned. Although he had guessed this before, hearing her say it out loud still made him find it hard to accept. Xiuyu, you've only been here for a short time and you're already dating someone? Do you even know him? After speaking, Lin Yu clenched her teeth and secretly glanced at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, who grew up with Lin Yu, could tell she was holding something back. He frowned and said, Xiaoyu, if there's anything you haven't told me, tell me quickly. Don't wait for me to investigate him. Don't, brother. Lin Yu didn't want Xiao Feng to get involved. She wasn't sure if Gu Yunza had some secret mission. What if they caused trouble? So, Lin Yu told Xiao Feng that she knew Gu Yunza from Haicheng. Are you saying you think he's not really here as a young worker? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, and I guess his identity might be. She pointed at his military uniform. Xiao Feng's mind moved, and he stood up. Take me to see this person, Lin Yu responded. Oh, seeing her brother's serious look, she didn't dare refuse. So, Lin Yu took Xiao Feng out and directly went to the youth workstation. The grain had been collected, but the fan workshop wasn't finished yet. Recently, the only thing the team was doing was using fire beds to grow sweet potato seedlings. The young workers were doing the same. That's why Song Meili and Omanqing had time to come chat at their house. Usually they were working in the fields at this time. When the siblings arrived at the youth workstation, they saw Gu Yunza and the team leader, Lin Aigua, talking at the door. Uncle, youth worker Gu, what are you talking about? Lin Aigua called them over. When Gu Yunza saw Lin Yu, his eyes stayed on her, unable to look away. Xiao Feng looked at Gu Yunza and felt his face turn a bit colder. As they approached, Lin Aigua introduced them. Gu, this is our Xiaoyu's brother, comrade Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, this is our youth worker Gu Yunza. He helped us contact a tractor this time, and he arranged for us and nearby teams to transport grain to the grain bureau. Today, team leader Lin went to the county for a meeting. Because Gu Yunza helped deliver grain, Lin Aigua heard many good words from other team leaders. After returning, he looked for Gu Yunza, hoping he would become a tractor driver. Yes, this time, Gu Yunza not only helped them find a tractor, but also helped get approval from higher-ups to leave the tractor for several teams to use. No wonder Song Meili said Gu Yunza had made a great contribution this time. He seems to have some connections in the county, and Lin Yu is now more certain about his identity. Xiao Feng shook hands with Gu Yunza. Gu Jiqing is so well-connected, and you can even get a tractor? Gu Yunza felt regretful. He wanted to impress Captain Lin and build a good relationship with him. He specifically contacted the county leaders to make things easier. There was already a quota in the county to distribute tractors to neighboring teams. But because Lotus Team had a bad reputation before, they didn't plan to give them one. Since Gu Yunze could drive a tractor, becoming a tractor operator would help him meet more people in the team. So, the tractor was assigned to Lotus' team, where he was. Things were going according to their plan. But unexpectedly, they met Xiao Feng. Gu Yunze knew that Xiao Feng was Lin Yu's brother in Haicheng, now serving in the military. And it seemed he held a high position. Gu Yunze thought he would surely see through his flaws. After talking about the tractor job, Lin Igua was about to leave. Xiao Feng pushed Lin Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, go home with uncle. Your brother and Gu Jiqing will chat for a bit." Lin Yu pouted and nodded, not knowing what her brother wanted to say to Gu Yunze, but she knew he didn't want her to stay, so she had to go. Gu Yunze watched Lin Yu's back, his eyes soft with a gentle smile. "Stop looking, she's already gone." Gu Yunze turned around and looked at Xiao Feng, asking, "I wonder what Brother Qiao wants to talk to me about." Xiao Feng opened his mouth and said something. Gu Yunze was surprised but quickly responded. The secret code matched. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, meaning that Gu Yunze was the comrade assigned to him by Deputy Commissioner Su.
So Xiao Yu's guess was right.
He was also a soldier. They found a hidden place and saluted each other. North City Military District, Gu Yunze. Guangqing Military District, Xiao Feng. They came from different military districts but were here for the same mission. Gu Yunze explained the situation he had learned since arriving. "I've found White Fox, Black Cat, and Leopard. They're doing well now, just need to be protected secretly. No alerting the enemy. The base is also temporarily safe." Xiao Feng said, "My task this time is to help you. If you have any problems, just ask me. I'll cover for you. Do you know those two mysterious people?" Gu Yunze shook his head. "That's top secret. Even my superiors don't know who they are." "Yeah, me too." The two looked at each other, understanding that this mission is difficult. There are many things and people to protect and many unknowns. But they both held a firm belief in their hearts. Xiao Feng asked, "Have you noticed any suspicious people?" Gu Yunze replied seriously, "We intercepted enemy messages. After decoding, we found that they have already sent people. Gu Yunze and his superiors suspect that spies have already come close to them, possibly disguised as young workers. The identity of being a young worker is very useful. Everyone in each team knows each other well. If a stranger suddenly appears, it will raise suspicion. But if someone is pretending to be a young worker, they are outsiders and no one recognizes them, making it easier to hide their true identity." Gu Yunze used this to secretly join the Lotus team as an undercover agent. So, they think the enemy is trying to get close by pretending to be young workers too. From the intercepted messages, they didn't find Gu Yunze, but Gu Yunze himself isn't sure who the spies are among the young workers. It's a secret battle, so everything is still quiet. Xiao Feng's task is to protect the undercover comrades and help them when needed. After they finished talking, they parted ways. Xiao Feng took a few steps, then turned back. "I have one more question. What's your relationship with my sister?" Gu Yunze felt a sudden nervousness when facing his brother-in-law. "Brother Xiao, Xiao Yu is now my girlfriend, but don't worry, I haven't taken advantage of her. I simply like her. When we were in Haicheng, I was planning to marry her after the mission was over. But I didn't expect she would also come to the Lotus team." Xiao Feng already knew from Lin Yu that they had known each other in Haicheng, so he didn't doubt Gu Yunze's words. "But now you're on a mission, aren't you afraid of causing trouble for her?" Xiao Feng is a cautious person. If it were him, he would probably pretend not to know her and distance himself from Lin Yu, rather than secretly dating her. Gu Yunze shook his head. "Loving someone is beyond control. Instead of avoiding her and making myself suffer, I prefer to protect her well. The situation is still under control, and I believe I can keep her safe." Gu Yunze is naturally brave and confident. He can't understand the idea of leaving someone to protect her. To him, protecting her means being close to her, and both should trust each other. Loving someone gives him more courage and strength, and he would act more carefully. Xiao Feng nodded. "I hope you can do it. If Xiao Yu gets hurt because of you, I will take her away." Xiao Feng is also confident he can protect his sister from harm. At this moment, the two confident men agree. Back at the Lin family, everyone is talking in the main hall. Zhou Hua just had a baby and is resting after childbirth. The baby is still small, so she can't be disturbed often. Only Grandma Lin and Aunt Ding Dahua are in the room to take care of the mother and daughter. Lin Yu and Xiao Bao sit together, eating sunflower seeds and listening to their father, Lin Lao San, brag. Xiao Feng is pulled to sit with Lin Yu, listening to the family gossip. Even Dinyo is there. Although she usually has social anxiety and doesn't like going out, she lights up when hearing stories and gossip. Lin Yu always thought Dinyo must be a person with a rich inner world, but not good at expressing herself. This time, Wang Zhaodi is talking about Yang Honghua's daughter-in-law, the educated youth who married her son, Li Dawei. Dawei's family had a girl. Yang Honghua didn't let her eat enough and made her work in the fields. Just a few days ago, during the grain harvest, she fainted right in the field. Lin Yu frowned. What should we do? Wang Zhaodi was cracking sunflower seeds. She was taken to the barefoot doctor. They said she was too weak and needed to strengthen her health. There's no need to say it. Yang Honghua would never really help her daughter-in-law recover. In the end, the young educated youth woke up and went straight back to Li's house. I think her little girl won't survive either. She's so weak herself, with no milk to feed the baby, and Yang Honghua refuses to cook food for the child. Sigh. Although Wang Zhaodi also believed in valuing boys over girls, she was still a mother. When her two daughters were young, she fed them milk at every meal. She couldn't bear to let her children starve. Her mother-in-law, Grandma Lin, also took care of her during her postpartum period, giving her nourishing meals several times a day. She felt quite comfortable during that time. Thinking about Yang Honghua, the young daughter-in-law from the educated youth group, she felt lucky to have met the Lin family. It must be said that Lin Zhangwo's daily persuasion gradually changed Wang Zhaodi. Now, she only thinks of the kindness from the Lin family and no longer remembers her own family, which was harsh and demanding. Lin Yu listened to Yang Honghua's story and felt sad. She was originally from the city, sent here to support construction, but now she was suffering greatly. Why doesn't anyone help her? What about the eldest uncle? She asked. The eldest uncle was the team leader. How could he allow them to treat the young educated youth so badly? Just then, Lin Aigua came in and heard them talking about Xie Jiqing. He said, I went to a meeting today and reported this to the higher-level Women's Federation. They will send someone to handle it. Xie Jiqing will also take her child back to the youth settlement today. As for what to do with the Li family, that depends on the Women's Federation. After the meeting, Lin Aigua went to the team office to find someone to help move Xie Jiqing out of the Li family's house. The Li family was part of the team, so even if Lin Aigua wanted to help Xie Jiqing, he couldn't simply order a divorce. That would make the team members think he lacked compassion and favored his own. He could only advise Yang Honghua to treat her daughter-in-law kindly. This matter involved the child's life, and Lin Aigua definitely couldn't allow them to harm the child. So, he reported everything to the County Women's Federation, asking for higher authorities to handle the situation. He also told his family about Yang Honghua's reaction at the time. When the team officials went to the Li family, they informed Yang Honghua and then directly carried Xie Jiqing and her child away on a stretcher. Yang Honghua cried and begged, saying she wanted her daughter-in-law to do laundry and cooking and that the team should compensate her for losing her daughter-in-law. She claimed that the educated youth they married was useless. Her attitude was so arrogant, as if the team's girls could be freely chosen and swapped at will. Lin Aigua couldn't bear it anymore and told her to wait for the higher authorities to investigate them. Yang Honghua fainted from fright after hearing everything, and the scene became chaotic. Lin Aigua and the others didn't care and left immediately. How is that Xie Jiqing now? Lin Yu asked worriedly. Lin Aigua sighed. The grown-up is fine, just needs to rest and eat more nutritious food. As for the child, he has no milk to drink and looks like he won't grow much. I came back to ask your sister-in-law if she can help feed the child. Dad, bring the child here. I'll feed him.